Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. And oh boy, do we have a treat for you. The kids are taking over everything. We have Kenji, Annabelle, Cyrus, and Polaris. We're gonna do a Destined Rivals build and battle. So we're gonna have Kenji and Annabelle be playing here right behind me on the desk. They're gonna be building some decks and then battling. And our casters for this battle are gonna be Polaris and Cyrus. It's gonna be a very, very exciting match, so definitely stay tuned. Casters, are we ready? All right, let's hit the desks. All right, players, are we ready?
Yeah!
All right, let's get to the table. Here we are on the desk, well, actually on the playing table with Kenji and Annabelle. They have Destined Rivals built-in battles in front of them. These come with a pre-made deck as well as a couple of packs. What they're gonna do is they're gonna open some packs to improve their decks, and then they're going to battle. It's build-in battle.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah!
Let's build!
Yay!
What decks do you guys get?
I got Typhlosion.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what?
That's pretty good.
Oh my gosh, you got the broken Typhlosion.
Oh, I want the ho-ho.
Bro, I got the useless one. What the heck? I got Mimikyu. There's not even a Terra.
It has free retreat.
Okay, that's good, that's good. I was so close to the Grimmsnarl.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Not bad. So can we trade? Do you want to trade? Do you have any Team Rocket's energy? Oh yeah, I have one. Do you want to trade for that? What's the Chingling? I'm a Chingling you. What is that? I'm a Chingling you. What is that? I got a 1/1 Magikarp. Are you serious? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. 5 energies? Not sure about that one. Okay, I'm not gonna do them. Or the energy was right. Okay, I'm ready.
It's rare. All right. With that, looks like they're just about ready to battle here. So Polaris, Cyrus, take it away.
Hi, this is Polaris, and this is
Cyrus.
Today we're going to watch Kenji and Annabelle's Destined Rivals build and battle.
Yeah.
This is their second time on stream together.
Yeah.
And let's see who wins. Who do you think's gonna win?
Probably Kenji.
Yeah,
He hasn't won in a long time, and he's been practicing.
Yeah, I think Kenji's gonna win too. But Annabelle's deck is looking pretty strong right now.
Yeah.
What cards does she have? Do you know?
I think she's doing she's doing Typhlosion. Yeah, I can see the Ethans.
What does Ethan's do again? Do you remember?
So, it'll get you any Ethans adventure cards.
And does he get energy too?
Yeah.
All right.
1 energy, if you want.
If you want. So, I don't know what deck Kenji has, but Mimikyu.
Mystery deck.
I know Mimikyu isn't the best card because I don't think there's any Terra Pokemon in any of these decks right now. Looks like he has a Magikarp, which is interesting. I don't know what that does. Let's see what they prized.
Oh.
Oh, it looks like
He's
Annabelle
doing all of
prized
his Pokemon.
Switch. They both prized Coughing Cyrus.
I know how.
Kenji is going first. Let's see. Do you know what that thing is in the middle, Cyrus?
A potato?
Yeah, I think so.
Why?
I don't know what Kenji's game plan is, but I know Annabelle wants to discard as many Ethans. Right? Ethans?
Yeah. I don't know what.
Okay, read it. Chingling.
Discard a random card from your
Oh my
opponent's
god,
hand.
and then Kenji got the rare candy off of it. That means she can no longer attack with Ethan's Typhlosion. That is a crazy draw.
But you can go like Iona to 1, like Boss, Sharp, Chingling. Discard the card.
She looked at too many cards. Oh no. So it looks like they decided not to take the double prize penalty. That's good sportsmanship. Is that a Gyarados?
Is it?
I think so.
Is that why his size is low? Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a Dondozo, Kenji. Cyrus.
Dondozo.
Let's see if Annabelle has a rare candy.
They got the Typhlosion. Yeah.
Typhlosion.
I played that deck.
Did you win a lot?
Yeah.
It looks like Annabelle is setting up her board right now. Let's see this wheezing. Oh, it does take a knockout. Oh, Annabelle looks like she got some good draws off of this.
Wait, what happened to Animal Cyndaquil?
She evolved them. Oh, 2 of them got knocked out, I think. Or 1 of them.
Huh? How?
Because Kenji attacked with the wheezing.
Wait, does that make it so the bench also does that?
No.
But how did they get knocked out?
Because he knocked him out, bro. Look, see? Promoted. Cynical. Like, Kenji, oh my goodness. Look, see? This attack does 40 damage for each Pokemon play that has coughing or wheezing in its name. So, it looks like Annabelle is taking a knockout, getting her own coughings out right now from the prizes. So, it looks like Annabelle is winning this game by 1 prize right now.
Ooh.
What card did Kenji just play, Cyrus? The supporter?
I don't know.
Me either. Looks like he's drawing a lot of cards, though. Team Rocket's transmitter. Let's you search for
Misty's Gyarados.
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 Nice try. 180. Let's see if Kenji will take any knockouts with this card right now.
Yep.
He only needs 2. 1. Oh, he got 1. He needs 1 more in this knockout because weakness. Oh my god. It doesn't look like he hit any. Oh, that's so good for Annabelle right now.
What happened?
So, Kenji doesn't even knock out. So that means she's going to take a knockout on the Gyarados. And Kenji has no energy right now. No energy on board. So he's going to have to take another turn to attack with it. And Annabelle only needs 2 prizes left. So Annabelle's going to take a knockout on this. And then Kenji has to deal with this Typhlosion somehow. I think Kenji only has like
9 minutes left in the build battle. I can see it on the board. And maybe you...
I don't know what they're reading right now, but I guess there's something going on with this Gyarados, unless they just had to discard everything and they read it wrong. Okay, so it looks like everything's fine. I think Kenji only has 2 cards left in deck. If he attacks 1 more time with his Gyarados, he's going to deck out and lose.
Don't duck out, Kenji.
Annabelle looks like she's going to win this game, right? She has 2 prizes left, and her board is amazing right now.
2. Would she need 1 more? But you can't even retreat into it. Oh. Oh. Attack. I got it. Oh, my poor dice.
I don't think you can attack again with that, Kenji.
Oh. I'm just really bad at putting up dice. Yes. I could have just attacked and I lose. Knockout? Knockout. Yes. Okay, that was so good for me. Sweet.
Looking very bad for Annabelle right now, since I thought she was going to knock out the Gyarados last turn, but apparently not. So 1 prize, but
Dude.
I actually don't know how much the Dondozo does. 30 plus, so that means he's going to be able to take a knockout off this here.
Yeah, good game.
Not good game yet, silly.
Well, soon. 2 more.
2 more prizes. Wait, never mind. Kenji needs to take 3 more prizes, Cyrus. Annabelle's down to 1. What is he gonna do?
I don't know, but the next turn he's out.
I know, but I think Annabelle is looking for a wheezing next turn, so she can evolve and then take another knockout.
That's really bad.
6, 12, 140. How much does Ethan's do, Cyrus?
Ethan's done.
HP? 170, okay. So
Yeah,
this is
100%.
exact damage, but it's weak anyway, so it definitely takes a KO.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. The boss's orders for game?
Maybe.
I don't even know if they have boss orders in this deck.
They don't.
They don't?
I don't think so.
So I think Annabelle's hoping that she either gets another Typhlosion out right now. So next turn she can attack with it, do a bunch of damage. Because if it goes to Annabelle's turn, he does damage. But the Dondozo, it does enough damage to KO anything on the board, I'm pretty sure, after she attacks with it, right?
Yeah.
Let's see what Annabelle decides to do here.
6 minutes. I'm sure you guys could see that maybe.
They get to see all of this on the stream when they watch.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know what happened to Kenji's deck right now.
What happened?
I don't know what's going on.
Is he?
It looks like Wancho has Kenji's hand right now.
Why?
I have no idea.
I think. Why?
Yes. So I don't know what just happened there, but it might have been the Team Rocket's one of the things that Kenji used. Okay, so Kenji decides to take a knockout here. Let's see what Annabelle's gonna do.
Well, Annabelle could just pass and then Kenji loses.
Annabelle hits a Typhlosion. So, oh,
What?
she has research too. So she could attach the Team Rockets to the Weezing and then research. And then if she hits that energy for the next turn, that means she wins.
Wait,
High five for the research.
Or she could just pass and then
Wait,
Kenji.
what if Annabelle miscounted her deck and she... Oh, she definitely has enough. Never mind. She hits the fire energy. This is looking really good for Annabelle right now.
But way bad for Kenji.
Really bad for Kenji.
He never wins.
Cyrus, I thought he was going to win this time.
Yeah, me too. With a water against fire?
Yeah, with a war against fire. And somehow Annabelle brings back.
Oh, I know how.
How?
Because they play also dark type, which he's only putting the dark types.
Yeah, I see.
And then he like sets his wood up with Cyndaquils.
But I thought that... So, Kenji takes the prize. I don't know how he's going to come back from this. There's a Typhlosion on the bench.
Yeah, there's no comebacks because
I don't
his
think
next
so
turn,
either,
yeah,
Cyrus.
he loses.
Looks at the one card, just a dark energy. There's nothing else he could do
Oh,
but attack.
wait, did you see that on my board? It just like,
I have no clue. Let's see what Annabelle decides to do here. Prize is 1-1. All Annabelle needs to attack with the with the Typhlosion, Cyrus. She has that fire energy already, right? She promotes Sudowoodo. Let's see what she does. I'm kind of confused here.
Ethan Sudowoodo.
Oh, Kenji scoops it up. Annabelle showing her that she has the fire energy and the switch for game.
Well, good game.
Good games. Ah, Kenji couldn't bring it this time.
Yeah.
Annabelle is undefeated versus Kenji on stream, Cyrus.
Yeah. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you so much for watching this interesting game against the Oh No siblings. Is there anything you want to say?
No.
No? Yeah, thank you for watching. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show 'em what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the beautiful city of Las Vegas, Nevada, the city of neon lights for the very first ever Las Vegas Regional Championships, where we have players who flew in all across the country, all across the world, looking to shine just as bright. It's going to be an absolutely amazing weekend. I'm your host for the weekend, Juancho Saldan, and I'm joined with quite a few people with me. Amazing, amazing people. Chip Ritchie, Kyle Sablehouse, and Ethan Heggie. Packed house today, guys. How we feeling?
Yeah, we've got over 3,000 players here. This is one of the biggest regional championships we've ever seen. And this just shows, people are out here. They want to play. They want to win. It's never been a better time to be within the Pokemon TCG than right now.
No, definitely. There's quite a few people. This might be, I don't know, I always have to check the numbers, but this might be the biggest regional of all time. Around, I think last time I checked was like 2,900 when I was checking the statistics. And the one before this was what, Pittsburgh at 2,600? Pittsburgh or Milwaukee. We're always breaking records. And honestly, it just goes up from here. So many people just keep on wanting to play Pokemon.
And why not? I mean, we're in such a great spot right now. The format is in an amazing place too. So many unique decks that are doing well here. And I mean, it really is anyone's game at this point.
No, definitely. And again, we're a packed house. Even the lounge is packed now. We have one extra person. Chip is joining us too. Now, 4 people. Are you excited for the weekend, Chip?
Yeah, very much excited. Viva Las Vegas, baby. Here we are. I think as soon as the tournament schedule got announced, this is one that people were so amped for. The first time we've ever had a regional championships here in Las Vegas. You can just feel the energy in the room. People are excited to be here, excited to be in the city. It's going to be a great time.
I am so excited to be here. I'm excited that you guys are here. I'm excited everyone is here. But right now, let's reel it back in. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 2026 schedule. All the other regional championships we have to be excited about, or, our ICs as well. As, again, right now we're in Las Vegas. We're going to hop on over next week to Sao Paulo, actually, for LAIC. Of course, we have so many of the other regional championships leading up to the World Championships in San Francisco. And I like that we're using the unknowns now for the unknown regions. What are you guys excited for?
I mean, this season is just heating up. We are past, the first couple of regionals. We haven't even hit our first international championship. It feels like just yesterday we were in Anaheim crowning a world champion, and we're getting soon to crowning our first international champion. A lot of what happens here this weekend is really going to impact what happens next weekend in LAIC.
Yeah, we got a lot going on here. We also have the regional going on in South America right now too. So then you get to add that into all the mix of what will happen in Sao Paulo. I'm sure a lot of players are going to be looking at both of those results, taking that into consideration as we eye up who will be our first IC champion.
Yeah, and this is a really cool one as well because so many players are making a full-on global trip out of these next 3 weeks. This weekend is the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Next weekend, the Sao Paulo International Championships, the first IC of the year, which is incredibly exciting. And then just a week after that, there's the Stuttgart Regional Championships over in Europe. There's plenty of players who are here at this event who are kicking off an absolutely sick 3-week run of Pokemon tournaments. Really cool to see.
No, definitely. I'm a little homesick already. Right after this, we're all going to Sao Paulo, Brazil. And again, this tournament's going to be really, really important. Like you guys mentioned it, this is going to dictate the metagame for an IC, right? We're not going to get the new set just yet for Sao Paulo, so it's still going to be this Mega Evolution set. So whatever deck comes out on top is going to be the deck to beat. But right now, I want to take a quick recap on our last regional tournament, Milwaukee. Let's check it out.
The Milwaukee Regional Championships introduced the new powerful Mega Evolution Pokemon. With bigger HP and more powerful attacks, it was looking to shake up the metagame in a big way. However, instead, the new tools like Lily's Determination made some familiar decks that much stronger. The weekend led to a Gardevoir versus Charizard final. On one side, we had Aban Ahmed playing Gardevoir EX on a once-in-a-lifetime run, finding himself in a third consecutive finals appearance. Standing in his way was Jackson Ford with the type advantage, playing Charizard EX. In Game 1, Jackson had the picture-perfect setup with all his Stage 2 Pokemon to work with, which led to a double KO on both of Aban's Gardevoir lines, leading to a quick victory. For Game 2, Jackson was able to set up once again and forced some out-of-the-box plays from Aban, who KO'd the critical Pidgeot EX and left Jackson with a lone Charizard. But by hitting through confusion, that Charizard was just enough to crown Jackson Ford your Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Okay, he's grabbing the die, he's going for it, and it is a head!
There it is!
He's
There's
got
the
the
head
attack.
flip.
Burning Darkness taking down the Monkey Dory, and Jackson Ford is your champion.
Start your journey here at Pokemon.com/compete, and you too can become a Pokemon Master.
Yeah, what an event. Jackson Ford winning Milwaukee. Of course, Liam Halliburton winning Pittsburgh. Honestly, I wish we could also show the place as well, because then it'd be double Aban, right? Absolutely fire of a season. Honestly, we started out so well. 2 amazing tournaments. I'm sure Las Vegas is going to be just as exciting.
Yeah, like you said, big props to Aban. What a start he's had. 3 finals out of 3 finals so far that he's attended. Of course, the regional championship in Mexico he took down with Gardevoir, and he's just been on an absolute Gardevoir tear, playing it to all these events. And why would you stop if you just keep printing money and printing championship points?
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. I mean, I'm betting on Aban, that's for sure. For this event, I'm sure he's looking for that win. Just being so close twice in a row, but you know, starting the season off as well with a win. He's definitely on fire. What are your thoughts, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, just confidence has to be at an all-time high for him with how he's been playing, and he's also been switching it up. Yes, he's playing Gardevoir, but he's looking at the deck, making adjustments, and taking that with him as he moves on to the next tournament. So I'm excited to see what he does with that when it comes to Las Vegas, and he's got a lot of great competition looking behind him. I mean, Liam and Jackson stare at him in the face.
And the Milwaukee Regionals was a super sick run for Jackson as well. He's a player who has really committed himself to this Charizard deck for about the last year. It's basically the only deck he's played, different variations, different tech cards depending on the meta. But that persistence certainly paid off in Milwaukee. I mean, he went through Tord Reklev in his top 8 match, gets all the way to the finals up against Aban, and is able to come away as a champion. Very well deserved, very hard work put in, and it paid off.
Had to take down his buddy in Rowan Stavino in top 4 too. I mean, that's just, there were a lot of emotions going into that game, and it just seemed like it was going to be his tournament when he took that win.
No, definitely. And I believe Jackson Ford, despite winning a regional championship, is placed around number 11 in the leaderboard. Let's go ahead and check out the North American leaderboard, actually. And yeah, there he is, number 11. And can you imagine that, winning a regional and still being in double digits?
People out here grinding, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, there are the automatic invites this year, so you do win a regional championship. You don't have to worry about being in this top standing, but if you're good enough to win a regional championship, then you know your main goal is not just qualifying for Worlds, it's going to be placing later on, and I'm sure we're going to see many of these players later on this year in San Francisco having deep runs at the World Championships.
No, definitely. I mean, we've only had, what, 2 North American regionals, and how do people have 4 digits already? Cal Connor at 1,140, Aban at 1,050. Aban's not even number 1, despite winning a regional and placing second in 2 of them. The competition is definitely fierce.
Also worth noting as well, I'm pretty sure Cal and Aban both play in the same local area. So imagine rolling up to a League Challenger or League Cup and number 1 and number 2 in North America are just chilling there. It's a little intimidating, honestly.
No, definitely. I believe they're both from the Seattle area, so if you're ever around there, might be good practice. You know, might run into a couple of regional
Play dark type Pokemon.
It's Zoroark or bust. You can go in there playing Zoroark or don't go.
No, definitely. And with that, let's go ahead and check out the champions across the pond at EU. Again, yeah, they've already had 3 regional championships so far. Rune, Alexander, and Daniel Magda are their champions. I got to watch a little bit of the Gdansk and made me a little bit fearful of Gholdengo, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the dog right there, Daniel Magda. He came in and he has shown everyone that he is one of the best young players in the game right now. And that's really been the wave in the Pokemon TCG as of recent, you know, these first-year masters all the way, you know, up to people finishing, you know, around that college age, early 20s right now. These are the people to watch your eyes out for. Super strong. I mean, Rune as well, another young player, second, third-year master, you know, in the Pokemon TCG, an international champion when he was in the seniors division. He's looking for a lot more this season. He's already got that Worlds invite. We'll have to see, you know, how, like you said, Juancho, Gholdengo winning an event. Typically, throughout the history, people really love this deck. They love to get on board whenever there's a good excuse. Zoroark Lunatone has really kind of shaped the way this deck is formed away from the Energy Surge Pro into this aggressive drawing engine with those fighting type energies.
Yeah, the deck just seems like it's in a really great spot at this point. You have the aggression built in with the Zoroark. You also have that built-in draw engine that we've seen players really relying on, and that's been a problem with Gholdengo is sometimes you run into those spots where the Iono just sticks and you aren't able to draw enough cards and get out of this spot. Almost very rarely going to happen at this point, and you also don't have to worry nearly as much about Badoo in these instances where you can just air balloon over to that Zoroark, take the KO, and not have to lose those energy cards.
No, definitely we're talking about decks right now, so I do want to check out the meta of their last regional championship, the Gdansk meta, and sure enough, there it is, Gholdengo EX at number 1, followed by Dragapult EX, and not, you know, closely thereafter, Gardevoir EX. Is this anything surprising for anyone?
I'd say probably not. I mean, Gholdengo being number 1, it's a little bit separated from the pack more so than you'd expect. But when it goes from phase 1 into phase 2, it's just about what the best players in the event chose to run for the tournament most of the time. And there was a lot of really good players who went with Gholdengo over in Gdansk. So no surprise to see them succeeding. And of course, Daniel taking it all down. Gardevoir falling all the way down to 3rd place, though. A little interesting. It seems like they really love Dragapult over there in Europe.
Yeah, and that is something to note as well. You know, we have separated Gardevoir EX as 2 different variants. So it's, you know, in terms of representation, right below, within 5 players, right, for that Gholdengo up into the Gardevoir deck, you know, when it comes to that. As it kind of comes down, you have to wonder, the big question, not only, of course, how represented will Gholdengo be, but will these strong players who seem to always gravitate towards Gardevoir go with this Jellicent EX build or go with this sort of Flutter Mane Devo Drifloon package? That question is really going to be determined on what they think is going to rise in the meta, and that could be Gholdengo, and that could mean this Jellicent deck becoming more popular again.
Yeah, I think that's just absolutely terrifying the more that I think about it. Imagine you're sitting right across your opponent. Yes, they flip up Ralts, and then you still have to think about, wait, are they going to be playing Jelly? Are they going to be playing heavier Drifloon or whatnot with the tools? It's already one of the best decks in the format, and then you also have to just do that turn 1 adjustment almost immediately.
Yeah, you have no idea if you're going to be staring down trainer item lock for the majority of the game, or if they're going to go for 300 damage attacks with the Drifloon and Bravery Charm. Like, it could be a completely different deck depending on what they were feeling was the spice of the week this time around.
No, definitely. But yeah, I do love seeing the rise of this Jellicent build, though, just because, you know, really to answer the item-heavy Gholdengo EXs. But something I would have liked to see more is just more Mega Evolution Pokemon. You know, this is the first, we are in the Mega Evolution format, and I feel like the rising stars from that set really were just the Zoroark and Lunatone. It's just really good to draw cards.
Hey, we're seeing some of that Mega Mawile in the Gholdengo deck, so not worth forgetting. And also, it's making a splash in those Terrabox decks as well. We'll see the Mega Mawile. Lots of different ways people are playing Terrabox. Also, you get the Flareon in there, which is sort of just like a Terrabox deck, and Emma Hagen has been on a sick run as well. You know, we talked a lot about Aban, but Emma's had a really, really strong start to the year as well, getting a second place finish here with that Flareon.
No, definitely Emma, probably the best Flareon EX player at the moment. Loved watching her play, I think. And it's also crazy to think, right? When I'm thinking about it, if Flareon EX should have a fairly good matchup into Gholdengo, you're hitting for weakness almost perfectly. But no, Daniel Magda able to take the win there, really showing the power of being able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's what we're running into a lot in this format, is it doesn't matter as much about typing as it does what your deck is capable of doing. And for Gholdengo, the one-hit KOs just reign supreme. You see very often you have that chance to steal those prize cards. And with the Lunatone and Zoroark, you're stealing those one prize card here or there at the beginning of games that you weren't typically used to seeing. It was Togekiss or other cards that were worked into the mix to steal those prizes, and now you just get them readily available.
Yeah, that's the beautiful part. Both Lunatone and Zoroark have a piece to play, and just giving a one prize attacker into Gholdengo. It already had so much at its toolkit, and we gave it just a little bit more. But of course, let's go ahead and take a look at the EU leaderboard, though. You know, the top players, the top 16 players right now at EU, and sitting number 1, Emma Hagen, again, fresh off the second place at Gdansk. 914, you know, no one quite yet at the 4-digit mark, but people are getting really, really close.
Yeah, and you know, this is a pretty big switch up from what we've seen in past years. You know, there's a decent amount of names, you know, that pop up. Some European players, you know, we don't see, you know, Pedro, who's living in Spain, right? He's not on this list. Fabian is another player that I don't see on this list. And that's not necessarily, you know, a discredit towards these players. It's more so saying that there are a lot of new names coming into the game out of the Europe region. Sure, you still got the top contenders. Can't leave Tord out anytime he's on this list. We've got to mention his name. But, you know, there are a lot of other players who aren't getting or haven't gotten a lot of attention, who are making their way back onto the list. Of course, you know, this breakout star who's been shining in the Pokemon TCG, Alberto Conti. We've always got to point him out because, man, every time he comes to an event and every time we get to showcase him, he always puts on a treat and he always shows his skills.
Yeah, he's been very impressive, and he's done it with a whole medley of decks, and sure enough, he's found his new toy now. He's doing such a great job with that. Hermione is another player that really sticks out to me, along with Julius. We've seen both these players so often in that top 16, top 32, whatever that race is, but you just feel like that breakout moment's coming for them, and we're going to see even more of that. For Julius, it's a fun story of, what, 3 or 4 top 32s in a row at this point. Almost just have the graphic ready for him, but he's going to try to aim further and go for that top 8 now, so be on the lookout.
No, definitely. Something I'd like to point out as well is we do see Tord here at 3rd. Yes, Tord's a great player, but we're so early in the season. That means he's really been going out there to play at these events. Typically, you'll see him like, what, maybe win an IC, just secure his invite, and just take a break the rest of the season. But right now, I think that's almost like a good sign of a healthy format. The format is a lot of fun to play, a lot of experimentation, that even, yeah, these top players are going out there to test out a lot of these decks.
Yeah, he went out of his way to book a trip last minute to the Milwaukee Regional Championships because he said he had a deck he just had to play. He was having so much fun playing the Pokemon TCG, had to unveil that Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan EX deck unto the world, and that's been a big statement deck for this format as well. And Tord is here competing this weekend at Las Vegas, so, you know, it's entirely possible. There's a lot of championship points up top. We could see him move himself up this leaderboard before the weekend is over.
That's for sure, that's for sure. But right now, how about we take a look at the leaderboard for Latam as well. The top 16 over there. And number 1, Gabriel Fernandez. No surprise there, really.
No, say what you want. This kid is just incredible at Pokemon. He just has the skills and he has the talent. And a lot of people, you know, always question when somebody dominates in the seniors division like we've seen, will they continue to show what they've got at the masters division? There's always the haters, but they seem to just continuously prove everyone right that it's not just a fluke. Gabriel's doing that so far. He, of course, got 2nd place. Sort of that crazy Latam finals match, had to go against Gustavo Wada, of all players, in the finals of that regional championships over in Latin America. Wasn't able to take that one down. Still got a lot of championship points. A lot of other players, you know, that have made some good, you know, appearances at events. His brother is sitting 5 places below. He's got to be hanging that over his head. Yurko, Fabrizio, Juan Andre. Latam's always got solid talent. Never count this region out.
Yeah, so many great players. Diego Casiraga, we still see that beanie showing up and doing work here, former world champion. Just on a great run again. I think he had that, top 4 playing the Joltik box, so he can just pilot anything, and that's really what the Fernandez brothers means to me when I see these two guys playing. They love Pokemon, and they will play just about anything if they think it gives them that slight competitive advantage.
Yeah, and we've also got Marco Cifuentes here on this list. I love seeing the decks that Marco cooks up for whatever event he is going to compete in. And he is someone who's actually here this weekend competing in Las Vegas, Marco, and also his brother, the 2024 world champion, Fernando Cifuentes, both of them competing at this tournament. Really cool storylines we'll get to follow through the course of the tournament.
No, definitely. A lot of players we have to watch out for. Again, I mentioned it in the intro. Literally, people are flying all across the world to play at these regionals. We're gonna just have to rename it. These should be the internationals at this point.
Yeah, it's a culmination of so many different players from all across the world. Again, just showcasing how big this game is growing, the prize money, the glory, the World Championships becoming an even better game, an even bigger event. And we've got Pokemon XP attached to that as well. Again, we're so short or early in this season, and it already feels like we've developed so many storylines. I'm so excited to see how this weekend, is going to catapult us into LAIC and define what that metagame is going to look like as we crown that first international champion.
No, that's for sure. I mean, LAIC just around the corner, but I definitely cannot wait to see what the players have cooked up for the Las Vegas Regional Championship. I want to see the metagame really just day one. Again, since there's so many players, what people have been gravitating towards, and hey, just like that, there it is.
Okay.
Number 1, Gholdengo EX. Did they just reuse the dance meta?
Well, you can see the Gardevoir. It's the split, if you added them together, would be number 1 on the graphic. However, very important that we do note that those are completely different strategies as we move forward. For Gholdengo, though, this is exactly what I expected. A pretty high number. It's a very popular deck. It gives players a chance in this format where you have to be playing quickly throughout this 50 minutes plus 1 turn of time. So give yourself the best chance possible to take all those prizes.
Yeah, I have to wonder, you see these last couple of decks here, the Ceruledge and more importantly, Charizard now being at number 4. And you've got to wonder, is Gholdengo's success in Europe last weekend encouraging more players to bring Charizard because of that historically favorable matchup? Being able to use sort of an uncommon Pokemon in that Chi-Yu to hit weakness against Gholdengo and take those one-hit KOs. The day 1 and day 2, like Chip mentioned, it's very representative of what good players decide to bring to this event. It doesn't mean that good players haven't chosen Charizard. I'm curious to see what the top names have decided to roll up with this event.
It does feel like Charizard is pretty well positioned right now. You also line up with a decent enough matchup into Gardevoir. You can handle the Gardevoir Jellicent builds as well. That matchup is definitely close. And Dragapult, which has for such a long time been a really just unwinnable matchup for Charizard, is just not the case anymore thanks to Psyduck. You have a lot more playability thanks to that new promo card from Mega Evolution. And then, yeah, Ceruledge. I'm going to be really interested to see kind of where Ceruledge ends up. I personally really like Ceruledge a lot. For whatever reason, though, it's just not a deck that a lot of the best players tend to gravitate towards. It's a little bit too straightforward. Players like to have a little bit more agency with their kind of throughout process of a game. So I'll be interested to see kind of how Ceruledge does between day 1 into day 2, because I mean, I think it lines up okay into really a lot of these decks, and it is such an aggressive strategy as well, which there's a big boost there for sure.
I like everything you said, Chip. I'm a huge Ceruledge believer as well. It's a stage 1 that hits hard. Only thing it's missing really, it doesn't draw 2, I guess, if it's in the active, or draw 1 when they're in the bench. But It's another Pokemon that hits very, very hard. It has a couple of tools. It is a Pokemon that can use things like Briar, and I love just being able to use Legacy Energy as well. There's a lot of ways to really manipulate the rest of the board, but yeah, at the end of the day, I'm gonna discard a lot of energy and hit hard. No, but yeah, definitely. I feel like Charizard, you guys mentioned it as well, definitely great into this metagame. If you're hitting for dark weakness, that's great. If you're hitting for fire weakness, that's great as well. And Psyduck to protect you from Dragapult. Are we just answering the entirety of phase 1 at that point?
It could be, you've got a good amount that you can cover. And speaking of coverage as well, look at this data here. The decks we're showcasing, which adds up to a pretty solid amount of percent, there's still about 45% of just other archetypes existing. And for many players, having a wide metagame is the showcase of a good format and a lot of maneuverability. You know, a lot of these decks do really, really good things. Dragapult, of course, walls a lot of decks out. Gardevoir, Monkey Dory, they do the same thing, but it seems like these decks having very different opposing strategies on how they want to approach matchups has kind of allowed a lot of other decks to creep their way into the format, kind of have even matchups against these decks, and then figure out against the other decks how they want to specialize or put their matchup points into. Really curious to see if some decks, sort of as part of the best of the rest, are going to creep into our day 2 metagame.
Do you guys have any X Factor decks that weren't in that first graph you guys are like excited to see?
I'm a little interested to see where Terrabox falls in all of this at this point. It's not exactly a deck that's being targeted right now, but I think that when you're focusing on some of these other matchups, the other more aggressive builds, you accidentally solve some of the problems that Terrabox would present.
I'll be interested to see where the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck ends up. A lot of really good players have chosen to play it this weekend, so that's going to add to its win percentage, certainly. But it's a deck that I think after Milwaukee, it kind of got onto the map a little bit. It was a little bit more popular at that next European regionals, and then it's kind of just slowly tapered down a little bit. It's been a little bit less popular. Where it'll end up, we'll have to see.
Yep, definitely. A lot of amazing decks. But right now, how about we take a quick look at a deck profile, actually, of Daniel Magda's Gdansk winning list. The Gholdengo EX we've all been talking about, and here it is. You know, if you guys are wanting to pick up a very, very good deck, make sure you take a quick screenshot right now, because this is definitely one to play.
Yeah, in this deck, you know, its strategy very straightforward. You want to draw a bunch of cards with that Gholdengo EX's coin bonus, and then the Lunar Cycle, thanks to having that Lunatone and Zoroark into play. But this deck is deceptively difficult to play. You have to deal with not only a lot of resource management, but a lot of resource denial that exists in the format. We've got Badu, it shuts off your item cards. People are sometimes, you know, in the Kangaskhan deck playing Eerie and Zerosic to discard and force your hand down. This deck can be deceptively tricky, and honestly, that's what makes a really, really good deck for people to pick up. It's very simple at its core, but it's very hard to master. Daniel showcased why this deck is both last weekend in Europe.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen players that are choosing not to draw cards in instances because you can't afford to overplay your hand and walk right into the Zerosic's machinations or the Eerie and just lose so many valuable resources. You have to plan for these things now, and you start to realize what matchups will have that. You can see that sneaking more into like that Mega Absol Toolbox variant, so you can play for those. But with this list right now, you pretty much have so many little unique spots solved. The Vitality Band for the 10 extra damage can be so impactful. Picnic Basket we've seen sneak in and do a lot of work too. And I'm curious about what the ace spec will be for this weekend. I feel like a lot of players want to switch over now to the catcher.
Yeah, we saw Christian Fontenot got top 4 at this same tournament with Prime Catcher as his ace spec of choice in Gholdengo. Daniel, of course, here going with the secret box. A little bit of a toss-up of which one is better. I think I can very much understand the value in both of these cards. The Prime Catcher being a little more aggressive, Secret Box playing a little bit more into your early game strength, your early game consistency and setup. But another interesting thing will be just what are the secondary attacking options from these Gholdengos this week. And we see here in this list from Daniel, he's got that Mega Mawile EX. I think initially probably included mostly as an answer to that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, which has seen a lot more popularity as a tech into the Mega Absol Kangaskhan deck. We've seen it in some Zoroark builds. Like, we've seen lots of people trying to fit that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon into decks because of how good it is into Gholdengo specifically. So I feel like for the weekend, it's reasonable for players to make sure they have an answer, but then you get into the whole meta game of, well, if all the Gholdengos are gonna have answers, I'm not gonna play Cornerstone, and then, oh, if they're not gonna play Cornerstone, I'm not gonna play my answer, right? So where do we kind of end up in that spectrum will be really interesting to see. Lots of other different potential inclusions. I've seen Hops Cramorant as a choice in Gholdengo decks. That's a card that lines up actually really nicely into the mirror match as well. So lots of things to digest for sure. And I have a feeling that no 2 Gholdengos we see on stream this weekend will be the same.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to talk sort of about those mega Pokemon because it feels like the general consensus of a lot of players to start this format out was, you know, Mega Gardevoir was really the only good mega and the other megas were okay, right? Kangaskhan drew some cards and that was cool. And as we're getting into this format more and more, right, this is the last, you know, couple weekends before we get into that Phantasmal Flames expansion, these Megas are finding their ways into all sorts of decks. Mega Mawile, I mean, guys, come on. Is that really a card we expected to see in not this deck, but also Terrabox playing that as well?
Zoroark sometimes.
Zoroark, yeah, you have that as an option. Did we expect to really see Absol get the play that it did? This really shows, you know, you can never count these cards out. Where there's options, there can be innovation. Lots of players showcasing that, and there's just so many more resources now, you know, than there was, you know, even 5 years ago. That big advantage of having tested groups, lots of ability to play online, it's really kind of speeding up this process and allowing, you know, by these first couple weeks in the format, players are already ready to go. They've tested, they've prepared, and they're going to come up with really cool decks. Who knows, guys, we may see some more innovation this weekend. Never count anyone out yet, or maybe they'll save it for LAIC, you know, who knows. Sometimes, you know, people want to save it, sometimes they just want to go and play whatever they've got.
I just want to say one more thing about a card in Gholdengo that I think was really interesting, something Christian Fontenot played in his top 4 list, the Lana's Aid, a supporter tech card that we've seen pop up as a response to the item lock things out there, strong against Badoo, but I think more importantly really against the Frillish and Jellicent that has picked up in popularity. How are those Gholdengo players going to prep themselves against that potential item lock? It'll be interesting to see.
I like it. I like it. You know, have we seen every Mega played now? I think maybe just Mega Camerupt.
I was going to say, yeah. my boy Camerupt is not getting the love he needs, unfortunately. You know, give us some more fire support. We need like a Magma Basin type card to get these fire type Pokemon powered up, you know.
Yeah, we had the Exo Obama Snow guy that was out earlier, so who knows?
Hey, you're asking for fire support. Hey, we might just get that in the next set. With that, though, I do want to see another list. I believe we have Mike Ellis's Grimmsnarl list, who did fairly well as well in Gdansk. I mean, Grimmsnarl is something that, you know, sometimes people pick up, sometimes don't. I think like Frostlass is just such a powerful card in general. Like I love playing just Monkey Dory Frostlass and just having this easy way to power up a big 320 HP Dark Pokemon as well. Very powerful deck.
Yeah, the Spike Booth believers, man. This place is unbelievable. It's such a powerful stadium to use, and it's so easily accessible with the way that you build your deck. You can find these cards with the Arven secret box, draw into everything you need, and once that stadium hits the board, you're gonna find all of your resources, and it doesn't take that much to get the ball rolling. As soon as you have that Grimmsnarl in play, the energies rain down, and you start to take knockouts, but then you can always switch paces, and Chip, I'm sure you'd like to speak a little bit on that too.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a deck that really hasn't changed much since the North American International Championships. It's kind of remained around and popped in and out of the format. It's been a little more popular, a little less popular, but in Mega Evolution, you got that addition of the new Yveltal, a great way to slow the game down, stick something active, let those Freezing Shrouds tick damage into play, both on your side and your opponents, spread some damage with the Adrenabrain of the Monkey Dory, and then lean into a big Marnie's Grimmsnarl to close out the game.
And speaking of Mega Evolutions, you know, someone who played this deck at NAIC, my biggest concern was just getting this deck set up. You would just draw into hands, and you would Arven and Evo, and then that's kind of it. You wouldn't really do anything. And having Lily's Determination now in this deck is such a game changer. Just having a way to cycle through your deck, not have to rely off research and discard all these, you know, pieces you're going to need later on in the game and the stage 2 evolution lines. It just makes things flow so much better for this deck. And that is really the big question for a lot of these Grimmsnarl players in matchups. If you just get everything with this deck, you get the Frostlasses out, Monkey Dark attachments every single turn, you're turboing through, it's really hard to stop this deck, especially when you can chain Grimmsnarl attacks together. But the big thing we've been seeing with this deck, even with the addition of Lily, it's one of the more inconsistent decks in the format. It requires a lot of pieces. You've got some glue to hold it together. The Spike Myth is great. The Evolution Technical Machine is great. The ability to buy time and have options with Yveltal, also great. But it's all those things coming together in that single game that can really be tricky.
Yeah, I think I haven't seen a deck that's been bullied by its prize cards nearly as much as this one right here, right now. It's so unfortunate how staring down those 6 cards when you look through the opener can pretty much determine what your setup's going to look like. You may have to go completely off the board, lose on the Frostlasses, maybe lose out on Monkey Dory moving damage over. It could, as soon as you lose one aspect of this deck, you really see it start to falter.
No, just the downside of really playing all these one-ofs. Sometimes like you're one of Rare Candy, maybe one of your TM Evos or Devos, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just when something's prized, we do have to pivot. But again, this deck does have a couple of options just in case, though. Yeah, you can try and be a little bit more aggressive with the Grimmsnarl. Maybe you want to stall out with the Yveltal. And yeah, I like what you said too, Ethan. Just Lily's determination. We've been talking about Mega Evolution this entire time, and this is the first time we've brought up probably what is the most powerful card in that set. I feel just a lifesaver to a lot of decks that need to set up. And honestly, it's also just a card that makes all our best decks even more powerful, just because what Dragapult and Gardevoir definitely needed to set up a little bit easier.
Yep, you're gonna be giving those prize cards up at the beginning of the game and punish your opponent for it. Maybe they don't see nearly as much cards, but you seeing 8 cards throughout the course of the first 4 turns of the game can be life-changing for you as you start to burn through the deck, and at the end of the game, you only need so many resources to close out, and your deck is just boss's orders, counter catchers, energy switches, all of the fun, unique ways to close out games.
No, definitely very, very powerful. Yes, Lily's determination, one of the most powerful cards in Mega Evolution, but now I want to see a deck really centered around Mega Evolution. I believe we have a Mega Evolution box by Ryuki, and yeah, this is the Mega Absol Kangaskhan, popularized by Tord Reklev. What do you guys have to say about this deck?
The big centerpiece of this Mega Evolution box revolves around that uncommonly used A-Spec, the Precious Trolley. It is the bread and butter of what makes this deck function. You can afford just playing a bunch of these different basic Pokemon because you play Arven turn 1, and as long as you open with an energy card in your hand, you get as many basics as you want into play, and you get to accelerate the energies. And it's really these technical machines that have found their way back. TM Energize is a card that saw essentially no play upon release. Nobody was rocking with this card, but it seems like Gardevoir, and more importantly, this Mega Evolution box deck, has found a way to put these sort of off-meta Pokemon like the Absol, which really required a consistent, or really didn't require or have a consistent way to power it up in terms of attacking. It's got a great attacks, 2 very, very solid attacks, but needing the help of that TM Energize has kind of unlocked that potential. And anything that plays Dark Energy just gets an insane buff because Monkey Dory, I'll say it again and again, this card is just broken no matter how you play it.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to watch the evolution of this Mega Evolution Toolbox deck in just a few short weeks of this format, right? Tord kind of unveiled this onto the world. It looked a lot different, right? There's Cornerstone in here with some fighting energies, a way to counteract those ability-reliant decks like the Charizards, like the Gholdengo EXs, of course, but it's been a bit of a pivot since then into an eerie Zoroark Machinations kind of supporter-based disruption setup here. And Eerie is a really interesting card in a deck like this. I think whenever you're up against a control deck, you can kind of be prepped for it. You know, like, okay, I'm going to get messed with, disrupted at some point along the way. It's pretty scary to get hit with an Eerie and then have your opponent rip another card out of your hand with the Claw of Darkness on Mega Absol. Eerie in an aggressive deck like this is really not something that I think most players want to be facing up against.
There's so many things that you can be scared of in this deck. You have to count every single resource when you're playing against them because the damage will just build up. The unique strategy of using Pecharon to then poison your own Yveltal and then locking damage while you're damaging yourself and then moving damage over with Monkey Dory is unlike anything else that we've seen when it comes to some of these decks. Just you have a chance to lock your opponent completely out of games and then dictate when you want to flip the switch. You can go Iono right into Mega Absol and start discarding their hand away and then follow that up with an Eerie or use the Zoroark Machinations before all that to just reduce the hand to nothing. And no other deck is doing this right now.
No, yeah. As you guys talk about it, I'm just thinking about it, and I just have to say I hate playing against this deck.
I am your opponent. This is the only thing I queue up on TCG Live. That is my favorite thing to throw down.
Can you imagine trying to plan out your hand, your board? You have to start thinking, okay, I have to have at least 2 supporters because one of them's gonna get ripped out. Oh, wait. I also have to keep the one of my switch outs as well. Oh, maybe not too many items because then the Airy. Oh man, I'm gonna hit my Zoroark. Oh, I'll make sure too that I don't get knocked out with 6 damage counters or whatnot. There's so much to think about, so many annoying things. And at the end of the day too, they're all basic Pokemon with high HP. I have to make sure too I'm doing enough damage. And I still have to pay around Penny too.
Yeah.
And then you can Penny the Monkey Dory too. So do you even do Monkey? Or monkey shenanigans.
Yeah, you can get 4 Adrenaline Brains off like nothing in this deck and just always surprise your opponent with what you're capable of.
Yeah, and this, we were talking about agency earlier. This is the definition of a deck with agency. You have so many options. You want to trap, you want to hit hard, you want to disrupt, you want to play around with Monkey Dory. You can even set the Petron up later to attack. This is the deck if you are playing in a tournament where if you are not skill checked for this matchup, if you are not prepared, you will get bodied. There is no deck in the format that punishes harder than this deck if you are not prepared for this matchup. Ryuki was talking to me about it. Tord was mentioning this as well. You've got to be prepared. And now that this deck is out in the open a bit more than it was for Milwaukee, and that players are surely hitting players like, you know, Kyle Sablehouse on the ladder playing this deck out, you've got to hope they've had a little bit of a better matchup. We'll see if players are skill checked for this come today, and more importantly, Championship Sunday.
Definitely. I'm sure our players are ready. I feel like 2,900 people, a couple people should be ready for this deck.
I hope so.
But we'll have to see. I do want to know, though, I want to see the players we have to watch out for here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. I mean, there's so many, so hard to pick. Just 3. But right now, this is our 3 to watch out for. Abanamed, again, who's been having just an absolutely fire season. Tord Reklev, literally one of the best, if not the best player in the game. And of course, Natalie Millar just flying all the way from Australia to compete here. Quite the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about this being a regional champion. We've got 3 players to watch from 3 different countries, 3 different regions, OC, Europe, and North America. So everybody's coming together. Chip said, you know, it's this little 3-part rodeo that's happening. You know, we're going from Las Vegas to Latin America over to Europe. Players are coming along for the journey, and, you know, even if you're a local, don't be surprised if you've got to hit a couple players from out of state and even out of country. This is the way the game's evolving, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, to add to what Chip was saying about that too, is when we have these rodeos, we'll call them, where we have all these tournaments back to back to back, you see testing groups start to pair up for these unique situations. This is a spot where you can take all of that information that you learned from the previous game or the previous tournament, put all of that in the blender and come up with something beautiful. And we see these players especially sitting down, working out all of the matchups, and they're ready before you know it, just working it out on the next flight.
No, definitely. A lot of these players, again, I did get to chat with the Australian crew. I mean, can you imagine a 20-ish hour travel time and all you're sitting next to some of the best players in the world and you're just brainstorming on the flight? The minute you land, you're just ready to go.
Just solving perfection puzzles the whole time.
I mean, you speak on that, but this is the way this Australian group thinks. They are just eat, sleep, breathe, drink Pokemon, and they love playing this game. They're all very tightly knit, and while there's not a huge volume, while there's not a lot of representatives at the World Championships, the top percentage of players globally, you'll see Australians are very highly proportionally in that percentage. We've got Brent Tonneson, Natalie Millar, Tim Danklin's coming out of the stage here. Henry Brand loves showing up to events. There is plenty of talent in the Pokemon TCG when it comes to Australia.
Yep, that's for sure. I cannot wait to see who wins this Las Vegas Regional. Probably won't even be an American despite being here in the North American region. Maybe.
All right, buddy.
We can't disrespect. America's taking it home. I don't care what you say. We've got to keep pride of the country here. You know, it's happening. You know, we've got lots of people coming in to fight for the trophy, but it's not going anywhere else. We've got to represent strong, show that U.S. has got this, and then the big test comes next week at LAIC where, you know, America's best are going to be battling out to see if they can bring the trophy home to, you know, U.S. last time and see how it works.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But right now, what I do want to check out next is what we have predicted, really. What do we think? You know, we have our caster predictions, what cards are going to be performing or maybe even winning a regional like this. That's definitely something I am curious about. And it's right, oh, yeah, there it is.
It's everywhere, Wancho, it's everywhere.
Definitely. And who wants to go first? Who wants to talk about their spicy pick?
I probably have the most out-of-box pick on here, I guess. The Hero's Cape? No. Gardevoir's always a staple. If you watched any broadcast I've been on, I think I've picked Gardevoir as my card to watch every single time. And it's because I love this deck, and this deck is broken. You know, Gardevoir just has every single base covered. It doesn't matter what you're up against. You've always got a shot with this deck. And it's really that agency and that, you know, win anything mentality that can work for Gardevoir. But more specifically, this Hero's Cape, I'm very interested to see if players playing this Mega Evolution box deck start shifting towards this Hero's Cape strategy paired with the Cornerstone Ogre Pawn, if you can combine both of those together and just never give Gholdengo players an opportunity to take prize cards, then they can't do anything with their Mega Mawile. You know, you put a tick onto your Cornerstone Ogre Pawn so the Mawile can't swing, hit it for 260, and then you don't let them take prize cards to use that first attack. And honestly, what are they doing to really deal with that? It's not even just sitting there as a wall, it's swinging for 140 every turn. It's a 2-hit KO on a Mega Mawile.
Sounds like you got a little inside information over there, Ethan.
Look, I may or may not know some things that I can legally disclose, but you know, I'm just spreading some knowledge here. Players have locked their decks in. What's done is done, you know. I can share a little bit, you know, now. There's no harm, no foul.
I mean, we saw that this was something to consider when the Fernandez brothers brought out their iteration of the Mega Absol deck. It was not focused on the trolley. They spiced it up a little too, so it's not surprising to see. And I kind of followed suit with what you were speaking on, where Hero's Cape seems like a really great call. So I'm hoping that players go one step beyond and go, oh, shut that down with the jamming tower.
Definitely, I do like your picks there, Kyle. Gholdengo, of course, just the powerhouse of a Pokemon. For my pick, I just wanted to pick a Gardevoir piece as well, but I've been having a lot of fun, and I think the Fluttermane has just been absolutely useful. The fact that you get to shut off any ability in the active, that means, hey, you know, you're accidentally shutting off what Gholdengo's draw, Kangaskhan's draw, you're shutting down. Maybe you want to use items for a turn against Jellicent. But its attack as well is just absolutely powerful with the 90-20 sometimes is key. You're almost doing a Radiant Greninja at that point when you have two Monkey Dories as well. You power up the Fluttermane. I think that's powerful, and then I just chose the Dark Pokemon just because I think Gardevoir is the best, so I have to pick something that can hit it. And I like Mega, so we went with Mega Absol. Chip, I don't want you to feel left out. I know you're not there. What are your caster picks for the weekend?
I mean, these were probably some of the more boring caster picks I've ever made before a tournament. My choices for this event were just Gardevoir and Charizard.
Yeah,
two really strong decks. Okay. But I mean, Gardevoir, I think, is positioned really well. The best players in North America also love the deck, so I feel like there's a pretty high chance we'll be seeing a Gardevoir make its way towards that final match. And Charizard, I think, is just positioned really, really nicely. It doesn't feel like a deck that really has any, like, terrible matchups right now, which is a really strong selling point when picking a deck for an event.
Yeah, it's that deck list, I feel like it has the hardest time finding any spots because every card is so impactful to every matchup, and you can justify like every little percentage point that it earns you.
Yeah, Charizard's come a long way from just like the original iterations of the deck where you just like Arven and get your Forest Seal Stone and
Fire Energy, go burr! Yeah,
and just start swinging with the Charizard EX. It's very, very technical right now. So many different options. The Dusknoir adds so many layers to that. You got the Klefki potentially in the mix. You know, how do you balance out your bench to make sure you've got space for that guy so you can shut off the Psyduck's damp ability in order to use your own Dusknoir. Lots of things moving.
The Jet Energies against Confusion is probably like one of my favorite interactions that we've seen there too. There's so much to think about, and Charizard is just one of those decks that in the right hands it looks unbeatable.
Oh yeah, absolutely love the inclusion of Jet Energy. Just even forcing the Klefki to the active, and then you get to pop your Dusknoirs and then retreat to the Charizard. Absolutely powerful. I've even seen people use it with Tatsugiri sometimes, a niche way to get a supporter, Jet Energy to the active. Very, very cool. Nice pivot card.
How do we feel about Shaman?
Well, I mean, I think Terrabox, you know, it's in a solid spot. I personally don't think the deck beats Gardevoir consistently enough to think that the deck is in a great spot this weekend. It can definitely beat it. You know, you just need a few torrential pumps and your opponent not having Candy Guardy and the deck gets there. The Zoroark is really interesting because this deck will never have high playability and volume. It's just, even after winning a regional this season, it just really hasn't picked up popularity. That doesn't mean the deck isn't good. Biggest issue for that, though, is with Gholdengo being a deck that just won a regional. Zoroark historically has always struggled against Gholdengo. I don't really know if this is the weekend to have Zoroark in. We've seen some inclusions like the Toad Scroll to try and slow it down. But now that you've got the Solrock in the deck as well, and you know you have ways to deal aggression and kind of just gust around and figure things out, honestly, sometimes the Toad Scroll just isn't enough, and it's also a 3-card package that doesn't see a lot of play in the other matchups. So I wonder how Zoroark players are going to adapt to Gholdengo having a good weekend in Europe and make it their own this weekend in Las Vegas.
they're just gonna run in all to the, and they're gonna run into all the Guardy people. That's it. They're gonna have the miracle run.
I mean, yeah, absolutely can happen. Liam took down how many on his path to victory? When it all lines up, it looks really good.
No, definitely. And the problem too, want to talk about the Shaman as well, is the bench is so tight now.
Yeah.
You're having to choose what to put up. A lot of decks want to go with like multiple Gholdengo, multiple Zoroarks, or sometimes. And we have another bench sitter that's I feel like more that can protect you better in the side duck. And if you had to choose between Shaman or side duck, I'm more afraid of ghosts.
I think the only decks that really can justify Shaman right now are Grimmsnarl and Charizard. They're the only decks that need to make sure that they have that really clean split on their bench of specific Pokemon and have 2 of copies of each. And if one gets targeted, you're just out of the water.
Definitely. I'm enjoying all this, all our metagame conversation and everything. I'm learning a lot. I'm sure folks at home are learning a lot as well. I do want to talk about, I got to see a lot of the side events yesterday, and I got to talk to a lot of amazing people. We're here to enjoy the event. So how about we check that out? Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. The main event should be underway right now, but of course, there are so many fun things to do at a regional championships, just like this very cool side event right behind me, the TCG Sisterhood event. And I have a very special interview, someone who's playing the event right now, Alex. Alex, how are we feeling?
Great. I'm getting a lot of practice in before tomorrow's competition.
Amazing stuff. So you're playing in this event right now. I believe you're 1-1. But talk about your experience. Like, what's it like playing in a side event just like this at a regional?
I played in the regional last year in Los Angeles, and I played at the Sisterhood event. It was actually my favorite side event and the favorite part of regional last year, so I had to do it this year.
I feel that. I feel like when you play in a side event before the main event, there's a lot less pressure, and I feel like you can make a ton of friends really just playing the event, right?
It's special with the Sisterhood event because it's all ladies, and the conversations we have are different than when we play competitively. We get practice in, but we're also talking about our favorite cute Pokemon and things like that. And then we talk about our other hobbies, like someone I just saw embroidered a plush, and it was great.
Love to hear it. I wish I could listen into this event, but thank you for sharing. Well, the Las Vegas Regional is happening tomorrow. The main event is happening tomorrow. What are your thoughts about that? How are you prepping, and how are you feeling about the event?
I played a lot of it live before the event started, and now that we're here, it is side events that are getting me to know like other people's deck and what I'm expecting to see at this competition, at this regional this year.
Amazing stuff. What are you expecting to see tomorrow?
Dragapult, Gholdengo, Gardevoir.
And we're ready for those decks?
I'm trying. No guarantees, but I'll do my best.
Amazing stuff. Well, best of luck tomorrow, and best of luck with the rest of this event. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Yeah, I'll shout out my boyfriend, Charles. He's always supporting me. He thinks I'm a better player than him, which I don't agree with, but he's my #1 support.
Absolutely love it. With that, thank you so much for the interview. We're going to throw it back, though, to more Pokemon action. Yes, I had a lot of fun talking to Alex there about the Sisterhood event. I think it's very important to have events like that placed. People are definitely more comfortable to playing sometimes. I know my partner played in the Sisterhood event at the World Championships, and she had a blast. I was just there watching, all jealous. I wanted to play more Pokemon as well, but yeah. I remember she played at the World Championship, and she was just like, I wanted to try harder here than the actual main event. She wanted to be the best woman player in the house.
Yeah, seeing the inclusivity is honestly great. Pokemon is for everybody. That's just how it is. Having these special spaces for people to feel comfortable, make new friends, have fun. That's what it's all about. Getting some good practice for today, warming up a little bit. But this is where the real competition's starting right now. You got to lock in 9 rounds of Swiss today, 8 in that first phase, then you go to phase number 2. We'll see how players are looking. I'm excited to see how things are going to shape up here.
Definitely. It was great to see just the side events really fill up, right? I don't know if you got to see it in that video, but there was just rows upon rows of people playing, and that's them. People playing not at the main event yet, just wanting to play more Pokemon before playing more Pokemon. you know?
Yeah. I mean, you're going to run into players of all different skill types and plays of, 20 years or 10 minutes. It really could just be anyone out there in the field, and it's so great that all these people get that opportunity to catch up and meet new people, meet new friends, and I mean, some people who probably would never play against Tord Reklev are getting a chance to, in those kind of moments, so it's cool.
Yeah, lots of different formats as well for those side events. There's like building battles, which we saw to start the show off today, right? That fun little moment there with Annabelle and Kinji. Lots of alternate formats as well. I personally enjoy watching some of those Gym Leader Challenge games, getting to play when I can. Those retro format tournaments.
You said it.
Yes,
retro.
Yeah, okay. I know Kyle here has been like fiending through all of his old bulk boxes, building a lot of decks recently, so retro's a lot of fun as well. Even expanded, making an appearance once in a while too. Lots of different ways to be enjoying the Pokemon TCG.
And they're all very welcoming as well. That's something I have to really reiterate. You know, like we talked about, hey, you want to play retro, you want to play expanded. Sometimes I go to these events, I don't have any of those decks. The people managing those events sometimes will just lend you a retro deck if you want to play something from 2010, or even an expanded deck if you want to try out that format. It's very, very cool. It's very easy to get into all these types of games, and you know, it's just very fun time to be a Pokemon player. Another thing I got to check out yesterday, though, is I got to interview a father and son duo who are local to Las Vegas. I did my research as well. I asked, who is the best Las Vegas player? And I was directed to a father-son duo. How about we check that out? Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. So, this is our first ever regional championship here in Las Vegas. And of course, I did my research. I asked around in the local community. I wanted to know who was the best player in Las Vegas. And sure enough, I was pointed to a father-son duo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Alexander and Anthony Sasso. Anthony, how are we feeling?
Very excited to be here. This is kind of incredible, so this is awesome.
How are you feeling?
Same for me.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. And this is, again, the first regional here in Las Vegas. What is that like to have a regional in your hometown?
So we have a giant Pokemon community here. It is massive. We have a Discord of like 700 members. When it got announced it was in Vegas, our Discord like popped off. It was absolutely incredible. So I think the entire community is very excited. A lot of people who were kind of not playing so much all started playing again. We did massive testing days. I did like a barbecue at my house with my wife. It was incredible. So we all got together, we tested a bunch, and I think everybody here is excited. Hopefully one of us wins. We'll see.
Amazing stuff. How about you, Alexander? Are you excited to have a regional here at your hometown?
Yeah.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. Let me know, though, how are you guys preparing for the regional championships?
I am a little obsessive, so I've been preparing a little too much. Thank you to my wife for putting up with me. So I've just been testing a ton, been using the simulator, mostly with the community though, which has been the best. We have a team at Darkside. Shout out Darkside, they're incredible. I've been testing with Yul, he's sitting over there, but he's awesome test partner. And then he cooks me every time, but we test a lot, and the testing normally goes, I lose and he wins. So.
Is that true? Do you normally beat your dad?
Yeah.
I mean, he did just beat me at the 2K yesterday, and he knocked me out of it, so that did happen.
Great job. But yeah, tell us about your Pokemon journey, however. How did how do we get started in playing Pokemon?
So I used to play card games a long time ago, actually back with my wife, because we've been together forever. She played with me with Yu-Gi-Oh! For a long time. I got out of the game when I had kids. I hadn't played a card game for a while. And then we were walking through Target, and he was literally like, Dad, I want to be a Pokemon master. And I was just like, say less. I am so excited as an old competitive player. So
can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So the deck that I chose when I first started wanting to play Pokemon was the Miraidon EX League battle deck. Then after that, I just started playing a lot of Pokemon with my dad.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. You know, I'm sure someday the mom will join us as well, play some Pokemon. Bring her into camera now.
She loves Eevee. We have a dog named Eevee. I told her Eevee box is very good right now. It would be a good time for her to play.
Very true, very true. With that, you know, again, the tournament's tomorrow. Are you guys feeling nervous at all?
I think I'm feeling more excited. It feels like being nervous, but I think in my head, I'm just excited to play. We've been testing a long time. I'm playing Gholdengo. I'm not just playing it because it's the best deck right now. I've been playing Gholdengo nonstop, so this is a good time for it. So it is very exciting.
Are you nervous? And what are we playing?
I'm playing Conqueror, and I'm excited to play in the Las Vegas Regional and have fun.
Let's go. All right, with that, thank you so much. Anyone you guys want to shout out before I do let you go?
Shout out Darkside Games. Shout out Yule, who's sitting right there, and my wife for putting up with us in all of our Pokemon testing.
And you want to shout out?
Darkside Games as well, and also my mom for letting us stay up late playing Pokemon.
Of course. Thank you, Mom. With that, thank you so much. We're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. I was very lucky to talk to the father-son duo. Definitely filled up my heart just seeing both of them very excited to play in the regional today. You know, they definitely want to defend the hometown, and do have an update on both their standings. I believe Anthony is 3-0, that's the dad, and Alexander is 2-1 in the junior division. Again, Gholdengo and Conkeldurr, they mentioned it in the interview, those are the decks they were going to play, and that is what they brought. They're doing well, so maybe they can defend their hometown. It's definitely very exciting. I mean, Conkeldurr doing 2-1.
Yeah, that's
You guys
spicy.
want to talk about that?
That's a juniors division deck if I've ever seen it.
Come on, man. That's a low blow right there.
It is such a fun deck to play.
It is.
Oh man, yes. It's every time that I've used it, I've just had a blast. It runs into the same problems that every deck of that stature does, which is it's ridiculous to try to set up all of these things, but you don't have to worry about energy. That's kind of good.
It's one of the more unique attacks that we've seen really in the game as well. So it's cool to see how that pieces together. We talk about energy efficiency being a really important thing. Well, no better way to be energy efficient than not needing energy at all, right?
I like how the father and son duo are playing completely opposite decks. The father's like playing, what, 14 energy, while the son's playing none.
I don't know. I doesn't believe in those. I am excited to see what that looks like with the addition of Dawn, when you can just search out all these extra Pokemon. Conkeldurr is like the blue collar Alakazam to me. Like it just has to work.
Worker.
Yes, it's just beaten away.
Alakazam has a desk job.
Yeah, and he's just flooded with papers all over the desk for 300 damage.
I have not heard that. Someone
My
describe
brain's a
Pokemon
scary
that way.
place, man. Don't.
We gotta get a leash on this guy, man. Come on.
Great insight from our one and only Kyle Sablehouse here. Now, but yeah, and it's just great to see the father-son duo playing. It makes me excited to get home and play with my own kid. I'm sure they battle at home. I talked to them actually. They said it. I'm not sure. I don't believe they mentioned it in the interview, but the son wins more than the dad at home. But at events, the dad beats the kid.
Hey, all right. Well,
And that's all that matters, ladies and gentlemen. So let the record show,
Dad found Zen mode though. Okay,
Yeah.
He's got that ability to lock in when it comes to the tournament.
Yeah, he's a 3-0 start as well, which is super cool to see. Maybe we'll get to see more from him later on this weekend. I think those local players that don't really get a chance to shine on the big stage all that often, just getting an opportunity to have a deep run at their hometown tournament is always a cool story.
Definitely. And I got to interview the father and son duo. I did another interview literally this morning, actually. Literally, we haven't started work yet, but I wanted to grab this specific interview. I got to interview Nick Cho, or his name's Your Korean Dad, in social media. And I think he brought some great insight in being like an older player getting into the game, not through his kid at all, just he wants to get into the game playing. So how about we check that out? Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. I have a very, very special guest for everyone here. Joining me right now is Nick Cho, or Your Korean Dad. Nick, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling great, Juancho. I'm so glad to be here with you, with all the folks here in Las Vegas. It's a little rainy outside, but that's okay because it's all sunshine and rainbows inside.
Absolutely love it. So, Nick, this is your first regional championship, right?
Yeah. I only started playing Pokemon this January. So a lot of people ask like how I got started. I have a stepson who's 10 who was collecting the cards. And like a lot of people, I was looking at the cards and thinking like, what are these for? Like there's a lot of writing on it. So I looked into it. I started playing TCG Live and I got hooked like that day. And I've been playing nonstop ever since.
Yeah, so, well, thank your son that you were here, because we're very happy you're here, Nick. But yeah, so you started playing around Prismatic Evolution, you mentioned, and you're playing a lot of Pokemon Live into this regional championship. You played like what? It's been 1 or 2 rounds now. What's the experience been like?
It's been really fun. I mean, you know, being an older Pokemon player, being 51 years old, Gen X, you know, Pokemon doesn't have nostalgia necessarily for me. It's more about watching like cousins and little brothers and, you know, folks sort of get excited about it and then trying to support them. So to be here as a competitor is kind of weird. I like winning the matches. I don't like that it means someone else has to lose, if that makes sense, because I don't like seeing anyone disappointed. And so, you know, that's like a necessary sort of part of it. But it's just really works a lot of your brain. There's so many different ways to approach it. And that's one of the things I love about it. There's just a lot of different kinds. There's so much diversity happening out here on the competition floor. And also the invisible part is like diversity in approaches in the way people think about stuff, right? I love that.
I love it. I love that answer. Yeah, it's a little bit different when you're playing someone in live. You can't see who you're beating versus someone across the table, someone you're having a great chat with.
Speaking of which, you beat me pretty bad on an online tournament, a content creator tournament a few weeks ago. And so I'm glad that, like, you know, we were able to be here and smiling next to each other and friends, because you really beat me bad that day.
Well, yeah, I feel like that's the spirit of the game, and I feel like you captured the spirit perfectly, right? Yes, this is a competition, but at the end of the day, we're playing a game against each other, and so, you know, my best friends I've ever made in this game are people I beat. I'm sure you're gonna have that same experience. Very excited for you. What's been your favorite experience though so far?
I mean, it's really just seeing everyone. I mean, seeing people that I've seen on stream or that I've heard or who are really, you know, professional players or who are at the top of the game, seeing new people, seeing the young, just like all the different sort of, again, diversity of people, the different faces, the different sort of like, you know, seeing disabled people out here. Just, it's fantastic just because, you know, at our locals, we only get a small sample of folks, and sometimes there's less diversity in that setting. So to see so many people and see the whole world kind of come together in this place, you know, from so many countries and parts of the country, it's just so great.
I love that answer. Yeah, everyone, all across the spectrum are here. You know, everyone who loves Pokemon is definitely welcome at the regional championships. With that, I want to make sure you get to your next round. But anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Gotta shout out my kids, all my millions of kids out there on social media. A little finger heart for everyone. You want to do it with me? Yep, you know how to do it. You know how to, yeah, perfect, excellent. Thanks, Moncho.
Yep, thank you so much, Nick. With that, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action. I absolutely love that interview. I loved his energy and the insight he has as, you know, an elder gentleman getting into the game. And his insight was definitely very valuable. And I love this shout out at the end. He literally goes, shout out my billions of kids out there watching. Great player. And I have a quick update actually on the floor for him. He's 2-0-1. So he's doing pretty well. Unfortunately, he does have to see his opponent across the table when he beats them now, but I'm sure he's having a blast.
Locking eyes as he signs that match slip, the virtual match slip this weekend.
Yeah, he seems like such a kind, genuine person, you know, really cares for others. So definitely a Nick Cho fan over here, rooting for him for sure.
Definitely. Again, so much fun. With that, though, how about I want to talk a little bit more about, you know, maybe decks we're going to see more in this tournament. We've been talking a lot about Gardevoir. You know, it is just the best deck in format. It has 2 different iterations that are very, very scary. So how about we take a look at something that can probably beat Gardevoir, something that has a great matchup. And of course, those are our dark decks. And first one we're going to take a look at is Piper's Zoroark. And yeah, this one has quite a few tricks.
Yeah, I mean, we're bringing the old wrinkle back in the Anstar Manitan. It's found its way back in, and what a great time to sneak this in too. We have so many setup decks that are trying to work in those additional bench Pokemon, set up those stage 2s. If you just snipe those off the board early and often, they take that early prize card, what have you. It's such a great unique attacker to include in a deck that typically is just slapping 170s.
And that response to the Cornerstone Mask in this deck as well. That Okie Dokie EX, a very rarely seen card, but it can one-hit KO a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, so that's a cool one to see included. Yeah, this is a really cool list from Piper. She had a great run over there in Europe. It was very, very fun to watch. I was a little surprised, honestly, to not see a Power Glass in this build. I think Power Glass is so strong in these Darmanitan builds of Zoroark because there's not a lot, especially in those setup decks, that's going to aggressively be able to go after the 280 HP of your Zoroark EX. So you get the Power Glass on there. It makes it a little bit easier for you to stream those Darmanitan attacks turn after turn.
A card also I don't see too often, lately anyway, is that Team Rocket's Watchtower down there, in the stadium card down there in the bottom. You know, it used to be played when maybe Bolt was more heavily played, really shut off any Knocked Owl shenanigans, maybe Fan Rotom. Yes, it's still there for that, you know, just maybe slow down the Raging Bolt, just if you happen to see one, because you don't want to get one shot, but you know, it's also there. It could shut down Pidgeots now and even Mega Kangaskhan's draw. So a lot of things it can slow down. I like that addition to the deck. Chip, can you remind me what Okidogi's attack does? I believe it does like 260?
Yeah, I think if it's poisoned, it does 130 plus 130 more damage. So gets through just about anything you could go up against. You need to boost that damage a little more. Hey, that Binding Mochi is in there as well. And the cool thing about Okidogi as well is it powers itself up with its first attack. So you could have a turn 2 Okidogi pretty reasonably, which is a very scary thing to be staring down. I mean, it's got 250 HP as well. It's a big, beefy card.
Yeah, there's lots of really cool things going for this deck. We talked about the Darmanitan, the Okidogi, the Watchtower. I think the one thing, though, that does bother me about this list specifically, and I'm only giving, Piper a little bit of shade for this, is the fact that there's only one Ends Reshiram in this deck. When you prize that one Ends Reshiram, your deck just really struggles to function. You only have, what, 2 attacks you can copy. You can copy the Darmanitan's first attack, which does 30 for each energy in your opponent's discard pile. I hate to break it to you, not a lot of energies in discard piles unless you're playing against Saraledge. And then the other case is, just attacking and hitting the bench. So having that Reshiram prize can be a big viability or liability, but you have to make space somehow for a lot of these inclusions. It was one of the cuts. Worked out well for Piper. We'll see if others are as fortunate to not prize that Reshiram when it's valuable.
And it's a really interesting thing as well, though, because it can also act as a benefit to her because she gets that extra deck space. Sure, right? It is a downside when you do end up prizing it, but nobody expects you to only be playing one Ends Reshiram in your deck. So no one's ever going to go after it. They're never going to target that thing. So it really is just a free spot for Piper. Except in those instances where she does prize it.
It's reminiscent of the Regigigas players only playing one Regice way back in the day. As it's just, if they ever figured out that this was a thing, they would just target it forever. But nobody's looking at your Regice count. No one cares.
Yeah, but they had Hisuian Heavy Ball. It's not the same thing, man. We can't put it in the same boat. Like, it's there. If it was there, you're like, oh, okay.
I mean, if she was going to cash in on it, it's before you go into the asymmetric open deck list, right?
Oh, okay.
Soon. Very good.
Yeah, she's ready.
What did she know?
No, I honestly, I mean, I don't hate it in this version of the deck as well because you do have the Ends Darmanitan. I guess that also is a one of, but I mean, you have the Okidogi to lean on, right? So if you got to get aggressive, that's an option. The Yveltal can buy you time as well. We talked about that so much with that Mega Absol Kangaskhan deck, even in the Grimmsnarl. Yveltal really has kind of sneakily become one of the most impactful cards from Mega Evolution.
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, doing 20, and if you need to slow down the game, just forcing your opponent to not being able to retreat, definitely powerful. And, this deck plays enough Dark Energy to even use the second attack if you need to draw into the Reshiram, I suppose. I was trying to think if there's any other way to accelerate Darkness Energy. Sometimes you see the...
Oh, of course, Ends PP up, right?
Yep.
So you can Ends PP up and then use that energy switch to manipulate energy around your board.
Yep.
That's really, a lot of the times the saving grace for the Zoroark deck. Having a 2 Dark Energy attack cost is pretty awkward right now, especially on a stage 1, right? You can't use Neo Upper Energy to fulfill an attack requirement like Dragapult does. So having Ends PP up, and many ways to pivot from the bench to the active. We've got the Air Balloon now. Pecharunt plus Yveltal also just so strong because you can bring that Yveltal up into the active spot with the free retreat, which allows you to use that Ends PP up on the bench. So, Yveltal, it really is the star of the show. It just does everything in this deck. It having free retreat, though, very, very much a big factor for why this card is seeing so much play. Very, very strong.
I'm just looking at the list, and I just realized, is this a Zoroark deck, or is this technically a Loyal Trio deck? I think this is the first time I've seen the Pheasantipity, Okidogi, and Monkey Dory.
Wrong Monkey Dory, buddy. This is not the Monkey Dory EX. Get it out. Get it out.
And Petrunt round it all out as well, you know? I mean, that's a good call out there, Wancho. Very, very nice theming here from Piper.
I love it.
Sure.
I guarantee I would not have put that together.
Have you ever heard of the Loyal 3 before, Kyle?
Yes, sure. No.
I can't with this guy, man. There's no way.
Oh,
Can you tell me who the Loyal 3 are on this board?
Ethan just said their names.
You gave me the answer, and I still am
He
nervous
said
about
the
it.
names
Yeah.
60 seconds ago.
Is Petrunt part of the Loyal Trio?
No.
All right, see, there you go.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
This guy
it's all the
knows.
guys
This guy
with the
knows.
goofy names. Come on.
All right, good job, Kyle. You get points there. You know what? How about we take a look at now, though, another Zoroark deck. I believe it's Cal Connor's. And now this one's built completely different. What do you guys think?
This is a lot more what we're used to, and I think this is what we'd see more players starting to lean on as a more standardized style of it. You have some really cool answers. You have of course, the ability to focus on the high hit points and the Hero's Cape. You have the Mega Absol inclusion, which just makes so much sense in this style of deck. When you have Monkey Dory and the damage that builds up, you can just sneak in the terminal period and take these big KOs, or even lean on the Eerie and discarding style. You can surprise your opponent in so many ways. I feel like this is the style that a lot of players are excited about trying.
Yeah, it feels like a Mega Absol deck that's kind of just shifted away from, you know, involving the Kangaskhan Energize package and just kind of wants to support and draw with that Zoroark. And it kind of balances a little bit better against Dragapult is really the big thing, right? Having the ability to use that Rage attack on the Reshiram really makes it hard for Dragapult to pivot around this matchup. Sure, you don't have an inclusion like the Psyduck, which Piper had, which was relevant for her throughout her tournament run. Doesn't mean that you can't handle it necessarily, right? Being able to just attack with the Zoroark in the matchups where it matters, and then sort of pivot into this disruptive Yveltal / Mega Absol strategy and the others really encompasses what Zoroark has always done, whether it's on this EX or the GX back during the Sun and Moon era, which is just flexibility and allowing versatility to really thrive in the Pokemon TCG.
And a change up from Piper's build as well here with that A-Spec of choice, that Hero's Cape, able to make yourself a high HP Mega Absol EX or a high HP in Zoroark EX. I mean, 380 HP, 2 prize cards, that is a lot to get through.
No, it definitely helps out too when you're trying to utilize the Reshiram's first attack, where damage it's based on damage counters, and there's no way you're getting a big one shot on 380 HP.
Not much in the game is hitting for 380.
Maybe Raging Bolt, but we're not seeing much of that. But can you imagine just sitting across from Cal Connor? He's playing Zoroark. He's playing typical Zoroark, and suddenly he drops down the Absol, double E-switch, attach, cape, Eerie.
It's like, bro.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
I wonder how often that term actually comes together. That seems like a pretty rare lineup.
But the gross thing is you're using trade 14 times, and by then you already have all those resources. So
substitute the Janine with the Eerie, and we're being a little bit more reasonable now. Sure. Right?
Just the ideal scenarios, and even then, right? You're facing down these Mega Absol. The Mega Absol at what? 380 HP. How are you one-shotting that? They can't even pick it up with a penny?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's really, the penny inclusion is really cool in this deck because it seems kind of counterintuitive at first, right? Why would you not just play the Turo? You can always get your energies back from the discard pile with the Ends PP up or the Super Rod. But instead, just having the potential to, in those matchups where it's important to go with Absol, use the Absol, attack with it, and then once it takes that damage, penny the Hero's Cape back into your hand and then pivot into a Zoroark where, like you said, that powerful Rage late in the game just threatening a one-hit KO is just so strong. Very smart inclusion there.
Penny gets you a second Monkey Dory on a turn as well, potentially, which is another huge use of it. I mean, we've seen that be a really kind of mainstay play in the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck. Penny can do that here for you as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot of scary things. And I like to see that, you know, these power supporters and Penny, Janine, Airy, Turo, and for a deck to play this, you definitely need that draw power in Zoroark. So I feel like, you know, Cal's built this, you know, perfectly. Love to see it. I want to ask him if he did do that crazy play I mentioned, if that's ever happened.
Let us know, Ancho. I'm curious too to see if he stunted on anyone last weekend.
I mean, you did all the other interviews. You sure you didn't work that one in yesterday?
All right.
I'll be right back, guys. I think I need to shoot a couple more anyway. With that, that was Zoroark. I feel like we've chatted a little bit too much now, guys.
What? Are you
been
sure?
a long...
It's not possible.
No.
We can't keep going?
Guys, come on. We got 30 more,
could,
right?
But I do want to see the games now here at the Las Vegas Regional Championship. But of course, before we get into the games, which should be coming up really soon, I want to remind the folks at home to definitely follow the channels of Pokemon.com/broadcast, our Twitch and YouTube channels, simple /Pokemon or /Pokemon TCG. I love watching with everyone in the chat. Sometimes you get to see the people there. Who are they rooting for? What decks they want to see? Absolutely love it. Watch as a community. Definitely follow those channels. But of course, before we get to the matches, let's go ahead and check out the format.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
This is going to be so exciting. Our players are here. They have played 3 rounds already. We're going into round 4, and this is what they're playing for.
Absolutely, Jeremy. I mean, you got to look at it for what it is. I mean, that is a lot of booster packs on the line here. Now, of course, you're not going home empty-handed, and especially in a city like Las Vegas, I can't imagine a better place than to earn $10,000. But look, the money goes all the way down to even top 32, still getting a ton of booster packs. And even now, with probably, I think we've confirmed it by now, one of the largest regionals ever, a lot of people are going to be getting a lot of booster packs.
Yeah, it is insane. You also get the auto invite for the World Championships for winning the tournament. A lot of players have been traveling throughout all around the globe to make it here this weekend. It is truly an international.
And look at the travel pricing as well, Jeremy. You're kind of talking about it here, where a lot of people are traveling, and because of that, we are going to see that when you do really well on these leaderboards, and honestly, shout out to our casters and our analysts for kind of pointing this out extremely well here, you do get help with that travel. A lot of players are heading to LAIC after this and can't imagine a better way to help out by getting not only some time of these prize amounts, but also some of these priority registrations as well, with thousands and thousands of people now entering these tournaments. What a way to kind of ease it a little bit by not having to worry about getting in right away in that first wave.
Oh, for sure. It really does help you just keep the ball rolling on at tournaments after tournaments. You do well in one, you might be doing well at a bunch more throughout the season. I am Jeremy Jalland here with Emily Foreman, and it is going to be an amazing weekend here. Las Vegas, first time ever for Pokemon. I can't wait.
I'm so excited to be here. The weather here is also really beautiful. I know all of us were hanging out on the roof last night, just watching the Sphere and just kind of taking in the ambiance of Las Vegas, right? The lights, the cameras, big, just everything, right? And I cannot imagine a better way to play Pokemon just with everybody, right? And this is going to be kind of the big theme going throughout this weekend, right? Everyone is here from everywhere. And I can't imagine a better city in North America to kind of hold everyone everywhere.
Yeah, let's take a look at the notable matches that we have for our round 4 here. It has been a long time since we've seen some Pokemon here on the stream, but it is going to be a great one to start off the weekend. Tord Reklev up against Seth Savage is going to be our stream match, but look at all those wonderful players that we have on our notable matches.
Liam Hallenburden, of course, our first North American regional champion it was Pittsburgh, playing that N Zoroark EX, but of course, as the lounge also alluded to it, world champion Fernando Cervantes as well there. Aiden Koos as well, playing extremely well. Hunter Butler, Ian Robb, Kato Arai. You can't really pin down one region just in this graphic alone.
Yeah, it is very cool to see just all of the people that have shown up this weekend, and hopefully they're going to show out with a big win on their record.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see what this weekend brings. I mean, the meta shares that we've been talking about and the graphics, right? It seems like Gholdengo has now kind of dethroned Gardevoir, and we have so many different matchups that we've seen in Mega Evolution, right? We've seen brand new archetypes kind of come into fruition and take over tournaments, and that's kind of leading to the matchup that we got going on very soon.
Well, very soon, I think, is now. Our stage is ready. Let's go ahead and take it down to some Pokemon action. Now, Tord Reklev on the right is playing that Mega Toolbox, Mega Absol EX, and Mega Kangaskhan EX. It is the reason he flew out to Milwaukee last minute, said this deck is amazing, I need to play it. Got top 4 in the tournament. Can he do it again? But up against Seth Savage with a lesser known deck in this format.
I'd like to say more flexible that Ethan's Ho-Oh EX and Armor Rouge have become. Armor Rouge with this Fire Off ability has been a very kind of under the radar type of pick just because of energy acceleration. And I feel like it's finally found a really good partner to work off of Ethan's Ho-Oh EX with this Golden Flame ability, where once during your turn you may attach up to 2 basic fire energy cards from your hand to one of your bench Pokemon, and then you can use Armor Rouge's Fire Off ability to actually move those fire energies around. It's very creative, and I'm excited to see what Seth is going to do with his plethora of attackers that he has in this deck.
Yeah, plethora is putting it lightly. It's basically, you look at any of your bulk bucks, you're like, ah, this is good.
Yeah.
This is a good attack.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's playing a lot of fun surprises here, but then again, we have to kind of look back at this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck. Ethan was alluding to it earlier. I mean, when Mega Evolution came out, okay, cool, Mega Gardevoir, right? But Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan have made for a really great pair together. We've really kind of entered this big basics format, and thanks to Latias EX and that Skyliner ability, something as big as Mega Kangaskhan with that 3 energy retreat cost actually can just move around to go wherever it wants to.
Yeah, the combination of Petrant EX along with a Latias EX, you really have free reign, and then you throw in that Yveltal, having free retreat with a Petrant, really sometimes you don't even need to bench Latias in some matchups where it might hurt you.
I think I heard it earlier from the lounge as well. The concept of really kind of playing against this deck as much as possible kind of feels like a matchup check at certain points, right? Because you're alluding to it, Jeremy. There's things like Yveltal that can really, if you're expending a lot of resources, things are going to get stuck in the active. And then, of course, Mega Absol EX as well with its Claw of Darkness, being able to just take a card right out of the hand. You also get to see the entire hand as well. It's great information. Here comes the prize cards coming out here. Jeremy, anything crazy in here?
I mean, it is the Yveltal, is there what, 1 in the list? No, there's 2. Okay, so you still have access to that. The one of Mist Energy is really gonna be much, but on Seth's side, you got that Legacy Energy. That is the A-Spec of choice for this Armor Rouge box. It counts as any energy when it's in place, so you can move it with Fire Off, and that's really what allows that and Prism Energy to have the many attackers that you can use.
Absolutely, and it's really hard to say, you know, going into this match of which one Seth essentially wants to lead, right? We know that we have to find both the Char Cadet and an Ethan's Ho-Oh EX at some point, right? We need kind of the engine region of the deck to go, but there are a ton of attackers in this deck. You have, of course, Wellspring Ogerpon EX, which is great for hitting those bench Pokemon. You have Lily's Clefairy EX as well, but it's also playing some fan favorite attackers, right? Iron Hands EX as well is in this deck, but also something very tricky, like, for example, Jeremy, a Roaring Moon EX. Can't remember the last time we've actually seen that card really kind of being forefront in the meta here. And something as big as Mega Kangaskhan with something like a Lively Stadium and a Bravery Charm, why not just get rid of all of it? But we're heading down into the game. I'm excited to see what Tord and Seth have for us all.
Seth is going to start off with a Nest Ball. Having that Mew EX in the active spot could be pretty detrimental against a deck that has Mega Absol EX. Does have just those 2 free prizes, but again, you're knocking out that anyway with Claw of Darkness. Latios EX is benched as well, so a lot of free retreat going on.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? We really want to have the flexibility of being able to move all of our Pokemon around. But as we alluded to it earlier, now in the prize check here, no Charcadets being prized, no Armarouges prized, so that's kind of what we want to see here. Now, granted, the Legacy Energy being prized, that does kind of, not ideal here. It is at the bottom of the prizes, but still, we definitely want, and I see Seth eyeing up the Squawk ability. We definitely want to flush the hand, start to find a way to get all of the pieces that we need in together, because honestly, just by the way that I'm seeing this, Jeremy, I mean, we do play 4 Lily's Determinations, we do play Carmines as well, but the draw supporter Pokemon themselves, we really only have Mew EX on the list.
Yeah, and this is kind of the crazy matchup where your opponent in Tord is going to want to go second every game. It's a Precious Trolley list. Meanwhile, Seth is playing Squawkabilly EX and a Carmine in this list. So I'm pretty sure Seth wants to go first for these games. And as long as you're getting those energy attachments every turn, it's going to start to build up, and Fire Off will just let you attack with whatever you want.
See what it is we're going to find here. I do believe I saw not only an Ethan's Ho-Oh EX, but I did also see the Charcadet being found as well, and a Nest Ball too. So I want to see how far Seth is going to kind of go in terms of setting up here. I don't know if we want to use that Nest Ball to find something like another Charcadet here, kind of ensure that we will be able to fire off, because we do have Armarouge in hand here. We do also have some recovery as well, but we'll see that Nest Ball being played, and now we have to pick which option's our best one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Terra Pokemon, just because if you don't get a Terra Pokemon, you're going to lock your bench from those Area 0 Underdepths that you play in this deck. You want a big bench of 8 Pokemon, but you need that Terra Pokemon to unlock that.
See how exactly the rest of the play is going to go. I mean, in terms of kind of a turn checklist, right? We have the Charcadet, we have the Ethan's Ho-Oh, and now we have the Prism Energy, right? It seems like we have a lot of what we want going on here, but honestly, not finding that Carmine like you alluded to a little bit earlier, Jeremy, I think that's kind of a bigger loss here. Once again, the deck doesn't draw too many cards here, and I don't see a way that we can use Restart here to potentially draw another one here, but right on over to Tord.
Honestly, this hand is not very good from the Squawkabilly. You do have the Armarouge, so you have a little bit of work, but gonna need something off the top of the deck. Meanwhile, Tord has that TM Turbo Energize in hand. There is a supporter, but it's a boss's orders. You still have that run errand ability from Mega Kangaskhan EX. Starting that is going to be the saving grace for Tord this game.
Absolutely, and the thing is, with that A-Spec, once again, being that Precious Trolley, right, we want to find any way that we can thin the deck so far down that we will be able to draw into Arven to be able to go find the Trolley and once again get set up. We have one half of the puzzle, right? We have that TM Turbo Energize where we can start getting our Absol set up and ready to go, but this is what we kind of alluded to, right? If it doesn't start Arven, if it doesn't start, finding that Precious Trolley early, not really going to have kind of that oomph that we're really kind of looking for with a deck like this.
Now Earthen Vessel grabbing the Dark Energy and the fighting. Already has a bunch of energy in hand. That's also you kind of have to worry about. Maybe you prize some energies. You have to think about what you're going to Turbo Energize for. And there is just one Dark in there. And so 3 Darks gone.
big run errand here. It's the
Lilies.
Lily's determination, but it's also the nest ball here. So I think we can at least, Jeremy, guarantee that we could find our Mega Absol EX and get that set up here. And then also, you're talking about having the energy out of the deck, right? This is ideal, right? We can shuffle the hand back in, and because this is turn 1 on Tord's side here, we're going to be drawing a fresh 8 cards. This is probably the best supporter that came out of Mega Evolution. They've talked about it a little bit earlier. So many decks are playing this over something like a Professor's Research now just because of this recycle factor here. But Tord going to go in and find that Mega Absol right off that nest ball.
Honestly, I think that Lily's was probably the best supporter Tord could find this turn. Arvin would really kind of put a hamper on some of the things that you want to do.
Okay, here we go. I mean, going to be the Lily's determination here, but I just want to see if Tord's going to decide to throw anything else first here. Does have, like you said, 2 dark energies in hand, but there it is, that Lily's determination. Shuffle your hand into your deck, and if you have 6 prizes left, you may draw 8. Now, if granted you don't, you still actually get to draw 6, which is still pretty good.
Oh, it's going to be a 4 of in every deck.
Absolutely.
Going forward for the most part. Just being able to draw 6 cards, baseline, is amazing. But the fact that you get 2 extra cards, and then you also can just get 2 extra cards with Run Errand from Mega Kangaskhan EX, that's a lot of cards, Emily.
Yeah. See what Tord's going to be able to find here. Finds the couple of cornerstones as well. Can absolutely bench that if he would like. And just once again, the cornerstone stance might not come into play too much here, but it is going to be Tord using the Technical Machine Turbo Energize to get those 2 dark energies right onto that Mega Absol EX. And now it's back on over to Seth's turn. Now we know he has the Armor Rouge in hand, but here's the thing, Jeremy, we don't have fire energy, right? We can't really kind of make this deck work unless we have fire energy to go with it.
Now, Seth did draw an Ultra Ball, so Ultra Ball is going to discard the hand, find another Armor Rouge, and that way he's going to be able to restart for 3 cards here.
And that's exactly what you want to see. We'll see, once again, just going through the deck and finding options. We do have at least 2 energy on the board, and thanks to something like our Latias EX, we can kind of choose our attacker here. But I am worried if Seth's not going to be able to find too much more pieces to go with it. You alluded to it beautifully first, Jeremy. We need that Area 0 underdepths as well to kind of bench our kind of buffet of attackers, right? Where we kind of get to kind of show Tord the menu and say, this is kind of going to be what's up here. We'll find 3 cards. We'll see what those 3 cards brings. We
got a supporter. It's Carmine.
Okay, we get to see more cards, but we need a little bit more. We can attach for turn at least, and we'll see the Carmine 5 cards.
Let's see, is the buffet open in Vegas? It's going to be... no Area 0 underdepth. So it's going to be forced to attack with a Pokemon in play already. Ooh. And honestly, is it just, copy Mew, rapid fire combo? Do you have the heads?
Let's see, we need at least 2. That's 1 more. No buff here in terms of health. That's actually going to be genome hacking, copy rapid fire combo, and flipping 2 heads in a row. We're going to go and see. We're not stopping, but that's actually going to be 3 prizes for Seth here. He's got the magic touch.
That's a lot of damage, Emily. 3 prizes, finds that legacy energy as well. Now, Tord does have a pretty easy knockout, taking out the Mew EX and grabbing a card from Seth's hand to discard.
This one's going to be interesting, though, because it seems somewhat intuitive of taking out the Mew EX, but the thing is, it's kind of interesting when you see the Armor Rouge as well, right? That is kind of the engine of the deck. That could be what Tord is going for as well here. But once again, now Tord going to be able to find the Arvin here, doing a deck check of his own. And once again, it might as well just be the turn 1 combo that you unfortunately get on your 2nd turn here, which is going to be that Precious Trolley find. As you can see, Tord is getting all of those big basic Pokemon up to the front, ready to be benched here, finding that Latias as well. well as the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but also Fezandipity EX as well. And that's what makes this A-Spec very, very strong in a deck like this, where it can find your setup. But as we saw in turn 1 here for Torrid, you're really kind of working with minimal resources. Now, granted, does your opponent ever really, can you guarantee flipping multiple heads in a row to knock out your Mega Kangaskhan? Seth did what he had to do, and it really paid off.
Better late than never, at least with the trolley. Being able to find the draw support in the Fezandipity EX along with just the mobility with that Latias EX. And then, granted, your opponent just took 3 prizes. This Blood Moon's going to be online pretty soon.
Very true here. And Torrid does have a Bravery Charm inside of the hand. Also has Yveltal. Already a supporter for turn as well. So I'm interested to see how exactly Torrid wants to handle this. It might as well just be energy attach if we can find an energy in hand. I know we do have an Earthen Vessel and an energy right behind that Yveltal here, but what are we gonna take? Because we are going to get all the energy off the board thanks to Mew EX here, but the thing is, Seth has a ton of way to refresh the hand over and over here. I'm interested to see how Torrid's gonna get himself out of this one.
Mist Energy and the Bravery Charm. There is the Claw of Darkness, so Knockout taking 2 prizes, and we're going to take a look at the grip of cards here in Seth's hand.
Oh, it's so hard to say, Jeremy, right? Because that Roaring Moon EX is a pretty scary attacker, but also the Durant as well, right? That's actually hitting for grass-type weakness here. Now, that Vengeful Crush attack here, it is going to do a 120 base, but it also does 30 more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken here. So we'll see how exactly it's going to be played down here. We do see Seth benching this Durant here, but it is just going to be
mill that top card.
Yeah, it's going to be the milling of the top card.
Honestly, as long as Seth finds a Prism Energy, is this just game over? You're doing what, 180, 360? How much health does Absol have?
Well, you have the Bravery Charm on top of that, so 280 plus
short.
50, and it's not going to be enough here. So I'm interested to see how Seth wants to play around. Now, granted, you are very much in the lead here, but are we going to kind of push to, end the game this turn, especially when we're short?
I don't know. I like taking 3 prizes.
That's true.
Pretty good.
Iron Bundle here is going to be the grab, but once again, no Area 0 under depth, so unfortunately that Iron Bundle can't be played. Maybe we're just trying to find a way to thin the deck. Like you said, Jeremy, we are essentially an energy kind of short here. We can definitely throw down the Prism Energy to at least get it on the board here, but I mean, we got to keep finding the energy cards to go with it. We do have draw supporters, though, but unfortunately, the Legacy Energy did hit the discard. I missed that, but still, it's very interesting to see where exactly it's going to go.
So you have that Night Stretcher, but you can only use the Ethan's Ho-Oh ability once this turn. So we're just going to Professor Research the hand, but if there's the Prism Energy and double fire. Ooh.
I see 1. And there's the Area 0, so I'm wondering if we're going to be able to start kind of grabbing more attackers out of the deck, maybe more some draw support.
Fezandipity?
Maybe. I mean, it's really hard to say. Once again, it's a weird line here, but we're trying to just flush through the entire hand. There's that Nest Ball. I wonder if it is going to be Fezandipity.
It's 3 cards more. You're a fire and that Prism Energy short. They're in the deck.
Yeah.
This is going to be, you even have Ultra Ball to thin out even more. So, wow, this is getting close to the wire. Just 2 attacks could potentially win Seth game 1.
Problem is, if we unfortunately miss it, now granted, Seth's deck is very, very small here. There is always a chance. If you miss it, and there's no Mew EX here, so we can't do our favorite combo of restart into a flip the script here. These 3 cards have to come up positive. It's very, very close, but the problem is, Jeremy, then you've kind of overbenched here. We have the fire energy in hand, but let's see, flip the script could be game.
Do you believe, Emily? There's the Prism. Is there a 3rd fire?
I saw a fire, 2 fires.
Oh, was it a Nest Ball?
Could be.
It was a Nest Ball.
And that's the thing, right? This is what we were talking about just a little bit earlier, right? Now we've overbenched ourselves, so now we have to go into something like a Wellspring Ogre Pond here, and Sob 420 back on over to Torrid's turn. I'm wondering what he wants to do here. Now, Torrid did does have Arven in hand. I'm wondering if we can do something along the lines of finding the Dark Energy for Monkey Dory, using Adrenabrain to move the damage that Mega Absol has taken back to this Wellspring Ogerpon, and then using, once again, Claw of Darkness to kind of go through Set's hand. But then, once again, Jeremy, it's back down to the Pheasantipity draw.
You can even try to just take out that Durant EX with something like a counter catcher.
Very true.
It is the one thing that can really knock you out in one hit. Now your opponent is low in cards as well, just 2 in hand, not much left in the deck, but with only the Legacy and 1 Prism down, you still have 3 in the deck.
See how exactly Tord wants to go with it, though. Lots of cards in hands, lots of options as well. Energy switch over to Blood Moon Ursaluna here. And maybe another attach here to get it online. But like you said, using all the attackers in this toolbox to its work here. But there we go, the subjugating chains from Pecharunt EX going to move Pheasantipity into the active. And thanks to Latias EX's Skyliner ability, it is going to be able to retreat for free. And there is the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And instead of the Durant, we're actually going to be targeting down the Pheasantipity. We are getting rid of the draw completely.
Again, you're just low in cards, try to make the best of it, and Tord is sensing that, takes down that Pheasantipity EX, goes down to 2 prize cards left, has just a 2 prize card liability Pokemon in the active, so now it forces your opponent to get the boss's orders to bring up that Mega Absol as well, but here is Reshiram EX.
Yeah, Reshiram EX, a card that we saw out of Black Bolt White Flare. Now, the first attack slash does 50, but we're mostly looking at our Blazing Burst attack, and that does 130 base, and then 50 more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. And then after you use it, you could just discard an energy here, but it looks like we are going to be seeing the Blazing Burst from Reshiram.
All right, that is an attack that does take the knockout. Now going down to 1 prize card. And looking through the list, I was talking about boss's orders. There's no boss's orders in this list. There's no counter catchers in this list. You're only using Iron Bundle.
Interesting. See how Tord's going to respond here. Reshiram does have 230 base hit points here. I'm wondering if we're going to be able to find the line for something like a energy switch for subjugating chains into an irritated outburst from Pecharunt EX to take out this final prize card here. See what the Pokegear has to bring. I can only imagine that we're looking for this Arven to find that energy switch, even though we do only play 1, so that's actually not even on the line.
It's actually looking like a judge stoppage right here to try to see something went down. Now it's going to be interesting. This game is very close, 2-to-1 prize cards. We'll have to see what the judges are deliberating here.
Can't imagine we'll take too long here on this judge call as the judges are reviewing the play. We want to make sure that we're squeaky clean here, especially on stream. There's a lot of interactions going on at once. And once again, the players, while Tord, you know, not a stranger to this stage, Seth May, you know, there's a lot of things going on. You're playing under the lights. You got a crowd in front of you as well. So players talking about the match. Good smiles, though. Once again, everybody here in Las Vegas, you know, really great attitude. As we, you know, once again, head back into our game here. We're looking through the discard pile, Jeremy. I'm not quite sure what we're looking for.
Yeah, I think the judges are just trying to figure out if everything is copacetic here, and always, you know, a little awkward being the first stream match of the weekend.
Very, very true. And once again, there's so much on the line for all these players, right? But we want to make sure that our games are clean, especially, you know, good way to start our day, especially 3-0, right? I mean, you have a really great start. You want to make it to that phase too. You got to keep, you know, your cards straight. We'll see how exactly this one is going to play out here. But it really goes to show, once again, that Mega Evolution is such a diverse format that it feels like a lot of decks can really do it. I think in formats past, it was really just, are we playing Dragapult? Are we playing Gardevoir this tournament? Or now it's a plethora of decks that are doing it. Charizard EX winning, and Zoroark EX also winning regionals in this, you know, opening part of our season.
And you have to kind of think about, we're in the tail end of our Mega Evolution format.
True, very true.
So we kind of have some of these decks solved now, in a sense, right? Like, you're going to know pretty much the 55 cards that Gholdengo Lunatone Zoroark is going to play. You're going to know pretty much the mega toolbox deck that Tord is playing. It really is kind of the best way for a deck like this, Ethan's Ho-Oh Armarouge, to really kind of like attack the format.
Yeah, and you're talking about attacks, right? I mean, it's the fact, and we alluded to this right before this game started, the plethora of attackers, right? This type coverage that you really kind of need now these days, especially versus something like a Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol toolbox, where, you know, there's tons of like tricks around the corner. Like, you really have to watch your step. We alluded to it a little bit earlier. That Claw of Darkness gives so much information, and you can, you know, a player like Tord is going to be able to tell what things you have, you know, essentially kind of gotten rid of, and then something like a Yveltal could come in and just, you know, keep clutching that Pokemon that doesn't exactly use that too many attacks here. Now, granted, this, you know, Firebox, this Ethan's Ho-Oh Armarouge box, plenty of attackers, and we can actually move those energies around. So Yveltal not coming into play here, but in a lot of other decks, when you've used all of your resources, that's when players like Tord know exactly how to take the win.
Exactly. A lot of these Gardevoir lists are looking kind of similar in the recovery, like 2 Night Stretcher, 1 Super Rod. As you can Claw of Darkness, take one of those out, they use one of them, they're like, okay, now I know what you have left, and it really is just matchup knowledge at this point. Where we see a lot of the top players doing well again and again is they know this format, they've played a lot of Pokemon, and they kind of just know what to expect.
Absolutely, and I just cannot wait to see what Phantasmal Flames brings us as well, released just yesterday too. I was able to pull some like cool, I pulled the Piplup SIR, which I was really,
that's a good one.
it's
yeah.
definitely a good one. But thank you all for your patience, as once again we are just in a quick match pause for judge review. So make sure you guys are, you know, tweeting out the stream and getting, you know, everybody to watch. It goes to show once again that everyone is here for the tournament this weekend.
And literally everyone is here.
Everyone
There's so
is here.
many players in this venue. The venue is insane. It's so big, and there's over 2,800 Masters in the TCG alone. What is going on?
Jeremy, you've been around for a long time. Could you have ever really imagined Pokemon getting to 2,800 Masters?
No, it's insane. Like the regionals I did well at were like 200 people, you know, like 300 people.
That's crazy to think, right? I mean, playing in large cities like Las Vegas as well now is too. Like, we've been all over the world, right? Like tons of places I never would have been to without Pokemon. And Las Vegas I've been to a couple times, but just seeing like all of my friends here too, everyone's so excited to be here, and just everyone's having a great time. And it just goes to show the vibes are immaculate this weekend.
It is no longer we are taking over the cities of Peoria, Illinois. It is now we're taking over the cities of Las Vegas, Nevada.
Very true here. And once again, judges are still working on this match pause. Thank you all so much for your patience. It is very interesting to see two decks like this be 3-0 as well. Ethan's Ho-Oh EX, and it goes to show that really you can make a lot of things work in the Pokemon TCG.
All right, it does look like we have Chip standing by to give us an update on what is going on. Let's go ahead and hear from him.
Yeah, hey guys, so what's happening here basically is that a card is in Seth's deck that is not in his deck list. So he's playing a card that was not submitted as his deck list for the tournament. It's the Chi-Yu that hit his discard pile earlier on in the game. It queued our guys backstage. They saw that card go to the discard pile. They were like, we don't see that in the deck list anywhere. We got a pause going, and we're going to get word on exactly what's going to happen moving forward. Now, things are outlined in the penalty guidelines rulebook that you can find online on Pokemon's website, Pokemon.com, for this exact situation. And where this would fall under is a major deck legality issue where a player's deck that they're playing for a tournament does not match the list that was submitted. So what will likely happen in this instance is that the judges are going to issue a game loss. That is the recommended starting penalty for this issue for Seth here. It's not going to be a match loss, but a game loss for this game number 1, and Seth will have to match his deck for the event to the list that was submitted. So they'll figure out what the discrepancy is, what that 60th card should be, what card should be swapped out for the Chi-Yu, allow him to try to make that change happen, and will more than likely, unfortunately, be a game loss here for this game number 1. A really unfortunate way to see it end.
Yeah, it's such a crazy back and forth game that we've had here too. Again, just 1 to 2 prizes. We had that insane heads flips again and again from that Mew EX copying the attack from Mega Kangaskhan. And unfortunate to have it end this way, but you got to have your deck list right.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the most, even if you've played your deck 100 times, make sure you're checking it carefully before you press submit. You are locked to these 60 cards from, you know, phase 1 until the finals if you make it. So you want to make sure that everything is correct. Also, just big shout outs to, of course, as we kind of have been alluding to, things are changing up here in North America with Chip having essentially his own desk here on the analyst. So it's really exciting to kind of be able to cue in Chip here to give some more information on what's going on here. I'm excited to see how we're going to be using that desk throughout this broadcast and future broadcasts as well.
Yeah, I love the purple.
Yes, purple's great. Great color.
It is interesting to see kind of how this match is going to go forward now.
Yeah.
So presuming the game loss, you have Tord just still going second in the game 2. It's what Tord wants. Are we going to see kind of the early heads flips again with Mew? You really, with so many different attackers, I think there's what, like 10 different one-of Pokemon in this list. You really don't know what you're going to do depending on your prizes. You go with the flow of like, okay, this is what the board state is. You know what? I think I'm going to use Durant to attack right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? Seth's starting with that Mew EX, especially into a deck like this, and Mew EX being weak to dark type, not exactly what you want to see, right? Tons of times now in Ethan's Ho-Oh EX here, it's like it's a matter of which attacker, right? But it's also about like the positioning of the Pokemon as well, right? And like we alluded to a little bit earlier, only a couple draw supporters in this deck, right? And when that Mew EX goes down and you don't have something like a Carmine or anything that refreshes the hand, you can kind of be stuck with some hands that you can't really work with unless you find that Ultra Ball that Seth did a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Mew also gets knocked out by Mega Kangaskhan EX too.
Yes, very true.
It is one of those things where you kind of want it on, like, in play at all times for that restart ability, but it can attack. And yeah, it's just interesting to see kind of how this game played out.
See, once again, we want to make sure things are by the book, but just the excitement in the room and all the players coming from all over. I've been seeing so many people just, you know, happy to be here. Tord still, I mean, he is at everything, and of course heading down to LAIC, our first intercontinental of the season here. I'm super excited to see how exactly that one is going to play out too.
And I believe it is still in this mega format, right? So players are making last-minute decisions with their deck, maybe testing something out here in Vegas before going into the International in Sao Paulo and hoping to take down that entire tournament. Again, top 4, I believe, gives you your Worlds invite. There is 25 grand on the line. It really is an important tournament in this season. And like Chip was saying earlier, this season's just starting, but it feels like it's been going on for a while now. A lot of Pokemon has been played with all of these different tournaments throughout the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's global, right? Pokemon is a global thing, and especially in our trading card game too. We'll see how exactly Latin America is going to shape up. Like we said, the format feels like one deck is good this week. Can it beat now, you know, before we were asking, well, can this deck beat Gardevoir? Now we're asking, can this deck beat Gholdengo? Which A-Spec is the best to play in Gholdengo now?
Prime Catcher.
Yeah, I also think it's Prime Catcher.
Or,
but
Dangerous Laser? Maybe?
What?
Maybe?
What? I've never seen a Gholdengo list play Dangerous Laser. You never know here too. You know what? Throw a Grand Tree in it.
No. Hey, Dangerous Laser is basically a little Monkey Dory afterwards, or it's that extra damage you need against a Pikachu EX. We have seen kind of the rumblings of Terrabox being good again.
Yeah.
So Pikachu is one of those things that's very good against Gholdengo EX.
You've solved the format, my friend. That's why you're back here to, tell the people what's really going on here. But yeah, it goes to show, right? I mean, it feels like a lot of the dark type decks are starting to reign supreme. I think we saw in Gdansk 4 different dark type attacking decks making it into our top 8 as well. So it goes to show, I mean, while the format may be solved, is it really until, we see, these kind of breakout decks come out and show that they have serious places in the meta?
Yeah, well, Ryuki winning Brisbane with Mega Absol, it's just a lot of the format is, this is Gardevoir's world and we're living in it. And now throughout the weeks, it's kind of shifted a little bit more. Like, okay, well, we got a bunch of these dark decks doing well. What's good against those? Oh, well, Gholdengo's pretty good against a lot of these decks, so might as well try to play that. And you have Zoroark doing well now just because it's very consistent at what it does. It hits for a lot of damage early, and you really have to think about how this meta is going to shape up. There's over 2,800 people in this tournament. You're not going to hit 7 Gardevoir with Zoroark anymore, right? I mean, you still can. You can still win a regional with it like Liam, but it's very unlikely.
Yeah, it's super, super true. It's just to see how this game is going to play out. Once again, we are just making sure that we are playing right to the book here. Both players, of course, still in high spirits, right? I think a lot of times there could be a judge call and then, you know, a very different, you know, mood overtakes the match here, but still both players smiling, talking as well. I mean, how many times can players say that they've sat across from Tord Reklev, you know, being able to have a conversation with him too?
Yeah, playing your possible pet deck in Armarouge, right? It really just goes to show that anything can happen in Pokemon too. As long as you grind and know your matchups. Yeah, starting 3-0 here with this Armarouge box is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like how, Jeremy, you're talking about the grind with your deck. You want to always go to your locals as well. I know you're going to locals, playing in your local cups, and you know, that's where you're going to be able to find your best friends, your testing partners, and really kind of like lay the groundwork for taking your deck to something like a big regional like this, where you're locked into those 60 cards. You're really going to be able to iron out some of those matchups. So making sure that you're going to your locals, getting plenty of practice with your deck before, you know, you decide to just send it here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, I have a lot of locals playing in this tournament. I'm from Arizona, so a lot of them are playing their first regionals ever. And
Crazy.
Just the fact that, yeah, it's a 4-hour drive, might as well, and trying to corral everyone together to get a bunch of just testing games going. We're not even playing in our local league tournaments. We're just, all right, let's just run games for 6 hours. And it's fun, and I hope to see just a lot of new first-time regional players doing well this weekend.
Yeah, I'm a little bit newer in the game, right? You're somebody who's been in the game for a very, very long time. But it's always interesting to me as somebody who's been now playing for about 3-ish years, right? Where I don't feel like the new person anymore, like on the vlog. And especially when I visited the States and seeing my locals, there's plenty of locals that I've never met before. It used to be kind of like that core, you know, 20 to 25 players. And now it's, you know, new people coming in every week. And it goes to show, and if the numbers here at the regionals, you know, say something, that the game is always growing. And that's not just for TCG, right? That is for
100%.
our other games as well, with VGC, Go, and Unite too. There's plenty of Pokemon to watch. Make sure you watch all of our other games. All exciting things going on.
And listen, I'm not old, I'm just seasoned, all right?
Did I say that you were old, Jeremy?
I mean, you said you've been around this game a long time.
I don't think the word old came out of my mouth. I wanted to kind of, you know, show everybody that you are kind of the expert on how long this, like how much the scene has grown. I did not use the word old.
Listen, back in my day.
All right, you said it. I think we're about to get our ruling from our head judge, so we will be able to hopefully get things going soon here. Once again, thank you for your patience. I know Jeremy and I have been kind of talking on and on here, and honestly, it's been a great time. Super exciting to see you back on the desk with us, Jeremy. I know I'm just really happy to be back in North America. I was in Poland 2 weeks ago.
The back-to-back, you know?
Yeah, the back-to-back is crazy, right? I mean, I was leaving the hotel in like a big winter coat, and I walked outside here today. I was like, oh, heat. Because Poland's so cold, but it's been really fun getting to know, I mean, our, you know, EU casting family as well. It was so fun to cast with Shay, Amy, and Alex over there, and seeing, you know, essentially a brand new meta, right? From what I'm very used to here in North America, which is very Gardevoir heavy, right? We have some of the best Gardevoir players in the world in this room with us here in North America, and it's something that's very special about North America, where I feel like all of our top players talk, and they're really kind of bouncing ideas off of each other very consistently. And that's what makes very, very strong top players here. We'll see how exactly Gardevoir's place is going to shake up. I know one of our caster predictions was Gardevoir. So, I mean, we know that Guardy is always just going to be, you know, the creme de la creme of deck. And does your deck beat Guardy and Gholdengo?
Yeah, I just think the reason Gardevoir has been so popular is the fact that it can adapt to pretty much anything you really want, right? We've had the base list where it's Bravery Charm, Drifloon. There is one that's been picking up steam is the Fluttermane with TM Devo.
Yeah.
And then you also have just Jellicent Guardy, which if you want to beat other Gardevoir mirror matches or Gholdengo, you kind of do Jellicent.
Very interesting to see. And one of the things about like Scarlet and Violet when Gardevoir EX came into kind of, here into our meta, now coming into Mega Evolution and what we'll be seeing rotation a little bit next year, right? It's always adapted to the format extremely well, right? We've seen different attackers like you alluded to, the Drifloon. There was a time where players weren't playing Drifloon, right? And we were really just kind of working on using Monkey Dory. Isaiah Bradner with his winning NAIC list a little bit earlier in the year, that quad Monkey Dory Turbo Energize, your essentially caster pick right there, being able to send the damage right back to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, which was really kind of getting its prominence at that point. It goes to show that Gardevoir is very flexible, but it feels very interesting to see multiple regional top 8s go by and Gardevoir's nowhere to be found. It's very, very interesting and kind of crazy to see.
I don't know if it's going to continue, right? Like, we're in North America.
Yeah.
It's Gardevoir's world. And
it's true.
You have players like Aban, Henry Chow, Isaiah Bradner.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to think that they're not going to do well, right?
Goes to show, right? And I think Abonamed so far is kind of the player to watch here in North America, making multiple regional finals in a row with just adapting Gardevoir to the matchup or to the field that we're seeing at this point, right? And Aban, an insanely talented player as well. It's really fun to just watch him kind of work through his deck and figure out how exactly he wants to attack certain lines and why he's going for certain types of lines here that won't get him punished later.
I am just so excited to see. And then we saw the breakdown for our day one meta, phase one meta. And we didn't see that other kind of 45, 50% of decks. Is there any of those decks that you think might have a shot at winning this tournament that we didn't see on that graphic?
Well, I think my caster pick in Shaman kind of alludes to it. I do think Terrabox is one of those decks where if it finds the run and it, uses its resources very carefully, I think you can really kind of, find a way and working through a lot of, after your, I think a big thing with Terrabox is after that turn to Torrential Pump, then what, right? Like, I think all of these Terrabox decks are like, all right, I'll stop the setup, but things like Lily's Determination, right, coming into the format, allowing players to kind of unbrick the hand and go back into, finding, other consistency cards and options here. It's very interesting to see how players view Terrabox here. I personally think the deck, just like Ethan's Ho-Oh EX and Armor Rouge, it has a lot of attackers that cover the kind of every matchup that you can see. It covers the field, and that feels pretty good. Personally, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, not on the graphic either. Once again, another dark type attacker that we've been seeing a lot of prominence last weekend in Gdansk with Arthur and Mike making asymmetrical top cut with it. It goes to show that no matter which region you're going to, you're seeing a very different meta.
One deck I really like a lot that isn't really that popular, but the few people who play it seem to always do well, is in the same vein of Marnie's Grimmsnarl, just without the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, is Bidoof Frostlass.
Yeah.
Monkey Dory Frostlass, just you have a lot of damage manipulation, item lock, you have big closeout attacker in that Blood Moon, but also Tinglu EX. And for the decks that have Monkey Dory as well, it really just gives you a different play style for the normal game of Pokemon. And I think it's one of those decks that if you hit the right matchups, again, with any of these decks, if you hit the right matchups, you're going to be able to win the tournament, right?
Yeah, a little bit of lady luck.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it goes to show that essentially any deck list can start with 4 Monkey Dory, and then we can just throw darts at a dartboard. And it's like, all right, which main attacker am I gonna play?
That's why I picked Monkey Dory. Like,
that's fair. You can't go wrong with that.
I said it's Gardevoir's world, but really it's Monkey Dory's world.
Absolutely true, right? And just the combo pieces of Monkey Dory, and it really works so well with not just Gardevoir, right? But a lot of decks where, you know, big attackers going all the way through, like Raging Bolt, have seen an immense decline, right? We've seen a crazy decline from Raging Bolt because Lily's Clefairy EX, and not only just Gardevoir, right, which is already Raging Bolt's hardest matchup, but you're seeing Lily's Clefairy EX in things like Terrabox, for example, too, ways that you can, even the Ethan's Ho-Oh EX as well. It's a great attacker, so Raging Bolt, those big decks that really kind of, you know, can just kind of push through or really kind of, you know, shut out of the meta. And it's just a lot of damage counters being just thrown anywhere.
It is really crazy to see just how this meta has developed ever since Shroud of Fable and Monkey Dory came out.
True. Very true. I mean, Shroud of Fable also gave us, of course, Pheasantipity EX. You can't forget that one, Jeremy.
And then the deck that we have forgotten about, haven't talked through it throughout our entire pre-show and now, but it won in Lille just a few weeks ago, is Dragapult Dusknoir.
Yeah, it was crazy to see a mirror of the final there as well. I mean, Dragapult still is just definitely just one of the best attackers. Dracloak's Recon Directive being able to see so much of the deck, and that's kind of the main pull. But like you were alluding to, a lot of decks kind of pivoting to TM Devolution, trying to, you know, stack some damage counters and then kind of wipe the board, get those Dreepies kind of out of there. But it's interesting to see where kind of Dragapult has gone now that Psyduck has been printed, that promo from Mega Evolution with that damp ability, not being able to use Dusknoir's Cursed Blast to kind of get your numbers up to where you can do perfect math.
And the thing is, it still isn't the end-all be-all for Dusknoir in that Dragapult EX, where you still have access to Hawlucha and then just a simple Phantom Dive to take the knockout on the Psyduck. So now these Mega Toolbox decks are having to like Mist Energy the Psyduck just so they have to boss's orders to knock it out. And then you're just like, all right, Night Stretcher again. Maybe you don't have the Hawlucha. Maybe another Mist Energy comes down. It is a card that just shuts down that Curse Blast completely. But Dragapult still, again, kind of like Gardevoir, is able to just adapt and overcome a lot of these times. And I think we'll see some players do well with that Dragapult Dusknoir this weekend, but I don't know if we're going to have kind of that mirror match finals that we had in Lille.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it goes to show, right, some of these tech cards, right? Psyduck, Shaman, right? It's really just trying to call the meta for what it is. And, you know, sometimes you put that tech card in, and then sometimes you don't need it, right? Or sometimes you start it, you don't want to start it, and then it's stuck on the bench where you would rather have something like H-Raw supporter card like a Mew or a Pheasantipity there, and it really just kind of sits there the entire time, which makes for an easy prize card down the line too. So it goes to show that every card in your 60-card deck list is a real consideration, right? You have essentially the skeleton of any deck, right? But it's very risky to kind of put some of these cards into your deck, but I mean, when they work, they work.
Oh, it sounds like Chip has some updates for us.
Yeah, thanks a bunch. Jeremy and Emily, yeah, standing by here. Great job, by the way, taking us through this longer delay here. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, we did get update from the judges. It does seem like things are going to be escalated here a little bit. Seth is going to be issued a match loss here for Swiss round number 4. A little unfortunate for sure. It was a very interesting game that we were seeing shape up, an interesting matchup. But I think it's a situation where Seth's already played several rounds of the tournament, so they're going to give him a match loss for this round. But he won't be disqualified. He'll be able to make sure that his deck will match the list that he submitted for the event and be able to continue on still in the tournament.
Just goes to show those last-minute changes throughout the night may have come back to bite him.
Yeah, and that's probably what happened here. I think we've all been there as competitors. That last 60th card inclusion can be a bit of a toss-up sometimes the night before a tournament. So more than likely what happened in this situation is that Seth had one version of his deck ready to go and one version that he was still debating, submitted the one list, and then decided last second, oh, I'm going to change to add in this Chi-Yu. That was the card here that was the discrepancy. Decided he was going to add in the Chi-Yu and maybe forgot to submit that new updated list or had some sort of issue there through that submission process. More than likely what we saw happen here.
Thank you for taking us through it, Chip. I would love to get your thoughts on the Ethan's Ho-Oh EX Armor Rouge archetype. It's not something that we see on stream a lot, and it's not something that you guys covered, of course, in the lounge. So where do you think it kind of stands currently in this meta?
Yeah, certainly a really unique deck. It definitely feels more like a pet deck than anything. You know, someone who really enjoys this type of toolbox strategy. It's certainly a really cool deck, right? You get to use all sorts of different attackers. I mean, Prism Energy is one of the most unique cards in the game and really unlocks so many different options. So I wonder almost if Tord was a little bit on his heels. I mean, Tord plays so much Pokemon. I have to imagine that sometime in his grinding of his many Pokemon TCG live accounts, he probably encountered this matchup at some point, gave him a little bit of a heads up there. But it does seem like, you know, there's some potential answers for Seth in this specific matchup. It always helps whenever you hit a bunch of heads with the Mew copy and Kangaskhan, though, to start things off.
Yeah, for sure. And then, honestly, how do you agree with Tord running back kind of pretty much the same thing from the top 8 in Milwaukee?
Yeah, we talked about kind of the conundrum of the cornerstone in our opening here. You know, that was kind of the initial version of this deck. Mega Absol Kangaskhan is the focus, but you've got this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX as an addition, as a way to deal with some of the harder matchups, the Charizard EXs and the Gholdengos. Those decks have been adding in answers to be able to withstand the Cornerstone, and so there becomes this kind of meta of like, okay, well, if, you know, the Gholdengos are adding answers, maybe we cut the Cornerstones. And we saw that from players like Ryuki down in Brisbane just last weekend or a couple weekends ago, where he was not playing Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. He's playing Eerie and Zoroark's Machinations as supporters, as ways for him to try to answer that matchup. But now you kind of come to this full circle moment where, okay, the Gholdengo players recognize, okay, there's no more Cornerstone, so I'm going to cut my Cornerstone answers. So Tord's maybe kind of tried to eye up that specific interaction and figure out exactly where we fit in that cycle, and he seems to feel like Cornerstone Mask was the choice for the weekend.
Now, Chip, you have been kind of talking about Gholdengo. How do you feel about some of these Gholdengo players playing something like a Mega Mawile in their deck? One of the Megas that we don't really talk about as much, but it's definitely a great attacker.
It really is a great attacker, and it does more than just counter the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. I think one of the biggest issues for Gholdengo can be those end games, getting Iono to a low hand size and then having to get over the high HP of whatever Pokemon your opponent has in the active spot. But if at some point in the game you can just find one turn where you've already gotten energy on a Gholdengo to get that Mawile down, get a Metal Energy onto it, now all of a sudden off an Iono, to win the game, you maybe don't need to draw a bunch of cards and find superior energy retrievals and a bunch of energies. Maybe all you need is one singular Metal Energy to close things out.
I thank you again, Chip, for all of your help throughout this round. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more from you throughout this entire weekend. But with that match loss, that means our round 4 is done. I do believe that we have Wancho in the lounge with an interview again with Tord.
Thank you, Jeremy. Wancho still down in here, and I'm joined with our last round winner, Tord Reklev. What a way to win that match, but hey, we saw near the end of that first game at least, looks like you had things under control. But how are you feeling right now, Tord?
Yeah, I mean, you never want to win a match like that, obviously. It's unfortunate, but it was probably the right decision by the judges as well. Like, you have to set some sort of precedent when these things come up. And I done mistakes in the past as well, and like, it's, you know, it's the appropriate punishment, I think. In the first game, the game we were to play, I was seconds away from winning regardless, so, I mean, maybe it wasn't like too bad in this case. It was a pretty crazy game, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about the what ifs. Yeah, we didn't get to see that match, but if anyone can paint us the picture of how that match would have turned out eventually, that's you, Tord. So, like, what's that matchup like?
Haven't tested it a ton. You know, this is like one of the 1%, 0.5% meta share type decks, right? Doesn't mean that it's, you know, a bad deck or anything, but you know, you just don't really see it that much.
Yes.
So it's hard to get much experience against it or prioritize wanting to get really good in the matchup. So I think it's mainly about, you know, which 1-hit options does the say Armor Rouge Toolbox deck have, right? And you know, it was not on my bucket list getting that Kangaskhan knocked out immediately by, you know, double heads from the Mew EX, but that definitely put me on the back foot. Had to do a little all-in Absol back, hoping that didn't get knocked out by Durant. Was debating if I wanted to go in with Blood Moon immediately or not. But I decided with Absol, since I had to survive another turn extra anyway. So I figured I'd rather do it now with the hand disruption as well. And I sniped the crucial piece, got the ace back, and in the end, he missed with a single attachment as well. So if I didn't snipe that energy, things could maybe look different, even if I attack with Blood Moon.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, when your back's against the wall and against this bad variance, really, when you're losing the coin flips, I like that you're able to, stabilize, really, right? You find the right out. And can you tell me about that, actually, that mindset? Like, how do you train to do something like that?
I mean, you always have to play your odds, right?
Yeah.
So I think there's definitely a time and place when it's time to concede the match as well, to save time and try to say, hey, okay, this one is not going my way. If I want to have a chance of winning the series, then I need as much time as possible, and this game is choked, right? And we need to move on. But, I didn't feel like we were in that bad of a position, and they didn't have it yet. So, and since, these type of games, at least, I'm not sure if the matchup is actually that fast normally, but these type of games in that matchup is definitely very quick, so no reason not to stick it out and see what happens in the next couple turns.
I like it. It's really identifying that. It's almost like a gut feeling, right? That you're thinking to yourself, yeah, I think this is a matchup that I can finish in time anyway. Might as well just give it a little bit more time before we hit that concession, because what are the odds they do the double heads the next couple of games? You could probably win the next two for sure, but hey, this one's not quite done yet. Let's play to our outs. I like that answer, Tord. And but yeah, let's do the figurative section, right? Like, what would be your normal game plan now, where you're going into game 2 against this same opponent?
So, it depends a little bit on the list, but they usually don't play a ton of switching outs. It means that the Yveltal line is pretty strong, I think, actually. The Durant is also a little bit damage capped because there's 120 plus 30 for each prize card taken. So it means that I can relatively safely go in with Absol if I only take a single prize, which means I can hunt down the Armor Rouge.
Oh.
So I can knock out the Armor Rouge, put some pressure on their hand and, board, while also, attacking with something that they don't have an easy knockout on immediately. So I think that would probably have been my line in the next game if, we got that far.
I like it. I mean, also, if you take down the Armor Rouge, how can we really go with a surprise Durant, right? Is this something you've played against before, Tord? Like the Armor Rouge box? Yeah, I know it's like a low percent type deck.
Haven't actively tested against it, but I play a lot of TCG Live, so I hit my fair share of it on ladder. Play a lot of ladder, so bound to run into this deck here and there. So.
Okay. Now let me ask you this type of question. Like, what's your mindset like? Typically when you're playing against the meta decks, against Dragapult, against Gardevoir, these are decks that you probably do in testing. You try to do a best of 10. What are my odds? Stuff like that. But when you're up against a rogue style deck, what's going through your mindset then? And what is your typical game plan if you're playing a rogue deck? What's your mindset at?
So the meta decks usually have very defined plans against, and these decks also usually have very defined lists as well. So you usually have a good idea of, at least 55 cards or so in their deck list, right? So it means it's usually a lot easier to find the lines and figure out what to do with the cards you're dealt, of course. But if you're up against something a little bit more rogue, they usually, not only is it something you play less against, but also something that usually doesn't have a set deck list, because there's not that huge of a sample size among this deck for people to kind of, figure out and agree on, the optimal 60 or whatever. So these, when I'm playing against these, it's definitely a lot more vibes than something coming into the matchup with a defined plan and thinking that I need to do this, but now it's a lot more reactive, I think, playing against the rogue deck. I'm not trying to force a specific line. I'm, completely open to doing anything if the opportunity presents itself.
I like it. It's being more flexible when against the unknown, really, right? Love that answer, Tord. All right, let's dissect your deck list a little bit, right? This is it. This is your Absol Mega Kangaskhan deck. This is something you flew all the way to Milwaukee just to play. You're playing it again here in Las Vegas. So what are the You made a couple of key changes to your deck. Do you mind sharing what those were?
I have. This, again, I think we've kind of gone full circle at this point with the deck list. So I tried to do some different iterations, but I feel like this weekend was probably a good weekend to just kind of go back to the starting point again. So I'm once again playing heavy Cornerstone, and this time, not only do I have double Cornerstone, I also have double Fighting Energy, so it's less variance with pricing the single Fighting Energy, which was how my run ended last time again. It's really difficult to play against these sort of ability decks if you can't unleash your Cornerstone strategy again. So having 2 Fighting Energy feels pretty good this time. I also have a 4th boss in the deck as well. And the 4th boss also feels really good. It's a pretty crucial card in almost every matchup. And if you have 4 of them, then you have better access to them throughout the games.
Okay, I like it. A more consistent answer to what is technically like one of the most played decks, right? Gholdengo did just win Gdansk, so you're being a little bit more prepared against it. I like that. Have you faced a lot of Gholdengos yet, or how's the testing against Gholdengo?
I mean, it really depends on what kind of list they're playing. If they don't have any great answers, they pretty much fold as soon as you establish a couple Cornerstone. That's just, kind of what the card is in the deck to do. It's supposed to be really good into that matchup. But if they have tech cards, so say cards that can attack it, there's a couple different ways they can go about it. You can play Mawile, or like Mega Mawile EX. You can play Mega Lucario EX. So there's a couple different ways to deal with it. They're really good into Cornerstone, but it's not like an absolute auto-win, even if they have that anyway. Because you can still charge Cornerstone really quickly and then boss the thing they want to attack you with right away, and then things can become a lot more dicey for them, for sure. So I'm pretty happy with deciding to go with the Cornerstone inclusion once again this weekend.
I like it. Thanks for preemptively answering my next question as well. Like, what was the game plan against Mawile? Hit it first. Then good shot, yeah.
Yeah, just hit it first, boss, and smack.
That's why there's 4 now,
smack
right?
them before they smack you, and hopefully that can work out.
I like it. With that, one last question. We've seen more iterations of your deck, of the Absol deck. We've seen it with like Airy and Zoroark. What do you think of those cards? And why not play it in this format?
I mean, I like them a lot, but you don't have endless space in the deck, right? Yeah. So I think it pretty much comes down to, do you want to play the Disruption package with Airy and Zoroark and be a little bit more neutrally strong against the field, which is usually what I go for?
Yeah.
Or do you want to go Cornerstone and be like really good against, a few top contenders? And this time I chose to go, really hard into a few matchups, and let's see how well prepared they are this weekend. I only hit like 1 Gholdengo so far. It was like Joltik Gholdengo.
Okay.
Having Iron Hands, but my plan was boss them first and hit them. It worked well so far, so hopefully we can keep boss hit with the Cornerstone.
I like it. Hit first. That is a good game plan. With that, I want to make sure though you make it to your next round. Make sure that you have a phenomenal tournament. I'm sure. Anything you want to shout out or share before I do let you go?
I mean, shout out all my friends and family, everyone cheering for me. It really, really means a lot. It's the whole reason I get to do this. And shout out everyone that I got to coach over the years. And I also have a guide up on Metafy on this Absol deck as well, if anyone wants to learn more about it. So, I'm just really grateful for everything. So, again, thank you so much, everyone. It really means a lot.
I like it. Thank you so much, Tord. I'm gonna make sure you make it to your next match. With that, though, we're gonna go on a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Pokemon action here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. I have a very, very fun game in store. I have Brent Tonneson here, who has agreed to help me out with this game. What he's going to do, he's going to draw from this bag a deck, and he has to rank it from 1 to 5 without knowing what comes next. So I want to see how you come up with your tier list, Brent. All right, feel free, draw one. And it is... Actually, you know, I can hold it back. It is Dragapult Dusknoir. Where would you put that? 1 to 5?
2.
2. Okay, okay.
Really funny.
All right, we have the next one here, and it is Festival Lead. Where would you put Festival Lead, Brent?
This is a 5. I don't think we can get much worse than this.
Not gonna lie, I was hoping you would pick that one last. So far you have Dragapult at 2, Festival Lead at 5. All right.
Let's see.
And Zoroark.
I'll put this at 3. I reckon I can get worse than this. This is a pretty good day.
So all you have left is 1 and 4.
Yeah.
So what you could think potentially could be the number 1, Zach. Why did you put Dragapult at 2?
We can get Gardevoir or Gholdengo, and I'll be fine with either one being number 1.
All right. Here we go, and you got... Where would you put Terrabox, 1 or 4?
Oh, this is bad. Okay, this is definitely like 4. I'm fine with this in 4, but if I don't get my 1 now, I shouldn't have hedged on Dragapult not being the best deck.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Brent Tonneson thinks is the number 1 deck. And it's going to be...
Flareon. I already got second at regionals not long ago, so...
Hey, yeah.
I could see some Flareon at number 1.
Not too bad, not too bad. Well, that's Brent's official list, definitely for the Las Vegas Regional Championship. Before I let you, anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out to my friends, Natalie and Tim. Shout out to, I guess, my family, all the friends at home.
Thanks for playing, Brent. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
The Milwaukee Regional Championships introduced the new powerful Mega Evolution Pokemon. With bigger HP and more powerful attacks, it was looking to shake up the metagame in a big way. However, instead, the new tools like Lily's Determination made some familiar decks that much stronger. The weekend led to a Gardevoir versus Charizard final. On one side, we had Aban Ahmed playing Gardevoir EX on a once-in-a-lifetime run, finding himself in a 3rd consecutive finals appearance. Standing in his way was Jackson Ford with the type advantage, playing Charizard EX. In Game 1, Jackson had the picture-perfect setup with all his Stage 2 Pokemon to work with, which led to a double KO on both of Aban's Gardevoir lines, leading to a quick victory. For Game 2, Jackson was able to set up once again and forced some out-of-the-box plays from Aban, who KO'd the critical Pidgeot EX and left Jackson with a lone Charizard. But by hitting through confusion, that Charizard was just enough to crown Jackson Ford your Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Okay, he's grabbing the die, he's going for it, and it is a hit!
There it is!
He's
There's
got
the
the
hand
attack,
flip.
Burning Darkness taking down the Monkey Dory, and Jackson Ford is your champion.
Start your journey here at Pokemon.com/compete, and you too can become a Pokemon Master.
Every Pokemon trainer has one dream: to rock the crowd like Jacob Van Wagner, to shock the world like Shintaro Ito, or to topple the very best like Vance Kelly. And each year, there comes one stage big enough to etch your name into the Hall of Fame: the Pokemon World Championships. Over 1,400 TCG trainers journeyed from across the globe to take their shot at glory, but only one junior, one senior, and one Masters Division player can claim the title of champion. The juniors finals pitted US player Jose Cruz Galindo Resendez against Yuya Okita from Japan. Jose was using Dragapult EX paired with Dusknoir and Monkey Dory, hoping that grouping some of the most powerful cards in the format would earn him the crown. But Yuya's Raging Bolt EX deck had other plans. In both Game 1 and Game 2, Yuya's Raging Bolt with its Thunderburst Storm was able to rain down damage across the board, always targeting the Pokemon that Jose was trying to establish. This strategy proved effective as Yuya Okita won 2-0 and became the Junior Division World Champion. The Seniors Division featured the most promising young player in the game, Gabriel Fernandez from Brazil, up against Fuguan Liao, a decorated player from mainland China. Gabriel had won LAIC. EUIC, and NAIC this season already, but with one match between him and the perfect season, he faced an uphill battle. Fuguan's unique Gholdengo EX Joltik Toolbox deck seemed to be favored against his IN's Zoroark EX deck. This set went to Game 3 and down to the wire. Gabriel made a clever play with his In Zorua to scratch a little damage into Pikachu EX and its Resolute Heart ability. But even after being disrupted by a 2-card Iono, Fuguan was able to find Boss's orders to close out the game and become the 2025 Seniors Division World Champion. In the Masters Finals, Canada's Riley McKay made it to the big stage once again just weeks after his breakout NAIC second place finish. He built on his previous success by playing a very similar Gardevoir EX deck. His opponent was first-year Masters player Justin Neudorf from the US, who aimed to take his Dragapult EX Dusknoir deck to the top of the podium. Justin tried to slow down the games with Badoo's Itchy Pollen, but in both games 1 and 2, Riley had solid responses. Ultimately, both games came down to Riley using Lily's Clefairy EX to one-hit KO his opponent's Dragapult EX. Justin saw the writing on the wall, extended his hand, and conceded the final match to 2025 World Champion Riley McKay.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
The 2025 World Championships is one we won't soon forget, but the next Pokemon season is already on the horizon. Visit Pokemon.com/compete to learn how you can get in on the action and take your shot at becoming the next World Champion.
The lights are shining, the players are ready, and action is well underway here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. High stakes, high action, and high levels of Pokemon TCG action. Welcome back into the stream. Ethan Heggie here alongside Kyle Sablehouse. We've had a little bit of a slow start, but as we're getting into the second half of this first phase, number 1, we're going to have some good action coming for you, ladies and gentlemen, and I know I'm excited to see what's in store.
Yeah, I mean, this is an amazing tournament. Las Vegas, Nevada, what a great place to be playing Pokemon here today. And I mean, we have so many players out here that are vying for that top spot. They want to be the champion here, and there's only one way to get that done. You have to put in the work, earn those match points, and we'll see who's going to do that here in phase number 1.
So, of course, we are playing through a 2-phase system. It will take place on day 1 and day 2. A little bit of action in both here on day number 1. 8 Swiss rounds for these players. They'll play against players with the same or similar number of match points, and then those players who do have 18 or more match points, or excuse me, 16 or more match points. We are playing 8 rounds of Swiss, 5, 2, and 1, you know, usually that bottom low bubble. They'll advance to that second phase of competition. They'll play 5 more rounds of Swiss, and we'll see what happens to end things out as we make our way into the top cut. A little bit of surprises, a little bit of standard stuff. Anything that speaks out to you so far, Kyle, as we're getting into the second half of day number 1?
I mean, there's a lot of decks that we're looking at. It's one that you need to watch out for. Gholdengo is the one that's really got my eye right now. I think that just that combination with the Solrock, Lunatone, it's something to watch out for. It's already one of the top 4-0 decks right now, but we also see here on the deck analysis, Gardevoir is the only deck that really comes close in terms of numbers in the 2 variants that we have here. Other than that, you've got a lot of other choices to pick from, and I mean, they're nothing to scoff at. These are decks that have won championships.
Yeah, super wide metagame, and that really is going to make players who prepared for this event have to ask themselves a lot of questions and make sure they have checks for these various matchups. Do you have a ghost check in the form of Dusknoir? Is this a blast zone, or are you a little bit ready to kind of, you know, maybe dampen things up here, make sure you're a little bit safer? Can you withstand the heat that Ceruledge is putting on you, and it's getting through all those energies in the discard pile? And most importantly for a lot of these decks, can you navigate through the meticulous yet super strong Gardevoir EX deck?
Yeah, that is the number 1 checkpoint of so many decks, and sometimes you just end up saying, well, it has to be something dark related if I want to have an answer to this. We've seen many variants do just that, Charizard and Zoroark and all these fringe tech attackers that are included in some other decks, and you just need answers at this point, and plenty of these decks have the answers ready to go here. We have a lot of players that are 4-0 as we move forward in this tournament, and they're going to be facing off here soon. It is a lot of top players, and I mean, we've got our pick of the litter.
Yeah, and this new sort of two-phase system is still new for players, so we're kind of, as we're going through the season, getting a bit of an understanding of what numbers will look like for Top Cut. Like you mentioned, 4-0, an excellent way to start off the tournament. You're undefeated, you're almost reaching that third waypoint. You kind of say, look, if I can, replicate what I've done already just a couple more times, or I get myself to, 10 wins, 12 wins maybe, then you're kind of on the horizon. It's really, though, these early matches, they don't seem as significant. You still got a long way ahead, but for every round that passes, it's going to get more difficult. If you lose these early rounds and you want to make that top cut, you're going to find yourself in a lot tougher of a spot when it comes down to getting yourself into that top cut with match points.
Yeah, and you run into that issue where you might play against other players that are in that tie bracket. If you have one of those ties earlier on, you play against some of those other players that may have been the reason why a match was slower in the previous rounds, and you can just really start to go downhill from that point. So playing fast, playing against some good players who know what the outcome's going to look like on the other side of that table. I mean, yeah, you have to put your best foot forward, and I think that playing a deck that has one of these strategies that can play a little bit of that mid-range game, you can get aggressive when you need to, or you can slow down when the time calls for it. That's the real way to stand out.
Yeah, and the last thing to sort of note, we've got a lot of different deck archetypes. I'm very curious to see, as this format kind of comes to a close, if players who have had sort of pet decks throughout the first couple of events, if they decide to just stick with it based off of comfort, or feel like they've got an edge on the meta because of their understanding. Kyle, you've played a lot of Pokemon TCG. If you're in a spot where you are, let's say, comfortable with a deck like Gardevoir, you've gotten, some top 32s, maybe a top cut so far in this format, and you're coming into these last two events, is it just a no-brainer to stick with, or are you someone who just wants to play the best deck in the room every single time?
I've always been a proponent of, if you know the meta, then you need to use that as an advantage that you have. It's not always about knowing your deck and what you can do with it. It's about making sure that you have the right read on what's going to be going on throughout the rest of the tournament. If I see that it's going to be a heavy Gholdengo, Ceruledge, boomstick kind of format, then I'm going to change my pace around. I'm going to switch back over to Gardevoir, Jellicent, and play it slow and give myself a chance to win those types of matchups. And I feel like a lot of players have that unique ability to take their deck and adjust accordingly like that. You don't always have to play Gardevoir. Like Cal Connor, for instance, he loves playing this deck, but he can also pick up on a meta read where he sees a chance for Zoroark to just take over and reign supreme.
It is a balance at the end of the day. 100% agree. You've got to know your deck, but you've also got to know the other decks in the field. Pokemon, it's you and your opponent. There's a lot of prep that goes in before you sit down at that table, but a lot of it is a skill check in this format. I'd rather that than flipping, coins on Crushing Hammer, to be honest. There have definitely been, worse times to have some variants of the Pokemon TCG. So anytime you complain about Pokemon in a metagame, I'm going to be honest, this is not the metagame to complain about. We've had much worse. And to be honest, I really love the new key consistency cards that Mega Evolutions has provided to a lot of these decks.
Yeah, and we will see what these players think about that as well, as we're starting to move a little forward in this tournament. We have some notable players to look at as we move into round number 5 here. Big names all across the board. Notables for me, I see Nico Alabas, Kian Amini, Tord Reklev, and some others, Kaito Arai, Benny Billinger. I mean, these are some monster names that we have on the tables, and almost none bigger than at the top there. Rowan and Simon Trodia-Lacoste. This is nice.
We've got a Canadian showdown here in Vegas, crossing the border, trying to get some action. You love to see it. And it's going to be a matchup between two decks we were focusing on here. We'll wait for these players to get set up. We'll get into the matchups, the nitty-gritty, and all the fun in between. But ladies and gentlemen, this will be an absolute treat for you all. Two talented players from Canada playing since about the same time period, looking at these player IDs, seeing that. And then it's sort of, a showcase of a lot of players, younger in the game, but it's really that question of when did they start playing, and when was really that breakthrough moment. Rowan, notably known for that World Championship win. We talked, of course, about his success, the top 4, the regionals, of course, in Milwaukee. We have a regional championship coming up, that he won in Hartford the year before that. But a lot of these players' successes started in the younger division for both of these competitors.
Yeah, Simon's a player that I've been following for a while now, and it seemed like we always heard his name coming up from Canada. Of course, there wasn't as much information to be had back then. Internet was a young thing, and He was always doing such a great job over there. We just didn't really have much knowledge about what it looked like. And since we've had the stream here, since we've been able to build on this product even more, we now see Simon is a really great player. He's always bringing some nice innovations to his lists as well. And today is no different, and that will be really fun to see.
It looks like our players are set up at the table. They'll get their headphones on, wired in. Doesn't matter if it's round 4. This is every win counts at this point. You have to lock in, zone in for a match like this, get ready, and understand that no matter who's sitting across from you at the table, you got one goal, and that is to win. And these players both know that very, very well. They're locked in, they're settled, and we can go ahead and talk about the matchup. Gardevoir, going to be the choice here for Rowan. It's no surprise. Just coming off of a top 4 at a regional championship, he's had extremely strong success with multiple different variations of this deck. Simon, on the other hand, not really known for a specific archetype himself. He is, however, going to play what he thinks is the best deck for this event, this Gholdengo deck with the rocks.
Yeah, and it's not just the rocks. He's snuck in a little bit of extra spice for us. Wancho, you were asking for Mega Pokemon. How about Mega Lucario?
Okay.
This time around.
I don't know if we'll be seeing Mega Lucario at the field in this match.
Probably not.
Probably not. I think Rowan, maybe has a little bit of the foresight to say not. I mean, talk about that. Mega Lucario, you are playing the fighting energy. Really, what's the inclusion for here? We're not going to see it in this round, but it's got to be here for something.
Yeah, I mean, you just think about matchups, and you want to have answers directly to that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. It works out fairly well there. You've got the energies. Why not go for it? Not this time around, however.
So those key cards, Jellicent EX is the card showcased to Rowan, but I gotta be honest, the more I play this deck and the more I watch, I honestly think it should be the Frillish there instead of the Jellicent, because that really is the star of the show in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Jellicent is maybe the star when it comes to the mirror match, but with the Frillish is the one that does all the heavy lifting, and it looks like we're gonna try to fix that for us as we move forward.
Oh, I just picked that up.
Yeah, that would have been nice. But no, Frillish is the one to look out for. It's such a great attacker. Sneaking in that 20 damage is nothing to scoff at either, but really just locking out those items. So many item cards to look out for from the Gholdengo player. And it's going to come down to those opening hands. Seeing the basic energy, seeing the earthen vessels before the item locks shut down. Will the lunar cycles commence before we see that?
And the big thing to always look for is that Vitality Band. It is in the deck for Simon, and it is that perfect math. The 80 damage is just enough to knock out Frillish. So a big dynamic, how early does Rowan decide to establish the item lock? And more importantly, what does his active Pokemon look like at the end of that turn 1? Because giving up free prize cards in this matchup can really swing that tempo super fast.
Yeah, great point there. And this is a deck that, of course, plays some extra fighting Pokemon. We know about that Mega Lucario, but you will not see some additional premium pros included, anything like that. It's just going to be the inclusion of that Vitality Band for some extra damage. However, we do see some other nice inclusions, like that Iron Bundle. We know that can be pretty pivotal in a matchup like this, moving that jelly around.
Yeah, and that's really, where Rowan's going to have to decide. Iron Bundle is not a very common inclusion in Gholdengo. I'd say maybe 1 in 4, and that's being generous. Players are running a card like that. Jellicent can be really good to attack with, but if you know your opponent has Iron Bundle, it kind of makes you wonder, do you kind of just abstain from, ever putting Jellicent EX into play and just go for that Frillish? Iron Bundle is hiding out the prizes, albeit at the bottom, so there's no cards like Hisui and Heavy Ball anymore to shuffle those prizes, so Simon may be happy to see that card. The Riolu, honestly, at the top is probably the best spot you want a card like that. We usually never talk about that, but having cards you never use at the top of your prizes, there's no better feeling.
Yeah, we do not need to see that Pokemon anytime soon for Rowan's side. Has plenty of copies of Munkidori and Dark Energy. Will feel pretty comfortable when he sees that those are his prize cards to work with. Just the 1 copy of Kirlia there, and there are 2 in the list, so keep an eye out for that as well.
So here we go, getting ready into this match. Round 5, both players at 4-0 as we kick things off. A Canadian battle, a Canadian showdown between our 2 competitors. Genesect EX, the starter here for Simon's gonna actually just start off right away with the Genesect, using that Metallic Signal, searching out the evolution Pokemon. And it's just going to get a little tally of what's in the deck. We'll note that Professor Turo's scenario is in the prize cards. That can always be a key piece, especially if Rowan decides to lean into what can be one of the most powerful lines for this matchup, the Technical Machine Devolution in combination with a bunch of damage counters on these Gholdengos.
Yeah, when 260 is too many hit points to work with, then just target down the Gimme Ghoul. 70, a lot easier to KO in instances like this, and you can build up that damage pretty easily. For Simon, this isn't exactly the start you're looking for. You do have a way to thin out these Pokemon, maybe see a little more resources, but I'm seeing superior energy retrieval.
Yeah, I think there's maybe an Artisan in the hand here for Simon, and there's got to be at least that Artisan to just get a Gimme Ghoul into play. Yeah, there is an Artisan. Okay, so saving grace here, but now in this spot here, if you're Simon, do you actually just grab the Zoroark? I mean, if you don't have an air balloon in hand, you're only going to draw one card next turn with this Gholdengo. You know, if you grab the Zoroark out this turn, you could at least guarantee the Lunatone the following and then maybe look to attack with Gholdengo next turn. But this Gimme Ghoul coming into play, assuming there's no air balloon to get that extra draw off coin bonus, will essentially be at the mercy of these next two top deck cards.
It is pretty difficult to find the rest of the pieces for the Lunatone Zoroark if you are under item lock at any point. It's just Artisan not searching out exactly what you're looking for. You have the Gimme Ghoul, but you need to get those Pokemon rolling, and thankfully, with one Pokemon out, you can at least start drawing next turn.
And Simon had a Pokegear in hand, chose to not play the Pokegear, even though he knows he can potentially be under item lock next turn. Let's keep that thought in the back of our mind as we go through Rowan's turn. Now, Rowan has built this deck to essentially pounce on the opportunity to use Jellicent, or rather Frillish, turn 1. 3 copies of Arven. That's a lot more than we've usually seen this deck start to pilot towards. Usually just, you know, relying onto that Lily and the Professor's research to kind of draw into some cards. If Rowan can find this turn 1 item lock here, even though he knows Simon will have access to Gholdengo EX, he'll still need to find a decent number of pieces here to get a knockout. Air Balloon 100% needed. Then we'll have to find those energy cards out of the deck. A guaranteed Pokemon with Artisan is nice, and we see right away doing this first deck search, and Frillish immediately coming into play knows this will be the MVP in this matchup.
Yeah, not much of a question there. Answers that pretty quickly, and now has the rest of the hand to work with. To find this, it is just the one copy of Air Balloon to work with if you want to move this Pokemon. But we do see that sometimes you do switch the pace over. If you have a read that your setup is a little more important, you can go aggressive. But my goodness, is there anything more aggressive than this? You have the secret box to get the ball rolling. This is everything.
The Gardevoir is the best deck in the format when it opens secret box turn 1. Like, you're about to see, ladies and gentlemen, how unstoppable this is going to be. It's just going to find, you know, discards 2 supporters from hand, but this is just because we're going to grab research and just get 4 energy in the bin this turn, it seems like, most likely. Immediately grabs the Artisan, the Lily, even just going to consider grabbing the Lily and the Bravery Charm. So does Rowan have Air Balloon already in hand, or is he potentially looking to use a different strategy this turn? You've got to assume that using this Frillish as an option compared to passing with Ralts is, you know, essentially incomparable in a spot like this.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a few cards left to work with here. Bravery Charm, not my favorite card to look for, but if you have all the resources, you may as well just start to build up on that secondary Pokemon. You can save all of the hit points on the Frillish and maybe withstand something like that Zoroark if you think that's coming soon.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find the Air Balloon and the Bravery Charm here, that's exactly where Bravery Charm shines, right? You put yourself out of that Vitality Band Zoroark range. It deals 70 damage plus the 10. Has both of them, and yeah, wow, look at this. Air Balloon's just already in the hand. We're getting rid of supporter cards here. This is 100% picture perfect here for Rowan on this first turn. You can't draw it up any better, you know, even if you were to play imaginary Pokemon and draw 8 cards here and get things set up.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything. He's found it all, and at this point, you still have 8 cards to look forward to, and you have all of those item cards that could get you even further into the deck at this point. Ultra Balls, Earthen Vessels, what have you. Anything that gets Psychic Energy at the discard pile from this point forward is a win.
And that really is just the big piece missing. We haven't seen any Earthen Vessel be played. There is one in the prize card, so it is important to note. And with an Arven going down as well, there's going to be a lot less ways to search that out. And as I say that, let's just go ahead and find Earthen Vessel, Ultra Ball, and all the Psychic Energy we want, Kyle. Why not?
Yeah, this is an embarrassment of riches at this point, and you can discard or already get those cards into there if you need to, but maybe there's a world where you just hold on to the Ultra Ball for next turn. It's not like your opponent has really shown you anything.
Yeah, maybe you could thin a couple energies out of the deck with Earthen Vessel, but again, there's really no reason to go about that. And yes, now Simon just not using that Pokegear on the previous turn means he's essentially relying off this one coin bonus to do anything this turn.
And this might be a nod to Simon doing some research and looking at some of the lists previously and thinking most players have been switching away from this style of Jellicent and not using the air balloon sometimes and going into the evolution style. And he just takes this risk, but it does not pay off here at all.
Looks like has the Arvent in hand, so might have been the top deck for turn, may have found already had it in hand, so we'll just go ahead and use that as a supporter. It's going to find the air balloon. Any item that's found will not be able to be played this turn, is considering that precious trolley that would set up, assuming they could be played. So look, you're essentially threatening that whenever this item lock is broken, you can get those basics into play. But for now, it's really just going to be Artisan as the only assistance in terms of Simon getting his board set up.
And is there a more awkward spot to be in at this point than what we see for Simon? Because this Frillish is not going anywhere. It takes so many energy to get the job done, and the item lock is already in play. How do you get past this point if it is just coin bonus for one and slowly drawing through?
And purposely not using the Artisan here is actually making it a little bit of a smart sequencing play. It's going to try and draw into a basic Pokemon here. Very heads up. We'll see if it pays off, and it's the wrong basic Pheasantipity. Not going to assist, and yet there's just that one fighting energy in hand. You can grab one of those two rocks out of the deck right now with Artisan, but Lunar Cycle and that Zoroark's burst damage not going to be available at least until the next turn.
Oh, yeah, this is just not where you want to be. The Artisan does help find a little more resources, but from here, is it just continuing to build the hand? You can find more Gimme Ghouls, evolve these Pokemon, and try to draw up until you have the answer for an inevitable Jellicent on the other side, but you're not really doing anything, and giving Rowan turns right here does not feel great.
Yeah, and since you can't get both down this turn, both the Zoroark and the Lunatone, may as well just try and put another Gholdengo into play. I like this choice here for Simon. Gimme Ghoul comes down. We'll see the pass of the turn, and Rowan is just going to have a little bit more leeway. Did draw into a bunch of resources, but did importantly miss any supporter card here. It's just going to make some quick action sequencing. This is going to probably be a quick turn here for Rowan. Grabs Kirlia, uses the Artisan right away, holding onto that Earthen Vessel, and is just kind of, he seems content playing a little bit of a patient game and just using Oceanic Gloom to slow things down. Dark Energy, though, big find on that Monkey Dory.
Yeah, not having to worry about this in the slightest. Now, if there is a world where Simon does pivot over, find another air balloon and start using Zoroark as the attacker so that he doesn't have to discard energies throughout this process, damage will shift over very quickly to Simon's side of the board.
Just thinking through the sequencing again, gonna first use that coin bonus. Does find a metal energy, but there is still only one fighting energy in the hand. So we'll just go ahead and evolve into this other Gholdengo EX. I don't know if there's any other supporter card. No, it's just gonna have to use coin bonus for one. Finds another fighting energy, and this is where the Bravery Charm is putting in work. It's keeping this Frillish out of a Make It Rain KO range this turn.
Yeah, and you don't feel comfortable attacking with this Pokemon if you're not taking a knockout, especially in a world where you still don't even have the knockout lined up for the following turn. You're going to have to keep drawing through to take this one prize off the board, and all those resources are just wasted as you stare down much more hit points on the following turn.
So Gimme Ghoul does come down into play, choosing yet again just to prioritize Gimme Ghouls instead of putting Zoroark and Lunatone into play. It seems that Zoroark's time has passed. A cycle around the sun not coming until later. It will be the attachment to the active spot, and actually miscounted here. Simon hiding one of those energy cards away. It will be the KO, so 3 fighting in the hand. Frillish does go down, but you have to wonder, taking this prize card turn 4 into the game, essentially, as we're heading into turn 4, excuse me, you know, this is a pretty big shift.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful spot here from Rowan. We saw previously last turn, had the air balloon on the Ralts, chose to evolve the Kirlia, and this is because you want to retreat with the Gardevoir. Get those energies onto the active Pokemon so that the damage is there, and then you can shift your play over. I feel like this has to be moving some damage over to a benched Gholdengo, and then using this Mind Bend from Munkidori. Put the confusion in play, really put your opponent on the back foot.
Yeah, Mind Bend could be solid. There is, of course, that still one air balloon available. Gardevoir EX is in the hand, but does actually have the Night Stretcher as well. And I think we may just be seeing Frillish Simulator. And it seems like there is a very good chance, Kyle, that every single Night Stretcher that will be played this set is just going to continue to grab Frillish back because Rowan knows how strong never letting Simon get to play items is in this matchup. You just essentially say, hey, so you got that first turn, you played no Poffin, you played no Trolley, you're not going to get to play any of your retrievals, you're not going to play any of your search cards. I'm just going to keep hitting you for 80 damage every turn, and eventually, yeah, you're just not going to have what it takes to get there. That's just how it works.
No, it's beautiful. This is exactly where you want to be. You have the answer in the item lock. You can bring this back up. You still are at that awkward number 2. If you want to leave the damage on the Frillish and just push the 4 from the Gardevoir, you don't have to worry about the damage from the Make It Rain. It's still going to be 2 discards, and we know how hard that can be to find.
The big choice here, Rowan really does not want to bench this Mew. It can be a huge liability, but it's going to prioritize using that restart and finds Iono off of the 2 cards. Probably the best card in the deck. Got rid of one turn 1 and can just hold on to this. Most players in this spot would just play the Iono, see a fresh hand of 6 cards. But Rowan, I think, understands that better, that you could just give your opponent another turn of just building their hand up to be even larger, put them to 4 prize cards, and then that Iono is going to hit even harder on the following turn in terms of disruption. Actually going to decide to play it. Very interesting sequence using the Munkidori's Adrenabrains. Usually when you see a player use those abilities, it means they're going to end their turn, but Rowan's actually going to, go a little bit of a different route. I wouldn't have hated it either way, but seeing 6 cards this turn is pretty solid.
Yeah, and what are you looking for from this point? You only have the 1 copy of Bravery Charm. You just played the Frillish down, so it's not like Jellicent's moving in at this point. So just wanted to do the hand disruption for his opponent. And you see that Simon discarded a bunch of resources. Maybe there's a world where he had a few more energy, but now he definitely has to go hunting.
And lots of supporter cards still left. Only that one Arven has been played so far. Still got all 4 of those bosses' orders remaining. He's got the Arvens, and that's it. They've got the Professor Turo is there as well, sure, but in terms of, progressing the board state and trying to put aggression on, those are really the only resources. And Arven essentially just says search your deck for a tool. It's not really even doing anything in this spot.
Yeah, just thin out a little bit, and maybe you'll draw something better with coin bonus. And it's still not looking very promising. You do have the Genesect. You can draw through and see some more Pokemon here, but it's all about when you want to shuffle with this deck.
Yeah, sequencing and, more importantly, how you stack your deck. Very important things for any deck in the Pokemon TCG, but especially when you're playing a deck that just draws so many cards, and it can just go turns and turns and turns without shuffling or reorganizing the deck. So it will be that Metallic Signal off Genesect does grab the remaining 2 Gholdengo EX out of the deck. And the big thing that I've been noticing so far for this board, Simon choosing to omit benching Zoroark or Lunatone. Now, of course, this start was slow, but, at this point, Kyle, do you think that's an active choice?
It has to be. You see that there's just not enough energy to stay up in this game. If you ever switched over to the Lunatone Zoroark, you're attacking for just 70 damage. You're not dealing knockouts, and there's already 2 Munkidori in play. If you push over any damage, it's just going to fly right back onto your side of the board. You open up this world for Counter Catcher slowing you down, too, as we already see an air balloon. Just doesn't line up anymore.
We've used our coin bonuses. I'm not sure there's enough energy right away.
Just 1, I think. Just 1 copy of Fighting Energy in this monstrous hand, but that's not enough.
Yeah, and Rowan smartly not flooding his board with energy means even something like a Boss's Orders play to try and stall out a Gardevoir not an option. Rowan very smartly protecting all potential options for Simon to get out of this item lock. If you give Simon a turn of items, this game's entire narrative flips.
Ooh.
Will finally be Zoroark coming down. It does make me wonder, I think we may have seen the Vitality Band in hand for Simon. May not be able to get both Pokemon down this turn. Maybe next turn there can be a combination of Air Balloon plus, the Artisan again and the Zoroark. Yeah. But another turn of a missed KO on Frillish, it really is a big miss.
Could be one of these two copies of Professor Turo's scenario if you want to play that card now, just another way to move Pokemon. But when you think about Pokemon that could get stuck, Zoroark is definitely one of those that you don't want to waste the energy on for future turns. So it's a big shift if you switch over from Gholdengo to Zoroark, but you could always go that route. This route makes a little more sense if you have one of the copies of Vitality or Air Balloon, you just grab the other.
Yeah, and I have to be honest here, Kyle. You know, I never want to count Simon out in this spot, but if you're not taking a KO, I don't know how you're winning this game. Like, it just seems so difficult. Rowan's going to get to put another 80 damage on the board, probably just onto either this Gholdengo that has 40 on it or onto a Gholdengo on the bench. And from there, the big piece that's missing from Simon is he's not running the picnic basket. He's got no way to heal any damage off of these Gholdengo EX, which is a huge piece to not have.
Yeah, that's a great point. This damage is going to stack up, and you walk right into the TM Devolution play. Does Simon have the answer? It's not there, just nothing as he passes over the turn. Essentially giving Rowan a great target in that Zoroark to just lock active and push damage. But what's the most efficient way to do this at this point? You usually try to get those energies in play and then retreat them off, but we're not seeing that just yet.
Yeah, and this bench is full, right? So you can't bounce between two Frillish. A very common play we see. You can use the Psychic Embrace and fuel that hefty 3 retreat cost. Retreat usually being high is a bad thing, but in this deck, getting an extra 20 damage on your Pokemon, Monkey Dory loves to just go ahead and move that around to the opponent's side.
Yeah, it makes it tempting to just go Ultra Ball in this spot and go straight for the Jellicent, get that Pokemon in play, and lock in those massive hit points. You can deal some pretty solid damage. Not a KO just yet unless you want to incorporate the Monkey Dory. And yeah, that's going to be up to Rowan.
We could. I mean, I don't really see a world where, you know, Rowan just decides to not use Oceanic Gloom at least for the next few turns. You know, you're a boss's orders away from this entire game spiraling out of control. You know, don't put a Kirlia in play this turn. Your Gardevoir gets boss KO'd, and what do you do at that point, right? You know, your opponent's going to get to play all their items. They're going to get all their energy back from the discard pile, and things could definitely spiral out of control. Rowan just, again, playing super defensive. He's grabbing the Night Stretcher to make sure that that's an option to get Frillish back again. He's going to play Ultra Ball and just prepare to get more Pokemon. We'll see the Jellicent grabbed, and we'll have to figure out if Rowan decides to go in with that this turn, if he fears the boss's orders, or if he's content going in elsewhere. And he is going to go ahead and put this Frillish in play, which makes me wonder if there's a counter catcher.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the combination here. Counter catcher, a big factor in making this play happen.
And you only need the 1 energy at this point. You can take the 2 damage counters, push that over to the Gholdengo that already has this metal energy here, and you'll have that Pokemon just a little bit closer. You could potentially take this one here and get to the Gholdengo with the Gimmighoul with 70, but now he's going to add the energies in play. He's going to be setting up at least the 3 prize for maybe next turn.
Yeah, very curious to, you know, leave very few energy in this card pile. It's always a fear, you know, your Gardevoir gets brought up. You've always got to think about that. And more importantly, if Gardevoir does go down, there really won't be an easy way to get damage counters into play next turn. Rowan, of course, has thought about this. He is aware. We'll go ahead and use the Power Press. 160 damage, thanks to Jellicent having an additional 2 energy attached to it. And now all these Gholdengos are ready. The work has been done. And Simon's already just drawn a card at this point.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage in play. All of the Gholdengo are potentially going to see their poor Gimmighoul KO'd on the next turn by way of that TM Devolution that's already in the hand for Rowan, I believe, as he grabbed that last turn. And yeah, he's just waiting in the wings. The one big play that you could see from Simon, if it weren't already prized, would be the Iron Bundle, moving this Pokemon, maybe locking something in the active spot like a Gardevoir, or trying to take a big KO somewhere, but he just does not have the resources to do this.
Yeah, and a huge problem as well. You know, you can use Professor Turo to pick up the Gholdengo and heal this damage off, but if you do, you're not playing boss's orders, you're not getting out of the item lock, and you're not targeting down another Pokemon, and you're essentially just doing nothing in that turn, which when you do nothing is doing everything for Gardevoir. Time is money.
All right, boss's orders, Vitality Band, a couple energy in this game, maybe just 1. But as you eye up ways to come back from this, clearing Gardevoir is the only thing that makes any sense to me.
And if you do, you've already got the Jellicent in play. It's already got the energies attached to it. You can take a KO, but once again, if you're not healing these Pokemon out of play, it is all but futile, especially with all of these Pokemon already having damage down. You can't even bench a fresh Gimmighoul because if your opponent has Rare Candy Gardevoir, they'll just use the Adrenabrains, and if they can get another Monkey Dory into play, they could wipe out that fresh Gimmighoul as well.
And for Rowan, he's probably shaking in his boots because he does not have full information here. But you see your opponent finally using those items, burning through. A Lunatone plus multiple Gholdengo means like 7 cards drawn this turn. It could easily be that your opponent has that picnic basket, heals those 2 Pokemon, gets out of range, but it's not there.
How do people just not respect a Gardevoir, man? This is insane to me. You know, I understand not playing the picnic basket. You know, it's not useful in every card, but it feels like, you know, focusing on some other cute inclusions, maybe the Iron Bundle instead, or adding this, you know, the Riolu and the Mega Lucario. Simon had to find space somewhere to cut, and cutting out this picnic basket may be costing him a game that otherwise would be pretty straightforward. Healing this out of play, forcing the Candy Guardy. Rowan's not even going to need that piece this turn if he wants to take 3 prize cards.
Just went full protein instead of for carbs and fibers, man. It's a wild choice. You got to have a diet, a balanced breakfast here if you're going to get through this, and just does not have that. But we do see some of these items. He's been desperately clinging on to these, waiting for a turn to use them. This is the turn now. Boss's orders pushed that Gardevoir. He's got at least 5 in the hand now. 1 more gets the job done, but at what cost?
At what cost, Kyle? The big question. Simon will do what he can. Take the knockout with Make It Rain onto the Gardevoir EX, 350 damage. Actually just going to get rid of the 6 since there is 10 damage on that Gardevoir. 6 energy, Make It Rain, 300 damage, but you know, Simon already knows what's coming. Rowan already knows what's coming. The question now, how much extra does Rowan have? If he again finds the Candy Dark, wow, what a top deck there. Candy off the top of the deck, Night Stretcher for Gardevoir EX, that's piece number 1. And if Rowan can find the Dark Energy, this game is all but over.
He's got pretty much everything here. He can lock up the second Frillish to go along with this. If you're not worried about outright winning the game on this turn, closing the game out certainly seems like it's almost done at this stage. You can move the damage over here. You have the Frillish to lock in a little more too. This is nasty work.
Yeah, we're just going to see the 6 damage counters go onto the Gimmighoul instead. So the question now is actually just going to choose to do this. A lot of players, right, would get greedy and just try and go for the Devolution play. But now that Simon can't play items yet again this turn, he knows that no picnic basket can be played even if it existed. And then the following turn, right, Simon's capped at only being able to take 1 prize card. Things could get a little bit tricky.
We are in a weird spot, though. Things have opened up. For Rowan, yes, you've set up a really big, massive play. For Simon, there is a Professor Turo scenario. You open up a bench space, you play down that Lunatone, Solrock, Energy, Vitality Band, KO, Frillish, lined up for you. 2 prize cards remaining, but then how do you find the last 2? That's really the question he'll have on his mind.
And that's really the question of if Rowan can get this final Monkey Dory. The problem, though, is that 3rd Monkey Dory is prized, so that hasn't been an option for him. He is going to make it a capitalization here. 3rd Monkey Dory not being available has changed the entire narrative of this game, not allowing Rowan to try and dig for that Dark Monkey Dory and getting this triple Adrenabrain onto the Gimmighoul. Instead, Simon's going to be able to play the Professor Turo, heal the damage off, and then now has to make a choice. If he decides to re-bench the Gimmighoul, the bench is locked. But Kyle, this Lunatone needs to be on the bench if Solrock wants to attack. So can you get the best of both worlds? I'm not sure.
That's what we're looking for. And you see with the discard pile, it's 6 energies for fighting energies in the discard pile. Probably 1 more remaining in the deck list here. Your item locked, so finding that resource, not going to happen unless you find the 1 copy of fighting energy to go along with this. He is drawing through the deck, burning through with these Gholdengo. Can he find the answer? There's, what, 15 cards in that hand?
There's too many cards, Kyle. I don't even want to count. 1 coin bonus finds a superior energy retrieval, but does not do anything in this spot. Items cannot be played here for Simon. And it kind of just makes me wonder, you know, what was our end goal in this spot? Did we play Professor Turo to just pass the turn? Is this what was happening here?
Turo was solely a means to an end to move this Pokemon, draw a little more with the Gholdengo, and burn to find the fighting energy, but it just wasn't there.
I mean, there are 2 energy in the hand, Kyle, so this Make It Rain can KO the Frillish.
But then what? you have 10 energies locked in play. You have 9 in your discard pile, 1 on the active. There's a total of 50 damage available if this Jellicent remains in the active position or if a Frillish is reestablished. There is no KOs lined up from this point forward.
Yeah, and the question here, though, is there a way to get Frillish into play again? Because this active Oceanic Gloom can be turned off with boss's orders.
Yeah.
So that's the big question here. If there's a Night Stretcher, this game could just be over here. Rowan will just be able to item block out all of the potential here.
We've seen 2 copies of Night Stretcher, but I think there is still the 1 Super Rod to bank on. With the Artisan, basically the same card, but can he find that? Rowan has not been drawing very much. He has a very low hand. He is going to play the Devo down, and there is Iono in this hand. There is Mew to restart and see a few more resources. If you can piece all that together.
This is so interesting because it feels like if we were going to go for a Devolution play, is there a reason we didn't just go for it the turn before? We would be doing the exact same thing, right? Taking 3 prize cards, putting our opponent down to 3 cards in hand, and now sort of this extra turn of trying to get fancy and go for the full Devolution play may have backfired since Simon was able to find that Professor Turo and take this KO. These are going to be some big cards here for Rowan. Importantly, can he find a way to get another Frillish into play? That is a huge question.
Oh, I don't think we're seeing it yet, but he is going to thin a little more. Has the Ultra Ball to burn a few more resources. 10 cards left in deck.
Uh-oh.
And maybe there's a world where you can restart into 1 more, but I don't know if you can do that without filling this bench space.
There is an evolution. All right,
Okay.
we've got 1 card here, Super Rod, the big choice. If we can find that,
Who's
energy should be
fishing?
locked out of the game. And no, I feel like you'd slam it down if it was an option. It's not there. We'll see the restart for 1 Jellicent EX. Coming up into the active spot, slow but surely, it is packing power, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to the help of Technical Machine Devolution, we'll see the Adrenabrain put that Gholdengo EX into the KO range, rather Gimmighoul being put into KO range.
Oh.
And I'll just double check what has been used.
Ethan, this is crazy. The Iono was exactly what was needed here for Rowan to make this play, but there's still a world where Simon could find all the right resources. Yes, you're pulling these Gholdengos off of the board. You're taking a triple KO, but Gimmighoul still remains. Boss's orders and a superior energy retrieval would be so close to getting the job done. The Iron Bundle was drawn off the prize cards. If that Pokemon comes back into play, there is a world where things get crazy.
And it's guaranteed with the Artisan here. Iron Bundle is 100% guaranteed.
Okay.
Simon's going to have items access this turn, which means all he needs to do is just find Boss's orders and a superior energy retrieval plus 1 energy card.
He's got all the fodder in his hand. He has 3 Gholdengo to go along with this.
And already the Zoroark as well. That draws more cards.
I don't know about bringing up the Genesect. I kind of just like having the Gholdengo already there to draw 2.
It doesn't matter either way, right? It's got the air balloon on it, so you can only use that 1 coin bonus for 2.
Okay.
So either way, bringing up the free pivoter, it's not the end of the world. Does draw Pokegear to start the turn. That's a big card. That could guarantee the boss. A lot of superior energy retrievals were on the bottom of the deck thanks to Iono. So smart choice here for Simon. We'll look to the deck, see what's available, and there is still a pretty hefty amount of cards in the deck here. It looks like about 20 and change. 3 superior energy retrievals, though, are still remaining. And there's still a fighting energy in the deck that can be searched out with some of these fighting gong as well.
There's still Precious Trolley. there could be
This ace spec is terrible, ladies and gentlemen. Why is this ace spec here? I'm just joking. Just because it wasn't played doesn't mean it's bad, all right? All right?
You could redraw into all of the right resources. Maybe the only turn that you need Lunestone Solrock is the last turn.
Did he just fail the Artisan? Did he not grab Iron Bundle?
It was a failed Genesect start.
Oh, failed Genesect, excuse me. All right, Genesect was failed, not the Artisan, so.
But as you're saying that, I still feel like Artisan seems like a pretty solid play before drawing with the Gholdengo, but we'll see this first?
Yeah, I mean, there is a world where you want to draw into a basic, but it's Pheasantipity, right? It doesn't make a difference. So here we go. Yeah, Artisan going to be used first. And here is the secret surprise hiding out the entire time. It's getting chilly in here, Kyle.
Yeah.
It's freezing up.
It's the holiday season coming up
Happy
a little
holidays.
sooner here. And we've got gold coins. We're having a blast. And Simon is maybe one step closer to finding a miraculous turnaround here.
Yeah.
He's going to draw the 2 cards right now. What does he find? Energy to go along with this. But what else?
Orders finds the boss, but we're still short. We may have to rely off of a lunar cycle.
Okay, 3 cards left to see here.
So now the question is, do you play Iron Bundle first? And I think you do in this spot. You play the Iron Bundle so you can Poke Gear and thin out a card, but no, is going to use this first. Boss's orders.
Does he find a Fighting Gong? What else is there?
We found a Fighting Gong and Lucario EX. That Lucario is going to do nothing in this spot. Now, Rowan cannot win the game next turn. He cannot take 3 prize cards. So in this spot here, Simon actually not using the Iron Bundle, while it could have let him thin out a card there, in hindsight, may have been a smarter choice to not use that, since by having it on the bench, it's going to threaten something on the following turn. Are we really using that right now in this spot?
Yes, that's going to move, bring the Monkey Dory into the active. Item cards available now for Simon.
I guess sitting on boss's orders means that the Iron Bundle's just not going to matter next turn, but having that as an option available still seems pretty valuable, Kyle.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about here. It's going to be the energy for the Fighting Gong.
There's no energy there, Kyle.
Yeah, you're right. They're all just gone at this point. It's all 7 we see in the discard. Almost every energy accounted for here. Just 1 more remaining.
And this is another opportunity where if Rowan can find the Super Rod this turn, it's GG's. The game is over. There is no way for Simon to put any energy into play. Another huge opportunity opened up here for Rowan. It seems like Simon is just setting himself up for the win next turn, but we know if there's a Frillish that comes down, it's over.
Yeah, you just lock out the items completely. No more energies. As long as you don't deck out first, then you'll be fine. And this is the Poke Gear that Ethan wanted to see earlier. It could have potentially thinned a card out and led to a more efficient lunar draw.
Drew into that boss's orders off the lunar cycle. So, you know, these mistakes are kind of hard to see in the moment. You know, we are, of course, watching from a bird's eye view. We get a little bit more perspective, but small decisions in the Pokemon TCG, they can make or break big moments like this. You got to wonder if Simon was maybe a little bit hesitant about how he wanted to sequence that turn, and you have to breathe a sigh of relief if you're Rowan. You're not seeing the boss's orders get played down. You're not seeing flip the script, draw more cards. You got to be feeling pretty good.
I mean, this was dangerous. There's almost a world where Night Stretcher brings back a Iron Bundle and would take a KO if there weren't 2 single prize Pokemon in play. Like, there's a lot to consider here. Rowan had the perfect board to combat this. Simon will get the energies back into the hand. You have to think at this point. But what can he do as far as building up for a full answer? You're not going to have enough energies to KO a Mew.
Yeah, and the big thing to potentially think about in this spot, you know, if you do decide to take this KO, you're still possibly locking yourself out of Frillish. You would discard 2 energies and then have to attach another energy to this Gholdengo. So I wonder here if you're Simon, if you actually are just supposed to hold the energies in your hand and not take this monkey KO, because I think you still just lose to Oceanic Gloom now.
100%. I don't think that was where I'd go with that play, but wants to see the prize card, wants to dig 1 step further. For Rowan now, 3 prize cards remaining, but his answer might already be on the board in that discard pile for Simon. It is staring at him in the face. He knows the answer is just a Super Rod away.
And there's the Arven in the hand. It's guaranteed, Kyle. But now Rowan has to play these mind games of how many energy does he think Simon is playing. Because if you are wrong in this spot and your opponent can KO this Frillish, then you essentially put yourself in a spot where closing out this game could just be impossible.
It's a really scary spot. You've been playing for 34 minutes at this point. You're all in on this strategy. And it feels like when you evolved to Jellicent, it was the right move for you, but now you may be regretting it. You have the Frillish that you can lean on once more now. But does he want to?
Grab the Frillish. He doesn't think that there's a way to lock this out. But we know, Kyle, if the energies are counted right, that an Oceanic Gloom would just win the game on the spot here for Rowan.
Oh, what world are we in? Where is the answer?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 fighting in the hand through metal. Rowan would have just won the game on the spot if he announced Oceanic Gloom, assuming he had enough energy in the discard pile to never get locked out from retreating.
Energies moving Jellicent to the bench. The item lock no more. Gardevoir is here to stay. There is enough damage to take the KO here. Go 1-to-1 prize cards. And Simon needs to find an answer here, but there's a lot more live draws than we thought.
And wow, Rowan just deciding to not play extra mind games, not go in with the Frillish. That 10 damage on the Gholdengo EX from a previous Adrenabrain allows Miracle Force on this Gardevoir EX to take the KO on Gholdengo. 10 damage plus the 2 Adrenabrains puts it to 70, and then the 190 is perfect math. Rowan Stavinaugh using that Super Rod to get the monkey into play and close the game out.
Wasn't he at 3 prize cards?
Yeah, but what does your opponent do? Simon just can't attack next turn. Screamtail is guaranteed to win the game on the following turn with a snipe.
All right, there just wasn't anything left for Simon to draw at that point. He just could not see the writing on, or saw the writing on the wall and moved past it. And I mean, what a wild game we had, a back and forth. Let's take a look at how we got to this point here, as both our players trying to figure it out as we went along, and it got pretty wild pretty early. For Simon, the cards were flying through, and you can see it with his discard pile. He was all in on KOing these Frillish.
It worked out well, going after the Frillish, but really that slow start came back to bite Simon. Just was a couple turns away from finding early prizes, and just that lack of early Lunatone Soul Rock pressure, it felt like could have been the difference maker in this first game.
Yeah, it just did not have those early prize cards that we see so often these players lean on. You have the boss's orders and the answer to just move these Pokemon around, but if you don't draw them early enough, you can't cash in on these prizes. And when you're using all your energies early on the Gholdengos, taking these 2-3 energy discard KOs, it just doesn't feel efficient.
We will get into things here. Game number 2, and that was a long first game, Kyle. If you're in Rowan's shoes with 15 minutes on the clock, if he plays his cards right here, I don't think there's a way he can lose this game.
Yeah, the Frillish is your best friend for many reasons. It has such a great answer in this matchup, but also in general, it just buys time. It slows your opponent down, gives you time to think, and is this not the best hand we've ever seen? Like, besides Secret Box, he's got every resource he wants.
Yeah, Vessel, Ultra Ball, Candy, supporter for next turn. I mean, what more can Rowan find here playing this deck?
Oh, his prize cards aren't going to help him too much, but that is okay. He does not care about prize cards this time around.
How many Frillish can I put into play? That seems to potentially be the name of the game. That Bravery Charm in the deck, Air Balloon in the deck. There is that one counter catcher gone. That always can be a nice resource to try and buy time, but time is the name of the game. No matter how you want to look at it, Rowan understands we're not going to be able to finish a third game 100%. That's out of the window. The question now is, can we finish a second game? And with the new rule change, with there only being +1 turns, it feels like the writing's on the wall. Rowan doesn't even need to play at a slow pace. He's just going to do what he normally does, and Gholdengo just has these super long turns where they're just drawing so many cards.
Right, and for Simon, he's going to have a read on that, understand that you just need to play quickly, burn through resources, maybe just have that reckless endangerment of, I need prize cards and I need them fast. And it's up to Rowan to really make a mistake at that point, but I don't think we'll see that. It's going to be a lot of this benching of single prize Pokemon and making sure to use every card efficiently.
And even the Artisan here is really strong, because if Rowan wants to, he could put another Monkey Dory into play just to play around Iron Bundle, guaranteeing a KO on the bench with Vitality Band. However, it is a pretty unlikely circumstance for turn 1 here for Simon, so Rowan will just smartly go ahead and bench Ralt, since there is always that potential of a boss's orders plus Soul Rock Lunatone to KO the only Ralts in play, and things could get complicated.
Yeah, you want to have an answer to that. Rare Candy was in the hand, so maybe Rowan would have a turn 2 Gardevoir to go along with that. For Simon, these prize cards can work with. Just one copy of that Air Balloon is a little unfortunate to see that one in the prizes. See some of those basic energies to go along with it, but his eye is going to be on flooding the board early with that Artisan.
We got to take a prize every minute, Kyle. Our turn's got to be a minute, and we've got to take prizes. And immediately you see the Iron Bundle. It brings up the Ralts. Frillish could potentially survive a hit, but Rowan knows with that one Frillish in the prize cards, he's got to preserve that as the most important Pokemon. Turn 1 Arven, and now we'll finally see Precious Trolley really come in and shine.
Yeah, the trolley of all cards. This is the ace spec that Simon decided to go with, and it is really for this exact turn. If you see it on turn 1, you flood the board. You have all these Pokemon. You don't have to worry about them for the rest of the game. And all you need is an Earthen Vessel, an energy card here or there, and you can have a full setup, as you see the Genesect as well, already searching out your evolutions.
Yep, then in the deck out, getting ready to use that coin bonus ability next turn. And this does signal that there is an Air Balloon as well in hand to start. So double Genesect EX, Earthen Vessel, Air Balloon, Vitality Band. We will see Simon do exactly what he needs to do in this spot, which is take a turn 1 KO with that Zoroark. However, Rowan's going to start slowing the pace of the game down, and if that Bravery Charm is found, it means Zoroark's value is going to go down a lot in the following turns.
Yeah, the damage just really starts to compile on Rowan's side of the board. If he can stick the extra hit points there, maybe find another copy of Frillish, and we know that it's not there this time around, so he's going to have to hold on to that one. But Monkey Dory Dark Energy, every time you see one of those, it means that Frillish can stick around just a little bit longer.
So there it is, attachment for turn 2 the Zoroark. Cosmic Beam online, Air Balloon on the active spot, and Zoroark's going to come in as fast as it can. Taking some extra actions here, drawing energy out of the deck. Thinning and winning is great and all, but time is your biggest enemy.
Yeah, I mean, this was the mistake from the previous game that he did not want to make again. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot of time left, but does want to see that energy, have access to the Lunar Cycle on the following turn, continue to burn through the deck, and he will see this first prize card here in game number 2. He's got 9 minutes left.
Oh,
and Rowan.
That's the worst card to top deck in the entire deck. Wanted to just Earthen Vessel away whatever the top deck was, and had to discard the Night Stretcher, excuse me. The absolute worst card in the deck, especially again with one of those Frillish being prized. But what a turn number 2 here for Rowan. You got to give him props. Candy, Gardevoir, Frillish in the active spot, and a Lily to draw 6 cards as well, plus the 2 you're going to get since you have 6 prize cards remaining.
I mean, yeah, this is everything. He's got the 8 cards here lined up for him. 2 energies in the discard pile now. A Dark Energy looks very nice. If you can start to move some damage over to the other side of the board and start to put some pressure on these Gimme Ghoul, it doesn't matter if they evolve. We know they will see this on the following turns from the Genesects, but if you get the damage down now, you will see the TM devolution soon.
And that Bravery Charm would be another very nice find here. You know your opponent's got the Vitality Band. You know that Pokemon is probably going to be knocked out and finds the Bravery Charm. Just needs to find the Dark Energy. That would be icing on the cake. Does not find it. That is a little bit of a miss. You don't love to see that in this spot. Does, however, find the Jellicent EX, and this is a question where you've got to ask yourself, given the circumstance, given the time left in the round, is your strategy just to go in with Jellicent instead, or do you just commit to using Oceanic Gloom? I kind of like the latter here in this spot, I can't lie.
It's tempting. If there wasn't the Night Stretcher discard and the Frillish in the prize cards, I would think 100% continue on with Frillish here. Use the Oceanic Gloom to continue your lock. It's a little safer. However, your opponent has a full board set up. You will not see any Pokemon shifting around, no presence surprising you out of nowhere. It will have to be the boss's orders and answer every time that they play around the Jellicent.
Yeah, the big question, though, is, you commit this Bravery Charm to this Frillish that's most likely guaranteed to be knocked out here. Yes, you got to get the energies discarded regardless. You know there's one in the bin, one locked on the Zoroark, so they will start to go pretty quickly, but there's a very solid chance Simon's just going to have the KO in this spot. Just needs to find 4 energy cards total. We'll see after these coin bonuses what they look like. We'll just use this second one, just going to draw 1 card, and, hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. There may not be enough energy cards as it seems. This hand is so massive, it's hard to kind of keep track sometimes of what cards are there, but correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, I'm only seeing that 1 fighting energy.
Just 1 fighting right here, and you don't feel comfortable letting that one slide. The retreat does happen. Wants to see an extra card here with the coin bonus, but even in a perfect world, what do you find?
Yeah, it's so tough because you could at least put 70 damage on this Frillish, and if your opponent doesn't find a Dark Energy, then you get to just take the 2-hit KO. Instead, maybe getting a little bit greedy, going into Gholdengo. There wasn't 2 perfect cards that could be drawn there that would have got him the KO, though, and I have to wonder what the next turn will look like for Simon as Rowan kicks things off and is given another opportunity to start getting these Dark Energy into play.
He has the Super Rod, and maybe he was banking on seeing that Frillish KO'd here. Instead, it is just Iono. Shuffle up, find some other resources. The big one on our mind here, where's that Dark Energy?
Monkey Dory just waiting to be put to good use. It's only as strong as your Dark Energy consistency is, and does find it. Dark Energy found. Now Gardevoir EX Psychic Embrace means we'll start to pile some more damage over onto Simon's side. And there is a couple energy cards in hand, and I wonder how you want to go about distributing these. There was an Earthen Vessel found as well, but nothing like an Ultra Ball or another Earthen Vessel to put those in the discard pile. I would like to just see the energies put onto the Frillish, probably. I think 1 is honestly okay, since you just use that 2. You're going to have to use 3 Adrenabrains anyways onto the Gimmighoul to take a KO, and you want to make sure that Gardevoir doesn't get stranded. So I like this play here from Rowan.
Yeah, this is pretty smart here. You don't need to overcommit in this spot. You'll still have an answer if this Pokemon sticks around, and you do choose to switch gears over to the Jellicent. But for Simon, I mean, all hands on deck. Got to start burning through, draw these resources. 4.5 minutes left, and he still needs 5 prize cards.
4 energy, the goal for sure. And we're halfway there so far. Simon's got 2 Metal Energy in hand. Those are more precious resources than the Fighting Energy. Does find the 1 Fighting Energy.
Hang on.
And we could draw 2 cards here if we want to put this air ballooned Pokemon onto the bench. Having that as a pivot option is always strong, but that extra card could be a difference maker here. This is going to be a big coinus, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, just 1 more energy here takes the KO, and Simon would feel pretty nice taking out this Frillish.
And doesn't find it, and yet again, another turn missed where Simon just cannot find a KO onto Frillish, and is yet again gonna have to just allow more damage to be accumulated on Rowan's side and buy him even more turn. He's gonna get greedy here, he's got to with just so little time. Can he find 2 energy at the cost trade for 1? Superior energy retrieval, and an Earthen Vessel. Kyle, none of those cards having any effect thanks to the little Frillish putting in that disruptive work.
It sounds like 10 energies to me. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's pretty rough to see that trade-off here for Simon, and now goes with the Genesect, pulls out this Gholdengo, just using additional resources, additional time that you don't need to in this spot. You have to keep the ball rolling. Yes, there's no knockout, but we're missing out on some chances to maybe have some seconds at the very end of the game.
Does feel like the sort of doors are shutting here on Simon. His opportunities are slowly fading away, and another Dark Energy found immediately here for Rowan off the top of the deck, playing the Arven, the secret box being found, and Rowan's energy problem that he previously had no longer going to be an issue. We'll see plenty hit the discard pile.
Yeah, and at this point, what do you feel comfortable with? You can continue to use this Frillish and slow things down. However, you have seen your opponent build up pretty massive hand on the other side. Getting the energies on board seems nice, because then you can push some more damage over to try to knock out those Gimmighoul. But at what point are you overextending?
And just deciding to hold the Earthen Vessel and this secret box. Just wants to be able to respond however his opponent plays this turn out. And now, because you have both those resources, you can confidently put all these energies onto the Frillish, since you can easily put more in the bin. We'll see another Adrenabrain, another item lock, and Simon, you've got to find the energy, and finally does, but that energy just found 1 turn too short here. That could be a huge difference maker.
And it's the energy that he replaced with the Lunatone. He has to find another energy.
That's true.
To get even further at this stage. Massive hand size, but just nothing to show for it.
I'm not even sure there's enough energy to take this KO, is considering where to put this energy attachment. We're at just under 2 minutes left. Simon not taking a prize card. I think things are all but over.
Oh, he's going to continue to fight here at this stage, and without the knockout lined up here, it does not feel great. However, maybe a boss's orders KO Monkey Dory makes him feel a little more comfortable. He can take those prizes, but you're not answering the main issue, which is that Frillish is completely unchecked.
Yeah, and it doesn't really seem like a recipe for success. We'll see the Genesect get picked up. It's going to open this bench space up for another Gimmighoul to come down. It does provide a little bit more draw, protects against evolution, but the ladder doesn't even matter. Rowan's not trying to take prize cards in this spot. He just wants to slow things down, and he's doing an excellent job of that so far in the second game.
Yeah, it's been a real masterclass on Rowan's side of the table, just being calm, cool, and collective, showing off what his deck is capable of in these spots, and you're going to see a lot of pressure.
Whoa!
He's going to find new card.
Hello?
Hi, new card.
Someone has entered the chat. I don't know why they're here. You weren't invited, Mr. Riolu, but welcome to the stream, welcome to the show. getting a little bit of time down in the spotlight, you know, making a bit of an appearance, showcasing some tricks that weren't used, but there's 45 seconds left. This game is all but over, and Rowan Stavenel is going to advance to 5-0 on the back of this blue Frillish putting in work. I'm feeling pretty gloomy after everything I've seen so far in this set.
Yeah, this has worked out so well for Rowan on this side of the table. He's got every answer built in so far. It doesn't seem like he's satisfied with the way that this is going just because of how slow it has to all commence, but this is where you need to be. Just 20 damage piling up is enough to completely lock this game out.
We'll see the rest of the cards be played, but as we've mentioned, writing on the wall, Rowan Stavenel play out these last 2 seconds, and with the +1 turns, there is no earthly way in which this game will be over. Simon extends the hand, scoop things up, and Rowan Stavenel will be undefeated at 5 wins, 0 losses on the back of the disruptive power, thanks to Frillish and Jellicent EX.
Yep, might be this time around all looking Jellicent's way, and rightfully so. This is one of the more important attackers that we've seen in the TCG. It just establishes exactly how play has to go. It changes the way that decks are made at this point, and this is a big glaring weakness that we see from Gholdengo, is it does not like being item locked.
That was a crazy game one, those last couple of turns. Let's take a look back and see how everything commenced in this set. Between both of these players here, we've got Rowan, of course, played through that game one. Not really much to highlight in this game two. As it stands, you know, just a little bit of Oceanic Glooming, passing back and forth. As we will actually be able to take a look and see some of the things that did go back in the set. Good to take a little bit of a reflection. But yeah, not much happening, you know, in this second game. But the first game, yet again, key to note, those early turns in both games 1 and 2, Simon just struggled to take prize cards and ended up just being, you know, 1 or 2 prizes away from easily closing this game out.
Yeah, there was a big play in this opening game here where we saw the slowing down, not using the TM devolution, trying to take all of the gimme goal off the board. And it led to this spot where Rowan did just eventually have to open it up. He left the gimme goal in play. It had the answer to take the KO. However, Gardevoir came in, took the knockout here, and Simon just saw the writing on the wall. There was no answer to clear the game up from that point of the game, and had to move on. And we moved into the second game here with not much time left.
And it was just a Frillish show. Frillish putting on its star-studded talent. Oceanic Gloom just shutting Simon out, and there could have been a potential chance, but yeah, I think even if Simon had found the energies to KO the Gloom guy.
Gloomy boy.
I just think of him as a gloomy boy these days. I get sad thinking about him. The Frillish, excuse me. If that had happened, you know, as it stood, I don't think there was enough time either way to take those last few prize cards if Rowan just, you know, maneuvered around his Pokemon in a correct way. So once again, Rowan Stavenel, 5-0. With Gardevoir Jellicent, and he is looking to yet again put himself in a top cut scenario, and he's got the deck and the talent to do it. Would not be surprised to see him there.
Yeah, he's been doing this time and time again. He's just a competitive guy all around. He's been playing in all sorts of different events throughout the year and finding so much success. We saw him in that top 4 against Jackson Ford. Came down to what we'll call a coin flip at the tail end of the game, where he missed out on a confusion and did not get to go into that finals. I'm sure that was biting at him, and he was thinking about what could have been. And of course, you have to be happy for your friend there, but maybe this is his turn to take that back, and both of them will be in the best shape of their life going into LAIC.
That's going to be a great tournament. Of course, we are focused currently on the Las Vegas Regional Championship. So far, 5-0 starts for a lot of our competitors out here. We saw Tord, of course, win that last round to go in 4-0. He's still playing things out in the field. Gotta wonder, you know, how this meta has shaped up. It does feel like players have adequately found responses to Gholdengo EX. And I think that was kind of the consensus going into this weekend. All right, you know, Gholdengo, you had your one share. We kind of disrespected you a little bit, but showtime's over. You know, go back into your corner. You're a tier 2 deck. Get out of here.
Ooh, okay. Is that how you feel, or?
Look, I am not the biggest Gholdengo fan. I, of course, love Gardevoir. I am biased. If you have heard me on the mic, you know that's the truth. You saw a showcase right there. Yeah, I'm going to let Rowan's play speak for it. You know, if you just use Oceanic Gloom enough times, your opponent is really going to struggle to find answers. And there was also a few opportunities there for Rowan, you know, where He could have chosen to be a little bit more aggressive, or he could have chosen to be a little bit more passive, and both routes have their pros and cons, but they still put you in an end game where you're just so favored. At worst, it's that situation it was in that last game. Iona to 1 or Iona to 2, force them to have boss plus an SER while being item locked originally, and if they have it, they have it. You know, it sucks to say that sometimes in Pokemon, but from the dawn of, you know, the modern era, N to 1 or Iona to 1 or reset stamp or whatever you want to call it, it has defined formats, and it is a cornerstone in the TCG. You've got to live and die by it. That's just how it works.
Yeah, it's something that we see all the time in this game, and so many players have those horror stories that they like to bring up as they've been on the receiving end of that. It's just never something to be too excited about, but it also leads to some really great moments for us too at the desk here. We get to see so many great plays close out in just that fashion. It's been fun to see what decks are gonna be at the forefront of this tournament. We've already seen a little bit of that here with the Gardevoir. Do you think that it's gonna be all of the Jellicent versions sneaking up to the top, or do you think there's a nice mix?
I feel legitimate in saying it may just be 50-50. I think it comes down to player preference. Both decks are very even on their pros and cons sheets. It's just how it naturally works out, you know. The Flutter Mane version can be very good against the more aggressive matchups. It could be better to have the Balloon against Zoroark, you know, the Drifloon against Zoroark. On the other hand, this version's better into Gholdengo, so it 100% could be back and forth. What are your thoughts on that, Kyle?
Yeah, I feel like I find myself leaning more on the Jellicent version because it's just like a more comfortable place for me, but I can also understand how the other one has some merit. I just feel like it's a little easier to like tech around some of those spots. You just run into more situations where you can be knocked out of a game if you're going heavy Bravery Charm style, for example, and then you just run into a Jamming Tower deck.
Lots to think about in that match, especially that long game number 1. Chip Ritchie is standing in the Analyst Lounge. He's going to break things down for all of you at home.
Thanks a bunch, gentlemen. Yeah, it was a really, really interesting game there between our two competitors. Of course, Rowan coming away with the victory, moving to 5-0. And I want to break down here what I think was really the pivotal turn of that game number 1. Lots of really important decisions went into this exact situation, and I think it's what eventually propelled Rowan forward in order to get the win. So in this situation right now, Simon just finished his turn by passing with this Zoroark active. Simon has 5 prizes remaining. Rowan has got 6 prize cards remaining. Now in this spot, Rowan has the Frillish active, and that is really the big piece of this matchup, the item lock, limiting the Gholdengo players' access to their energy cards. Basically, every way they have to access energy is through the use of an item card, whether it be Superior Energy Retrieval, the Fighting Gong, or the Earthen Vessel. And that's what we saw play out here throughout the beginning of this game. Frillish using Oceanic Gloom, pinging that little bit of damage onto these Gholdengos throughout the earlier turns of the game. But now Simon has pushed this Zoroark forward and just simply passed. Rowan has the option to keep the guaranteed item lockup. He can use Oceanic Gloom. He can hit this Zoroark for 20 damage and guarantee that Simon won't have access to any of those item cards. The problem for that exact situation is that Simon could respond with the Vitality Band plus the KO with this Zoroark, dealing 80 damage to KO the Frillish. Now, Rowan could reestablish the Frillish, you know, counter catcher, bring one of these Gholdengos up and start just building up a little bit more damage in play. The problem is that Rowan does not have any draw power developed on this board. He does not have bench space to put Pheasantipity down and the Frillish off of a potential Night Stretcher. So with lack of draw power available to him, it's actually pretty unlikely if this Frillish goes down that he would be able to reestablish the item lock. So he decides to go for a little bit longer term of a play, and even though he puts this Jellicent EX into play, which of course can be bossed to the bench, that gives Simon access to these item cards, he knows that if he gets off the hit onto the Gholdengo EX there on the bench that has no damage on it, with a Jellicent, there will be so much damage in play that he can play towards the inevitability of Technical Machine Devolution plus an Iono. And that combination of cards is just devastating for the Gholdengo player. So while he is giving up the potential of Simon being able to get out of the item lock here, he is getting enough damage into play where even if Simon gets out of the item lock, it's not going to be an issue. And I do want to point out here as well on this exact turn, if Simon had not, or sorry, if Rowan had not gone for the play he went for, which was eventually to counter catcher the Gholdengo with no damage on it off of this Arven, if he had just used the Frillish, 20 damage Oceanic Gloom into the Zoroark or even into the Gholdengo, and Simon was able to find the combination of Vitality Band and Fighting Energy, he actually lines up really nicely with his prize trade because he can KO this Frillish for 1, that sends him down to just 4 prize cards remaining, and then Rowan maybe will not be able to re-establish the item lock with the board position he's built for himself. No Pheasantipity in play, no way to consistently draw cards. So if Rowan misses the item lock, then Simon's got 4 prize cards left, and there are 2 pretty reasonable targets there. That Gardevoir with 10 damage on it, and also that Mew EX. That is 2 KOs away from Simon just winning the game. So I think this was a really heads-up turn here from Rowan, saying, yes, time to put the Jellicent out and get just as much damage into play as possible. And that is exactly what he did here, setting up with the Technical Machine Devolution in his hand off that Arven as well, which is a big piece for him to have access to. Gets it out of the deck, make sure he has it, and that's him also capitalizing on just kind of general list knowledge, knowing that these Gholdengo players typically do not play any sort of hand disruption, no Ionos, no judges, nothing like that, so he knows that that Technical Machine Devolution is going to be hanging around in the hand, and then does indeed go for the counter catcher play to bring up the Gholdengo and gets a bunch of damage onto his Jellicent, moves it over with the Monkey Dories, and just puts so much damage into play that it's going to be really, really difficult for Simon to ever come out ahead in this scenario. Really, really well played match there by both of our players, but Rowan is the one able to come out on top, navigating all of his item lock options really, really excellently. I do believe we will be able to speak to Rowan here pretty soon. Looking forward to seeing what he thinks about that matchup.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Wanchelsson on here, and I'm joined with Rowan Stevnow, who just won a game on stream in a very commanding fashion. Rowan, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm happy to be here. I always love to get on the stream so I can say hi to all the people who support me. My parents at home, I know they're watching. And yeah, I mean, that first game I thought was a little shaky, actually. At the end there, I think he only needed boss's orders and a superior energy retrieval, and he would have killed my Mew and won the game. So the second game, yes, it was locked up pretty early, but that first game, I was nervous.
No, definitely. It definitely felt like you were in command, right? A lot of times, it was almost perfect with all the damage counters, but a single Turo definitely shook things around, right? Yes. But yeah, definitely turned it around. I got to talk to you before you went up. You were literally just ready for the interview. You're very confident. Are you feeling confident with the deck choice?
Oh yeah, I feel great about the deck. I mean, of course, I was just in the top 4 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I've played this deck a lot. Yeah, I'm just really confident in its position in the meta, my ability to play it. I know my matchups. So if things go right, I could put together a run today for sure.
All right, let me ask you though, why Jelly Gardy over regular Gardevoir?
I mean, I think the biggest reason, we just saw it on the stream, I think Frillish and Jellicent, I mean, maybe even just Frillish was really the MVP there. The Gholdengo matchup's pretty important, and a lot of these patterns of me controlling the game with item lock and Jellicent appear other places in different ways against other evolution decks. Charizard, right? You get the TM Devo, block their items, block their rare candy, and there's tons more. I won't list them all, but I think it's like integral to the way the deck functions. And I never played the deck without the Jellicent. That's actually when I switched from Dragapult to Gardevoir. When Henry Chow started playing the Jellicent, I was like, oh, he's kind of cooking. So I just took it.
Definitely. I feel like Gardevoir itself is already a very powerful deck. You add in the fact that you can item lock in a meta where Gholdengo seems to be #1. Just makes sense. I like that. Let's talk about the game again real quick. Let's talk about when is it time to Devo? When do you pull the trigger? We got to see in that match, you did have to pull the trigger a little bit earlier just because of the Turo, yeah? But let's talk about that. When do we pull the trigger?
I mean, ideally, we're wiping the board. We want to kill every single Gholdengo. I actually think in that first game, I did a bad job of timing that Devo. I think I needed to Devo 1 turn earlier. Oh. Because what happened was I ended up only Devoing him for 3 anyways. He had maybe, 30 cards. Of course he had the Turo, right? And so I should have Devoed him 1 turn earlier. That way he's still on 3 prize cards, and he can't win the game with 1 knockout. Oh. So I think I maybe messed that up, because the general rule of thumb is you want to Devo all the Gholdengos, and I got a little greedy.
Yeah.
Makes sense, makes sense. Great insight. With that, I want to make sure you get to the next round. So anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, of course. I'll shout out my sponsor, Canton Games. I'll shout out Endgame Sleeves. They were part of a sick event the other day. And yeah, my family and my friends who are somewhere around here, Nate, Rob, and Rob. Hopefully they'll see this later.
Amazing stuff. I'm sure we're going to see more from you, Rowan. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament. With that, we're going to throw it back to more action here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Hello, Pokemon fans. Wanjo Sadana here once again in the Milwaukee Regional Championships. And ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you last season's Milwaukee Regional Champion, Christian Labella. Christian, how does it feel to be back here at the Milwaukee Regional?
It feels great. You know, pretty short time span between now and then, but yeah, it feels good to be back.
It might be. You might be the shortest defending regional champion. I feel like it's just like what, 5 months ago.
It could be longer. Could be longer. Yeah.
Yeah. You just have to win it again, defend the title, right? But yeah, let's talk about that. You won last season's Milwaukee Regional Championships. I remember that very, very clearly because in the sea of Gardevoir, you were the lone Raging Bull, right? That was the season of Gardevoir. Gardevoir won pretty much everything. And here you are, Christian Labella, bringing what is essentially weak to Gardevoir and winning a regional championships. Very, very cool. Do you think Raging Bull still has legs for this tournament?
Nah, it's dead, bro. I don't think so. Yeah, Gardevoir is too strong and it only got bigger. And that's a really big problem for Raging Bolt. So unfortunately, had to say my goodbyes to it.
That is fair. I mean, won you a title. It's time to retire. That is okay. What do you think what do we think you're playing though for this event then?
I mean, if you can't beat Gardevoir, you gotta join them. I'm also thinking, you know, I played Zoroark to the last event. You know, Zoroark's pretty good into Gardevoir. Might play after this event. So those are my top 2 picks right now.
I like it. Definitely, you know, Gardevoir has been always good. So wouldn't mind joining that. But if you can't beat Gardevoir, then you have to find a deck that does. And if, you know, we had Pittsburgh just a couple of weeks ago and Zoroark did win that event, right? So it could be a good pick. It's just a matter of finding the right matchups. Now let's talk about the format. We're in the Mega format now. Are you liking any of the new Mega Evolutions?
Yeah, I think Mega Kangaskhan is really cool. I think the ability, the drop 2, I think that actually works good in decks like Raging Bull, you know, with the new Fez engine, you know, you gotta add this too, you know, that's almost as good as a draw engine as Zoroark, you know? Yeah. Not really, but maybe we're getting there. I mean, like a couple more cards like that, but yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, drawing 2 cards pretty good. It's like what, 2/3 of a hop almost, and yeah, on a basic as well with 300 HP. I like it. Do you think any other cards to shake up this metagame?
Yeah, if we're talking about cards from the Mega set, I think the Lilies is a really good supporter. That is shuffle draw 8 at the start of almost every game is it's really strong. Good to see cards like that. I would definitely like to play the game. So yeah, I love that card. Mega Absol, another card that also seems really good. Actually pairs well with the Kangaskhan. You know, yeah, 200 and discard a card from your opponent's hand. That is really strong. Yeah, those are my top 3, I think I'd say.
That does seem kind of scary. You're drawing cards with your basic and taking away cards with your other basic. Sounds like pretty good synergy. It's going to be a very exciting weekend, I think. What do you think are the top 3 decks, though, for this weekend?
Top 3, I'd say number 1, Gardevoir. You know, it's always been popular. It has no signs of slowing down. Number 2, Dragapult, another deck that's been pretty popular. Yeah, it's just a good deck. And yeah, the 3rd most popular, I'd say Gholdengo with a Zoroark Lunatone. Got really strong. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna expect to see a lot of that this weekend. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I feel like the Zoroark Lunatone, not only is it a good draw, it's a good basic attacker now for a lot of decks. So it should be very, very interesting. With that, I want to circle back though at you being the Milwaukee Regional Champion, defending one. Anything going through your mind? Any pressure to perform in this event?
Yeah, I'd say yeah. I don't want to be the shortest reigning champion. So yeah, does not sound fun. But yeah, I definitely more pressure than an average regional. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best and do my best out there. Yeah.
If anyone can do it, I'm sure it's you. I mean, Christian Labella, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Yeah, I want to shout out my cat Nelson. Shout out Nelson, he's the realest. Yeah.
Shout out Nelson. I'm sure. I'm surprised his name isn't Raging Bull or something. No, Nelson for sure. With that, ladies and gentlemen, Christian Lavilla, 2025's Milwaukee Regional Champion, possibly 2026. But yeah, we're going to throw it back now to more Pokemon action.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win. They came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
One of our 3,200 players will be immortalized as a regional champion here at the first ever Las Vegas Regional Champion. But there are still plenty of action still to come. My name is Ethan Heggie, back here with Kyle Sablehouse, and we've got action ready to go. No delay. If you like Pokemon TCG action, you are in the right place because we are seeing two of the current game's best players battling it out early on in this competition.
Yeah, this feels like Top Cut already, but no, we are here just in round number 6 to get things underway, and both these players starting off hot, 4-1, and they are bringing some pretty great decks. We're gonna get a peek at that as we see right now. Cal prizing a lot of the line, and Ian, you need those.
You need one at least, so there is one in the deck. That Mew EX at the top of the prizes can be a big combo combined with the Lily's Clefairy to copy Phantom Dive, so not having that option, we'll have to see how Ian decides to navigate around not having that option available potentially.
For Cal.
Players are getting set, yeah, and for Calvin.
This is a 1-1-1 Dusknoir line now, as we see one of the copies to prize, one Duskull copy.
How are we playing one Duskull in 2025, Kyle? What is this?
He has to, because that's what his prize cards tell him.
Oh, I thought you meant the entire deck was playing a 1-1 Dusknoir line. Okay.
We got him, boys.
All right, that feels a little bit better. I was going to maybe judge Calvin silently here. He was just playing the one copy, but no, it is going to be the two copies of the Duskull, followed by the Duskclops and Dusknoir, and we are getting things kicked off right underway as action does start over on Cal's side, and we're just going to see Double Dreepy pass the turn over. So no Buddy Buddy Poffin, no other options. And with the Ralts active, Ian not playing any Air Balloon to pivot means there will be no turn 1 Oceanic Gloom. We'll have to see how he decides to pivot his strategy now that he does not have option to that. Instead, going for a little bit of a slower build with this Jellicent, not being able to threaten that turn 1 Oceanic Gloom item lock.
Yeah, we've seen this from Ian with this deck list beforehand. He was playing this earlier on the stream in Milwaukee, and we saw this where he just does not have that inevitability on the opening turn, that really aggressive start where he locks in the item cards and just builds up his board state. He has a lot of other cards to help him out with the consistency, and we see that here now. He's finding Earthen Vessel, the energy cards, and maybe he can lean on something like those Technical Machine. He has a TM Evolution that he can always get to, and just build up that board state.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a slower start. It's going to have to use the Earthen Vessel for 2 energy, and I'm actually not sure there's a way to kind of go about disrupting this hand. He's going to actually use the Iono. So an energy card put to the bottom of the deck. We're going to draw 6 cards here. If he can high roll into this TM evolution, it could change the entirety of this game. But no, not finding it. Does find the single copy of Monkey Dory remaining, as well as an Ultra Ball. We'll play that now before getting item locked. And we'll have to see what the choice is. It just immediately grabs Kirlia. No other thought. And we actually could see a card drawn here at the end of the turn here if he does choose so as well.
Yeah, I mean, we might see the entire line attacking throughout this game. You could collect and then go right into the Kirlia on the following turn if there's no aggression from Calvin.
So back on Calvin's side, did draw into a 6 new card hand thanks to the Iono over on Ian's side, and this 6 card hand is looking even better than before. He's got the Dracloak starting things off immediately with the Recon Directive, does draw into the energy card. Gotta imagine that's what he wants in this spot.
Yeah, that's a great card to see, and we see that he did have Ultra Ball and Buddy Buddy Poffin in this hand. Chooses to Recon Directive first. That tells you he's looking for a nice full bench by the end of this turn. Maybe something where that Latias sneaks into the Badoo, and he starts to put some item locking into play. Just really depends on what Calvin considers most important here when he knows Kirlia is waiting in the hand on the other side.
And I think the first big decision is about to come for Calvin here. He's got Ultra Ball in hand, and he's got to make a choice here. Do you go for Latias and allow this Dreepy to retreat while preserving your energy, or do you grab another Dracloak and accept this energy card is going to be discarded off the retreat? What do you do in this spot?
Yeah, it's tricky. When you know that the Kirlia is waiting for you, it just takes all of that pressure that the Badoo potentially puts in play completely off the table. Maybe there's a world where you'd feel okay about that, just getting a little bit of damage down on the board, but I'm okay with not going all in on the Latias and Badoo here.
Gotta at least take away the threat of Candy Gardevoir. Your opponent did get rid of a rare Candy, so that is always a potential, but just opening the floodgates for Earthen Vessels to discard energy cards is a big downside, and that's the biggest advantage right now Calvin's gotta be, feeling on his side. Ian has not had the opportunity to discard any Psychic Energy so far. So when this item lock does eventually break, which will probably be within the next 2 turns here, Kyle, it does mean Ian may have a little bit more difficult of an opportunity to get some of these attackers powered up, if that's not an option right now. Jamming Tower will hit the discard pile, along with that Dusknoir from Ultra Ball, and it looks like it may be Latias of that choice. We haven't even seen a supporter card played yet, so there's still plenty of options available.
Yeah, it has the Luminous Energy to follow this up, has the Lily's Determination here too, and it is 2 copies of Jamming Tower. We know that can be a pretty impactful card in this matchup, occasionally really playing with the math of a Bravery Charm, so be sure to look out for that 2nd copy at some point in the game.
So that Recon Directive already being used, but 8 cards from the deck will be drawn from the Lily's Determination. And this Dreepy was also in play last turn, so you've got to imagine it's got to be the card Calvin is looking for, finding some sort of a way to get Dracloak into play. There will be the guaranteed Itchy Pollen. So as it stands here, Calvin essentially guaranteeing that this Badoo will not go down this turn. That Screamtail, which was realistically the only option to KO it, was in the discard pile now thanks to that Ultra Ball. So no cheeky plays over on his side, and does find that Dracloak from this Lily's Determination.
Yeah, plenty of cards there. No, you do need to sequence this, right, with the retreating with the Latias that move that basic Pokemon and then evolve into the Dracloak. But other than that, not too much else to think about here. Let's see some more cards, build his hand up nice and big, and lock out the items for Ian.
I think we may just see all 3 Buddy Poffins be played, fail the first 2, and then find a basic Pokemon. Instead, it's just going to use this Recon Directive first, does find the Night Stretcher and the Dragapult EX, immediately choosing the Dragapult to be put into the hand. It will be the option for Phantom Dive next turn. And is actually just going to hold on to this Buddy Buddy Poffin. Wants to see how Ian sequences this turn to be a little bit more responsive. And that Kirlia actually going to be evolved onto the bench, setting up this Oceanic Gloom this turn, assuming Ian can find a Psychic Energy. That's 5 cards here. The 6th card does find Night Stretcher, but that cannot be played thanks to the Itchy Pollen. And if that Kirlia was put on the active instead, Call Sign could have been used, which may have been a lot better of an attack in this spot. But both options are not good because now Ian is just so susceptible here to losing these Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, that is the worst thing that could happen in that spot. But you also need to play like this, because if you walk into Boss's Orders Kirlia, KO on the Ralts and Kirlia there, that is game ending. So you have to evolve in this fashion. But what do you do?
I think this is almost cooked here in this spot. I hate to be, the bearer of bad news, but we've got Dusclops, Countercatcher, Dragapult in hand. We are a Hawlucha away from wiping out all of these Ralts pieces and Kirlia pieces in play.
Yeah, this...
It's actually guaranteed. It's guaranteed.
Yeah.
We don't even need Hawlucha. I'm thinking about there being 3 Ralts in play. He doesn't even have that luxury. Can just use the Recon Directive and then Curse Blast and take the KO, but doesn't even need to use Curse Blast since Ultra Ball was found off of that Recon Directive. We can just bench the Hawlucha, and this is why saving that bench spot was such a nice heads-up play there from Cal.
Yeah, does everything really starting to flow his way at this point. The only thing I hadn't seen yet was the energy, but he's building up that hand size. And
yeah, drew the fire energy for turn.
Okay.
So it will work well with the luminous energy. It looks like it's all here for Cal. Hasn't even played a supporter card yet. The only thing that would change is that Countercatcher couldn't be used if the Dusclops is not used. So it may have to be the price here for Calvin, since he wasn't able to find Boss's Orders off either of these Recon Directives. But in my opinion, especially with the Buddy Buddy Puffin to reestablish another Dreepy into play or some sort of potential option, it's better than any other option you've got available.
yeah, really debating here over the Dracloak or the Hilda, and I think that just speaks to the fact that Hilda might just be the supporter.
Oh, there is a Boss's Orders in hand. Calvin just has absolutely everything. The perfect combination of cards. This is how you draw things up in this spot. Turn 3, Boss's Orders, KO Kirlia and Ralts, and you preserve your Dusclops to use Curse Blast later. This is why this matchup really comes down to the first 3 or 4 turns of the game.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's just all starting to line up here for Calvin. He's got it all. The Ultra Ball here searches out that final piece of the Hawlucha. If he wants to preserve the Dusclops here, and
yeah,
I mean, there's just not much else to consider at this stage of the game. You're going for it all.
And if you're Ian and you see the Hawlucha grabbed off Ultra Ball, your stomach just sinks at that point. You already know what's coming. You know you're not going to have any Ralts in play the following turn, and your options are going to be squat. Nothing to work through. Boss's Orders, Hawlucha, Flying Entry, and purposely leaving no damage counters in play for Ian. The game may have already just been decided, and it's the 3rd turn of the game.
Yeah. Wisely putting that damage onto the Kirlia, leaving no damage counters on board. A fully loaded Dragapult EX ready to go here. And for Ian, there is no answer to this spot. If you had a Lily's Clefairy with an energy threatening, maybe there's a world where you get something going, but you have to play this slowly. And unfortunately, that's not a pace that works here right now.
There's only one option available, and it's Countercatcher, Dracloak, and hope your opponent does not have an energy card. That is the only way you possibly get yourself back into this game. If you let another Phantom Dive ring out, your opponent's going to 2 prize cards, and this game is essentially just over. So I have to imagine that's really the only opportunity for Ian to just get himself into this game is to buy a turn. Step number 1, though, will be reestablishing Ralts. Night Stretcher does achieve that by retrieving it from the discard pile. Now we need Disruption, and we need a Countercatcher. Or it's just going to have to use the Countercatcher itself with Arven. The Secret Box can also grab some tool cards. So, look, there is a couple potential options. You never know what's going to happen in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, he's got basically everything that he needs at this point to try to slow things down. However, it's not great. Yes, you finally find those Psychic Energies. You can attach one of these for turn, use the Frillish to slow things down, but you're just not getting enough energies in the discard pile. You're not presenting another Ralts right here unless you find it off the Secret Box with the Night Stretcher. It's just so many resources to build back to a spot that you were just at a turn ago.
And I think Ian is just deciding what he wants to discard as his last card. It's a pretty tough hand combination. There is a world where you can discard the Iono and then save an Iono potentially, but it seems like Ian is just committed in this spot to making sure 2 Ralts get down. Doesn't want to go for any Countercatcher shenanigans, just essentially wants to say, look, I know you're going to take 2 prizes next turn if you want to. I need to have a chance in this game, and the only way I can do that is by putting another Ralts into play and somehow high-rolling into Rare Candy Gardevoir. If not, this game's over regardless.
Well, with the TM Evolution added into the mix, maybe you don't go for any item locking and instead just try to get both those Pokemon evolved. But he's going to do that under the safety of the Jellicent now.
It is possible, being able to shuffle back that Kirlia, a huge advantage. So playing 2 of those recovery cards puts the Kirlia into play, and now there's going to be a lot more of a combination needed to get the knockout onto Kirlia. And with Boss's Orders being played last turn and the Hawlucha being played on the last turn as well, I don't know if there's any other way for things to happen besides another Boss's Orders and a Rescue Stretcher, excuse me, not a Rescue Stretcher, a Night Stretcher, very, very similar, to bring back that Dusknoir that we saw discarded early on in that game with that Ultra Ball.
Well, a few cards to look for then at this stage of the game. You have that one Dracloak, and this is the issue when you do get aggressive, is you slow down as far as what you're capable of drawing into with just one Recon Directive.
Does already have the Night Stretcher in the hand. Now, while Cal has had a great start so far in this game, his board is very ugly. You know, I'm not, one to judge myself personally, but I'm going to judge here, Kyle. There is a bunch of junk on this board. The Badoo that's never going to be used again, the Hawlucha that's never going to be used again, Latias, which has already served its purpose, and then there's just 2 open bench spots, essentially. That Dusclops, which can go kaboom at one point, but then what replaces that spot? And then the 1 Dracloak, which is leaving you with only 1 Recon Directive every turn. That is the biggest advantage on Ian's side right now, is Calvin's bench is filled with a lot of Pokemon, not giving him much value. They've already done their job.
Right, and for Calvin at this stage, you just are trying to count prize cards. You can't think about the resource battle here. It's going to be all about what you can take from that pile, and he's got 2 prize cards already. He's eyeing up the potential of 2 more if the cards fall in favor for him. But after that, it's a really uphill climb to try to steal these last couple prizes if we see something like Lily's Clefairy on the following turn.
So Hilda will be the supporter of choice. Dragapult EX and the Psychic Energy grabbed from the deck. Now, Calvin doesn't have information that Mew EX is prized, and this could be him kind of trying to play around the best comeback play that Ian has, which is Mew EX, copy Phantom Dive with the Lily's Clefairy in play to take a KO, and it means we'll most likely have to see Calvin evolve this Dracloak this turn to protect against that.
Yeah, it does not feel great, but it does protect you from that inevitability that typically is there from the Mew. We won't see it this time around, and for Ian, I'm sure he's wondering, why me, as he loses out on even more chances to come back in this game. But
now
you also have a read with the bench spacing that it's just not possible to get the Lily and the Mew.
Yeah, a very heads-up play from Cal. Just understands if a knockout is not being taken, this bench is a bit cluttered, right? You've got the 2 Kirlia in play. It's not a bad thing, but Pheasantipity's down. This Jellicent really was just here as a wall. And that last bench spaces kind of have to be committed to the Lily's Clefairy. So if you just swing in here and only target down these EX Pokemon, Calvin is pretty much trying to set up checkmate for the following turn if there is a Dusknoir Curse Blast.
Yeah, it's really smart from Calvin. He's just trying to lock in any play that closes this game out for him. He sees that he's going to be Iono'd now, and Ian, he's going to draw in some pretty solid resources here. He's got the Bravery Charm and the Nest Ball and the Counter Catcher. Okay.
This is what we needed. Dusknoir is the key right now for Calvin winning the game. So going after this Dusclops, very heads up. And it does already have exactly 1 damage counter on it. So if Ian wants to just attack again with this Jellicent EX to take a knockout and put item locking pressure on, it is a potential option.
Yes. It's tough when you're looking at Ian's side of the board. Just that 1 Monkey Dory to move some damage over. You can always take that free prize card of the Badoo at some point, but it's not looking great right now. And he's just going to eye up that prize, and maybe he could find a little help. There's a lot of good cards in there, but the Stretcher, not the one you need yet.
No, not the one he needs. Will mean that, you've got easy access to taking one of these Pokemon out of the discard pile come later on, but how much later do we have in this game? Time is winding out, it feels like, for Ian to come back and claw himself back into this game. Looks like Jellicent may just have to be the savior in this spot. Holding on to the Nest Ball, using this Power Press, taking the KO on this Dusclops. So the positive here for Ian, he's in a position where he cannot lose the game this turn. It is not possible. However, he's still 5 prize cards away from getting himself the victory. And that backside does feel like it could be a little bit too steep to climb, especially when there's 2 prize cards guaranteed on Calvin's side if he would like to take them this turn.
And as far as it looks for Calvin, he just needs to find combinations of Boss's Orders and Dragapults from here on forward. If he has any of those to work with, he's going to have an answer to those four prizes and take the clear KO. But what else can you really do at this point other than just draw with Recon Directive, see what happens? Is there any other Pokemon worth KOing at this stage, or do you already know that it's just these four prizes or nothing?
There is always the risk of Professor Turo's scenario being played in these Gardevoir decks. If that is the case, without having a Duskull in play, Ian could pick up the Pheasantipity and just leave a tanky Gardevoir EX and use something like a Counter Catcher to KO Latias, and then only put the Lily's Clefairy in play when it doesn't matter what is KO'd at that point. Calvin just has to be thinking about ways he can possibly lose from this spot if he can't find resources. So we'll have to see if he decides to maybe get a little bit fancy with the bench damage counters from Phantom Dive, or if it is just the choice to continue piling it onto the Pheasantipity. It feels like if you just double stack more damage there, even another Adrenabrain ability will not be able to save it if it has something like a Bravery Charm attached, for example.
Well, these are all things to consider now for Calvin as he contemplates what to do with the rest of this turn. It's fairly simple as far as moving this Latias, taking the KO, putting some damage in play, but where do you stack it in a way that could potentially give you those last two prize cards? The single prize avenue doesn't seem great with the Munkidori and the Kirlia, but it does look like Ian is really struggling to find additional Munkidori, so maybe damage does just stick.
And this is probably the turn that the Dragapult EX has to be put into play on that Dracloak, just because opening that bench space up does mean that you can go Mew EX and the Lily's Clefairy in theory.
Right.
We, of course, know that card is prized. Calvin does not. He's got to play, assuming that that is a potential option. We'll see the Pheasantipity provide some value with Flip the Script. That Dusclops did get KO'd on the previous turn. And here we go. Like you mentioned, Kyle, straightforward and simple. 2 Phantom Dives away from winning the game. We know Gardevoir can find ways to come back, so nothing's set in stone yet. Calvin's essentially done everything he can and more in this first game.
And for Ian, the list, we're not going to see anything to help out with the healing other than just the damage that would have been on a Pheasantipity. But look at this from Calvin. It is the Jet Headbutt in this spot to try to disrupt how the prizes will be exchanged.
So with Jet Headbutt, this Jellicent EX does have 240 damage on it. And with having 270 HP, it does mean one Munkidori's Adrenabrain would not put it out of range from being KO'd. And additionally, even if the Pheasantipity receives a Bravery Charm, it is also in exact math KO from a Phantom Dive. Calvin Connor showing us some of his mathematician skills here, putting himself into a solid spot. It looks like Ian, however, drew into the Munkidori off the prize card, so that will negate this sort of line. The big downside, though, Lily's Clefairy is now unable to be put into play. So what attack does Ian decide to use in this spot?
I mean, any accelerating of energies at this point basically knocks out your Jellicent, so you're pretty much locked in on the Power Press unless you try to move this Pokemon with a manual attachment, but we saw that energy attached to the Munkidori. I mean, I guess you have one more energy to work with if you want to accelerate with the Gardevoir to retreat for 3, but it's going to keep this Pokemon in the active. Hold on.
Yeah, did have a thought about the Technical Machine Devolution. It did get discarded early on, but that could have been a resource to maybe flip this game around. Not available as it stands. Cal Connor going for a little bit of a fancy play. It's not going to be able to capitalize fully. The Munkidori could heal some of this damage off, but since there was a double Adrenabrain off the Pheasantipity, unless we see Jamming Tower, then there will be no way for this game to be closed out.
Boss's orders Jamming Tower would do it here with the Luminous Energy. He's got a lot of those pieces, but don't think we see all of them just yet. This is why you sneak in that Jet Headbutt. You can play around with the hit points here and bide your time. Wait for that perfect turn.
Bide your time, but anything you do is essentially being evenly negated in this spot.
Now it is.
You're essentially getting plus 40 damage on your opponent's board every side, and they can eventually play something like Counter Catcher to, bring up another Pokemon into the active spot and take a KO. So you know, we sort of saw this back and forth the last round. When is it correct to be patient? When is it correct to finally pounce on an opportunity? Calvin doesn't have any more draw this turn. He can't finagle his way around in terms of digging through his deck, finding more resources. Is going to decide now is the opportunity. Adrenabrain off this Monkey Dory, place some damage counters onto one of these Pokemon, and then Phantom Dive to potentially KO this benched Jellicent EX and say another boss's orders may be all I need to win this game.
Well, the damage is piled up nice and high now for the Pheasantipity if Phantom Dive were to be announced here. Taking the KO on the Jellicent, going down to 2 prize cards, but is that a spot that Cal wants to be in here? He's played so safe with his hit points, wants to stay around and avoid any of those big swing KOs. But we know Ian just hasn't had the resources to do any of those.
And all of a sudden, you know, Ian does have a route to win this game in 2 turns. It is very realistic with there being both Latios and Pheasantipity in play. He doesn't need to put Lily's Clefairy down until the following turn, right? You Iono your opponent, and all of a sudden, Ian could be back in this game. So let's not count him out. That would be, of course, if Calvin decides to knock the Jellicent EX out. That is the biggest advantage for him right now of it being in play. But if you're just not putting damage counters on it, you're also just going to be healing off at the same point. So when does this balance come in for Cal for him to get aggressive? And when is it potentially beneficial for him to not take prizes and play patient?
Yeah, it's every turn that passes is another turn that Ian may find the Iono that makes him feel more comfortable. Seems like Cal will feel more comfortable if he has the Blood Moon Ursaluna to fall back on as a final closeout option. But if 200 damage is probably enough with Dragapult here.
Yeah, and Jamming Tower would essentially win the game on the spot if Cal decides to just knock out the Jellicent. See where he decides to put the damage counters. It looks like it will be just all on the Jellicent EX. Or actually just going to leave some damage counters available for now. Since there is damage on the Pheasantipity, you can feel okay about putting counters on one of these bench Pokemon. You know your opponent's going to try and preserve Pheasantipity as it stands. So Jellicent EX goes down, Flip the Script is active. Does Ian have a a way to disrupt the hand plus Lily's Clefairy? There is the Lily's Clefairy in the hand. And now I have to wonder, is this an opportunity where you actually go in with Gardevoir EX instead of a Lily's Clefairy or a different Pokemon since it doesn't die or rather be knocked out from a Phantom Dive?
Yeah, I mean, you have the Gardevoir that can take a KO here. You hold on to those hit points, and he has the Iono to go along with this. It's all starting to work out. One piece we need to make sure of is that there's the Energy Retreat, and he does have that piece, so that means that this Pheasantipity can move with 60 damage that can move off of this Monkey Dory, off of this Pheasantipity from the Monkey Dories. Fez will be
finds
protected.
the counter catcher. That was the piece he needed.
Man.
Needed to find the counter catcher and finds it off the 4 cards. And I wonder if this is what Ian's going to go for. Not allow Cal to draw any cards off Flip the Script. Bring up the Pheasantipity with this counter catcher, and even with the Monkey Dory on Cal's side, he can leave it at 190, and if it's healed, it's still 2 Adrenabrains away. That plus 30 will be an even distribution of damage. Lots of things are happening really fast here, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, these things are flying. He does have that answer there, and all he needs after this is just to push some damage over onto this Fez, take the KO, bosses, or next counter catcher just closes the game out, and he can find that resource, hopefully off the top of his deck on the following turn.
Yeah, counter catcher, or can even just use Scream Tail to potentially KO something if there's that other Bravery Charm in the deck.
Yeah. No, he's not too far off. You see Latios there with a few hit points remaining. You just push 60 over there. Screamtail could probably get the job done there for 160 on a KO.
He's just going to go ahead and KO this Pheasantipity, just not even going to play around, taking the 2 prize cards and essentially leaving him in a spot where he can just use this off the top. Look at that, finds the Lilies.
Oh.
But we are tight on prize cards here, Kyle. If Cal plays Lilies, there's no way for him to gust up his Pokemon. It does, however, mean that Jamming Tower would win the game.
And the energy that would be needed for the Blood Moon Ursaluna is just missing there for the Monkey Dory push-up KO.
That's
He's just
true.
a little short on every fashion.
So 2 ways to win the game here. Like you mentioned, Blood Moon Ursaluna plus Adrenabrain KOs the Gardevoir, or a Jamming Tower plus Phantom Dive also gets the job done. Cal is going to be able to shuffle his deck, draw 6 cards, and if he finds those 2 pieces in combination or that Jamming Tower, he's going to win this long game 1.
Oh, there's so much to think about here for Cal. Is there ever merit to just pulling a Pokemon out and losing out on the Blood Moon play? I don't think so. Wants to give himself as many options as possible. Lilies will see 6 cards. Energy Blood Moon or the Stadium here would help get the job done. And this is a big shuffle.
This is a big shuffle after Cal seemed to be in a dominating position the entire game number 1, has now fallen in a spot where he will most likely lose this game if he doesn't find it. Here we go. Big 6 cards. Can he find these pieces? Finds the Jamming Tower. Are you kidding me? What is that? Cal rips the Jamming Tower, Phantom Dive to KO the Pheasantipity, and what a roller coaster game 1 that was.
Oh, and it's just like that. We saw the early discard of the Jamming Tower, and you start to wonder, in a matchup like this, is that going to come back and get you? But thankfully for Cal, he had the second copy, and it came in the perfect time there to take the KO on that Pheasantipity. And oh man, give it up for Ian. I mean, the turn where he brings back the Jellicent double Curlia is a complete flip on its head, and a really masterclass from both these players here.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, not to glaze. That's just, you know, an absolutely like ridiculous spot. You know, Ian found a way to come back in that game when it seemed so improbable. In that spot, Cal just was off to a dominating spot at first. Went with this aggressive play, didn't even have to use the Curse Blast, and it was actually Ian targeting it down with that first counter catcher to take the KO, while saving this second counter catcher for the Pheasantipity. Takes the KO, knocks it out, and then the spot opens up here where Cal has to find this piece. There's 170 on this Gardevoir, or excuse me, on this Pheasantipity. Needed to find the Jamming Tower, but actually looking back at the math, I don't actually even think he needed the Jamming Tower, right? You've got 170 on the Pheasantipity, 60 from the Phantom Dive, and then 30 from the Monkey Dory. So Cal may have just overcomplicated things for himself there in that spot.
Yeah, if it was 160, then he was going to be 10 short. But yeah, either way, it's he gets there. And
either way, he found it, man. You got to give him props for ripping that through. So either way, it works out. Calvin Connor, you know, maybe makes things a little bit more complicated than it needs to be, but gets there at the end, wins game number 1. We'll start things out going first with an excellent opening. Buddy Poffin. You see 2 of those boss's orders, both which were very crucial in that first game, are prized, so it may have to be a little bit more of a counter catcher strategy. Duskull being in the prizes too, not great for that as well.
Yeah, now it's a 1-2-1 line. It's a Pokemon you definitely need to look out for. We've seen that players are pretty cautious with this line now, knowing that Psyduck can be on the other side of the table. It's just something that you always need to think about, and in this matchup in particular, just being able to set the pace, make sure that you're the one using the counter catchers and getting the advantage from these early KOs on the setup Pokemon. That is all the difference that you need.
So no Duskull coming down as it stands. Still an absolutely excellent first turn. Considering playing that Ultra Ball, we'll just go ahead and pass after attaching energy for turn. Ian understands the situation. This is not looking good in terms of time management as well. It's looking like a third game is probably not even going to occur in this set. So you've got 20 minutes to try and squeak out a tie if you're Ian. Step number 1, though, will be using these item cards this turn while you have access to it before Itchy Pollen comes into effect next turn.
Right, and he's got the perfect answer to the Badoo on the other side. Already has Dark Energy in hand, Psychic Energies to go along with this. If you even want to set up that Lily's Clefairy, you could do that with the Lily's Determination played as well. But right here, right now, you just need 1 energy to take a KO on the Badoo on the following turn, and you're going to feel great about putting the pressure back on your opponent.
So energy's in the discard pile. Lily's Determination played. Excellent start so far for Ian. Does also attach the Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory, so we're hitting some pretty solid checkpoints at this spot. Finds another Ralts, maybe a Curlia for next turn to go along with it. Wouldn't be too bad. It is another Earthen Vessel. Excuse me, it looks like a counter catcher. Sometimes those color schemes looking pretty similar between those 2 cards.
And for Ian, he does have that bravery charm that maybe he can work in to save some hit points on the Ralts moving forward. Cal, he's going to do everything he can to set up a nice big board, and that is the perfect answer. Either one of those will do just fine as he starts to go nice and wide, and was likely going to lock in that Badoo once more. Just set up that item lock, and you can lean on the fact that you have cards like Neo Upper Energy in this matchup that can make you come all the way back from having no energies.
Yeah, wonder what Calvin will do with this Ultra Ball in hand. Also has another Dracloak. We saw Latias preserve an energy card previous in that game, and it's actually not being super important. So I wonder if Cal will maybe prioritize the bench space instead, since he did get that turn 1 energy attachment down. Seems like it is the consensus at this point. Another Dracloak in hand, and it will be that. Recon Directive after being evolved. No supporter card yet for Cal, not finding great pieces. Another Buddy Buddy Poffin and what appears to be a counter catcher of his own.
Yeah, we see the evolution there, and just likely a nod that the Luminous Energy is the energy for the turn that'll be played, retreating into that Badoo and locking in those items once more. It's a pretty solid spot to be in. As Cal, you have everything that you need, plenty of draw lined up, and if your opponent doesn't have double Curlia Bravery Charm, something of that nature, you feel like you're going to take both those Pokemon off the board.
Yeah, and this energy on the Monkey Dory means we may see Ian try and get aggressive in this spot. Understand that if he can take 2 prize cards before a Phantom Dive, he could just go ahead and race Calvin when it comes to taking prizes. A big part of that will be if he can find Curlia under item lock. There's 2 in the deck. There's also the potential to end the turn with a Technical Machine Evolution. We know that that's available in the deck. None of those are prized. No Curlias in the prize cards. So here we go. Big 8 cards.
Oh, I'm not seeing any of it just yet. Secret box, though, but
Yeah,
you're just staring at the item lock.
That's a box with a lock on top of it. You cannot play that. It's not being opened up, at least for this turn.
Uh-oh.
There is the Artisan in play. Now, with the energy already being committed to the Monkey Dory, it means you can't item lock with something like the Frillish. So Monkey Dory number 2 hits the board. Now, with 3 Ralts in play, there is no way for all of them to be wiped out since there's only 1 Duskull down. So that is the big advantage here for Ian, and he will be taking a prize card this turn with the Monkey Dory's Mind Bend attack. However, Calvin can still put some serious pressure on. Even just Hawlucha plus Phantom Dive this turn puts Ian essentially on a 1-turn timer to find Candy Gardevoir. This game just spirals out of control if that's not found.
Right, and we see Pheasantipity there for Cal. He's just going to draw even more resources here to go on top of double Recon Directive and Artisan. Just so many cards to be seen here in this spot. You're already up a game. There's only 16 minutes remaining as you move through this second game, and you see he's already eyeing up another Badoo here. He can take his time in this, set up a situation where maybe it turns into a Dusknoir instead of a Dusclops.
It has to be the only way. You know, you do fill your bench up, but you can open that spot up with the Dusknoir. Go for another Itchy Pollen. Allow your opponent to take a prize and just don't care about the prize race. Just go for full board control. That could be enough for Cal to propel himself back into the tempo lead in the second game.
It's hard to say what Ian even does from a position like that. You may even see him go for something really aggressive, like a Lily's Clefairy with an energy, just something to put pressure back on Calvin's side of the board. Don't give him this inevitability to set up.
It's so tough, too, because Ian can't gust any Pokemon up to buy time either, because he's ahead in the prize race as it stands right now. It's just not a potential option. There's that Duskull prized, as we know, so only 1 Curse Blast will be a potential option. And there is that Ultra Ball, so Dusclops getting evolved this turn, and now the threat looms. Dusknoir, KO either these Curlia or Gardevoir, or rather Curlia or Ralts. The only way these things get tricky, it doesn't actually matter if you evolve both into Curlia. The only option that avoids this is evolving into Curlia this turn and then using Technical Machine Evolution to put yourself into a Gardevoir instead. That way, you at least could keep a Ralts in play if your opponent decides to KO, let's say, Gardevoir EX and a Ralts on the bench. Cal is just drawing so many cards here, Kyle. He's just using Flip the Script, turboing through. He's got an energy attachment still to put down, Dragapult EX for next turn, Counter Catcher as well if he even needs that. He's just got everything here.
Yeah, he's just seen so much of his deck at this point. He can continue to do just that. He doesn't need much else here. He's got the energy to go along with this for the following turn. Basically lined up the Dragapult to do whatever he needs, and you can slow down. If Ian doesn't have the resources like last turn, he's probably not going to have them this turn either, and it's not like he wants to take his foot off the gas when he has Monkey Dory in the active. He probably wants to take that Badoo off the board again.
Yeah, and he can actually do this here while item blocking. So we'll grab the Frillish with the 10 damage thanks to the Itchy Pollen. You can just TO the Badoo with an Adrenabrain plus a Psychic Energy attachment. And that at least takes Counter Catcher off the board, which, as we just saw, Cal does have 2 Boss's Orders prized. There's only 3 total in the deck, so would have to just find the Jin 1 copy of Boss's Orders. It will also be the Lily, so here we go. Still a big opportunity here. If Ian can finally get these Kirlia into play, it would make him feel a little bit safer in this spot.
Yeah, a lot to be eyeing up here, but it seems like he understands what's at stake here. If you don't evolve this Pokemon soon, it's likely that it will be chased for the entirety of this game. Cal doesn't have the answer just yet, but the prize cards are going to be coming soon.
And did not find the Kirlia. Does find Dark Energy off the prize cards, but big opening opportunity here for Cal, and has the single copy of Boss's Orders. Are you kidding me?
I mean, that's everything for him. He's got the answer already built in here. Could start to chase down Pokemon, but
he just needs to find Dusknoir and Hawlucha, and he can knock out all 3 Ralts in this spot.
Okay.
So the Energy and the Dragapult EX are already there. He's got the Counter Catcher, doesn't need it, has Boss's Orders. Of course, item cards cannot be played this turn, so you cannot search the Hawlucha out of the deck, or the Dusknoir. So this will actually be a little bit more difficult than it seems. We usually don't see this Dragapult deck have to struggle with the item lock. So if that is not an option here, what is your play for Cal? Just continue to build the hand up, or do you still just strike even if it means taking a single prize on this Frillish? It feels like breaking the item lock, while great, or rather while bad, is just giving your opponent even more prize cards for a pretty low cost.
Right, and if you do it especially with the Dragapult in the active spot, you're opening up the bench space for the Lily's Clefairy. It just all adds up to bad news. Rare Candy Gardevoir could spell the end here and move us into a game number 3. So Cal has to be very careful with how he handles himself here.
And after a slow start here, Ian has just opened himself back up into this game thanks to the Frillish. There's only 1 Dracloak in play here, Kyle. If we can see something like the Phantom Dive KO copied somewhere down the line, that could matter. There's not the bench space right now since we had to overbench these Ralts, but even a KO on Dragapult this turn with a Gardevoir EX and Lily's Clefairy immediately puts pressure on Calvin to find that Neo Upper Energy, or he essentially loses the game on the spot. We're going to see Jet Headbutt again? Come on!
Man, yes, this is a safety first. We're going to be as careful as possible, and rightfully so. Just does not want to open it up for Lily's Clefairy.
There's a big change here, though, this turn, Kyle. Ian's got item cards at his disposal. He's no longer under Itchy Pollen. We're going to see what I think is the 3rd Lily's Determination played. We have almost run out of our shuffle draw effects. If he can find Rare Candy Gardevoir, Calvin's entire play, committing, or rather overcommitting to Badoo, will go completely into shambles. Even something like a Kirlia here would make all the difference. But no, it's the Gardevoir with no other way to search out except the Technical Machine Evolution. So what do you do in this spot here?
Do you ever break item locks so that you can get your Kirlia established, or are you just staring down the inevitable answer right here with the fact that this Dusknoir is going to be a big problem for you?
I just think he knows that item lock is so strong in this spot, so it's just going to have to take a risk the following turn. Cal got to build up an absolutely huge turn, and now with there being damage counters on the board, Monkey Dory is going to absolutely shine in this spot.
There's just, yeah, you just have to start moving this damage back over to the other side. You're going to take a knockout on this Frillish, and you have the answer to clean up 1 of the Ralts right now. If you have more cards with the Duskclops,
Hawlucha or Dusknoir just clears all of the Ralts here. You can use the Adrenabrain to put damage on the bench.
He's filling his bench to get here, but then he'd have to pop the Dusknoir to reopen that space.
He would still need Dusknoir, so he would actually need to find the Dusknoir. But if Dusknoir is found here and has the boss's orders, then that's all Ralts gone, and the game almost starts to end on the spot. So here we go, big recon directive. Does find Hilda. Hilda doesn't get us there immediately, but it actually does because,
Gets
oh
you
no,
Dusknoir.
it gets us the 2 KOs. We can't play the counter catcher. So weird seeing Frillish be used in this matchup this late, but Ian has just been cycling and cycling and cycling through his deck, but without Professor's research, he's just been seeing the same cards, it feels like, off every Lily, and having to take that prize card early with Monkey Dory has meant 2 less cards every time he's shuffled his hand into his deck. Dusknoir comes down, and we may be seeing some Curse Blast action.
All right, now just considerations for how you want to handle this. You're not going to remove all of these rolls from play. Does that mean that you start to switch the strategy over? You could just try to clear out the Monkey Dories in this spot, but it doesn't feel great. And of course, with that counter catcher, you're still just missing.
You could just go ahead and take 2 prize cards here. However, things are tied up now because those 2 prizes were taken, and I have to feel like Calvin cannot win this game in a race, assuming Ian can find Candy Gardevoir next turn. Now Calvin does have the advantage of that being a pretty low potential. This Gardevoir deck is not built to aggressively Candy Gardevoir consistently while also pulling off other combos.
Right.
And Calvin may understand that as a risk and go for this play, knowing that the upside is just absolutely massive for him if Ian does not find those 2 pieces.
All right, we see the jamming tower come down here as well. So just locking out one more potential card that Ian could thin out beforehand is the KO on the Frillish. No damage counters being placed, just the Jet Headbutt to avoid some of these extra shenanigans. And what is here for Ian? If he has the Lily's Clefairy Rare Candy Gardevoir, I mean, this thing can go crazy.
He does not, and he's actually going to have to fill the bench up with Pheasantipity. This is nightmare situation here for Ian. This is the last thing you want to see. These 3 Ralts were prepared to stand and hold hands with each other, prepared to weather the storm against the ghosts coming to haunt them, but it doesn't matter. Calvin has completely pivoted his strategy from board wipe to board domination in terms of prize cards in this second game.
Oh, and Rare Candy was found along with the Curlia. He's just found everything to go along with this, but is it too late? We see Earthen Vessel, we see Psychic Energy as well, so maybe he can get a few more resources in the discard pile. 4 energies right now to work with. He could have that 5th. He'd have 6 damage counters to move with the Monkey Dory.
So Dreepy could be KO'd in this spot. You take a prize, but then you activate Flip the Script. It doesn't really change anything in this spot. And at max, you know, you're dealing 190 damage to Dragapult. It's not a successful strategy if you're trading 2-hit for 2-hit when your opponent's just placing counters every single turn. I don't think there's a better option, though. And I think Ian understands that. Yes, you had to bench Pheasantipity. It's unfortunate, but you needed to get Gardevoir EX into play to allow yourself to play the game.
Right, and it's not like the confusion's going to do too much more for you in this spot. You can push all this damage over, but you have to be careful with how you place this because you don't want to walk into that one copy of Professor Turo's and just miss out on some of those prize cards when you've been struggling so hard to find them throughout the entirety of this match.
This math is really weird. The Dragapult's going to go to 240 damage on it. So with a Monkey Dory, or 270, excuse me. So with a Monkey Dory heal, it would put itself out of range of double Adrenabrain, but it would still keep that Dreepy in range of being Adrenabrain KO'd. So Ian may actually, with this 30 damage on the Dracloak, kept himself in a position where he can still take 4 prizes within 2 turns.
Okay.
So here we go, Kyle. It seems that every game Ian has faltered and stumbled. His deck has let himself down, but he's using his prowess as a player to keep himself in this game and still showing why it's never, never too late to give up in the Pokemon TCG. You can't give up if you're on the back foot. You have to keep yourself calm, cool and collected, and stay in the game.
Calvin finds Hawlucha of all cards now after the item lock is gone. Had plenty of ways to find that before.
Nice to show up, buddy. All right, come on, bottom of the deck, bud.
And now he just has to think about if this ever adjusts the math for him in this spot. You have easy answers to the Gardevoir if you use the Dusknoir in the active, take that Pokemon off, but afterwards, you need to find a way to close out these last few prize cards.
Yes, Counter Catcher is actually just going to choose to go after the Pheasantipity. Thanks to the Monkey Dory, we can actually KO this Pheasantipity without using Cursed Blast. And that would put Calvin at 3 prize cards left, meaning that there's a pretty realistic world where if Lily's Clefairy comes down into play, the game could just end with Curse Blast, Jamming Tower, Phantom Dive. That's 190 damage combo on the bench.
Looks like Cal really wants to stick the damage on the Fez once more, not take that knockout and leave this Pokemon stranded, force the energy attachment here to this active Pokemon, and just make it a little bit more difficult to move around.
And this is just why having your bench clogged can just cause so many issues. It wasn't Ian's fault. He had to do this to keep himself in the game, but not being able to put Lily's Clefairy into play once this set is just backfiring and hurting him so much.
Has another Gardevoir if he wants to attack with that Pokemon or just establish the hit points.
So now the choice here for Ian, where do you use Adrenabrain off of? This Monkey Dory is in threat of being KO'd from a single Adrenabrain.
I mean, you can just push both over to the Dragcloak, take the knockout on the Dragapult, and then say that there's no Dusknoir plays available ever again.
Yeah, and the big thing is you could actually leave Calvin with no damage in play to use that Monkey Dory, which would leave the Fezandipiti with just enough HP to survive a Phantom Dive, unless a card like Hawlucha comes down into play. That could be a huge difference maker here. We'll see if Calvin has the pieces, but there is the potential here for Calvin to take a 5-prize turn. If all of his pieces are lined up correctly, he actually would be just 10 damage short, it seems. Correct my words, that Fezandipiti is at 140 damage, so it's got 70 remaining, and that Monkey Dory has 90 on it, so it's got 20 remaining, and this is why leaving your opponent without damage counters on their play is such a huge upside.
Yeah, just one damage counter here or there moved from the Monkey Dory would have been able to shift the math over and take the KO there and help set things up, but I mean, I'm not seeing the rest of the KOs here. It's you can take those 3 Pokemon very easily, but how do you get the rest of them without any access to your Dusknoir?
Yeah, that is true. Now, Dusknoir is just offline because we're at 1 prize cards. It seems like Ian was doing nothing, but taking those 2 prize cards early on in the game ended up being a huge benefit to him. And who needs Lily's Clefairy here, Kyle? We're going Clefairy lists. It seems like we're unlocked a new category here of playing the Dragapult versus Gardevoir matchup. Ian is just pulling every bag of tricks out of his hat.
Yeah, he's found so many unique ways to stay around in this match, and it's working so well for him. He's got the prize card advantage. Cal is fighting back, trying to come up with a solution. But you wonder if it's futile at this point. 2 minutes remaining. We are almost at the tail end of game number 2 here. Can Ian close out and find this last prize card?
And this is so tough because Calvin cannot KO a Pokemon, because if he does, Screamtail is just game on board, snipe and KO the Monkey Dory, and that would force a tie between both players. Like you mentioned, though, 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining here, and we are at +1 turns. So Calvin needs to see how he can do, and more importantly, we'll have to see if Ian can get a turn in as well as an additional turn, since if no Pokemon is KO'd, Ian's not going to be able to get through this Dragapult EX.
I think Cal wants to counter catcher the Fez again, but he doesn't want to play around just one energy. He's going to have to play around the energies in the discard pile, but there's plenty there. I'm a little confused by this one.
I think he's just trying to not lose the game in this spot. If you don't open a bench space up, there's no way for Ian to hit anything but this Dragapult EX.
All right.
So we're going to see the Blood Moon Ursaluda come down. And the big question here that we have to look back and see who is the player where time is called on. Cal will go ahead and shuffle his hand in. But I think we may not have enough time for this game to conclude, no matter whose turn it ends on.
Just 40 seconds remain. If Ian were to find an extra turn here, it would be a very quick shifting of the Pokemon, attacking with the Gardevoir, and Cal drawing a card.
Oh,
you're asking a lot.
This. It's every second counts in this. We are counting out every single card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Doesn't matter how fast Ian plays his turn. As things stand, it looks like Calvin has bought himself enough time here to force a tie. We're going to see it. And unless Ian just does things as fast as possible, I'm not sure he's aware of the clock and situation, because if you are here, you are speeding up through these things.
Oh, he's trolling right then and there. But even then, looked like he would need one additional turn to find the answer here. as there's too many hit points in the active spot.
Yeah, and this Dragapult EX cannot be KO'd. Ian just a turn away, it seems, from forcing us into a third game that would not conclude, but still losing out on the match point, just being a little bit behind in terms of time. And Calvin Connor will win this set 1-0 in what was the most up and down Dragapult versus Gardevoir set I think we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, that thing was flying all over the place. You really couldn't tell which direction it was going to go, and it didn't matter how great of a setup we saw from Cal's side of the board. There was always one unique play that we saw where Ian was just able to come back and find this setup out of nowhere.
And Ian, really, you have to give props to him in this spot. He traversed those tough situations so well. It seemed that he was almost blown out of the game as soon as turn 2. This first game for sure, boss's orders, bringing up this Kirlia, KOing the only Ralts in play, and just left himself at such an advantage. But it was this Jellicent that just bought time, importantly, denied the Curse Blast ability, and Ian was in a spot where, you know, if he had just a little bit more time, and if his bench was just managed a little bit better, he would have been in the spot. But it really was at the mercy of his draws, and that was the big thing throughout this set.
Right, and Ian's trying his best to come up with that. His prize cards were pretty tough to work with. He even had to go digging earlier on in this game, try to find that prize card with the Badoo, see if he can find Monkey Dory. If he finds it in that spot, there was a world where the math worked out for Ian, but he doesn't get it that turn, and then he jumps into this second game where he puts on a pretty great show, trying to combat all of the pressure that Cal had for him, and he did that fairly well with the Monkey Dory attacking in, stealing prize cards, and then setting up for this big swing where he gets all the way down to 1 prize card remaining. However, it's just not going to be enough to get over the finish line.
Gardevoir, one of the decks in the format that doesn't play boss's orders. It usually doesn't come up. It's usually not an important piece. You can get away with it. But in this spot, when Gardevoir takes the lead, as it rarely does, you get into these end games where your bench is tied up, you've got too many Pokemon in play, and you just can't take that last prize card. And I have to wonder if there was one more turn left, if Ian essentially would just have the game wrapped up. You know, Cal could have finagled into the Blood Moon Ursaluna on the following turn. Even with 2 Adrenabrain, it would have survived a Miracle Force with 10 HP remaining. However, if we were to play that game out untied, you know, there's really not a world where Cal's coming out on top, and that speaks to Ian's ability to fight back in games that other players would just consider lost.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely great for us to watch. Of course, that is what happens when you're playing in these massive tournaments. You have to respect time, you have to respect the clock, and understand that this is something you're going to run into. And for Cal, it worked out well for him here. He's got those 3 match points that he can take with him onto the next round and see if he can start to build up on those. And for Ian, it's dangerous waters now. He's at 4-2, so not exactly where he wants to be, but a player of his caliber certainly should be looking up 2 more wins.
Yeah, and again, that matchup for round 6 is absurd. What? I don't know what Arcanine is doing these days. Maybe it's the new online pairings or something, but why are we having top cut matches round 6 of the tournament? These players are both 4-1, by the way, so they already had taken a loss through the tournament, which means it's even more unlikely, right, to find a bracket when, you know, you're not undefeated at this point. And the sickest of matchups, the sickest of duels, it comes together. And wow, you know, we started off pretty slow with our stream today. You know, we finally got into some action round number 4. It was a little bit disappointing. I know a lot of our viewers at home wanted to see Tord shine again with that Absol box. He didn't get the opportunity due to things out of his control. But I gotta say, Kyle, we are picking up the pace here so far. We got a little bit of an intro with that Gholdengo Jellicent matchup early on, and now we're seeing Dragapult EX show what it's got. I'm excited to see what the rest of the day is going to look like.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great things, and we are going to add to that now as we invite Chip Ritchie on with us to chat a little bit more about what's been going on here in the tournament. Chip, what you seeing out there?
Yeah, what a compliment there, Kyle. Thank you, by the way. But yeah, great to be here with you guys. What a really excellent start to our day with so many great matchups here on the broadcast for everyone to watch at home. It's definitely been a blast to watch for sure. A lot of Gardevoir Jellicent, and I have a feeling that that's not the last of that specific matchup we're going to see through the rest of the tournament, guys.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of it throughout the course of the last few regionals. We come to expect that, and it really seems like it's a really exciting match when you just consider all of the different cards and how they combat each other, the bravery charms into the jammy towers, the non-KOs, just so many things to consider when you're watching that match and playing in it.
Yeah, and the story for that match, I think, is definitely how Cal kind of managed Ian's bench, right? And that's what I'm going to get into right here as we break it down. Thanks, guys, for an excellent match there. Really, really unique system or setup here from these two players. I mean, Kyle and Ethan both pointed out, right? This is a top cut matchup that we're seeing in round 6. So really just a treat. Calvin right now is ranked #1 in championship points. So really cool to get to see this play out. And I want to get into this specific turn of the game #1, where these players were both tied at 4-4 on prize cards. And there's a lot of things that Cal is having to balance here because there's so much potential for what Ian could do, right? The Lily's Clefairy EX introduces a whole level to this matchup with the weakness being applied, the Mew EX being a potential attacker. Now, it is worth noting in this game, Ian's Mew EX was prized, but Cal, of course, does not have that knowledge. So he is very actively in this exact situation going to play around things here. So in this board state, Ian's got this Jellicent with 170 damage on it in the active spot. Cal could pretty easily just take a 2-prize knockout, right? Bring up his Dragapult EX, take a knockout, stack some damage, maybe more onto this Pheasantipede on the bench, make that the easy 2-prize target to try to close things out. The issue, if he does go for that play, is that Ian can respond by using Lily's Clefairy EX, putting that onto the bench, and then using his Gardevoir here as the attacker to one-hit KO the Dragapult that would come up into the active spot, and Iono Cal to just 2 cards. Or if another option for Ian would be if he could bench the Lily's Clefairy and the Mew EX, then he can still go for the Iono, use the Mew to copy the Phantom Dive to KO the Dragapult and KO this Dracloak on the bench with a Monkey Dory, of course, moving the 30 damage over to it. So that's the 30 plus the 60 from the Phantom Dive, 90 damage, that's a knockout. That's clearing both Cal's attackers out of play. Of course, Cal can just evolve this Dracloak, which he does eventually do on this turn anyway, in order to just play around getting that card Iono to the bottom of his deck, I have to imagine. But he wants to ensure that Lily's Clefairy plus Mew EX cannot possibly come into play. And so what is his response to ensure that both of those Pokemon cannot come out? It is to use the Jet Headbutt of the Dragapult EX, not doing enough damage to get the knockout on the Jellicent, but putting a bunch more damage into play, where it puts Ian in a really awkward position. There's now just 30 HP remaining on this Jellicent, so that means that Cal on the next turn, which is what will eventually happen, is able to use the Artisan that's in play to bring down a Monkey Dory to this last bench spot and get a Luminous Energy on it in order to just take that KO in between turns or during the course of his turn. So by limiting access from Ian being able to put both of those Pokemon into play, you know, if Cal had just taken this 2-prize knockout, he really is opening himself up to just losing this game. Iono plus the Gardevoir takes the knockout, and that is, you know, going to be difficult for him to respond to unless he finds the exact combination of, you know, boss's orders plus the last jamming tower. And jamming tower was already down. One of his 2 jamming towers were already down in this spot in the game. So yeah, I really liked to see the way Cal navigated things in this exact game #1. And then also in the second game, you know, Ian had to go wide with all of those Ralts on his bench, and Cal was just able to totally abuse that, making sure that those Pokemon stayed in play, not taking multi-prize KOs, multi, you know, Pokemon knockouts, because he wanted to ensure that Ian would not have access to all those powerful EX Pokemon. Really, really well played from Cal. I mean, it's a great showcase of why he is ranked #1 in the world right now in championship points. Ian is, of course, going to have a great opportunity to fight back. He's now 4-2, but he is one of the great players in the game for sure. And I'm looking forward to hearing from Cal and hopefully future on in the tournament to figure out exactly how this deck is working for him and choosing to play Dragapult into this field where you expect a lot of Gardevoir players. So many of the top North American players love Gardevoir. So choosing to play Dragapult in a matchup that, into a field that has a lot of that not so great Gardevoir matchup, Cal was able to show maybe why he doesn't feel so scared of it in this exact instance. We are going to take a quick little break, I do believe, but don't worry, we'll be back very, very soon with our next Swiss round and hopefully some more exciting Pokemon TCG action.
Hello, Pokemon fans. We're live here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. And oh boy, do I have some special guests in frame right now, probably all combined. A travel time of over maybe 100 hours, give or take. We have our friends over from Australia. We have, of course, Brent Tonneson, Tim Franklin, and Natalie Miller. How are you guys feeling? How was the travel?
Yeah, look, it's not the worst trip that I've had in terms of time. Probably about 24 hours total for me, which I guess sounds like a lot to most people, but when you're from Australia and you're traveling for all these events, it's, it could be worse.
Ooh, 20 hours to play in a Pokemon Regional Championships. What do you guys do? Do you test on the plane or anything like that? Do you do anything in during the travel time to prep for a regional?
During the travel time, a lot of sleeping on the plane. I guess like sometimes you might theory with the with your deck or deck choice. You might write some notes about that. Otherwise, not really.
You know what? Same question for the both of you, just because I am curious.
I actually changed my deck on the flight for this event. I was playing a couple of games of Live at the airport, and I really wasn't feeling Gardevoir, so I decided to join Brent on Dragapult.
Yeah, so I actually do most of my prep like in my head. I don't play as many games as I think most people would think I do. So I thought about it a lot while I was on the flight, long flight. And I kind of just rely on the deck coming to me in a vision in my dreams usually. So I got some good sleep and I actually came up with the concept for part of what I'm playing while I was, trying to sleep on the flight.
Does it involve bears?
Kind of. Kind of.
No, but yeah. Again, these folks travel all over the world to compete in these regional championships. What is that like? You're traveling very, very far. You're traveling literally everywhere to compete in a regional. What does it take to do something like that?
A lot of planning. Usually we don't book last minute. We actually, months before, we're like, okay, we're going to this event, and we actually plan and book ahead. And since we're staying together, we also plan that ahead. There's a lot more planning than it might actually seem.
Okay. And you guys all traveled here together. So it's safe to say you guys are one testing group, yeah?
Yeah, we've been doing some testing. I think we might have done a bit more complaining about the format than actual testing this time. But yeah, we played a fair bit together before the event.
That's fair. And can you tell me, I feel like, you guys are very accomplished players between the three of you. Is that help at all in testing? Is it good to have good players to test against?
Yeah, when some of these players around me, when they approve of an idea, it's like, okay, it's probably pretty good if everyone's agreeing on it.
Oh, yeah. That is a good point. If they agree that this is probably a good play, you probably should listen. No, but yeah. With that also, I do want to ask the metagame here for Las Vegas, right? Let's talk about the regional championship. What do you guys expect to see here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships?
Gholdengo, Gardevoir, Dragapult, big three for sure.
Yeah, completely agree with that. I think Gholdengo had a really good weekend last weekend, and I don't know if it'll be quite as good this time, but people are definitely going to ride that wave and pick it up this week.
I know I'm sounding a bit of an echo here, but it's definitely Gholdengo. The deck is really, really difficult to hard counter. People talk about how Jelly Guardy beats it, people talk about how you beat it with Cornerstone or Toad Scroll, but Gholdengo has answers for all of these. It's just all about picking the right text for the situation.
I like it. You guys definitely do test together. Same answers all across the board. I know we're in Las Vegas right now. Do you think this will change anything, though, for the upcoming IC, which is literally a week after now? LAIC is a week later. Do you think anything will change, Brent?
Well, I think it's very dependent on the results this weekend. If one of the big three doesn't do well, I think people are expecting it to get played less next weekend.
Yeah, completely agree. And like Nat said, with the techs in Gholdengo, it's really what they're going to choose to play. Like, a lot of people disrespected Cornerstone last weekend. Maybe Cornerstone makes a rise this week, and then next week, you got to put that Mega Mawile in.
Yeah, I think it'll also really depend on how the dark decks do. Like, we talk about Gholdengo, Dragapult, Gardevoir, but then under the surface, there's a ton of stuff like there's Mega Box, there's Grimmsnarl, and there's Charizard. So those are all three decks that I think could do very well. And they all have kind of different answers that they need from the other three decks.
Love to hear it. Love to hear that. With that, I think we got some good insight on the tournament now, on the tournament next week, as well as an insight on like what it takes to travel as a player from all over the world. With that, we're going to throw it back though to more Pokemon action.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by Cal and Love Connor. Cal, again, of course, just won last round on the stream, and Love here is just being absolutely adorable. Cal, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. I have a record of 5-1, so I need one more tie to make it for the day 2, but hopefully pushing for some more wins.
I like it. I like the mindset there. Let's talk about that last round, though. You're up against Ian Roth. That's something I expect to see in, like, what, Top Cut at that point. What's going through your head when you're playing against, like, one of the top caliber players?
It just means you have to bring your A game, but you should really be bringing your A game to every round. Every game you should treat as the same, but when you're playing against a top tier competitor like Ian, you know, it's going to be a close one no matter what.
That is great advice. Hopefully you're listening, Love, because always bring your A game. With that, let's also talk about the matchup, right? You played against Jellicent Gardevoir while you're playing Dragapult. But in theory, you know, you're getting hit by Clefairies or the Psychic weakness, and then there's Item Lock. This should be a fairly tough matchup, but what do you think?
I think it's not too disastrously bad. A lot of the time you can board lock them because they'll overbench to try to compensate for Dusknoirs and Duskclops. So they'll overbench Ralts so you can't just wipe them all. And then when that happens, you want to keep them bench locked so they can't bench Clefairy and Mew.
I like that. Yeah, we got to see that exactly happen at game 2, right? You chose to not Monkey Dory any damage onto any of the Ralts, chose to knock him out, even choosing the Jet Headbutt as opposed to the stronger attack. So when do you choose, though, to pull the trigger and let's take a board wipe, or when do you choose to just keep everything on board?
Usually it depends by the board, but usually when you're getting a wipe, if you can't get a wipe on the board, you usually want to go for a more passive line where you can kind of like Iono them low or keep them board locked and then start damaging some of their other Pokemon, force them to find some cards like Rare Candy Gardevoir in concession with like a lot of other combos.
I like it. I like it. Very in-depth explanation there. With that, anything you want to see? What do you want to see as Dragapult, though, throughout the weekend?
Hopefully some Charizard, some Eevee boxes, some pretty good matchup as well. Hopefully I hit some of those decks moving forward.
I like it. I like it. All right, we're going to make sure you and Love get to your next round. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Shout out Tabletop Village and shout out FCBC as well. Heritage Auction and Beckett.
Sounds good. Love, anyone you want to shout out? No, of course. Thank you so much, Cal, for the interview. Thank you so much, Love. Best of luck with the next couple of rounds. We're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Thank you, Wancho. What an amazingly cute interview from our winner this past round, Calvin Connor. And it is going to be a pretty good road so far, starting off pretty hot with Dragapult.
Yeah, I've been seeing Cal all around the world at this point in now 3 different countries and just playing Pokemon and still, and that last match in particular, a battle of the Titans, as Kyle and Ethan were saying too, like you could see that easily in a regional final, and you're seeing that in phase 1 of the tournament, which goes to show once again, our top players in this game are always battling it out. But I'm super excited, Jeremy, to be back here with you. I'm excited to see where we're gonna go because we're starting to get into the rounds where things might get a little bit more intense.
Yeah, we are culminating to the almost end of phase 1, where a lot of these players are trying to make it into phase 2 and eventually into our asymmetrical cut and hopefully champion for Las Vegas Regional.
Crazy, right? It feels like the season has been going on for quite some time at this point, and we're really only at our 3rd North American regional so far. So it goes to show we got plenty of Pokemon left to be played in this season, but I know you and I have been walking around some of the top tables during our break. Anything that you noticed that was maybe eyebrow raising?
I mean, there's a lot more Joltik than I thought there would be. Granted, this was a couple rounds ago that I was walking around, so it depends. It's one of those decks where if you hit those matchups, you're going to have a good time, and then if you don't, you're going to have a bad time. And, a lot of our players have really chosen a lot of the top decks. So there's a lot of Gholdengo. There's a lot of Gardevoir. There's a lot of Gardevoir mirror matches.
Yeah. I saw a lot of Charizard while I was out there, a deck that I think has kind of taken its reins back and saying I'm still here in kind of this top contention here too. But as you can see, we are getting our players for our next match stepping up very soon. Caleb Rogerson and Hiroto Koji here. I'm super excited to see how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, can't talk about the decks yet. Our players aren't even really at the table, but I'm glad that at least Dragapult Dusknoir still was able to do something this last round, and in a matchup where you still don't really know what's going to happen with the Gardevoir, right? And we saw that Calvin really just was able to lock down the bench of Ian. Ian had some unfortunate draws in that early game 2, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it goes to show, right? Like, given the right run and the deck just firing, I mean, granted, we're in Las Vegas, right? But everything needs, like, a little, sometimes, you know, luck is a part of just the game that you play, especially in a card game, too. So it goes to show, while matchups may lean one way, right? I think historically, I think we can all agree that Gardevoir definitely has a great time into a deck like Dragapult. You play your cards right, luck is on your side, and you see a different outcome.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty crazy end to phase 1 at least. I am going to be, you know, careful of what decks I think will do well, right?
Yeah, it goes to show, right? And I think you alluded to this a little bit earlier, that Joltik box still very much running around in this format too. We're talking a lot about things that go quicker, right? Turbo decks, aggressive decks, and it seems like Ceruledge has taken the crown right now of kind of the go-to turbo deck of the format, and we've already talked about kind of why, right? It's a stage 1. You can really kind of cipher through the deck as quickly as possible here. So I'm interested to see if Ceruledge is going to kind of keep its footing going into phase 2, but we finally have our players stepping up to the bat. I cannot wait to see how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, Caleb Rogerson is a former national champion and has been on a tear in the Masters division, and really just amazing quick play from Caleb as well. And I'm excited to see what Hiroto is going to be doing here in North America.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we haven't said it enough yet, global game. Pokemon is a global game. We have many people from many continents coming all over here for Las Vegas. And we had that great interview with the Australian trio that we saw a little bit earlier as well. And all three of those players, wonderful players. And it goes to show, once again, Australia is not a region that you should just kind of push aside. They are all very well-known players, and they all test together, which goes to show how to make a very strong core player group for a region.
Yeah, what is it now? Like 3 seasons in a row where Brent's just really traveled to everything.
Yep.
Been taking over the world, essentially.
I mean, Natalie as well, EUIC finalist from last season too. It's always strong performances from her as well. And then, of course, Tim Franklin coming up in the ranks as well. He is very drawn to his Grimmsnarl decks.
I was hoping for the Blood Moon, you know?
And yeah, he's also a connoisseur of what we'd like to call a rogue deck, right? A deck that, you know, kind of likes to trick or treat you in certain which ways. But I like to see kind of Tim's creativity when it comes to his deck, because his Grimmsnarl is not playing a Frostlass, for example, this weekend. It's playing more of the Toadsquirrel line, which, you know, kind of tricky if you don't know how to play around it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting with how much Tim loves Frostlass as a Pokemon. So I'd be pretty great to see how things shape up. But meanwhile, our match is ready. Caleb Robertson on the left with Gholdengo EX up against Hiroto Koji with Raging Bolt EX. What is going on here, Emily?
I mean, here's the thing, right? We were talking, I wanted to allude to it a little bit earlier, but our players didn't have their headphones on just yet here, Jeremy. We're talking about turbo decks in a format, right? And given a couple months ago, I mean, Raging Bolt was the turbo deck of the format. I mean, this won a whole regional last season, I believe, in Louisville. And the thing is, Raging Bolt does a really good job of hitting big numbers without having to dig too deep, but also keeping card draw up with that Teal Mask Ogre Pond EX. So I'm excited to see how Hiroto is really going to move around Gholdengo, which has become kind of this, odd to say, best deck in format. It feels kind of weird to kind of say that, but it's most represented deck in format, I think I should say a little bit better. But this Lunatone and Solrock, I'm interested to see how Caleb is going to use that to kind of keep a 1 prize board instead of benching these 2 prize liabilities that Hiroto can use Raging Bolt to hit bigger numbers.
I just think that Gholdengo has become so popular because it's just consistent. You get to draw a lot of cards, and as long as you get that turn 1 where you get a couple Gimme Ghoul on the bench, you get that Lunatone Solrock, you can get things going. You got that single prize attacker, like you've been saying, in Solrock. It has really opened up this deck in the format.
And not to kind of call attention to it a little bit too early, but I mean, we've been talking about the best ace spec for Gholdengo and what is it, and Caleb's actually playing an unfair stamp, but one of the biggest things that we have to point out right now, looking in the prize cards right here, is that 1 copy of Genesect EX. Genesect EX has given this deck a ton of consistency that people just love to play around, and here's the thing, Jeremy, it's in the prizes.
Yeah, Metallic Signal, that ability has been beautiful for Gholdengo as a deck. Just fetching your Gholdengo EXs essentially for free. You don't have to play any Ultra Ball in your list if you don't want to, and it looks like Caleb is not, so it might be a little rough to find those Stage 1 Pokemon, but here we go. Our round is started, and it is a Squawkabilly EX in the active for Hiroto up against Lunatone for Caleb.
See how Hiroto is going to play around it. Of course, starting Squawkabilly in your active when you want to flush the hand. And the whole point of Raging Bolt is to get these energies into the discard as quickly as possible so you can accelerate them later using Professor Sada's Vitality, using cards like Energy Retrieval or Night Stretchers to get them out and attach them to via Teal Dance and Teal Mask Ogre Pond EX. So I'm interested to see how Hiroto is going to play. Now, looking at the list that I have here, it is going to be not Turbo Bolt, but what players like to kind of consider more standard bold, which is a deck that runs off of Fan Rotom, its Fan Call, using Noctowl and its Jewel Seeker ability to grab cards out of the deck here. We're going to see the Ultra Ball come down. It'll probably be for that Fan Rotom.
It's always good when you're able to get Fan Rotom. Turn 1, use that Fan Call ability. Then you find your Hoot Hoots, your Noctowl, and there's even a Ditto in the list for Hiroto to kind of just maneuver around that active Pokemon.
Yeah.
Oh, did the Earthen Vessel get back on top of the deck?
Not quite
No, okay.
sure, didn't quite see it here, but it is going to be the Squawk and Seas for a fresh 6 cards here. Hiroto has to attach to the Squawk ability this turn to retreat, and as you were talking about a little bit earlier here, Jeremy, it is going to be the Fan Call to find Ditto and find that transformative start ability, because in order to play your Noctowls, you do need a terrestrial Pokemon to really get it started here, but looking forward to finding Ditto so we can retreat the Squawk ability into the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Maybe I couldn't see the hand too well. Maybe we can start getting some energy on the board here, but it is going to be that Fan Call.
Yeah, looking like it was all good. It was just from the top of the deck. Wanted to make sure with that Earthen Vessel. Here is that Fan Call. Ditto is such an interesting Pokemon, that transformative start, like you were saying. There's a pretty good Terra Pokemon for this deck, right? Maybe you're a fan?
I'm a big fan of the Teal Mask Ogerpon, of course. You go many moons ago where that was really kind of the one card that a lot of players were playing just because of the way that even just drawing one card and getting an automatic attach onto the board thanks to Teal Dance was just absolutely crazy to think about here. But it is going to be the Fan Call for a couple of our colorless friends here. We do have that we do have the Latias as well, so we actually don't even need to retreat using the fighting energy here, and we can actually just get to keep it on the board.
There is an energy switch in the list, though, so Hiroto can get that energy into an attacker like Raging Bolt the next turn, or you can just discard it with that Raging Bolt EX. And now with the Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active spot, you can start drawing some cards with Teal Dance, get more energy in play, and this is looking like a pretty stellar turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, too, is that when you kind of leave a 2-prize Pokemon in the active, sometimes you get a little bit nervous, but Gholdengo needs a turn to start getting set up and starting to get ready to go here. Caleb is going to have, it's just Gimmighoul pass, Jeremy. That's not what you want to see here. And look at all the cards that Hiroto has in hand. It is going to be evolving the Hoot Hoot on the bench to Noctowl and using Jewel Seeker. And now we're going to be able to find 2 trainer cards out of the deck. Which one do you think it's going to be, Jeremy?
Well, it's looking like a boss's orders at least. And wow, you can even take a knockout with the Teal Mask Ogerpon if you want. This is looking pretty nice for Hiroto here. Even having the Prime Catcher saying, yeah, I'm going to probably do it again.
I mean, absolutely, right? I mean, we know that Gholdengo doesn't play too much hand disrupt. Now, I know we're constantly discussing which A-spec is technically best in this deck, right? But one thing that we can kind of all agree on is that Gholdengo is not playing too many hand disrupt cards. So Hiroto knows that this play is actually very safe and going to be using the Myriad Leaf Shower on Teal Mask Ogerpon EX to get that first knockout.
Fighting energy off the top, but you can't even use the Lunatone because there's no Soul Rock in the hand for Caleb. Just a pass of the turn, trying not to just lose on the next turn. But there's the Area Zero Underdepths drawn for Hiroto, and that's going to open up this Professor Sada's Vitality in the hand, and I think it's just a little too far gone for this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Hiroto can get a couple of the fighting and the lightning energies that you need. Use the Ultra Ball that I believe is in hand to get that Raging Bolt EX onto the bench here with thanks to the extended bench. And then we're going to just be ready to kind of roll with the punches here. Now, it's not saying that it's over, but it's definitely very difficult to kind of claw back once your opponent has taken 2 prize cards here. That kind of goes to this, 2-2-2 prize race that a lot of players kind of look for here for comfort. But like you said, Jeremy, we're probably going to be seeing a Professor Sada's Vitality with no Gimmighoul on the bench or the board at all even. We could just kind of play it a little bit slower, but there is that single prize Baby Raging Bolt.
Yeah, having the attack to just take out anything on the bench due to the number of energy you have attached. Thunderburst Storm is so good when your opponent is lagging behind And there we see Professor Sada's Vitality charging up the EX as well. 3 cards from that supporter. And this is just not looking good for Caleb here. Gimme Ghoul off the top, but this is just prolonging the game. You got Lana's 8 as well. So we actually have 2 Gimme Ghoul on the bench. But again, where do you go from here? Game 2?
It's hard to say, right? I mean, Hiroto can just accelerate to this single prize Raging Bolt here onto the bench, and using Thunderburst Storm, he can essentially pick which Gimme Ghoul he wants to take out here. Plus, that would stick the Lunatone in the active, unable to get out here. Professor Sada's Vitality once again being played for supporter for turn, where we can accelerate some energy to these ancient Pokemon here. But Hiroto absolutely drawing hot right now. Do we even use the Prime Catcher right now, Jeremy, or do we just keep swinging with Myriad Leaf Shower?
Yeah, he just did not even care. Like, yeah, I'm going to win this game. It's fine. But finally, Gholdengo EX, there's this concession from Caleb, hoping things are going to be better for game 2.
While we shuffle up Hiroto, a very dominant game, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's the thing, right? When you get set up and your opponent doesn't, this is what Raging Bolt does best. I mean, getting the backup attackers on the extra bench really kind of just ready to go. And there goes Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, just kind of Myriad Leaf Showering away here. One of the things that I wanted to kind of talk about here, Lana's Aid definitely becoming a little bit more popular. It is picking up speed in some Gholdengo lists. Put up to 3 in any combination of Pokemon that don't have a rule box and basic energy from your discard pile into your hand. So in certain cases, we kind of saw it, right? Like, we are able to reestablish the board, but the problem is we're just a little too late.
A little too late. Again, Lana's Aid also very good against something like Badoo or Frillish, being able to grab some energies through your supporter. Let's go ahead and take a look at what happened in that game 1.
What did happen, Jeremy? I mean, it goes to show that sometimes you really just need these really strong starts, and you know, that's another kind of argument in favor of having something like a Precious Trolley in your Gholdengo list to really kind of get set up here. But then again, sometimes your deck just bricks. That's just, you know, we're talking about luck a little bit earlier, right? This is kind of the game sometimes. Sometimes the deck just doesn't want to work all the way here. So unfortunate game for Caleb, but Hiroto showing absolute mastery with this Raging Bolt. No fear, even with the deck that a lot of players have counted out for the weekend.
Yeah, is this even really Raging Bolt? It seemed like Terra Box for the for the game 1 at least.
Yeah.
Attacking with Teal Mask Ogerpon for the entirety of that game.
Yeah, and players, once again, kind of want to stay away from that when you're playing Raging Bolt, especially into a big deck like Gholdengo. And Hiroto still hasn't even seen the unfair stamp yet, so no ace spec has actually been kind of shown here. So we're hoping just for a better game number 2 here from Caleb. I would like to see, you know, a little bit more back and forth here. But of course, I mean, Hiroto showing absolute mastery. I'm excited to see how we go, as Caleb gonna start us off here. Has a Gimme Ghoul on the active, but there's the unfair stamp in hand. You can't ask for anything more than a Fighting Gong.
Fighting Gong has been such a great addition for this deck, not only being able to find energy to fuel your Make It Rain, but finding the Zoroark Lunatone combo to help you draw through your deck has been one of the best cards in the recent set to be able to include in this deck.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Gholdengo, right? A lot of players have been trying to find its perfect partner, and Mega Evolution has gifted this deck Zoroark and Lunatone, and it uses it so well here too. But Air Balloon onto the Gimme Ghoul, I don't see much else of a choice here, Jeremy. We have to attach and find a way to protect this Gimme Ghoul this turn.
Yeah, interesting to see the dark energy attached to that Zoroark. Usually with the Gholdengo Zoroark Lunatone deck, you're not playing dark energy, but there is one copy of Monkey Dory for Caleb, just trying to value that Adrenabrain in certain matchups. And Hiroto starting off with that Fan Rotom has just got to be a sigh of relief. You don't have to try to find a Nest Ball or an Ultra Ball for it, and having the Earthen Vessel to get some energies as well. This is looking like another good turn 1.
And starting off with Fan Rotom always kind of gives you a very free prize check as well as you're able to use Fan Call. Having the Koraidon, I think a lot of Raging Bolt players have really kind of been going back and forth whether single prize Slitherwing is your best attacker just because of its second attack where you burn your opponent's Pokemon versus this Koraidon with its unrelenting onslaught. It's really hard to say. I think it really kind of depends on the meta, which one that you decide to play. Like you were mentioning earlier with Joltik Box, maybe some players are going to go towards Slitherwing so you can break through Pikachu EX's Resolute Heart. But I think in this scenario, I think Koraidon definitely a great attacker into something like Mega Kangaskhan.
Oh, for sure. You do a lot of damage, and it's more than enough to take a knockout. Now, looking at Hiroto's hand, there is a Squawkabilly. You got another Noctowl. So you would have to discard 2 Noctowls with this and that Professor Sada's Vitality. But we're going to see 6 brand new cards thanks to that Squawk and Seize ability from Squawkabilly EX.
Hiroto is playing a good amount of recovery here. Nothing crazy like something like a Lana's Aid, but 3 Night Stretcher is a lot for Raging Bolt, and that's the thing. You can use it to not only grab energy, but you can grab Pokemon. So I'm not too worried, especially because there are no Night Stretchers in the prizes here. But we are going to flush the hand, see what we have, and here comes that Fan Call ability. Once during your first turn and first turn only, you may search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon with 100 HP, or 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less, reveal them, and then you can put them into your hand. But as you all can see, of course, it's Hoot Hoots. They're going to hit the bench immediately.
Oh, yeah. You need those for your Jewel Seeker. Now, going to have to bench maybe Teal Mask from the hand first, so you don't lock yourself out. And there we go. There is that Teal Dance as well, so drawing an extra card, getting that Grass Energy in play. Ultra Ball found off the top.
Wow.
Area 0 Underdepths as well, so this hand is looking pretty nice once again.
And this is just your perfect setup here.
Oh, yeah. And the fact that it is it's the second turn of the game, that means maybe finding, Prime Catcher. Is there an Iron Bundle in the list? No, there's no Iron Bundle. All right. The Gimme Ghoul is safe.
I mean, Jeremy, right? If we had all of the stars somewhat aligned here, if we were able to find something like Professor Sada into something like Energy Switch attached for turn, maybe we could have potentially seen a Thunderburst Storm onto the lone Gimme Ghoul onto the bench here. Don't think it is going to be that. It's not necessarily over just yet. I mean, there is still very well a Prime Catcher play, and I think we might just be putting this Raging Bolt active. There's a lot of 2-prize Pokemon on the bench there's a lot of 2-prize Pokemon on the bench, so we have to be a little bit careful here. So we're going to go back on over to Caleb's turn.
All right, we're maybe going to see Caleb actually start to get things going for the first time this match. Arvin, as the supporter for the turn, able to find an item and a tool card. The item can be something like a Nest Ball to find that Genesect EX. Then you can get your Gholdengo. It could be the Buddy Buddy Poffin, which a lot of these lists aren't really playing that many. I see Caleb has 2, but we've seen anything from 1 to 3.
Yeah. And it goes to show Buddy Buddy Poffin has been, I think a lot of players have figured out kind of their sweet spot for it in the deck. I mean, when this card kind of came into our game, this was a 4 of in a lot of decks, right? Being able to search out these basic Pokemon and getting your setup. And I do really enjoy this card, and especially a lot of these setup decks like Gholdengo, where you're really relying on having the Gimme Ghouls out onto the bench here. And that game 1 was kind of showing us why that is important, right? Having these Arvins, being able to go and sift through the deck and keep drawing here. But there's the Fighting Gong to find our friend Lunatone here, so we may be able to see a cycle draw.
Yeah, Caleb opted for the Fighting Gong instead of that Buddy Buddy Poffin, has that Earthen Vessel in hand. So this will allow him to find those fighting energies and having the Lunar Cycle to draw 3 cards, which is crazy. We were so used to Radiant Greninja, right?
Yeah.
Drawing 2 cards with concealed cards. Lunatone draws you 3 for 1 fighting energy, and honestly is the reason this deck and honestly this engine is so popular, because you also see it in something like Ceruledge EX.
I'm really worried about this cycle draw, Jeremy. There it is, the nest ball, going to be able to at least find a second Gimme Ghoul. It was very risky, especially because Hiroto was kind of projecting, all right, I am going to Thunderburst Storm next turn. We have the single prize Pokemon in the active here, but Caleb being able to find the nest ball can ensure safety. And I also like just using the Cosmic Beam for 70 damage, just going to pass it or attack and then back on over to Hiroto's turn.
Oh, of course. Why not? You get 70 on, and then if your opponent takes a knockout on a Gimme Ghoul on the bench, you just take the knockout on the active with your Zoroark again. Again, trying to leave as many single prize Pokemon in play as possible when your opponent has a bunch of 2 prizes already in play.
One going to be interesting off of the Jewel Seeker here. Hiroto does play 1 copy of Crispin. I know some Raging Bolts want to play 2, maybe even 3, but Hiroto does play 1 copy of Crispin, at least to sift through the deck a little bit easier here. But it is going to be the Professor Sada Vitality and the Earthen Vessel to get this energy out of the deck. And then I'm assuming there's definitely another way to get this energy into the discard pile as well here. But that's the thing, right? We want to be setting up not only this single prize Raging Bolt in the active, Hiroto also wants to set up this Raging Bolt EX onto the bench here. Has to at least have 4 energy onto the board in a lot of capacities to knock out something like a Gholdengo EX.
Thankfully, that Squawk and Seize was able to discard those 2 fighting found from the Earthen Vessel turn 1. And then Professor Sada's Vitality, just getting them back into play. You have those lightning energies that you just searched out. And honestly, I'm really liking the pace of play that Hiroto is showing too. There's a lot of moving pieces in each of your turns as Raging Bolt, and he's doing it very well.
Absolutely, and that's also the thing with Raging Bolt is that sometimes when it comes to a Noctowl deck, right, a deck where you sift through and sometimes you have to evolve multiple Noctowls, get multiple pieces in order for the deck to really find its way in a turn. Sometimes that can take a long time, but Hiroto doing a great job on pace of play, like you had said, Jeremy. But instead of taking out a Gimme Ghoul, actually just going to take out the Zoroark here. What do you think about that?
I mean, honestly, it's pretty heads up. You are able to cut off the knockout that's already in play on your own Raging Bolt, as well as the Lunar Cycle from Caleb's side of the board. So already having 2 Gimme Ghoul in play, you're not really going to dampen things too much. But Boss's Orders and then Unfair Stamp, this is the ace-spec of choice for Caleb in this deck. And we've been so drawn on what ace-spec is the best for Gholdengo. It's looking pretty good here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially into a deck like Hiroto's with Jewel Seeker and Noctowl, where sometimes an Unfair Stamp can really kind of brick the hand, and then you don't really have places to go here. 2 cards for Raging Bolt EX sometimes can be absolutely great, but sometimes you could just be drawing into things like energy here. Caleb, though, going to be able to take 5 cards for himself. There's that Monkey Dory, and this list is very fun from Caleb because I love the idea of just throwing Monkey Dory in everything and, you know, figuring it out, right? Especially when Gardevoir is playing around this Technical Machine Devolution plays, right? So we can essentially start swinging the damage back. Now we do have to find a way to get some more damage, or get some more energy cards so we can get enough damage here, because right now I only see 2, but is that a Superior Energy Retrieval in the hand? It is.
Superior Energy Retrieval has to discard potentially a Fighting Energy here. No access to a Soul Rock, so no Lunar Cycle for the turn. And I think with everything but the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking in hand, is able to take the knockout on that Squawkabilly EX. 2 prize cards for Caleb, and now is up in the prize race, at least for the 2-2-2 mapping.
Well, Hiroto getting the hand off of the Unfair Stamp right into a nest ball. Sometimes that does happen. I can only imagine it will be the copy of Pheasantipity EX that he has in the deck. Of course, one thing that Raging Bolt does do well is draw cards when it has kind of the golden combo of Mew EX and Pheasantipity EX to go in hand as well here. But Hiroto did also draw a Lightning Energy off of the draw for turn here. So Hiroto will be able to see an attack at least, but the question is, what can we do to kind of stop Caleb's kind of snowballing potentially out of control? Now, granted, the Genesect does absolutely, being in the prizes, does actually help, but I believe it was just actually pulled off the prizes.
Oh, well, that was last game.
That was last game, sorry.
Well, here it does look like the Bellowing Thunder for the knockout. It's going to leave 2 energy on that Raging Bolt on the bench, 1 on that Raging Bolt EX in the active spot. And now it is up to Caleb to answer back. And honestly, once the knockouts start happening, it's going to be happening pretty much every turn. If you whiff an attack, it's pretty much game over.
Very scary here, but it is going to be Artisan coming into play to find our Zoroark here. Now Lunar Cycle is going to be online. Caleb eyeing up the Genesect, but there's that supporter in hand. It is going to be Cypher Maniacs code breaking here. You are able to take some cards out of your deck, and it will be able to be to the top of the deck, so you can essentially manipulate your draw here onto the Lunar Cycle. Now granted, Lunar Cycle gives you an extra 3rd card here, but Jeremy, I can probably imagine what 2 cards were picked here for Caleb.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, at least a superior energy retrieval.
What else?
Maybe a Gholdengo EX, maybe Genesect. It depends if you want to have that liability in play. But yeah, there is that Genesect. Extra card is going to be a Boss's Orders, so that might be good for next turn to try to clean up the last 2 prize Pokemon.
See how Caleb is going to be able to bring himself back into the game. Definitely needs a little bit more than just 1 superior energy retrieval to get it done this turn here. But with the help of Gholdengo, going to be able to at least see some draw. The math on this one is a little bit strange because 240 is a little bit of an awkward number here for Raging Bolt at times, because you have to remember you need the energy attachment to go along as well here. So sometimes you have to get a little bit creative, but it is going to be that Nest Ball here found. Going to see 3 cards off of the Flip the Script.
I mean, that's pretty creative. Getting 3 more cards, trying to find another superior energy retrieval. And granted, if Caleb does not, it's going to be on the back foot for this game 2. Already down a game, but this is kind of what you want to see. Oh, wait, there's an energy, but no energy attached to the active. This Gholdengo is going to need to find 1 more energy.
Yeah, it's still what it is. It's going to be an Artisan, and that was the thing that I was talking about, Jeremy. The fact that sometimes it's a little bit tricky trying to find your energy, especially when you still need the 1 attached for a turn. A little bit rough for Caleb here, especially because so many cards in hand. It's hard to say what the proper play is. No air balloon to retreat into something like a Lunatone. Is it just going to be a pass? And it is.
It is. Wow. Okay, and this is a big signal for Hiroto here, is kind of sensing, yeah, okay, you did not get what you need. I need to make sure I can set up my next turn as best as possible. Professor Sada's Vitality is going to help with that. You get at least a knockout and hopefully more.
And the thing is, we can just set up the Raging Bolt in the back as well. Hiroto down to 3 prize cards, and that baby Raging Bolt, that single prize Raging Bolt, could get big enough to potentially take out something like a Zoroark and a Lunatone. Now granted, it would take a little bit of energy to work with there, but the second attack, Dragon Headbutt, Boss's Orders would line us up for that as well here. And I think that's what Hiroto's really kind of going for here, trying to get as much energy onto the board where we can still see something like a checkmate scenario. Now granted, there's still a lone Hoot Hoot on this bench as well, Jeremy. That one Night Stretcher to find one of the Knock Towels that were discarded in the beginning of the game. That could be something like that Prime Catcher, for example, that we saw in that list.
It is a very good card, and anytime you kind of see it and are able to take 2 prizes with it, is going to be a good day for Raging Bolt. Now, the Earthen Vessel is going to be pretty stellar here. You are able to Teal Dance on to that Teal Mask Ogerpon, as well as attach to the active for the turn. Now you have extra energy in play, so you can leave maybe the couple energy on that Raging Bolt on the bench. That way you can just Thunderburst Storm for the KO next turn, and it might force Caleb to actually attack with something like Zoroark to take the knockout on that Raging Bolt.
Goes to the show. See, as we get the attack back on over to Caleb.
It was 1 energy card off. It was the top card. Never lucky.
Metallic Signal to at least kind of sift through the deck a little bit, see what our options are. I think you're right, Jeremy. I think the only real way to kind of at least mitigate something for next turn is just to take out the looming threat. Already Latias EX onto the bench, so Skyliner is active, so Raging Bolt with its high retreat cost technically doesn't matter here. And there's the boss's orders here, so do we have enough energy to at least get what we need here with a lot of cards in hand? Certainly I think we do. There's the Lunar Cycle for 3 more cards.
The thing that's rough, though, is you're taking out a 1 prize Pokemon. You're still going to be at 3 prizes. That means 2 more attacks at least. And that's going to give Hiroto some time to maybe build up that Raging Bolt or just find, you know, Prime Catcher Sada. That would be able to do it as well.
Superior Energy Retrieval being used now for 4 energy. Finding the attach for turn as well. There's the boss's orders onto the single prize Raging Bolt here. So we're not going to have any energy on board at all, but it will be making it rain for only just 2 there.
And with that Hoot Hoot on the bench as well, just a single Noctowl is able to pretty much seal up this game. Looking at the hand for Hiroto, it is stacked at least with cards. A ton of cards. I don't know if he has exactly what he needs. A lot of Nest Balls, actually.
Has Ultra Ball.
3 Nest Ball, Ultra Ball for Noctowl, yeah.
Yeah, Ultra Ball for Noctowl.
If they're left.
That's fair. The Nest Ball, though, you can see what's going on here in the deck, but I don't believe there is a Noctowl here.
Are all 3 in the discard? We're going to Teal Dance to try to find some more cards. There's Night Stretcher available, but not in the hand.
So it would have to be Teal Dance and flip the script here. So we're going to see 4 cards. Didn't get to see what the card was, but we have a lot of things. So there's the Night Stretcher. So it is in hand. So Hiroto is going to be able to close this game out here. And once again, with impeccable speed, we'll be evolving the Hoot Hoot onto the bench to Noctowl to find Professor Sada's Vitality and another Night Stretcher to accelerate the energy to the Raging Bolt and being able to take with Bellowing Thunder. Hiroto going 6-0-1.
That is crazy. Raging Bolt, what year is it? All right.
I don't know, Jeremy.
Ancient Pokemon, yeah, it's ancient for sure. And there's the attachment for the turn. Bellowing Thunder taking the knockout. And like you said, Hiroto Koji 6-0-1.
With Raging Bolt.
With Raging Bolt. Insane.
I cannot believe it. Raging Bolt still, you know, putting its feet, Raging Bolt's feet, hooves, in the ground and still here. It goes to show, right? As long as you have, you know your deck in and out, even something like an unfair stamp that your Gholdengo opponent's playing can really just say, you know what? I'm still in it 100%. But great showing from Hiroto, but still that game 1 from Caleb was so rough, Jeremy. You hate to see it happen like that.
Definitely set the tone for the match. Let's go ahead and take a look at what happened for our round 7 here. Now it started off pretty stellar from Hiroto. Has that fan call, had the Ditto into the transformative start, and then it was just nothing on Caleb's side of the board. The Myriad Leaf Shower rained all over the Make It Rain deck and was able to take game 1 pretty decisively. And even though Caleb actually got a Gholdengo out, drew the 2 cards, scooped it up, we're going into game 2.
No fear of leaving a 2 prize Pokemon in the active when there's no Gholdengos to really kind of stop you there, and that's kind of what we saw in game number 1. But going on over into game number 2, I really liked Caleb's use of attacking into the single prize Raging Bolt just to have that 70 damage on there, but it goes to show once again when you can't access your Genesect EX, you know, you're losing kind of the fluidity that Gholdengo has here. So it will be Hiroto moving on with Raging Bolt EX being able to consistently set up in both games.
Yeah, and this is where you're just able to take consistent knockouts against Gholdengo EX thanks to that Professor Sada's Vitality, the multiple Teal Dances, and here we saw Caleb forced to take the knockout on that Raging Bolt just to get knocked out on the next turn with this Bellowing Thunder for a ton of damage.
No fear of Gardevoir in the room if you're not playing against it, right? And that's the thing. And the big thing with Raging Bolt into something like a Gholdengo is that you really want to keep a 1 prize board for as long as possible until that Gholdengo comes into play, and then you're gonna kind of be able to kind of sift through and use Professor Sada's Vitality, Teal Dance to keep attaching these energies essentially for free and then just picking where you want to attach for turn. But if there's no Gholdengo, Teal Mask Ogerpon can absolutely start attacking.
Yeah, with the unfortunate draws in game 1 for Caleb, and then game 2 just not being able to find that Lunatone Solrock combination on turn 1, had to be forced to get the Fighting Gong with the Arven for turn 2, and really just had to set up those Gimmighoul's a little bit later. You didn't really get much use out of the early game draw power that we see from Gholdengo so often.
That's the thing, right? Now that we've figured out how to find consistency, and I liked Caleb's list a lot. I think the unfair stamp's a little creative, right? Especially when a lot of people are playing Gholdengo EX, and that's very applicable in something like the Mirror, for example, where, once again, we're not playing Hand Disrupt supporters, so why not just play a Hand Disrupt A-Spec and then tell your opponent, maybe it's not, you know, as clear-cut drawing back into all of the cards that you need, especially when you just have 2 left. But I really liked Lana's Aid, for example, in Caleb's list as well. Things are starting to kind of turn for Gholdengo. There's not exactly just, you know, 160 that you stick to, that's, you know, the 100% correct answer. And I think that's very cool to see in a deck that a lot of players are kind of tired of playing against at this point.
Yeah, and Caleb still not out of it. Already locked for phase 2, 5-1-1, still hoping to improve on those match points to put himself in a better position to make a run in phase 2 for asymmetrical cut. And Gholdengo is a deck that can go on those runs. You hit those matchups and it could be smooth sailing, or you just run into a bunch of Jealous and Guardy and maybe not so much.
It's not only the luck of the draw, Jeremy, but it's also the luck of the pairings.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just see the Frillish turn over, you're like, oh no.
We're gonna have to see if Raging Bolt can continue to carry Hiroto in through phase 2. 601, that's 19 match points. It's at least a good start to try to make it into that asymmetrical cut. And Raging Bolt is one of the decks that is able to take down a tournament that wasn't Guardy for the past like year and a half or so, right? So maybe again, maybe.
Well, I want to hear from Hiroto himself here. Wancho is standing by in the lounge with our last round's winner.
Thank you so much, Emily. Wancho Saldana here, and I'm joined with our last round winner, Hiroto Koji. What a match. They're very, very exciting. So, you're playing Raging Bolt. Can you tell us why we decided to bring this deck?
なんでこのデッキを持ってきました？使い慣れてて、やっぱりミスが少ないデッキを使うのが一番だなと思ったので、このデッキを使いました。
It was the deck I'm the most used to playing, and I make the least amount of mistakes with, so I decided to bring this deck.
I like it. I like it. And you've been playing it absolutely flawlessly, making it to a 601 record. That guarantees you into phase 2 now. How are you feeling now that you're guaranteed into phase 2? What's your mindset at?
ここまで来て、もう6-0で勝ったんですけど、明日行く確実なので、どういう気持ちですか？明日はやっぱり行けるところまでこのまま突き進みたいなっていうふうに思ってます。
I'm going to play to the best of my ability tomorrow, as well as I can.
Absolutely love it. And obviously, so you're from Japan, flying all the way for this regional championships. Can you tell me the difference of like the metagame, what it's like playing in Japan versus playing here in Las Vegas or in the US?
日本とアメリカに比べてどういうデッキとかどういうメタが違うんですか？変わってどういうアメリカと日本とカードゲームやってるとそういうどういう違いがありますか？はい。日本では BO1 1回しか戦わないんですけども、アメリカの大会は BO3 なんで最初負けたとしても2回戦目3回戦目っていう風に合わせて、修正が可能っていうのがすごい違うところだなっていう風に思いました。
The biggest difference is just, you know, it's best of one in Japan and best of 3 in America, and the ability to just come back from a game even if you lose that round 1 is the biggest difference for me.
No, yeah, I play in a lot of best of 1 tournaments as well. I also feel like the structure here in America is really taxing. Best of 3, you're playing 3 games the whole day, right? But yeah, again, let's talk about that match though. Gholdengo versus Raging Bolt. Are you comfortable in that matchup? Can you tell me what was going through your mind?
そのゴールデンゴーとその自分がやってるデッキのそのマッチアップに慣れてますか？
ゴールデンゴー？
はい。
ゴールデンゴーですか？
はいはいはい。
ゴールデンゴーはやっぱりサーフゴーは日本でもとても流行ってるデッキなので、この大会でもすごい数が多いかなっていうふうに思って練習や対策をしてきました。
Gholdengo is a very popular deck in Japan, so I had a lot of practice playing against it and prepping for it for this tournament. And I thought I was, well equipped.
Yeah, you've definitely played it flawlessly, I think. Able to really rush down your opponent. I like the option of where when your opponent only had one Gholdengo and two Gimmighoul, and you had the option to attack with the baby Raging Bolt. No, you're going for the active, force your opponent to have more resources to really take a knockout, right? I think that was played absolutely beautifully, and you were able to just take the lead from there. But yeah, can you tell me what you're expecting to see though here in the US? What do you want to see as playing as Raging Bolt?
自分のデッキで今どういう他のなんかデッキとか見たいですか？他のなんかどういうデッキを見たいですか？明日とか見たいとなんか相手とか。はい。はい。
明日は今日サーフゴーゴールデンゴーとかなり当たっているので、他のいろんなデッキとも当たれたらすごい楽しみだなっていうふうに思ってます。
He wants to see a bunch of different decks, like just different things. He saw a lot of other Gholdengos today, so.
Okay. So Gardevoir is probably one of the most popular decks, like, of all time, really, in this metagame. Do you have a solid game plan against something like Gardevoir EX?
サーナイトに相手になったらどういうプランとかありますか？
サーナイトはあまり得意ではないと私は考えているので、一つはその EX ではないライコタケルライコでベンチポケモンのラルトスやキルリアをどんどん倒していくっていうのと、もう一つはジャッジマンでもう相手の動きを止めてそのまま自分の速さを生かして押し切るっていうのを考えています。
I think that my main plan, since I'm not super good against playing against Gardevoir, would be to use my basic Raging Bolt to knock out Kirlias early and try to take an advantage that way.
I like it. Just the aggression against the Gardevoir, and maybe they just don't keep up, right? I like that game plan. With that, just a couple more questions before I do let you go. Have you been enjoying this trip to the US? And have you been enjoying the Las Vegas Regional Championships?
ラスベガス楽しんでますか？
Of course. Yes. もうとても楽しんでいて、せっかくラスベガスに来たので、グランドキャニオンに行って景色を楽しんだり、他にはこのラスベガスの街並みを楽しんだりしています。
I've been having a lot of fun, a ton of fun, because we came all the way to Las Vegas. We decided to take a trip to the Grand Canyon, look at the beautiful views, and just kind of walk around, the Las Vegas Strip.
I love it. I'm glad you're having fun, and hopefully you continue to have fun in Phase 2 of this regional championship, and the rest of the rounds, of course. With that, last question for you.
Yes.
Anyone you want to shout out?
なんか応援してる人が誰かありがたいありがたい気持ちを伝えたい人いますか？
やっぱり日頃ポケモンカードを一緒に練習してくれたりしてくれる人や仲のいい友達にこのまま明日も頑張りたいっていうふうに伝えたいと思います。
To all of my friends that have been, playing with me and cheering me along, I'd like to shout them out.
Absolutely love it. With that, thank you so much for the amazing interview. Again, hope you enjoyed the rest of your trip. Hope you see more sights. Enjoy your vacation. With that, though, I believe we're going to throw it to Chip and analyze that round a little bit more. Take it away, Chip.
Yeah, thanks a bunch, Juancho. Congratulations to Hiroto for the win, making it into Phase 2. Still a couple more rounds of Phase 1 still to play, of course, but locking that up always feels really, really nice. Yeah, this matchup is a pretty straightforward one, to be honest. Both of these decks are trying to do very similar things, and that is just be aggressive and do a bunch of damage and get through whatever your opponent's active Pokemon is most of the time. We're pretty low on the disruption options for both of these players. You know, Hiroto does have the Judge in his list. Caleb has that Unfair Stamp, a super unique A-Spec to see in Gholdengo, which was really, really cool. But yeah, I thought this was the most interesting game, or turn, I should say, of that match. Was right here, second turn of the game for Caleb. And he had a really interesting decision here. So I think this is going to be a good teaching point for just like general prize mapping, which is one of the more important skills in Pokemon TCG tournament play, figuring out how you are going to take your 6 prize cards, but also at the same time, figuring out what your opponent's prize map looks like and what would make the most sense for them to try to take their 6 prizes before you. And oftentimes in these matchups, 2 prize Pokemon being the main attackers for both of these decks, it's going to be a 2-2-2 prize race. You hear us talk about it all the time, and that's really what both of these decks are aiming to do in a lot of different matchups. And Caleb's turn here is going to be entirely based on that premise, on that idea of preventing Hiroto from going for the easy 2-2-2 line. So as Caleb starts off his turn here and draws, he actually has a Gholdengo EX in his hand. So what some people may do in this exact spot is just retreat this Zoroark to the bench, send up that Gimmighoul, and evolve. Use that coin bonus, draw some cards, and then make your decision on how you want to go with your supporter for turn and continue through the rest of your sequence here. But Caleb thinks a little bit better of it because the risk of putting a Gholdengo into the active spot right away, sure, he could increase his odds of drawing into Gimmighouls, and then he can Arven for Buddy Poffin to get his board more established. The problem is going to be, it would be to take a single prize KO this turn, this single prize Raging Bolt that Hiroto pushed up. It is pretty unlikely for Caleb to piece everything together in order to go for a boss's orders onto something like that Squawkabilly, the lowest HP Pokemon that Hiroto had. If he could have pieced together a 2 prize KO, that would have been nice for him because he initiates that 2-2-2 prize race and he'll feel ahead. But if he uses his Gholdengo EX to take a single prize KO, it's going to be pretty easy for Hiroto to respond with his own Raging Bolt and take a 2 prize KO. So yes, Caleb would strike first, but he would be at 5 prizes remaining. Hiroto could respond, take a knockout, and be at 4 prizes remaining. And now all of a sudden, Caleb has to get through 1 Raging Bolt, then another 2 prize Pokemon, and then potentially another 2 prize Pokemon, but Hiroto will potentially win the game before that could ever happen because he can take knockouts on 3 Gholdengo EX in a row. So what Caleb is going to do here is play things a little bit more slowly. He's going to kick off with the Arven here, and he actually takes a good while to think through exactly what he wants to do with this Arven. He debates a Buddy Poffin to just get some Gimmighouls into play. He also thinks of the Fighting Gong, which is eventually what he is going to end up on here as we skip forward just a little bit in this sequence. And we will see the Fighting Gong. We can get it to play. Here we go. Will be utilized to go get that Lunatone into play and of using Earthen Vessel that was in his hand. So the Earthen Vessel that he found off the top actually opened up a lot of potential here because he can now use that Lunatone in order to draw some cards, since the Zoroark is in play. And he can also attack with his Zoroark, put 70 damage onto this Raging Bolt so that if Hiroto attacks with the Raging Bolt on his next turn and takes a single prize KO, then Caleb is going to be able to respond by leaving a single prize board into play, keeping the prize trade sort of even in his favor. But by playing it a little bit more slowly here, Caleb is going to get nicely set up. He is going to have that Unfair Stamp, his A-Spec of choice in hand. So he knows that Hiroto is going to respond to this sequence by taking a knockout eventually. And he'll be able to use Unfair Stamp. And Unfair Stamp is so strong into Noctowl decks specifically. It didn't quite work out for Caleb in this instance. Hiroto was able to kind of respond to all of Caleb's little tricks, and eventually Caleb did actually miss the attack, which I think was the turning point of the game. I think Caleb actually put himself in a great position to win the game just based on this turn number 2. But you can see just how impactful these early turns are for your entire game plan moving forward in a match. Yeah, it was definitely an unfortunate setup there. The game 1 was pretty uninteresting, to be honest. Caleb just didn't draw anything at all, and he did miss that knockout, but he put himself in a great spot. spot. Regardless, though, Hirota was able to stream things together very, very nicely and put himself in a great spot to win this game, coming away with a 6-0-1 record. Congratulations to him. I do think we are going to take a quick little break, but that was Swiss Round 7. We've got Swiss Round 8 coming up soon, which is the final round of Swiss Phase 1 before we determine who's going to make it into Phase 2. Stay tuned. You certainly won't want to miss it.
Hello, Pokemon fans. We're back here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships, and we're going to play another very, very fun game. I have my friends over, Tim and Natalie, and they're just going to be guessing what Pokemon it is. I blurred out a couple of fairly popular cards. We're going to show it on screen as well, so you guys can guess at home who you think's going to win. All right, reveal the first cards. And who is this? Just go. Okay.
Is this Mega Gardevoir?
It is Mega Gardevoir. Just raise your hand or speak out first. You guys are competing. Yeah, you guys have the exact same cards. All right, flip to the next one. I don't know who was first.
Definitely me.
What was it? What was it?
Ceruledge.
It was Ceruledge. You guys are too good. Maybe I should have made this a little bit harder. Okay, reveal the next one.
I got that one, Mega Absol EX.
It is Mega Absol. All right, I need to be faster with my hands.
Do I get bonus points because that's the Mega Absol Ultra?
Ooh, okay, very specific. What is the set number?
Okay, don't ask me that one.
So no bonus points. I'm sorry. That's just the rules. All right, flip over to the next one. It is Raklow. It is Raklow. Natalie got that one first. All right, 1, 2, 3, go. It is Teal Mask Ogre Pond. Natalie said that one first too. Tim, you gotta catch up. This one's a little bit tougher. It's I did choose a very weirder art. All right, let's go ahead and flip to the next one.
Flareon.
It is Flareon. Tim's got that one. I'm not keeping track of score. Hopefully you folks at home are. But we're all winners here. I think I just have a couple of more, maybe one last. And 1, 2, 3, go.
I'll pick up.
Wow, okay, that is Pidgeot. I probably should have made this harder, or maybe not ask Pokemon professionals for my game, because you guys did an absolutely amazing job. Let me know who won at home. I wish I was keeping track. These folks were just blazing fast. Thank you so much. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Just shout out to everyone I've met over the weekend. It's really great to meet some fans and stuff, take some photos, sign some stuff. Shout out to my YouTube channel as well, if you guys want to check that out.
Oh yeah, shout out to everyone who's watching, who's supporting me, who's listened to me rant about Pokemon over the past few weeks. In terms of stuff I do, you can find me on Twitter at Natalie M, followed by 4 9s, and then you can also read my articles on TCG Player.
Amazing stuff. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
My name is Calvin Connor, and I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Calvin Connor, 1 game away from that regional championship victory.
My go-to starter would definitely be Charizard. Oh, Charmander. I started playing Pokemon because my whole family was kind of into it. All my brothers played as well. So we started at Uncle's Games, actually. It was at the mall where we first found where Pokemon was. So we would all go to the local leagues. So in my first Worlds ever, I was a junior, and I felt like I was really prepared for the event, and then I ended up losing almost every single round. I kind of got shell-shocked and was like, okay, there's another level that I can get to in this game. My father, he likes to play Pokemon TCG as well. He would always be there for me and have my back throughout these tournaments. Sometimes you take a hard loss and you just kind of sit there for a minute. It's always nice to just have that person that's there for you and will help support you and get you through it. I did end up quitting from 2016 to 2020, I believe. I had a lot of changes going from high school to college, and over COVID, there was online play going on. Just getting a chance to compete and play again gave me all the strength to say, okay, I'm gonna start going to events again. My favorite moment was London 2022. I played in the asymmetrical top cut at 8-9. I ended up losing that game, but I did end up proposing to my wife at that event, so that was one of my favorite moments from Worlds for sure. My #1 goal is to always just be the best version of myself that I can be. So going into every game with a clean slate and saying, how can I play this game the best that I can? Something I learned is that it's okay to fall down, you know, not always win. If you put the time in, you put the effort in the practice, you will eventually get there. My deck was Regidrago V-Star with the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. So you play a plethora of dragon-type attackers inside your deck that you can copy, like the Alolan Executor, Dragapult, Giratina V-Star. This finals match was just crazy. I tend to make conservative plays. I talked to my brother about this. He was telling me that I should make more aggressive plays and go for the wins. I said, all right, I'm gonna flip this coin. If it's tails, I'm gonna win this game. I'm gonna become a regional champion.
This could be the biggest coin flip of the year. Oh, are we going to see this? We're gonna see
Swinging
speed! What's the flip?
To just finally get this one, it just feels like a weight lifted off my shoulders.
Cal Cutter of a coin flip wins the Toronto Regional Championship.
My last finals was Peoria in 2022, and I played against Tord Reklev, who a lot of people say is the best player in the game. It felt like that was my chance, and I was just right there, and that was the one that got away from me. So I would love to get a rematch with him at the World Championship. My little brother actually ended up winning the World Championships in the video game. To be a champion with him, it would mean everything to me. I was planning on skipping this one. My grandma ended up passing away last week, and she was there for me when I won my first other tournament, which was Nationals in 2013. And my mother, she was like, you're gonna win this one for her. Like, she would want you to go. It just felt like she was there with me for this one.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Pokemon Regional Championship. It is just finished with round 7. Now we're going up to round 8, the last round of phase 1 here in the Las Vegas Convention Center. It is a ginormous amount of space, a ton of players throughout this entire event hall. And we just got one more round for phase 1, but we're still waiting on that.
So we're going to show you all some posts that you all have been making back at home, or honestly, anywhere that you're watching. I've watched regionals from anywhere at this point.
Watching it from like 10 tables down, you know?
I do, when I walk around the tables, I do actually have it up on my phone just to make sure I don't have to like run back here, right? Just so I don't go too far. But you were saying, Jeremy, I mean, the room is huge, but we have Steven here, around 3,000 Masters here in Las Vegas. It is true. Playing my first regional in almost a year. Wish me luck. First of all, I love that mat, Jeremy. I am on the hunt for one of those.
I'm a fan of the mat across the board, but that's just my, you know, unk status.
The cloth mats are very nice to play on, but I personally love when players are just, you know what, I'm here, let me play my favorite deck. And like Steven said, yep, almost 3,000 Masters. Everyone's having a great time. And you can also just pick up the game. You know, if you take a little bit of a break, you can always just come back around. We'll always be here for you. And it's always nice to revisit your friends all over the world.
Yeah, a little update on the record too. 3-2-1 at their first regional.
Nice.
In almost a year. So it's like riding a bike, Pokemon,
Absolutely.
Right? You never forget it.
Ashley here with the Las Vegas promo and playmat. One of the biggest things, of course, that you can get when you come to a Pokemon regional, no matter how well you do in either Swiss, phase 1 or phase 2, or Top Cut or asymmetrical, you can get a regional playmat of your own here and a special promo card too with that regional stamp. Lily's Determination, which I believe is a fan favorite, a player favorite. I know for me, I have a couple, but this Mega Gardevoir mat, Jeremy, it is absolutely beautiful.
No, I need 4 of those Lilies Determination right now. I've been in love with the reverse foil for the Mega Evolution set, and it has been looking so clean in all of my decks. I'm never really kind of bling player. I always like base, common, rarity. Like, I don't want anything to deal with that, but I have been loving Mega Evolution.
And I also love the fact that we have Tim, who we saw a little bit earlier too, but with his signature mustache pose, I should say. But he won his first round, and he said he's concerned he may not win any more games with this deck, which I'm not quite sure how Tim is doing. But yes, also featuring the online match reporting that we're actually having here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's been interesting for sure. It is something that hopefully will continue on in the future and make things kind of smoother, and we'll have to wait to see how that plays out. But Tim is one of the how do I put this, eccentric players. Like, I just love his energy and all his content that he does and videos. It's great.
Yeah, Tim really is becoming a great community figure and showing, you know, love to a lot of cards and decks that people may have forgotten about. Did get an update from backstage. Tim is now, with this round coming in, going on his winning into phase 2. So good luck, Tim, of course. But he got what he wanted. He got his Play Pokemon shirt.
Yep, that's all that really matters, right? All right, I think we got, what, one more post to look at, maybe. Ooh, good post. Las Vegas Regionals thread started off the day, round 1, with a win and swagging out as well. Look at that. Look at that Rocket deck box. That is old.
I love the Rockets deck box, and then the beautiful dice case right next to it, right? Like, kind of goes to show, like, the dichotomy, right? But I think, personally, one of my favorite things about the Pokemon trading card games is that your setup can really just be your own, right? You can have a beautiful play mat. You can have dice carriers like this, right, where you have 2 stories of a dice carrier. You can have a table buddy, seeing a table buddy there, and of course a deck box. Or you can be like some of my opponents, where they just don't play with playmat, they don't show up with dice, and they're just, you know, throwing their cards on the table. And, you know, as long as you have 60 cards, you can play this game.
And of course, Ilya showing off that top 8 Latin America playmat.
Yeah, something like
hoping
that.
Hoping to make a run back in a week, maybe. You know.
Playing the signature Gholdengo, I believe they play Gholdengo pretty frequently as well. But
well, look at the tag, the Gold Daddy, you know?
I just noticed that. Oh my goodness. That art of Gholdengo, I know Prismatic Evolutions gave us another kind of alternate art of Gholdengo, but this is like the classic Gholdengo alt art with the crossed arms, and it does have the connecting Gimmighoul, but unfortunately that Gimmighoul is not what we'd like to call the optimal Gimmighoul.
Exactly.
So playing full bling Gholdengo is having your 4 alt art Gholdengos and a couple of reverse hollows. But as you can see, I believe this is our VG side, but the hall is still absolutely packed here in Las Vegas.
Can I just say I love all the transitions that we have?
Yeah, they're spooky.
It's been so great. Again, we are still waiting on our round 8, our last round of phase 1 to get paired. And once we have that, we're going to have Pokemon action for you right away. But I don't know, for right now, how have you been enjoying phase 1 so far?
It's been fun. I think a lot of players are kind of, we've been through Mega Evolution, Gholdengo's kind of done for here, right? But I've been really enjoying just seeing the rise of new decks. I'm enjoying seeing, like, the differences in certain decks going from, you can probably imagine a 55 card skeleton for most decks, right? And for me, what I've been really focusing on in the past couple weeks is this question of what A spec is correct to play in Gholdengo. This is the first time I've seen Unfair Stamp, but I see the vision, right? I think I haven't seen an Energy Search Pro in Gholdengo since Zoroark and Lunatone have obviously hit the deck, and now we're seeing a brand new version of consistency.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it on stream in Gdansk? Was Energy Search Pro one?
Was it?
I think so. I think
might have been off
I think
that
it was a
round.
cameraman playing it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking. I don't know. Energy Search Pro is a very good card, but when you have access to draw 3 every turn as well, you really just, there's no better option.
And when you're playing against a Gholdengo player playing Energy Search Pro, you see that it's played down, and then you say, okay, Iono, there's all your work gone, and then, you know, you have to draw back into it. But I think as of now, I think our strongest kind of engine with Gholdengo is the Zoroark Lunatone. Playing a lot of different color energy is great, and Caleb also playing the Monkey Dory as well, so maybe dark energy kind of fitting in here and there to avoid the TM Devolution plays. But still, I think right now, we're just going to keep playing things. I mean, you can't ever really go wrong with a secret box, but I love Prime Catcher. I think Prime Catcher is really exciting to me. Playing as aggressive as possible is always just the way I like to play the game. So I'm interested to see how our players would kind of adapt around Prime Catcher as well.
Well, if you think about it, a lot of the gameplay against Gholdengo is maybe like locking something up in the active with a Yveltal clutch, maybe forcing those Professor Turo scenarios to get played a little early. And Prime Catcher is just another out that you have. And it also pairs well with Zoroark, so you can Prime Catcher a Ralts maybe and take a knockout with the Zoroark from your bench if you don't have access to an air balloon.
Yeah, absolutely. Interested to see, of course, how Phase 1 is going to play out here as well. This is the round where things get a little intense, right? You've been playing Pokemon ever since 8:30 in the morning, playing multiple games, and as our last round winner was saying, over in Japan, they're playing best of one. So imagine coming to, you know, North America, and now your best of ones have turned into, you know, triple the amount of games that you play. So I kind of want to see how well our friends from Japan are going to kind of stack it up here. But I'm excited to see how the rest of Phase 1 is going to pan out as we go on into Phase 2. And I see some familiar faces, Jeremy, right in this crowd. I see Tord sitting down for his match. I see Calvin Connors still sitting there as well, still at these top tables. I see Kevin Kruger there as well, also a great player from North America. So we'll see how it's going to happen.
Yeah, you can tell with the amount of movement that we've had on screen that the pairings are up. So we are hopefully corralling our players to the stage and we can get things going. But just the amount of people here is insane. Yeah. It's over 2,800 for the Masters. We've said it time and time again, but that's not even taking into account juniors, seniors. There's also the video game and Pokemon Go. Like it's so many different options, and spectators as well. Like everyone here is here for the love of Pokemon.
Yeah, and the fan experience also as well for the people who are not playing in the regional, right? They're getting some more things to do. Like you and I were playing ring toss yesterday, Hoopa ring toss. So there's plenty of things to do, even if you're not a competitive player here at a Pokemon regional. Also, just of course making your best friends, new
tons
friends.
Of vendors to find
tons
old
of vendors.
Pokemon TCG cards.
Yeah, I may have gone to those vendors this morning very well. So I enjoyed my trip to the vendors at regionals for sure. But so many people and so many players, and tons of broadcasts to also watch if you're a fan of VGC or Pokemon Go. Those broadcasts are going. Our friends on commentary are all doing amazing jobs as usual. So I want to see where the rest of the weekend will bring us, not only for TCG, but of course for the rest of our games as well.
Want to know what I want to see?
What do you want to see?
The updated standings
for
this round. Let's go ahead and take a look and see who is at the top of our regional here. And wow, Liam Halliburton 7-0 with that Zoroark, I believe. Just crazy. Who would have thought? We also have 3 other 7-0s. Drew Allen, great player from the Canada region. Camden Freeze, and of course Caleb Gedmer, regional champion in his own right. Starting off 7-0, I believe there's a couple Gholdengo mixed in there as well. And then going down the list, just some great names. Shout out to Fabrizio Ingo Silva, just a great player from the Latam region. Aiden Koos. You have Tord Reklov, of course, Hiroto, who we just saw win on stream, Nicholas Moffitt, Benny Billinger. This is crazy.
And once again, the amount of regions that are just represented right here in our pairings as well. You have EU, NA, Japan, Latam as well. So this is really kind of the melting pot of our game, really right here, not only in this tournament, but right in front of us at our top tables.
Basically missing just the player from like Antarctica or something.
Imagine.
Be crazy.
Next League Cup in Antarctica. Can you imagine? Waiting for my next round. There's a penguin nearby.
Seeing our players in the top standings, I don't know. Are you feeling anyone here, and any deck in particular? Do you think take it all the way?
Well, Liam Halliburton being 7-0 at the top of our Swiss standings and Zoroark does, raise an eyebrow for me. It was my caster pick for the weekend. I do think there's so much creativity that's still left in Zoroark. I know the casters in the lounge a little bit earlier in the day kind of had a dissenting opinion, but I still think tournament over tournament, we've seen different versions of Zoroark being played. We saw what did we see? We saw Hoopa EX, I believe, over in EU in one of the Zoroark lists. I believe that was Gabriel Fernandez playing that. Darmanitan is back in the deck in certain matchups. So I really want to see Zoroark really kind of see where it's going to kind of land right before Latin America International Championships. But I think with dark type attackers have been kind of running rampant around this format. I mean, last weekend or 2 weeks ago in Gdansk, 4 different dark type attackers in top 8. So I think Zoroark, I mean, who doesn't love a good trade?
Oh, I do. I love it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the notable matches we have for our round 8, our last round of phase 1. Now on stream, we're going to have Marcos Fuentes up against Xander Bennett. That is going to be a stellar one for sure. Meanwhile, going down the list, Drew Allen versus Liam Halliburton, Camden Freeze versus Caleb Gedmer. Those are our 7-0 players. 2 of those people are trying to make it out to 8-0 to start off phase 1. A great start to hopefully inevitable top cut, but we've seen it happen before where you start 8-0 and then things go wrong in phase 2.
And that's the interesting part of the game, right? Is when you pick one player to really watch, and then everyone goes to sleep. You wake up and you're like, "Oh, how's that player doing? It's been a couple rounds. What happened?" and this is why we show different graphics for phase 1 and phase 2. The deck pool completely changes, right? I mean, for the past couple tournaments, we've seen kind of Gardevoir be at the top, kind of combined Gardevoir and Gardevoir Jellicent, right? Being combined Gardevoir at the top of the meta share going into phase 2. And I believe last weekend or 2 weeks ago, I should say, with Gdansk, it was the first time that it was Gholdengo actually at the top of the day 2 meta share rather than, combined Gardevoir there. So I'm interested to see how phase 2 is going to kind of turn around here. But once again, Jeremy, I mean, we're going into this final round of phase Swiss 1. We got Marcos Fuentes. You got Xander Bennett, who's also been in this game for a very long time. What do you think about the player matchup here?
I mean, it's going to be pretty great no matter what. Both of these players are sitting at 5-0-2, so already locked up for phase 2. Again, just trying to get those match points to give yourself a little bit of a buffer to try to make that asymmetrical top cut. And both of these players are definitely hungry for a big win.
Yeah, it's really important to win in this last round, right? A lot of players, if it's really coming down to it, they choose to tie or ID in this round just to get into phase 2. But when you haven't technically lost yet, right, and you're playing for these match points to kind of find your math and your equation to get into that asymmetrical top cut, you really kind of have to play these things out and see where they go. But being 6-0-2 going into phase 2 is definitely an interesting kind of number when you have to find the exact match points you need to make it into that top cut. It's hard to say.
Well, especially with the amount of people we have here.
Yeah.
Granted, I know there's still enormous tournaments for Gdansk Lille, but you have that kind of threshold where some of those, 29 match points will make it into asymmetrical cut in here. And we've seen time and time again with these giant tournaments where a lot of these players have to basically be perfect on phase 2 to really make it into that guaranteed top cut.
Makes sense to me, Jeremy. Looking at this crowd, I mean, this is just TCG Masters. And one of the things that I was really enjoying over in Gdansk was kind of the full meta breakdown of the juniors and the seniors as well. You want to talk about different metas from day 1 to day 2 in Masters. I mean, you got to look at the juniors and the seniors sometimes too, because things like, we were talking about it in Europe, things like Walls, Farigiraf EX being popular and had, it's even the top tables over there.
Yeah, I picked a Conkeldurr list that I think won juniors or something in EU tournament a few months ago, and rolled with it to my local league and league cups and all that stuff, and was doing very well. You really have to give it to a lot of the creativity that happens.
Absolutely, and a lot of our top players, if you look at their achievements, right, some of these top players were starting to play in juniors, starting to play in seniors, and now they are at the top of the game in the Masters. I mean, you talk about, you know, whenever there's a new start of season, right, the kind of incoming class of first-year Masters, and there's some massive names usually that go with that as well. So I always like looking into the juniors and the seniors meta just to see how things are a little bit different, because once again, it's not always the same from kind of division to division.
Well, again, you have it in some of our graphics that we've shown you just a few minutes ago. You have Benny Billinger. I think Justin Templar was also another name. You have Gabriel Fernandez just destroying people with Zoroark, with Absol Toolbox. It is really just crazy to see the growth that this game has had in the younger division, and they're coming into Masters just already on top of the game.
Absolutely. When you devote so much time to something, right? And that's the thing with some of these younger divisions. These players are seeking out coaches to help them, right? And these coaches are Masters players, and they're going to guide them to, you know, develop your fundamentals as a player very, very young, so you're able to kind of keep growing and growing. And then those young players become a testing group of their own, right? And then they break into Masters, and then they are a well-established group of players that are always pushing each other. So I always love talking a little bit about the juniors and the seniors. Once again, Pokemon is for everybody, and, you know, no matter what age you are.
Yeah, if you're old like me or...
Stop it, Jeremy. I didn't call you old.
I mean, it is what it is. I am, right?
No, I don't think you're that old. Come on.
It is going to be, you know, what year is it? 2025?
2025.
Yeah.
We're in the 2026 season, but it's calendar year 2025.
I started like 2008.
You are not helping yourself. I tried to set you up, and you are the one who's not helping yourself.
Just call me Drillbur. I'm digging.
That's crazy. Regardless, though, it looks like we have our players here. We got Marco Cifuentes going up against Xander Bennett. Both of these players very accomplished in their own right. Marco has been having a great couple of tournaments, but going up against Xander Bennett as well. Honestly, Xander is kind of one of our great community leaders here in North America, always knows how to put together a fun Pokemon-related event, loves to put together trivia, loves to play older formats as well, big retro enjoyer. So it's nice to see him actually up on the stage playing some standard for once.
What would you say older formats?
2010.
2010? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that's pretty old.
Come on, Jeremy. I know a little bit of ball, okay? I know a little bit here, but we are going to be jumping into our current format, and it will be Marco Cifuentes playing Zoroark EX going up against Xander Bennett playing the Mega Absol Mega Kangaskhan deck.
Now, this is a matchup that I haven't played too much in locals, even though I play both of these decks. It's very fun, but how do you think it kind of goes on paper?
It's kind of yucky. I think Xander and this Mega Absol EX deck loves to play, and I wouldn't consider it a control deck, right? But it has some control-like elements that you don't usually like to see. Things like Zoroark's Machinations, as well as the Eerie too. You're also playing cards like the Team Rocket's Watchtower to turn off the colorless Pokemon abilities. But of course, you can also play a little bit aggressive as well. I want to see Xander really kind of take advantage of kind of stopping a lot of Marco's acceleration with energy. Marco is playing 2 Janine's Secret Arts, and we've seen Zoroark really kind of go back to its roots of being a poison package attacker, but that ace spec, and I believe it was Ethan's pick at the earlier of the day, the Hero's Cape here. I want to see how exactly that one is going to play out, because there is one copy of the Penny in the list, so if we were to attach it to something like the Mega Absol EX here, we can actually use Penny and recycle the Hero's Cape and put it on something else.
Yeah, that's the one thing I kind of love about this version of Zoroark, that I really do think the Fernandez brothers popularized the split of Penny and Professor Turo scenario, just having that kind of versatility. Most of the time, your base Pokemon that are going to be stuck in the active is going to be your basic Pokemon. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the prize cards here. Got a Double Turbo Energize for Xander. There's only 2 in the list, and that is one of the main cards to go along with 2 Boss's Orders out of the 3. And of course, that 1 Mega Absol EX, meaning 1 left in the deck. Definitely some awkward prize cards for Xander there.
Yeah, I'm not liking that if I'm Xander either, right? Especially because we're not playing Energy Acceleration aside from the 2 Technical Machine Turbo Energizers. There's nothing like a Crispin or something like a Janine's Secret Art to really kind of help us get Absol set up. And the thing is, Claw of Darkness needs 3 energy to really kind of get us going here. We are going down to the table. We'll see what this match brings to us.
Xander starting off with that Mega Kangaskhan EX in the active. Always great with that run errand ability, and has an Earthen Vessel to go along with it. So you at least guarantee an energy attachment for the turn. Gonna get some at least bad news. Well, I guess it's not bad news anymore if you're going first, right? You're not gonna really be able to capitalize on that technical machine Turbo Energize.
Want to see how exactly Xander is going to set up the board here, just because I didn't get a glimpse of the hand, but I did get a glimpse of the deck, and I did see that Precious Trolley inside of the deck here, Pokegear and an energy switch drawn. But oh my goodness, who needs Precious Trolley when you just have, I believe that's at least 3 basic Pokemon already in hand here. But there's the attachment for turn onto Mega Kangaskhan.
And Xander is opting to play the kind of list that we saw from Ryuki in Brisbane. So there's no Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX in the deck, which is one of the cards that is usually pretty good against a deck like Zoroark, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll see how exactly Xander's going to be able to play around everything. Marco, though, going on over into his side here, finding a buddy pop, and that's exactly what you want to see turn 1 as Zoroark here. This has really kind of become the setup deck, right? As long as we have at least a couple of Zoruas ready to go here, we can find our end Zoroark EXs later with something like our Cyrano to really kind of pluck them out of the deck. And Marco is playing 4 of those, Jeremy.
Oh yeah, you want to see those right away if you're Marco. It is able to not only grab you your draw engine and attacker in Zoroark EX, but you can also grab Petrant EX, Pheasantipede EX, Mega Absol EX to really just give yourself a good kind of game plan into a lot of decks, or just trying to draw and even thin out your deck.
I love the way that Cyrano has really become one of a staple card in a lot of decks, because the creativity that you can have with this card, Jeremy, we've seen it in something like an EV box, for example, where you're able to grab Pidgeot EX, a Flareon, and an EV. Really, you can like go into this deck and find a lot. You can grab Pheasantipede off of that as well. So in a deck like Zoroark EX, just makes the most amount of sense to play the max number of cards possible.
And there is probably the worst part about Serrano when you're not evolving is the Iono putting 3 Zoroark EX to the bottom of your deck, hopefully finding maybe another supporter, but no, that hand's going to be a little awkward. And there, Xander finds the Precious Trolley off the Iono. Who needs Arven? Because you could just draw it anyway.
The thing is, though, Jeremy, I mean, you look at the board, right, and we already have our 2 key pieces ready to go, right? We have the Mega Absol, and we have the Mega Kangaskhan as well. I think what's unfortunate here is I think Xander's going to realize that the 2 Technical Machine Turbo Energizes are in the prizes here, so we're just going to have to kind of slowly attach here and there and get both of our Pokemon ready to go. Now, granted, we do play a couple of copies of Energy Switch, so we will be able to essentially kind of pick the attacker that we really want to eventually go with, but with that Iono, I mean, Zoroark EX does need an Ends Pokemon to use Night Joker to copy. So far, not seeing too much here. We'll see if that Iono is going to stick Marco.
Well, there is the Arzon in hand, so that does double duty of finding that Ends Reshiram, along with shuffling those Zoroark EX back into the deck from the bottom of that Iono. Now, run errand, drawing 2 cards. Xander finds Boss's Orders, and then I think that Latias EX, but you don't need Latias when you got Petrant and Yveltal. Such a great combination for this deck.
Said Artisan, but there is the draw for turn here, and Ends Reshiram actually just in hand here.
This sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's not great. I was just about to talk the Artisan, and there it is. This little Cleffa here. This might be our actually only play, Jeremy, to try and at least unstick the hand where we can retreat and then use our grasping draw. We're gonna go on ahead and get rid of as many cards in the hand as possible here, and then we're just gonna grasping draw for 3. This is a big miss from Marco, but a great Iono play from Xander.
And now Cleffa's been one of those cards that's kind of been in and out of this end Zoroark deck. Now, Marco opting for the Cleffa and grasping draw is a very great attack, but we've seen something like Badoo. We've just seen no 30 HP Pokemon in the deck, and where do you stand on it?
It's really hard to say, right? Because Monkey Dory is just that very definitive Pokemon that sometimes it feels like Cleffa becomes just a prize liability and it doesn't feel good to play. But in Marco's case, this is kind of the only line that he really has here. I do believe it is going to be the Arven that was found off of Pokegear for a turn here. And once again, I believe Xander is still looking for these 2 Technical Machine Turbo Energizes, which are still not available here. The slow attaches have been okay, though.
The thing that's awkward, too, is the other 2 tools in the deck are in Xander's hand, both Bravery Charms. So you see your opponent not grab any tool off this Arven, you're like, okay, well, maybe there's a good chance that we can play a little slower this game. No Turbo Energize for this Absol Toolbox.
Has to actually go with the Earthen Vessel here, and definitely not the worst option, right? We're still able to find our 2 Dark Energy here, but the question is, where do we attach, right? Obviously, we want to get our Monkey Dories online, but as kind of Marco showed Xander from last turn, no Zoroarks, no Cyrano here to bring back the deck to some consistency here. So I want to see also where he's going to decide to put maybe some of those Bravery Charms as well, but it is going to be Pecharunt with its subjugating chains to bring Yveltal up to the front here, and it will be just a clutch. And now keeping this Cleffa in the active.
I actually kind of love this play. You keep the Cleffa in the active, 20 damage on it, but then you poison yourself, so next turn you could attach a Dark Energy, Adrenabrain the damage over to the Cleffa, take the knockout, and then either clutch something else new in the active, or maybe you get an energy switch, energy combination to, oh, I guess you would need 2 energy switches to attack with something like the Mega Kangaskhan or the Absol, but pretty good looking start from Xander in spite of prizing both of those TMs.
Feels like Xander is kind of locked into just thinning the deck for this Monkey Dory. And we see a couple of EX Pokemon in hand, but none of the ones that we actually want here.
And then Marco just actually benched a Monkey Dory from the Artisan, has the Dark Energy, so now it can kind of save the Cleffa, get the 2 damage off of it, put it on to something that's not the Yveltal, right? You don't want to put 30 damage to just take the knockout again, but leaving 1 damage on, what's he doing that for?
Yeah, he's leaving it on so he can, you know, can move damage counters still. But, I mean, you brought the Monkey Dory into the active here, but, I mean, Xander can still use Pecharunt EX's subjugating chains to get things going, and that's what we're going to see now. Would like to see, you know, an Adrenabrain here or there, but the boss's orders here onto the Monkey Dory into the active, there is a Darkness Energy that we were looking for.
Yeah, you never want to clutch the active to take the knockout on the Cleffa. So slowly damaging it with the 1 damage counter yet again, and then you have 40 on the active thanks to that weakness. Now this Monkey Dory cannot retreat, and did Marco finally grab? No, it's a Xerosic. I thought it was a Zoroark EX.
No, I feel like, Jeremy, Marco might be forced to Professor Terrell this turn or something like that. I mean, freed up, but it will be the Xerosic's machinations here, where Xander now has to discard up until he has only 3 cards in his hand. So we'll see what he's going to prioritize here.
Xerosic Machinations as a supporter is never going to hit your opponent's best cards, right? They're going to keep the 3 best cards in their hand, but it is so powerful in combination with something like that Claw of Darkness from Mega Absol EX. Really can just, your opponent gets rid of a bunch of resources, then you take the best card out of their hand. But using it here just because you can't really do much anything else. We're going to Adrenabrain some damage over, and just like that, this Yveltal is slowing the game down for sure. No End Zoroark EX in sight for Marco.
So Xander did draw into the Lively Stadium, which is usually the common stadium that we see inside of this deck. I know some decks have been kind of taking it out here, but not playing it down, saying, you know what, you can keep your Artisan here because that Lively Stadium would actually probably help Marco more than Xander here, right? It would allow for all of these Zoruas to keep, you know, the amount of damage or keep their health pretty high here. So Lily's Determination coming in. Xander hasn't taken a prize card yet, so we get 8 cards, Jeremy.
It's a lot of cards. Taking a look at the hand, Xander did find an energy switch, which could be nice. Is it enough to Claw of Darkness this turn? I'm not sure.
It's hard to say what the correct play is here, right? Because do we want to go aggressive and start taking prize cards when what we could do is start stacking up the damage around the board? But the moment that, you know, the essential bench lock is kind of gone here. We know that there's no, oh, there's one. I was about to say there's no Zoroark in play, but we're finally finding one here. Marco now can actually start getting some draw here, but this Monkey Dory is still stuck. Now, granted, he does have the Professor Turos in hand, but there's the Cyrano we've been missing, Jeremy.
Yeah, the second one of the game, but again, due to that Iono from Xander, all those Zoroark were put to the bottom of the deck. Now Marco has some time to actually get some trades going potentially. Maybe we're actually going to see the Turo. Yeah, Turo up the Monkey Dory, bringing up that end Zoroark. We're going to start attacking here now, taking some prizes.
We do have the option of re-benching the Monkey Dory as well. I know we kind of lost the dark energy off of it, but it's still a good resource to have. But Marco going to hold it in hand here and going to be able to finally find this knockout with Night Joker, copying Virtuous Flame here. And now Xander is going to be technically on the back foot by 1 prize card. But the thing is, Jeremy, I think he might want it to be that way.
Yeah, you have that counter catcher in hand, and Xander was just pulling it to the front. There is an Artisan for the Yveltal. It is so important to have that free retreat with that subjugating chains from the Petrant EX. Being able to get this Mega Kangaskhan EX out of the active spot. But first, gonna draw 2 with that run errand ability. Mist Energy is a pretty great find, especially because Marco has a Mega Absol EX of his own.
Going to be, as long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, it provides colorless, but prevent all effects of attack used by your opponent's Pokemon here, but it is going to be the counter catcher of En's Reshiram up into the active, and that's just the correct play with En's Reshiram having a retreat cost that's pretty high. It's not really going to go anywhere, and Marco doesn't have the Petrant at least on to the bench here. I believe he actually has it in hand, or it was in hand at one point, but here we go. It is going to be the Claw of Darkness here, and Xander gets a nice peek at what's going on in the hand. Actually going to opt to take the second En's Reshiram out of the deck here.
Oh, thank you. No, you're so right.
Oh, yep, the damage counter getting removed because it was Adrenabrained over, but great sequencing from Xander, being able to Adrenabrain, take the KO on the Cleffa after using that counter catcher. Just making sure you can utilize all the cards to the best of your ability. And speaking of all the cards to the best of its ability, Sereno getting the double Ends Zoroark along with Pheasantipede EX. We're going to draw some cards this turn, Emily.
We're going to see, what is it going to be? 6, 9 at least, right? 2, if I do
6, 7.
Oh, Jeremy. It is going to be, though, the discard of the Psyduck. Don't need it in this matchup to trade perfectly right into a Monkey Dory Dark Energy if that's the route that Marco wants to go here. But actually trading away the Pheasantipede as well, it is a little bit of a liability. Going into that Janine's Secret Art and a little bit of the Yveltal as well here. I'm interested to see how exactly Marco is going to be able to recover some of these Ends Reshirams here, because there's no Darmanitan inside of the deck. So we need something to copy.
Needing to find one of the 2 copies of Super Rod here just to shuffle back in that Ends Reshiram and get it out with Artisan, but nothing here, just a pass of the turn. This is looking like Xander's able to almost take control here. Granted, if you're attacking into that Ends Zoroark EX, it's going to attack back for a lot of damage.
Yeah, the powerful Rage, the first attack on the Ends Reshiram, where you're able to do 20 damage for each damage counter onto this Pokemon. So while Xander can absolutely at least get some damage on the board, that's not exactly what you want to do, especially when you're playing a 3-prize Pokemon of Mega Absol EX here. So I'm interested to see the line that he's actually going to take, because he actually can't technically take a knockout this turn. He'll see what we get off of the Pokegear, though.
If you think about it, though, you are going to disrupt Marco's hand. Already struggled to find that Ends Reshiram last turn, so maybe able to strip something like that Iono. You are forcing Marco to just try to trade into the Super Rod, and still going to be kind of likely, but he missed 1 turn already. What's 2 turns?
It's fair, Jeremy, but what I'm kind of worried about here is that we actually don't have a way to bump the Artisan as well. We don't have that lively stadium. So while, yes, we can get rid of some, goodies in Marco's hand, if Marco is able to trade into a Super Rod here, that's actually going to be not exactly great here, because we'll at least be able to guarantee something like that Powerful Rage. But we saw the Airy here. We're able to discard 2 item hands, but once again, more information. That's kind of what Xander's deck has been kind of working around, is he just wants to see so much of what Marco is really working with here.
Well, there is that Subjugating Chains, bringing the Yveltal back to the active. Now we're going to have a Mega Kangaskhan EX run errand, try to find that stadium yet again, potentially. But just the pass of the turn, your opponent's not threatening you, so why threaten your opponent? Now Marco's going to have some chance to use trade yet again. Still needs to find Super Rod, but doesn't have counter catchers to be able to pick apart the bench on Xander's side anymore, thanks to that Eerie.
And Marco is only playing 1 copy of the Binding Mochi, and 2 copies of the Janine here. So it is just going to be a pass over, I believe. Now we're in this weird kind of stalemate part of this set where Xander's now checking how many cards he has left in deck, but the right move is so hard to say, because that Iono, like you were talking about, Jeremy, could lead us into finding that Super Rod. Ooh, okay, Team Rocket's Watchtower in the deck for Marco here, but I don't know what exactly.
You want that Artisan in play, maybe, unless you're just completely switching gears and going for the deck out plan.
Okay, attachment onto the Petron EX. This wouldn't necessarily... This is
the
crazy.
Weirdest board game.
Right, but that's what we're playing around, right, Jeremy? We're playing around the fact that if Marco finds the recovery, it's not exactly an ideal situation for Xander here.
This is crazy. This is peak Pokemon, honestly. Just draw, pass.
Draw, pass.
Energy attached for the turn, pass. Draw, pass.
I do enjoy the fact that Marco isn't trading either. I think a lot of the times players see an Zoroark EX and they're like, oh my god, I get to trade. I get to just use all of my trades. And it takes a lot of discipline here to really just kind of sit there and just say, you know what, I'm looking for my 1 exact out here. I'm waiting for the Super Rod. It'll come to me, but it'll come to me before Xander is going to have to choose whether he, Ionos here and finds that Super Rod.
There is the Lively Stadium, so do we just go for it now?
But then what do you take, Jeremy? Do you take the second Artisan there, right?
Well, I think it's what? You have to do a combination of Lively Stadium, Iono, and then Subjugating Change the Yveltal to the active, retreat to the Absol, Claw, and hope to hit a Super Rod that was off the Iono maybe. There's the Super Rod off the top of the deck.
And that was what Marco was waiting for here. So it is going to be the 2 Ends Reshiram here and a Dark Energy as well. Just a couple shortcuts here as we're going to be able to bench the Ends Reshiram. And you can see Marco. I think I heard a yay from on stage over there. But I want to see how the game plan is technically going to change now. Are we going to play a little bit more aggressive with the boss's orders here, right onto the Monkey Dory, taking the battery of moving all these damage counters out of play right here, right now?
Well, again, you don't want to, at least from Marco's side of things, put damage on the board with double Monkey Dory, because then that turns on Terminal Period from that Mega Absol EX. So really just clearing the support Pokemon on Xander's side of the board. Now, granted, you are down those 2 counter catchers, had to use that boss's orders. So you won't be able to do it for too long, but at least as of right now, you want to force Xander to attack into you.
Lively Stadium going to come down here, and I like this stadium going into the deck that it's up against. But once again, this ends Reshiram is just going to get taken right back into the active. Xander doesn't have too many cards left, Jeremy, and from what I see in the hand, I don't think we have a way of refreshing the hand either for Xander, but it could just be the Mega Absol EX coming into the active thanks to subjugating chains here. I think we're going to get aggressive.
There's at least a Lilies in the hand, I think, for Xander. But there is that Claw of Darkness taking the knockout on that Reshiram and is not going to find anything really useful other than that Artisan, which is a great way to fetch out that other Ends Reshiram in the deck.
Important to note here over on Marco's side as well, 2 copies of the Super Rod, and we've seen 1 being played. So only 1 left in the deck here for Marco. Want to see how exactly, or is this going to be the Super Rod being played now as well? So there it is, last Super Rod here.
Top deck Super Rod yet again.
Love to see it. But I think we've gotten rid of Artisan again, so now we have no reliable way of grabbing the Ends Reshiram out of the deck here.
And I think Xander actually subjugating chains the Absol into the active and took the knockout. That's what he was kind of deliberating on. Just if Marco's not going to place damage on the board, Xander's going to do it himself.
Absolutely. Pheasantipity EX, 3 cards. We need a couple of pieces to work together here. Penny potentially, but more trade. You get to see a lot of this deck here. Maybe we want to bump the Lively Stadium with something like a Team Rocket's Watchtower, but the Penny just going to actually take Pheasantipity down and out of play here. We'll see as it goes back on over to Xander's turn. I think Xander, I think, is in a much better spot now.
Yeah, and there is a Lily's Determination in the hand. It's towards the end, past all the Arvins, past the Pennies. So does have a way to at least shuffle the hand into the deck and not deck out in a couple turns. But here we have that spot yet again where do you attack? That's the thing. The poison damage is going to build up.
I also like, Jeremy, how you were talking about an alternate weird win condition here by using Mega Absol's first attack, this terminal period, going back to the Monkey Dory that we were talking about, taking a knockout there, where if your opponent's Pokemon does have exactly 6 damage counters onto it, it's knocked out. So we wouldn't have to play around the Ends Reshiram attack anymore. But of course, a lot of these players are gravitating towards Claw of Darkness, all the information that you really get from one attack, and it is very, very strong as well here. And we'll see how Marco is going to trade his way out of this one.
Trade, he did first trade in what feels like forever for Marco with these 3 Zoroark in play, and just passes the turn, already has that Ends Reshiram in the hand, but chooses not to bench it down.
Ooh.
And wow, this is a big Zero6 machinations. Gonna force Marco to discard down to 3 cards. Already has used both of the Super Rods. So you got to keep that Ends Reshiram. You got 1 more in the deck, but it's going to get discarded this turn, most likely.
Absolutely. And this was a great play from Xander as well. I mean, we're now talking about alternate win conditions with something like a terminal period to knock out this Zoroark EX. Now it's really of who's going to potentially deck out who first, right? And it's using these odd supporter cards like Zero6 Machinations to really kind of get the job done. But now Xander going to look through Marco's discard pile to at least see if he can find a way or try and get an idea of how much recovery has been used.
Again, these Zoroark decks aren't really playing the normal supporters we see for a lot of decks in the format. There's no Lilies in this list for Marco, opting for the 4 Cyrano instead. And because of that, you're also playing less Iono. I think there's, only 3 copies? So depending on how many were actually discarded, I think 2 were discarded at least with that Machinations right there.
Night Stretcher, and we could get the Pecharunt EX powered up here with its 1 attack irritated outburst here, but I think Xander is forced into using not only Monkey Dory, of course, to bring some damage counters, and then Claw of Darkness.
Oh, no, we're just passing.
Wow, what?
So setting up the terminal period for next turn, just avoiding the possibility of this Mega Absol EX getting knocked out. And if it does, you come up with the Pecharunt EX, take the last knockout you need after that terminal period. This is crazy the way this game 1 has turned out.
I think the word that I want to use, Jeremy, is disciplined from both players. It's
100%.
very, very disciplined. And I know for some players, they might see this as a very slow game, right? But the amount of decisions that have been made, right? Holding on, not attacking all the way, right? So honestly, if Xander has something like a boss's orders, be able to bring that end Zoroark EX back into the active, move the 3 damage counters with Monkey Dory, we will have the perfect math for a terminal period here. It's just a matter of what we want to do. Lily's determination, though, is going to at least refresh Xander's hand here. You gotta wonder, Jeremy, I mean, how many cards does Marco realistically have left in play?
Oh, true. I think there's, 5 cards in deck, 4 in the hand, and you lost a ton of resources due to that Zoroark last turn. Now, Xander does have his last boss's orders in the prize cards, so he's going to have to just work around this active Zoroark yet again. And I think with the Lilies shuffling the hand in, might have bought himself enough time.
Moving and then just passing once again here for Xander, as Marco going to have to figure out how he finds a way to figure out if it's comfortable or not to bench this Ends Reshiram, and I think we are going to be seeing it. The question is, what else do we do this turn? I mean, he could Iono, he could just try and once again copy, and it will be the copying of Virtuous Flame for the 170 here, but
Oh no, he already added the poison damage, so yeah. 190 is the correct math after poison. Now Xander has some damage counters to work with. Was gonna have 3 damage anyway to move with Adrenabrain, so Marco's basically, okay, I have to attack now.
Monkey Dory moving the 3 damage counters, and there's our goal number of having 6 damage counters on the end Zoroark EX. And now it is going to be Xander using terminal period to get this knockout here. Only 1 prize card away from taking this game number 1, which has been a little bit of a slower game. But as you mentioned a little bit earlier, Jeremy, actually drawing the boss's orders off the prize cards.
And Marco, I think, just drew a very good card in Palpad. We were talking about how he was down those counter catchers from the Eerie earlier on in the game, used the boss's orders aggressively to take the knockouts on at Monkey Dory. Now he's going to be able to shuffle 2 boss's orders back into the deck, and there's just 5 cards. So you have to think with just 1 trade, you're going to find a boss's orders. But here is Iono going to shuffle the hand for Xander back into the bottom of the deck and draw 1 card. Now, ooh, this Hero's Cape is insane.
Yeah, coming in quite literally at the final moment here for Marco. Going to be adding plus 100 onto this end Zoroark EX, now making this Pokemon have 380 hit points here. Both players figuring out the math as well. The draw for turn into what I don't believe was the boss's orders, because Iono was played last turn, sending that boss's orders down into the bottom of the deck here.
There's so much damage on that Mega Absol. the Bravery Charm and the Lively Stadium giving it an extra 80 HP, so 360 health. That means it is, what, 350? So it is going to get knocked out by poison unless Xander uses the Adrenabrain, subjugating chains the Yveltal back into the active. This is definitely an awkward moment here.
And no play feels truly correct here, but one thing's for sure, you can absolutely, essentially for free, right, move this Yveltal up into the active, because it does have a free retreat. So I want to see how Xander's going to move around here. From what I'm seeing in the hand, I'm not seeing too many useful cards here, so Xander might just have to pass. There's not even an energy here to keep this end Zoroark in the active, but with the Hero's Cape and now Ends Reshiram, kind of safe to start launching attacks back at Xander.
I mean, you have to at least Adrenabrain, right? Not pass the turn.
Interesting here from Xander. Where do you go, though, is the question. Back into Mega Absol. You're right, Jeremy. It is going to be the Adrenabrain, moving 3 damage counters onto the end Zoroark EX here. And then is it just one more terminal or Claw of Darkness here?
Yeah, I think it was the Claw of Darkness. Marco unable to take 4 prizes before Xander is able to take 1. Has that Petrant EX in the bench with 2 Dark Energies and that Bravery Charm. Able to clean up pretty much anything, even that Zoroark with the Hero's Cape, thanks to just the 200 damage from the Claw of Darkness. What a disciplined game 1, like you said, between both of these players. Like I said, I didn't really know the matchup between both these decks, even though I play a lot of these decks at locals. That is not how I expected it to go.
Well, let's take a look at the replay, because as we've been saying, this match is a little bit more kind of focused than maybe some of the other matches we've seen on stream today here. It was Marco Fuentes versus Xander Bennett here in this game number 1. And you can see immediately with this Claw of Darkness kind of getting hold. And we figured out what Xander's win condition was throughout the game, which was getting rid of not only the way that Zoroark EX attacks, right? But the way that we recovered that attacker as well. Artisan, Super Rod as well. So great math here from Xander Bennett as well, showing that not only Claw of Darkness is a great attack, but also Terminal Period is a great way that you can use your monkey math, right, with Monkey Dory to get the job done.
Came down to literally the last cards, basically, for both of these players. And Marco finding the Hero's Cape just unfortunately was not really able to close that out. And now potentially, going second here to get rid of that Turbo Energize play from Xander's deck. Does start things off with a run errand with that Mega Kangaskhan EX in the active spot, drawing 2 cards, but just passes the turn. No trolley for Xander.
But a buddy Poffin for Marco, Jeremy, and that's exactly what he wants to see here. Now, during this deck search, we are going to be taking a quick little look at the prizes as well. And from what I can see on my screen, even just 1 copy of Artisan being in the prizes is not exactly ideal here. Now, Xander Bennett has prized a lot of Dark Energy for his deck. I mean, it's playing 7, so prizing 3 doesn't exactly feel too good. Now, granted, we do have access to this Technical Machine Turbo Energize here. We only have 1 copy of Energy Switch, so we have to be a little bit careful of where we're placing our energy.
I mean, honestly, Xander's playing 7 Dark Energy, prize 3 of them. Marco's playing 6 Dark Energy, prize 2 of them. Both of these players only have 4 available to really play around with. And Xander's main thing is Turbo Energize, power up an Absol, but then you're really going to just be lacking on energy for your Monkey Dories or even your Yveltal for clutch.
Xander showing off, though, the ideal turn 2 for this Mega Kangaskhan deck, which is finding your Precious Trolley immediately off of the Arven and finding that complete and full setup that we like to see here. Has the Technical Machine Turbo Energize in hand. And speaking of the hand, couple of things to note about in the hand as well. Draws into the Bravery Charm 2 here for that Mega Absol, and it will be the Technical Machine Turbo Energize return. We also do have an attach return as well, but I think this might be that wake up that it's not going to be too crazy here, but has to be very careful right now. The Earthen Vessel, Jeremy, like you talked about, both players only having 4 energy available to them.
It's so awkward when you are just grabbing 1 off that Earthen Vessel, but it's because you have that Turbo Energize. So now attaching to the Absol and the Monkey Dory most likely has the other energy in hand, so you can go ahead and try and attack next turn. And was that a top deck Serrano from Marco, or just opted not to use it, fearing maybe another Iono, those Zoroarks back to the bottom?
This is exactly what we want to see, right? We finally have our engine up and running. Now, granted, we don't see that ends Reshiram just yet. We know it is going to come down the line. There was also a 2nd copy of Cyrano as well to guarantee. Here comes the trade. 2 cards. There's the Artisan as well here. And a Zerosix for later too, Jeremy. So now we're going to see a lot more trading going on here. There's the 3rd one. And it's going to trade away the Yveltal here. Janine's Secret Art as well, another tool that we can use. But there's that energy that we can also use for attach for turn. And now it is all up to Marco. Do we get a little bit aggressive now? Do we use the Hero's Cape now?
The energy was pretty great to draw. I mean, you do have access to attack, but not playing the Artisan down. You don't want to put damage on the board. just because those Monkey Dories, Terminal Period is such a powerful attack in this matchup. Pokegear from Xander. There's Iono. Lilies. I like drawing 8 cards.
Drawing 8 cards is great, but especially when Marco is playing so reserved with his hand, and if Xander were to do something like a Claw of Darkness here, he would see that Marco has several outs to Reshiram, not only having it just in hand, but also having an Artisan in hand as well here. So the priorities are going to have to be a little bit mixed. I'm not quite sure what Xander wants to do here, but is going to accidentally put the Lily's Determination along with the Pokegear inside of the discard. We're going to be able to get it back out, but that's the last Dark Energy in the deck, Jeremy. This is looking a little bit awkward.
Yeah, gonna need to start drawing some prize cards to power up something like another Monkey Dory. Granted, does have access to one energy switch, so can maybe energy attach and then energy switch Dark over to someone else, but there is the boss's orders in combination with the Ends Reshiram to take the knockout on the Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy. And Marco is really just sticking to the same game plan of, I am not going to leave any damage on your side of the field. I'm going to do my best to just play as patiently as possible, take the avenues where you can.
We saw this exact play in game number 1 as well. We're essentially taking the battery out of the deck, saying Monkey Dory and the Dark Energy, right, essentially out of play completely here. So now Mega Kang is gone, but using the Night Stretcher here to get the Dark Energy back. And I think Xander at this point, right, can use something like the Counter Catcher here to bring forward the Ends Reshiram, maybe stick in the active at this point. I'm not quite sure if we want to play something like an Iono here, but maybe we can just move forward our Mega Absol. We understand that we're about to take this knockout, and now Xander has to decide where the priority lies here in the hand. It has to be the Artisan to, you know, reestablish an attacker.
Yeah, unfortunately, Marco does have access to 3 trades this time, whereas last game, those Zoroark were a little harder to come by, but is still having that Claw of Darkness available to him. And Arvin here maybe finding something like that energy switch just in case it's needed. You can also thin out another Bravery Charm or Energize.
I think for thinning purpose, okay with me here. But
yeah, no basic energy in the deck. You don't need Turbo Energize.
I mean, listen, it's just another card that you can have, and if you choose to play Iono, it just safely goes away from the hand here. But tons of options that Xander has in, but it will be the Claw of Darkness here. Actually choosing to get rid of the Zerosix Machinations here, having access to Artisan once again, and now it is going to be Xander taking his first prize card, but it's a Mega Absol EX, Jeremy. It's not even a Dark Energy.
What, have a 50% chance to grab a Dark Energy?
It's true. Those
Flip
odds,
tails.
those odds are actually pretty good. Unfortunate to see here.
Now Artisan is going to grab that Ends Reshiram, and we do see a boss's orders in hand for Marco. So can take out that Monkey Dory that was just powered up yet again. And like you were saying, just taking out the cogs of the machine that this Mega Toolbox has.
And now that Xander doesn't have Monkey Dory available, the question is, what do you do now, right? What attacker are we really forcing the issue with? We could start doing something along the lines of potentially a clutch play if we really want to, but energy switch possibly from the Mega Absol to the Yveltal here, but we have a ton of supporters in hand. I mean, Xander has the option to, you know, potentially bump this Artisan with Lively Stadium, maybe use an Iono, but I mean, with 3 and Zoroark set up here, Marco can essentially draw back into what he really needs here.
Xander is using these counter catchers very effectively for this game too. Going down in prize cards that early, there was no Cleffa on Marco's side of the board for you to kind of take advantage of. So bringing up these Ends Reshiram, that's what your goal is to try to do. We saw it worked in game 1, but now there is no threat of Monkey Dory on the bench. Do we start seeing Marco get a little bit aggressive?
I would like to see it at this point, right? You're already down a game, and this set has been going on for quite some time. We're about to pass the 10-minute mark, actually. I'm really surprised by the choice of letting Marco continue to hold Pheasantipity here. It is, I mean, a liability in of itself. If Xander is able to reestablish Monkey Dory here, he would be able to use Adrenabrain to bring that 1 damage counter over to Pheasantipity and then potentially find a Claw of Darkness onto that Pokemon to find another 2 prizes here. But I'm very surprised, but here comes the trades.
Iono from Marco is unfortunately going to put that fresh Dark Energy to the bottom of the deck, but it does look like Xander drew into Mist Energy and Earthen Vessel, so at least a couple energy to work with for next turn, but we're still missing that Monkey Dory. I think there's 2 in the discard, so you have 1 left with that Artisan. You're down a Night Stretcher, only have 1 left with that. That's your only Pokemon or energy recovery for the rest of the game.
Finds the Pal Pad as well. I feel like a lot of players have not been using Pal Pad recently. I feel like that's a card that we just haven't seen as much in a couple of lists, but the attach return onto Zoroark here with the Hero's Cape. We're still working on getting all of our attackers set up kind of around the board. I like the Air Balloon as well, just getting kind of the cards that could be kind of seen clogging the hand just out onto the board as quickly as possible here. And now back on over to Xander.
Yeah, unfortunately, Marco unable to find a Super Rod to get an attack off in the turn where you kind of are forced to really take advantage of this board. Now Xander is going to be able to set up another Monkey Dory yet again.
The question is, does Xander, if he has the opportunity to go a little aggressive, once again, Xander just keeps prizing these boss's orders when he could potentially find a great line of using Adrenabrain to move that singular damage counter onto the Pheasantipity. But going for potentially the same play with a Pokegear.
Can find a boss off the top 7.
I see an double Arven here. Not exactly what you want to see. The prize cards are even as well, Jeremy. So even something like Counter Catcher's not actually going to do the work for you.
Yeah, Xander will already use both Counter Catchers anyway, but unable to find a boss's orders off that Pokegear or really just a supporter that will do something. I mean, the hand is Xerosic Machinations and an Arven. Most of your good items are out of the deck, and most of your tools are done as well. You're not going to be able to turbo energize anything in this.
The question is, and as we've been bringing it back to the central point, do you use Claw of Darkness, not knowing for sure if Marco has a way of recovering here? But Pecharunt EX once again using Subjugating Chains to bring this Yveltal into the active and using the free retreat to bring Mega Kangaskhan EX into the front spotlight here, using Run Errand to draw a couple more cards. The question is, what are we realistically looking for?
Not Enhanced Hammer. I'm going to tell you that.
Not applicable here, but definitely another card. But double Mist Energy Mega Kangaskhan is definitely something to see here.
I mean, it still opens up a play of you can guarantee the Pheasantipity knockout with a Adrenabrain moving the 10 damage over and then just dealing 200 even if you flip tails. But you got to try to do something with just the lack of versatility that you have in attackers with the way the prize cards have worked out for Xander.
The 1 copy of Penny is inside of Marco's hand here. Now, using the Iono, but there could have been a line, Jeremy, where we actually pennied the Pheasantipity EX out of play here, but it will be Iono for both players. Will be 4 more cards, and now Marco here has to decide. And I believe that's just another pass over and over.
Well, again, you're not able to find Super Rods, so no way to put the Ends Reshiram back into the deck. Now, Xander does have his own copy of Penny, along with that boss's orders found off the Iono Dark Energy. I mean, I always like Run Errand first, draw some cards, then figure it out.
It's that keyword sequencing, right? Like, what is your best line going forward so you can see all of the cards that you have before you make a decision that feels permanent for that turn. interestingly enough, drew into a couple of the pieces of the boss's orders, but has to find a way, could use the subjugating chains.
I think has it now, yeah.
Yeah, has it now, right? To bring forward the Mega Absol EX, finding the boss's orders onto the Pheasantipity, using a Dreaded Brain to move the 1 damage counter over. And a little bit of information here for Xander Bennett, 2 prize cards away from taking the set in what has been another, once again, disciplined game.
I am so in love with the combination of Petrant EX and Yveltal and Monkey Dory. Being able to poison yourself and use that damage later on in the game to take these knockouts cleanly is so fun. Now, multiple trades from Marco's side of things. We finally have that Super Rod has been an item card that has been hiding for pretty much this entire game for Marco. Finally able to shuffle in both of those Ends Restaurant and Monkey Dory. Gonna fetch that right away with that Artisan.
And that was the thing with Xander. I believe there was a Lively Stadium available, but choosing not to play it here, as now that Zoroark is going to have an air balloon, so he can retreat into something a little bit bigger with the Zoroark, with something like the Hero's Cape as well. But another Iono here from Marco, going to take Xander down only to 2 cards here. See how the play is going to turn out.
Yeah, Xander couldn't actually play the Lively Stadium just because he had perfect math on that Pheasantipity EX knockout.
Yep, absolutely.
So here we're going to see Marco retreat with that air balloon to that Zoroark with the Hero's Cape. And this is Marco's shot to try and even up this match and come out of this with a tie, because there's 5 minutes left in this round, Emily. I don't know if we're going to even finish this game, let alone a game 2 or game 3.
I agree with that here, Jeremy. Have to see how exactly the line plays out.
Could just attack with Mega Kangaskhan, flip a bunch of heads.
Surely
how
that'll
much
work.
HP does Zoroark have? 380 right now?
I mean, we saw it a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah.
You just keep flipping heads. You just got to do what you need to do here. Now, Xander can absolutely think about all of his options here. Considering benching the Pheasantipity, it is a little bit of a liability. Maybe run errand first, I was about to say. Kind of gauge all of our options. Another Iono as well. I mean, Jeremy, you're talking about the time here. It is very, a very possible strategy here to just Iono and kind of play a little bit more defense. And Xander's saying to himself, I'll just win the game 1-0 here, but flip the script, finding a couple of more draw supporters here. Maybe the Eerie this turn, get a little bit of information on what's going on in Marco's hand to kind of gauge which attacker or which play is the right idea going into, the final couple turns in the game.
Penny as well. I don't know how many cards are in Marco's hand, but I think we're just going to see. This is such a tough decision, but Xander has all the power here, right? Winning game 1 in these kind of matches where every play is so crucial for the long haul, right? Like the 10 damage that was left on that Mega Absol EX 2 turns later was able to help Xander take the knockout on that Pheasantipity. It really just depends on your plays from previous turns. We're going to pick up that Mega Absol EX with the energy. Now Xander has plenty of energy to work with. Maybe we're just going to try to clutch and close this game out that way.
That's definitely a strategy that we can work with here, but instead actually going to attach onto the Petrant EX here, move the Pheasantipity EX into the active.
Oh yeah, force feed Marco these 2 prizes so your Petrant EX can take a knockout on basically anything.
Pass back on over to Marco here. Seems to have a plan, moving a little bit quickly here. Can definitely trade away this Professor Taro scenario. Has to take these 3 prize cards.
Boss's orders is great.
Yeah, I was about to say, in essentially 2 minutes, finds the boss's orders. Maybe take something like the Yveltal and then line it up for 2 prize next turn, or maybe try and go for the Petrant EX and then go down to 1 prize card with that Binding Mochi.
We're bringing up that Mega Kangaskhan EX. Just going to punch it for 170. And 2 minutes left on the clock, Emily. It's going to come down to these last 2 turns anyway, so both of these players are going to have to try to figure it out here.
I think Xander's best play, Jeremy, is to just completely play defense, right? Finding a way to Bravery Charm this Mega Kangaskhan, get it out of the active, maybe even trying to do something along the lines of a clutch potentially too. All we know is that Mega Kangaskhan, not exactly you feel too comfortable with a 3-prize Pokemon already with some damage on it. So it's really kind of about what do we want to stick into the active boss's orders here. And feels like the only option is the Monkey Dory, interestingly enough. Going to be the poison damage and the attach for turn, and finding clutch here as we're going down into what this match has become last minute. But my goodness, Marco having it in hand, showing Xander, I got it. Now, if anything, Jeremy, I think this leads us straight into a tie.
Yeah, these players are going to take a minute to shuffle their decks, let alone play a full game of Pokemon. And they're circling the match, slip, tie, and it really just came down to can Xander find another penny to pick up that Mega Kangaskhan and burn through those Pokegears early, and Run Errand was not able to find anything off the top of the deck. And we saw Marco play that beautifully. Just unfortunately had a slower start in Game 1, and Game 2 was able to clutch it up and tie it up and walk away at 5-0-3 for the last round of Phase 1.
There's a lot to be said about that last match, and I think the word of the match that we were talking about was really discipline, right? Making sure, and resource management, going down to like your very Pokemon TCG basics of making, and we saw it in game number 1, right? Counting how many recovery options were used. Taking a quick picture as we're gonna head into the replay here.
Now this was a great back and forth Game 1. Xander was able to use Monkey Dory to take a double knockout in a turn, taking the knockout on the Reshiram and the Cleffa, and then it was just a lot of passing back and forth, not something you usually see or expect to see. And then we have just a lot of the poison damage building up, able to eventually have Adrenabrain force Terminal Period on to the end Zoroark EXs, taking knockouts there, then going on to Game 2. Marco got a little bit of a faster start. Didn't have great turn 1, but was able to take away a great turn 1 going second from Xander's side of things. And of course, prizing of the energy for both of the players. Really just put in a lot of work for just everything that happened in this match. Now, Claw of Darkness able to just take the knockout on the Fezandipity EX. That was really one of the biggest things. But then Heroes Cape putting in a ton of work. Marco finally seeing an avenue to victory, taking out Monkey Dories after Monkey Dory, and having the 2-hit on the Mega Kangaskhan EX sealed up Game 2 and allowed both of these players to stay undefeated, but going into Phase 2 at 5-0-3.
What a long day. If you're 5-0-3, you've had a really long day. But I think that was a great showing of two players decorated in their own right. And it goes to show that these decks are still very flexible in what they're playing. I said this a little bit earlier. The skeleton of 55, 56 cards is true, but then Zoroark's Machinations making a nice little come into this weird deck style that is Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan. You kind of have to play very carefully with this deck. I always feel like with Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, you're really kind of like walking on a kind of a tightrope, right? Of figuring out when it's time to kind of push a little bit more forward, which was kind of the push and pull of the match that we saw, where Xander was never truly comfortable into using Claw of Darkness on a Zoroark EX because you knew that powerful Rage using Night Joker could just take a 3-prize Pokemon.
It really is honestly just a great match to watch. I loved watching just the patience both players had, the back and forth, and again, I was saying it before, I love the combination of the Yveltal and Petrant EX and building up that poison damage, and honestly seeing this Mega Toolbox deck, it's looking more and more like a control deck as the format goes on, right? Your Claw of Darkness to strip the resources out of your opponent's hand. You have Zoroark and Eerie, and the fact that you have 3 Monkey Dory in your deck to play around with damage, it's really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it's one thing that I want to know how Chip feels about that last match, because there's a lot of moving parts that even, you know, sometimes it's really hard to tell what's really going on. So let's take it on over to Chip.
Thanks a bunch, Emily and Jeremy. Yeah, really interesting game we just saw play out there between those two competitors. A whole lot of just kind of pumping the brakes and waiting to see what the opponents does. You know, give a little leash, see how much they take, and if anyone like takes the bait. A lot of posturing, you could say, waiting for your opponent to act and waiting for the exact right time to draw the full combo pieces that you need. Really interesting the way things shook out in that first game. I'm going to look at a moment here from this second game where both of these players are not wanting to attack, neither wanting to put damage into play. Of course, for Xander here, the issue is if he ever attacks into one of these Zoroarks, Marco can just pretty easily get the In's Reshiram onto the bench through the use of something like an Artisan, Nest Ball, just drawing into it, whatever it may be, and use that powerful Rage to respond. Take a 3-prize knockout onto one of those Mega Pokemon, which would obviously put him in a great spot. Xander always wanting to try to avoid that as much as he can, but then for Marco, he doesn't want to put too much damage in play on Xander's side, because any damage that goes into play can potentially be bounced back through the use of Monkey Dories. And even with a Monkey Dory in play with no darkness energy, Marco is totally respecting the potential of Xander to pull off an attachment plus an energy switch to pull off the big terminal period attack with the Mega Absol EX to get through one of those in Zoroark EX. So the situation we found ourselves in here towards the end of this second game was Xander was really eyeing up trying to take down this Fezandipity. He's got the singular damage counter on that Absol. He can use a Monkey Dory to throw that damage over here and get that extra 10 damage on it that's necessary in order to get a knockout with the Claw of Darkness, in order to take those 2 prizes, put himself down to just 2 prize cards remaining, and then he can get himself into a spot where he potentially can just hit really hard into one of these Zoroarks and then close it out later in the game by knocking it out with something like a Boss's Orders play, or potentially using the Irritated Outburst, of the Petrarunt EX to try to just finish off one of those Zoroarks. The problem in this exact situation here is that when Xander plays the Boss's Orders here that he's going to use this turn, he actually ends up using his last boss. I believe this was his 3rd boss play of the game, and he did not have Pal Pad in his list this weekend. So no Pal Pad, no way to recover it, and that meant that he's not actually going to be able to just hit into one of these Zoroarks and try to 2-hit KO and get through it, because he's never going to have access to that gusting option if Marco was to just simply retreat. And that's, I think, why we found ourselves in kind of that end game situation that we eventually got to, where Xander was just kind of having to leave this Absol in the active spot, or excuse me, the Kangaskhan, and then hoping to stick Marco active for just a turn. A really interesting sequence there. Oh, hello? What's Wancho, are you lost, buddy? What's going on? What are you doing? what's happening, my friend?
Hey, Chip. I've got lost a little bit. I've never seen the purple stage.
Here we are.
And I was wondering where you were hiding out the entire tournament.
Tucked away back here. Here I am.
Very cool setup here you have here, and again, this seems like a new thing we have for the broadcast.
Yeah, really excited about this week and what we've got going on for the first time. Just getting a little bit more of a deep dive into some of these games. I got a lot of really unique tools here we can utilize to pause and go forward through games. We can, fast forward a lot and pick things up. We can also, go a little bit faster, but not too fast. We can take it into, wait, hold on, I haven't used this one yet. Slow motion. Oh yeah, look at that. I can't really identify a time when I'm going to use the slow motion button, maybe besides right now, but
you just know when someone's going to pop off. You slow them down.
I'll let the replay operator deal with those things, for sure. But yeah, did you get to watch any of that game launch? It was a super interesting one.
No, definitely. It's something I've never seen before. Well, not never seen before, but it took a lot of discipline, a lot of passing there. And I believe, I was listening to you a little bit outside, and with this new station, I believe we get like a lot clearer picture of the gameplay, especially this one, which was very, very intensive, I think, like very knowledge intensive, a lot of disciplined play.
Very much so, yeah.
Yeah, so I want to talk about this setup though, right? You have again, very, very cool setup. I believe you're more than the caster for the weekend now. I believe we call you the analyst, right?
That's what they're calling me. Yeah, here we are, analyst Chip out here analyzing games, breaking them down. I got to actually be like the judge Chip at the very beginning of the day.
Yeah.
Not actually a judge, but, you know, kind of break down the ruling situation that was happening. So lots of different uses for this little area to kind of fill in the casters on what's happening back behind the scenes. You know, they're stuck in the booth, but we can get a little bit more details and share exactly what's going on. Get another perspective as well is always nice too.
No, definitely. And if you don't mind, I'm just gonna interview you about this now. You know, I want to know more about the station. I'm sure folks at home would love to know more about the station. Like this, what are your plans with it? You're the very first TCG analyst.
Yeah, here we are.
Is this something you're excited about?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's just adding more layers to the broadcast is really cool. More opportunities to just mix stuff up, do more unique things. But yeah, I mean, I think for me, a lot of it is just about the opportunity to break down games, go a little bit further, try to get into more of the strategic mindset, slow things down. You know, things move a little bit quickly when we're in the booth, right, in real time. You don't really get the opportunity to pump the brakes and super analyze a spot because there's, I mean, you know this as well, like there are so many times where you could sit and look at a hand and talk for 10, 15 minutes about the possibilities of how you can proceed. We don't get that as casters because the players don't get that either. They have to get through their game. They get, you know, way less time than that per turn, per action in order to get through what they have to do. So yeah, I really enjoy that, but because I'm trying to hopefully talk through all the things that players are thinking in those 15 to 30 seconds that they have to make actions.
No, I like it. You mentioned earlier, it's a way for you to really just capture those key moments, you know? Like, yeah, the game is like, what, an hour long almost, right? And a lot of it boils down to really a couple of key moments.
Yeah.
And yeah, you being able to just dissect those key moments, I think brings so much to the cast.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, Wancho. I've had a good time doing it so far. Looking forward to the rest of the tournament and tomorrow as well. And I actually think we've got our next Swiss round coming up really, really soon. It's going to be Phase 2, Round 1, a.k.a. Phase 2, Round 9, however you want to slice it. We got action coming up really soon. Don't go anywhere.
What I was wanting to ask the judges is if they had a poison marker up here. That was like the only thing it's sitting in my pocket right now. I was like, I don't want them to know I'm playing someone with Pepper Run. Can't wait to go back and hear the commentators go, oh yeah, I would really think that Xander should have blah, 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 blah.
Okay, this is definitely a hand of all time. I can say that much. How much cards are in your hands?
I have 8.
Discard 5.
Yes, okay, understood.
Hello, Pokemon fans. We're live here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. And oh boy, do I have some special guests in frame right now, probably all combined. A travel time of over maybe 100 hours, give or take. We have our friends over from Australia. We have, of course, Brent Tonneson, Tim Franklin, and Natalie Miller. How are you guys feeling? How was the travel?
Yeah, look, it's not the worst trip that I've had in terms of time. Probably about 24 hours total for me, which I guess sounds like a lot to most people, but when you're from Australia and you're traveling for all these events, it's, you know, it could be worse.
Ooh, 20 hours to play in a Pokemon Regional Championships. What do you guys do? Do you test on the plane or anything like that? Do you do anything in during the travel time to prep for a regional?
During the travel time, a lot of sleeping on the plane. I guess like sometimes you might theory with the with your deck or deck choice. You might write some notes about that. Otherwise, not really.
You know what? Same question for the both of you, just because I am curious.
I actually changed my deck on the flight for this event. I was playing a couple of games of Live at the airport, and I really wasn't feeling Gardevoir, so I decided to join Brent on Dragapult.
Yeah, so I actually do most of my prep like in my head. I don't play as many games as I think most people think I do. So I thought about it a lot while I was on the flight, you know, long flight. And I kind of just rely on the deck coming to me in a vision in my dreams usually. So I got some good sleep and I actually came up with the concept for part of what I'm playing while I was, you know, trying to sleep on the flight.
Does it involve bears?
Kind of. Kind of.
No, but yeah, again, these folks travel all over the world to compete in these regional championships. You know, what is that like? You know, you're traveling very, very far. You're traveling literally everywhere to compete in a regional. What does it take to do something like that?
A lot of planning. Usually we don't book last minute. We actually, you know, months before, we're like, okay, we're going to this event, and we actually plan and book ahead. And since we're staying together, we also plan that ahead. There's a lot more planning than it might actually seem.
Okay. And you guys all traveled here together. So it's safe to say you guys are one testing group. Yeah?
Yeah, we've been doing some testing. I think we might have done a bit more complaining about the format than actual testing this time. But yeah, we played a fair bit together before the event.
That's fair. That's fair. And can you tell me, like, I feel like, you guys are very accomplished players between the three of you. Is that help at all in testing? Like, is it good to have good players to test against?
Yeah, when some of these players around me, when they approve of an idea, it's like, okay, it's probably pretty good if everyone's agreeing on it.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is a good point. If they agree that this is probably a good play, you probably should listen. No, but yeah. With that also, I do want to ask, like, the metagame here for Las Vegas, right? Talk about the regional championship. What do you guys expect to see here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships?
Gholdengo, God of War, Dragon Ball, victory, for sure.
Yeah, completely agree with that. I think Gholdengo had a really good weekend last weekend, and I don't know if it'll be quite as good this time, but people are definitely going to ride that wave and pick it up this week.
I know I'm sounding a bit of an echo here, but it's definitely Gholdengo. The deck is really, really difficult to hard counter. Like, people talk about how Jelly Guardy beats it, people talk about how you beat it with Cornerstone or Toad Scroll, but Gholdengo has answers for all of these. It's just all about picking the right text for the situation.
I like it. I like it. You guys definitely do test together. Same answers all across the board. I know we're in Las Vegas right now. Do you think this will change anything, though, for the upcoming IC, which is literally a week after now? Like, LAIC is a week later. Do you think anything will change, Brent?
Well, I think it's very dependent on the results this weekend. If one of the big three doesn't do well, I think people are expecting it to get played less next weekend.
Yeah, completely agree. And like Nat said, with the text in Gholdengo, it's really what they're going to choose to play. Like, a lot of people disrespected Cornerstone last weekend. Maybe Cornerstone makes a rise this week, and then next week, you got to put that Mega Mawile in.
Yeah, I think it'll also really depend on how the dark decks do. Like, we talk about Gholdengo, Dragapult, Gardevoir, but then under the surface, there's a ton of stuff like there's Mega Box, there's Grimmsnarl, and there's Charizard. So those are all three decks that I think could do very well. And they all have kind of different answers that they need from the other three decks.
Love to hear it. Love to hear that. With that, I think we got some good insight on the tournament now, on the tournament next week, as well as an insight on, like, what it takes to travel as a player from all over the world. With that, we're going to throw it back, though, to more Pokemon action. Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Las Vegas Regional Championships. So, this is our first ever regional championship here in Las Vegas. And of course, I did my research. I asked around in the local community. I wanted to know who was the best player in Las Vegas. And sure enough, I was pointed to a father-son duo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Alexander and Anthony Sasso. Anthony, how are we feeling?
Very excited to be here. This is kind of incredible, so this is awesome.
How are you feeling?
Same for me.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. And this is, again, the first regional here in Las Vegas. What is that like to have a regional in your hometown?
So we have a giant Pokemon community here. It is massive. We have a Discord of like 700 members. When it got announced it was in Vegas, our Discord like popped off. It was absolutely incredible. So I think the entire community is very excited. A lot of people who were kind of not playing so much all started playing again. We did massive testing days. I did like a barbecue at my house with my wife. It was incredible. So we all got together, we tested a bunch, and I think everybody here is excited. Hopefully one of us wins. We'll see.
Amazing stuff. How about you, Alexander? Are you excited to have a regional here at your hometown?
Yeah.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. Let me know, though, how are you guys preparing for the regional championships?
I am a little obsessive, so I've been preparing a little too much. Thank you to my wife for putting up with me. So I've just been testing a ton, been using the simulator, mostly with the community, though, which has been the best. We have a team at Darkside. Shout out Darkside, they're incredible. I've been testing with Yul, he's sitting over there, but he's awesome test partner. And then he cooks me every time, but we test a lot, and the testing normally goes, I lose and he wins. So.
Is that true? Do you normally beat your dad?
Yeah.
I mean, he did just beat me at the 2K yesterday, and he knocked me out of it, so that did happen.
Great job. But yeah, tell us about your Pokemon journey. However, how did we get started in playing Pokemon?
So I used to play card games a long time ago, actually back with my wife because we've been together forever. She played with me with Yu-Gi-Oh for a long time. I got out of the game when I had kids. I hadn't played a card game for a while. And then we were walking through Target and he was literally like, Dad, I want to be a Pokemon master. And I was just like, say less. I am so excited as an old competitive player. So
Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So the deck that I chose when I first started wanting to play Pokemon was the Miraidon EX League battle deck. Then after that, I just started playing a lot of Pokemon with my dad.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. You know, I'm sure someday the mom will join us as well, play some Pokemon. Bring her into camera now.
She loves Eevee. We have a dog named Eevee. I told her Eevee box is very good right now. It would be a good time for her to play.
Very true, very true. With that, you know, again, the tournament's tomorrow. Are you guys feeling nervous at all?
I think I'm feeling more excited. It feels like being nervous, but I think in my head, I'm like, I'm just excited to play. We've been testing a long time. I'm playing Gholdengo. I'm not just playing it because it's the best deck right now. I've been playing Gholdengo nonstop, so this is a good time for it. So it is very exciting.
Are you nervous? And what are we playing?
I'm playing Conqueror, and I'm excited to play in the Las Vegas Regional and have fun.
Let's go. All right, with that, thank you so much. Anyone you guys want to shout out before I do let you go?
Shout out Darkside Games. Shout out Yule, who's sitting right there, and my wife for putting up with us in all of our Pokemon testing.
Anyone you want to shout out?
Darkside Games as well, and also my mom for letting us stay up late playing Pokemon.
Of course. Thank you, Mom. With that, thank you so much. We're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action here at the Las Vegas Regional Championships.
Well, here we are. Phase number 2 underway, the first round of 5 here in Phase 2 at Las Vegas Regional Championships. These players have gotten through their first step up the mountain to becoming a regional champion. You gotta win some more rounds, play some good Pokemon, and you may become a regional champion.
That's right, we're here. We're ready to get things rolling, and it's been a long day so far for these competitors, but they're not done yet. Yes, you're in Phase 2 now, but you've got a lot of work ahead of you to get the job done. I'm Kyle Sabelhouse. Here with me, we've got Mr. Ethan Heggy Hegstar. And, we're excited to get into this next game that we have here. It's two amazing players once more, and I'm sure we're going to be saying that for the duration of this Phase 2 for us and as we move into the rest of our cut. But I mean, this is what it all comes down to. We've got some great names, a lot of interesting decks too, and I'm excited to see how the matchups start playing out.
Speaking of those decks, let's take a look at how the meta has shaped out for this event. We started out with a bunch of different decks, and we are slowly whittling our way down. Phase 2 underway. So out of the total master trainers, we have 520 players in this Phase 2. Ooh. I remember when there were 32 players in the second phase of competition. Big shifts to note at. That Mega Absol Kangaskhan deck was not on that best 5 graphic in terms of percentage played, and it has shot all the way up to 6% out of the total field here.
Yeah, and it's really starting to take over, and it's curious if this is all going to be involving that cornerstone like we've seen so often with the Tord Reckless build, or if it's more like Ryuki Okada's list where we see it more shifting over to the dark energies. I feel like there's a pretty solid mix of that in the room right now, but look at the conversion rate for some of these other decks too. Gholdengo over at 18% nearly. That's a pretty nice spot to be.
Yeah, essentially staying the top dog regardless. Gardevoir as well and Dragapult. And that just shows these decks are played at high volume for good reason. They are extremely good decks in the Pokemon TCG. Charizard also making an appearance up there. You've got 30 representatives. It's not super high at the top tables right now, but it is a deck we haven't talked a lot about. Quick thoughts on Charizard?
Yeah, I mean, Charizard's one that we will have to continue to look out for. It's one of the ones that's a little more tricky to pick up, so maybe you just need a little more time. But we've got some great matchups lined up here in the field for us, and the notable ones that we have to look at. I mean, look at this. Not only with some of the 8-0 players there sitting there, but we've got some huge names facing off against each other. And Justin Templar versus Rafal is going to be great.
Yeah, Justin Templar, an absolutely decorated player in the seniors division, having a solid first year in the masters division so far. He's shown that he's got what it takes. He's going to be playing up against one of the Midwest's best in Rafael. So we'll have to see how things pan out. We'll wait for these players to get set up. And like you said, this is just one of multiple matchups happening out in the field between plenty of talented players. Let's hone in on this match here. Justin Templar up against Rafael Gladys, and this is going to be featuring a deck we haven't talked too much about, but it is still very powerful, that Terra Box archetype.
Yeah, that's certainly one that a lot of players pretty much know their matchup going into this as soon as you see your deck list. Do you play Shaman? Well, you probably helped yourself earn a couple of extra points. If not, you have to work your way through that opening setup. That Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, it absolutely destroys board states. And for Justin, he knows he's got his work cut out for him. He has to build up on that board and see multiple Pokemon, whether he goes for the Duskulls or if he goes for a ton of Dreepy. You need to see him early and often.
The big dynamic in this matchup does revolve around that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Being able to use Torrential Pump when your opponent has no bench barrier just is an absolute game changer. And how many of those Torrential Pump can be fired off means that sometimes this deck can just fall too far behind. Is it really make or break on these first couple of turns, or can Terrabox really come back if it's got a slow start in this matchup?
Well, for Terrabox, it's all about getting those energies played down early, having that chance to take over on those early prizes, and you need to see at least 2 or 3 of them if you want to feel comfortable, because closing out the rest of the game, pretty much fully reliant on that Lily's Clefairy EX in this matchup, or occasionally that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Speaking of Lily's Clefairy, it has not shown up to class today in the prize cards, unfortunately, and yeah, that's going to be a huge impact in this matchup, especially since this deck list is not playing anything like the Mega Mawile EX we see featured. It means late game, Raphael's really going to struggle to find a way to get a one-hit KO on Dragapult, and that is an absolutely disastrous spot you do not want to be in.
Yeah, that is a very important Pokemon. You see the tech inclusions of even having a Psychic Energy to go along with that also in the prize cards too, so could be even trickier to get that combo, and probably not going to see it in this opening game, which means you better start working with that Wellspring quick.
Over on Justin's side, nothing too fancy to note before we get in. It is Dragapult Dusknoir. He has been playing this deck a lot this season, a lot last season, is very seasoned, knows how to play this matchup out, and a lot of what might happen comes down to how these early turns play out. Round number 1 of Phase 2, our 9th Swiss round, is getting underway, and Justin does start that unfortunately hefty, yet adorable Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, he talks about seasons a lot, and seasoned skill is not online yet, unfortunately. For Justin, he's got a long road ahead of him. Does play a copy of that Latias, maybe could move around, but it's not about him right now. Rafal is cooking, and he's got that Ultra Ball to get things rolling. I think you know where this is going.
Fan Rotom turn 1, that is the recipe for success. Does get rid of a Hoot Hoot off the Ultra Ball, so can really mean one of 2 things, Kyle. When you see your opponent discard a Hoot Hoot, what of those 2 things is it signaling to you?
There's probably a lot more coming on this turn. You see that there's already the Fan Rotom. You have the Hoot Hoot and the Noctowl to get things rolling here, but when you have the Ditto that you can transform to start into as well, this is going to include a Terra Pokemon and everything to go along with it. Turn 2 threats online.
And a card we actually don't see played a lot in this Terrabox deck, just the normal copy of Switch, a card that's been around essentially for the entire history of the Pokemon TCG, allows this Ditto to move into the active spot for free thanks to Switch, and now will become what is most likely going to be that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, threatening that turn 2 Torrential Pump. Or even a Sob on Blood Moon is just such a large threat if you're unable to get that out of the active thanks to something like Latias EX.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. This Pokemon could be stuck for a long time. And a little unfortunate for Rafal to not see that energy attachment so often. That is the key piece. We know Crispin can help accelerate later on, but you'd like to see that energy before you have to commit down that A-spec.
This hand is pretty awkward here for Justin. No searching cards outside of this Ultra Ball. We'll go ahead and pitch away the Fire Energy and Boss's orders. Gonna take this first opportunity to search through the deck, and with Iono being the supporter choice to follow, as Justin's got to draw some cards in this spot, you can only search out 1 Pokemon here. Do you search the Latias out to move? Dreepy to get things set up. You can't even search that Latias out. Wow, look at this, a card that you know that is always good to allow you to hit turn 1 Badoo. It's even more powerful. The Turo's gone there too. There's no way to get this bear. It's hibernating. You can't hibernate in the middle of a battle.
Oh, I mean, we are getting closer to winter, but yeah, this is a problem. There's not much going on for Justin with this start. I mean, we saw the prizes. We didn't think much of it, but with this Pokemon specifically in the active, it does turn things around. And we see for Justin, it means he needs to focus on finding cards and finding answers, and this is something you're going to have to do. He has to commit energies to Blood Moon and just start working through Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, you need 2 more turns. If 2 of your Pokemon get knocked out, you can go ahead and use that Blood Moon for 3 energy. It's not something we usually see used before opponents get to 2 prize cards or less. But if you expect your opponent to try and trap this Pokemon or knock out some bench Pokemon thanks to Boss and Torrential Pump, it's a good option to have available. I know. Find some more Pokemon here, though. This is the first thing in. Yeah, wow. Well, didn't look too good from those first 4 cards, but double Nest Ball the last 2 draws. Pretty solid, all things considered, for this circumstance.
Right, this is where you need to be to see more Pokemon, get them onto the board, and we're going to get some news about Justin's deck list. This is a 1-1-1 line. I know we talked about it before.
Oh, it became real?
It's a real 1-1-1 line this time around. So as far as using these pieces of the Duskull, it's only going to be 1 potentially to slow things down and we'll try to accelerate this Blood Moon Ursaluna, but we're not going to see a Blood Moon attack for quite some time.
So the 1 Duskull, the choice from Nest Ball, and Justin actually smartly holding the other Nest Ball. As a potential down the line to get another Pokemon, we saw Cal Connor put on an excellent display of how important it is to not bench Pokemon too fast. So energy committed, Dreepy and Duskull hit the board, and right away for Rafal, who needs Jewel Seeker, just going to play the Crispin to search energies out. And now the question is, you know, without playing Boss's Orders for turn, is there anything else more appealing than just sobbing in this spot?
You can, of course, try to take a KO if you want to remove one of these Dreepy or target down that single copy of Duskull, but what are you really accomplishing with that? I feel like this might be a spot where you can put some energies onto the board, keep them around for a bit, and you know your opponent's not going anywhere. You're staring down 1 Duskull and a Blood Moon. There's no attack, at least this next turn.
So it will be the water energy itself. The 1 copy does usually signal, actually 2 water energy in this deck, excuse me. We see the 1 a lot of times, and okay, a bit of a tech inclusion. The Iron Bundle foreshadowing a potential Torrential Pump down the line. That is a nice threat to have in play by no means.
Yeah, Rafal is really starting to make some threats here, and he did not play down a Noctowl. This is a really great spot when you think about what your opponent is capable of on the following turn. You don't need to overcommit these resources when there's a chance that your opponent just uses Iono on you next turn. You can free up that space, use that evolution later on, and we'll see what Justin's able to come up with here.
So we'll be Recon Directive number 1. This is Dragapult's MO. Just keep going through the deck, finding cards, and this bear is getting a little bit more fed, it feels like. He's getting ready to come out of his cave every single time an energy comes down. Will be Iono number 2. Searching through the deck, we'll see if another Tricloak is found potentially. Looks like Buddy popping.
Rafal rewarded by not playing down that Noctowl, not overextending in that spot. Gets to see some of these stage 1 Pokemon that he'd love to target down the line, and Justin, it is just that pass of the turn, the single Tricloak that was used. He's got the Blood Moon to start working next turn, but it's not exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah, and the question is there any better time than right now to strike? Taking the first 2 prize cards puts you in such a prime position, and with this Noctowl Jewel Seeker being used, the question now for Rafal, is it better to commit your Sparkling Crystal here, or do you save it later for something like Pikachu to deal with this Blood Moon Ursaluna?
Yeah, and you might honestly need to hold on to it for a later turn. We see that there is an energy, so if you want to use the Wellspring Ogerpon in combination with Boss's Orders, that could certainly be done, but he's going to play this handout and start to expand onto this board here, too.
He's considering using another Ultra Ball. Noctowl, very, very powerful, but you are limited to those 4 Jewel Seeker abilities the entire game. And with Rafal kind of being off to as good of a start as it potentially gets, you know, Ultra Ball early on, you got the Fan Rotom, the Blood Moon start is great because you can sob it in the active spot. For all those things considered, it does feel like a lot of resources to commit in terms of this trade-off, which means that by taking 2 prize cards, a single attachment onto this Blood Moon will mean it's active and ready to swing.
Yeah, the only thing that this signals to me is that Rafal's been bitten in the past by a Jamming Tower, and he wants to cash in on the use of this card early and then have those Crispins for the later turns. Just have the energies themselves to get the attacks through, but I don't know if you need to do anything like this just yet.
Yeah, and using it to grab Lily of all cards, so may not even see a boss's orders, just wants to try and draw some more cards instead. Values just getting back that Hoot Hoot that was discarded on the first turn along with the Fezandipity EX. Latias comes down, the bench is expanded. We'll have to see if some of those basic Pokemon are found, though, off of these 8 cards from Lily.
Yeah, if there's not an energy attachment to a relevant Pokemon here, then this is a wild misuse of resources to get to this point. However, there's still some pretty great draws that could happen. If you see the Hoot Hoot, any of those Pokemon added in, and then perhaps a Pokemon like that Pikachu, something to get an energy attached to, then you feel a little more comfortable.
Yeah, and of course, the 2 prizes are guaranteed this turn. The Iron Bundle can move this Blood Moon Ursaluna to the bench, and then Torrential Pump can KO the Dracloak and then any of these other Pokemon. However, you've used up both of your Noctowl. If a Hoot Hoot does not come down into play, thankfully it will off of this Nest Ball. But even so, you've got 1 Jewel Seeker at your disposal next turn. And without having Lily's Clefairy EX, dealing with Blood Moon followed by Dragapult EX Phantom Dive, with how the prize cards are situated here for Rafal, seems a bit difficult. Not being a pessimist, just trying to be realistic in this situation. Saving Jewel Seeker as much as possible really can pay dividends. We'll see how things play out in this game.
Yeah, as far as your options go, you have your own Blood Moon, but you're not really accelerated that far into the prize race at that point. So what else are you really doing other than throwing down an energy on Mew? It doesn't feel great.
We could see the energy go down onto Mew EX. Rafal doesn't know where this Lily's Clefairy is located in the prize cards. And Mew can always just copy the Phantom Dive, attack for 3 energy. Thanks to the Lily's Clefairy, we usually see it in combination with Gardevoir, but this deck can still take advantage of that, albeit it's not as powerful without Monkey Dory. So here we go. We're going to see this Pokemon move to the bench thanks to that Hyper Blower ability. And Wellspring, Ogerpon will go use that Torrential Pump, taking 2 prize cards, targeting that Dracloak down, so no Phantom Dive available for Justin this turn, but we see how smart it was to pre-attach those Psychic Energy to this Pokemon, the Blood Moon.
But no energy attachment this turn here from Rafal, just chooses to hold on to the Lightning Energy.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw 1 energy switch hit the discard pile with the Ultra Ball, but it's never bad to just have an extra energy in play as a potential to switch that off later. Interesting choice here from Rafal. If he comes up an energy short, it could always come back to bite him. Yeah, keep note of that in this game.
There's chances to use another Wellspring Mask Ogerpon and start to take away some of those prize cards there, but it's neither here nor there as we see the counter catcher onto the Fezandipity, targeting the lifeline of this draw engine here as it's just 1 Hoot Hoot remaining. Take those prizes, or take those prize cards, and also take that draw off the board.
We see a very rare unintended use. Luminous Energy attached to a Pokemon with another Luminous Energy, which then cancels the rainbow effect. Doesn't matter on Blood Moon. It takes any energy. Anything will feed this bear, and he is awake and he's ready to go.
It's just flavorless, but it's, you know what? It's getting the job done.
Food is food, right? So really big card here for Justin. Wow. If he doesn't find a Dracloak, he's not going to be able to attack the following turn. I think there is one in the hand.
There is one, along with everybody Buddy Poffin and a Badoo to go along with this. Just not the cards that you'd like to see when you see a massive draw of 8.
Does, of course, still have that A-Spec, the Neo upper energy available. So, again, even if Blood Moon Ursaluna does fall to something like a Pikachu EX, can't even use something like the Full Moon Rondo, which would be great in this spot because that Lily's Clefairy is prized. Have to continue to stress how solid that would be.
And for Justin, maybe there's some other draws that you could have looked forward to. If you found the Dusknoir, then there was a world where you could take the Hoot Hoot and the Fezandipity off the board at the same time. Now it's just the Dracloak trying to draw through, see a little more, but we've seen a lot of basic Pokemon already. Is this the board that you're going to be working with the rest of the game?
Considering using the Dusclops in this spot. Very curious where this damage is going to go on to. It is going to be the Fan Rotom. Very interesting. Trying to figure out what his thought process is with doing this. Maybe just wants to give an extra prize card. Oh, of course, we need it for the season skill. Let's not forget. Needs to have the 4 prize cards remaining for that attack to go through. Sometimes we see enough energy cards on
He had 3 energies on, and he had 2 prize cards remaining.
Oh,
right?
really? Yeah, hold on.
I don't know if he realized he didn't need that taken, but either way, he's going to get the prize. The 2 prizes on the Fez.
I thought I was going crazy. I thought he needed to get rid of that here, but no. Was able to attack Season Skill, reducing the attack cost of the Blood Moon Ursaluna for each prize card your opponent has taken. So 5 minus 2 plus the 3. It's 5 equals 5. You know how it works. So deciding to use that Dusclops early on, I have to wonder if maybe not having it brought to the active again off something like Iron Bundle. There's always a method to the madness. We'll see this turn played out for Rafal. Does find Crispin yet again. Will be Grass Energy in the water. And once again, this energy is going to go onto this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. At minimum, Sob is always a nice option to just make sure nothing's going to happen on the following turn attack-wise.
Ethan, look at this, though. You have a chance with a Blood Moon Ursaluna that already attacked to take a KO on the Dracloak, leave the Blood Moon in the active, and then it can't attack you next turn. It's still stuck because you used Blood Moon on the previous turn. So you can just take this KO here on the Dracloak, and you're staring down no threats for a future turn.
Yeah, and even has the knockout potentially lined up next turn with a Myriad Leaf Shower from this Teal Mask Ogerpon. So all things considered, Rafal pivoting nicely here in this game. Even though he's facing that big, beefy Pokemon, a lot of players would tunnel and try and take that one-hit KO. Rafal staying calm, cool, collected, deciding to go for a lot more passive of a route. And again, Justin still having Latias EX prized along with that Professor Turo means if he wants to keep this Blood Moon not KO'd, he's going to have to retreat those 3 energy cards off, and I'm not sure he can afford to do that in this spot.
Yeah, it just does not feel great. It's these resources just have not worked out well for Justin. He does have access to a Badoo. There's a world where you can find Counter Catcher, stall, slow down on a Pokemon like Noctowl, something like that to maybe bide some time. Iono is going to be the first piece of this.
It's tough because if you attack with Badoo here, it just gets Sob locked in the active and you lose the next turn to a Torrential Pump. So Badoo's not even an option in this spot.
Yeah, it would have to be Counter Catcher, stall on Noctowl, and
hope
wait
they don't
turn.
Yeah, all we need is 1 energy. But yeah, I mean, when you're in desperation mode like this, you've got to do what you can.
I think desperation mode fits pretty perfectly for what Justin just did. He threw his hand down in disbelief of what he's working with here. This is just not what he needed to see. Crispin is found. Only piece that's not closing this game out here is if you had the answer with to be able to shift these Pokemon around, but I think you can just get the job done with Teal Mask Ogerpon if you can move this active.
Yeah, once again, no rare candy in this deck here for Justin, so you got to take 3 turns to get this Pokemon up and into play. With that not being an option and with Phantom Dive not being possible, you can just go about doing everything as you want. Even putting this energy on the Mew EX can use the Teal Dance ability plus a manual attachment since that energy was accelerated from the Crispin. But no, it's actually going to be another use of that Sob, locking this Blood Moon active. This is really curious to me, though, in this spot. Maybe there wasn't another Grass energy available for that to use the Myriad Leaf Shower.
Yeah, I mean, 1 more closes the game out and gets the job done. Instead, it's just the 20 damage, pass over the turn. Yes, this Blood Moon is stuck in the active, but it's kind of what you need at this point. Counter Catcher is found, and there are more energies on this board, so less energies to retreat Noctowl.
If the Counter Catcher is there, like you say, you could go after the Teal Mask in this spot and just take the KO, force yourself into a spot where you can't KO both the Blood Moon and the Dracloak on the same turn, or at least be able to use it again. This game is playing out so interestingly here because I'm not sure what Justin's plan is. Does he hope that Rafal just doesn't have a way to get Noctowl out of the active spot?
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to chain together a couple turns. 1 turn without Sob means this Blood Moon can retreat, and maybe he can work in that Neo Upper Energy Dragapult EX and start to take over some prize cards, but where are you going with this?
I'm really scratching my head here a little bit, Kyle. You know, we are always knowledgeable in terms of how things are working out. What plan does Justin have? Does it revolve around Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive, and is this just desperation to buy time? I think it's got to be, you know, the big Curse Blast plus Phantom Dive Justin seems to think that's the best way to close this game out. And with the 5 damage counters on the Fan Rotom, Dusknoir plus Hawlucha would
Well, there was
be
a Sob, right?
combination.
We're not retreating.
We did use Sob, so yep.
Yeah, that
Sob
needs to
was
stop.
used, so we can't use this. Let's hope everything gets stopped here. This Noctowl did move from the bench to the active spot, so yeah, this Pokemon can't move. Good catch, Mr. Sablehouse. I like how you move.
Yeah, you know, well, this is where you need to be, though. This is a pass of the turn. You hope to see missed energy from Rafal's side. If that's the case, there is a way to close out the game. That is a Crispin, however. Crispin does not usually lead to you sticking around in the game.
All right, I don't know how we got here, but we got here at the end of the day. A little bit ups and downs, but Rafal's going to get it done in game 1.
Yeah, there was a scenario where Justin can take the win on the following turn there. He had the Neo Upper, he had the Dragapult, damage on the Fan Rotom, and he could use that Dusklops to get the job done, or even Dusknoir if he got to that point. He was going to take 4 prize cards. It was the most unlikely way of ever getting to that point, though, because he sat there with a Blood Moon the entire game. Let's see how that panned out for him.
Breaking news, Dragapult deck does not use Dragapult EX. That's the story of game number 1. Justin just blown out of the water, and that's what Terrabox does best. It snipes those Pokemon on the bench, it takes KOs, and you really can't deal with it. Blood Moon Ursaluna got active. They used its skill a little bit earlier than it should have, maybe as a cub. It got in there, it swung with Blood Moon, took some big KOs, and it just kept being answered by Rafal. It was just the lack of bench Pokemon, the lack of multiple Dracloak in play at the same time that led to every Dracloak that got established getting KO'd thanks to Torrential Pump. See if the tables can turn just a little bit for Justin in the second game.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a spot where, for Rafal, I don't think things went perfectly. There weren't additional energies in play. He didn't have turns where he could capitalize on boss's orders and take away the specifically right Pokemon for himself. And he had Lilies, Clefairy, and a Psychic Energy in the prize.
Yeah.
Like, as far as games go against Dragapult, that's not what you're expecting. However, if you're just staring down Blood Moon, it's going to get the job done for you.
And this Dragapult deck that usually likes to go second, opting first in this matchup against Terrabox. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you don't like seeing your opponent use a turn 2 Noctowl going second, or going first, because it just means they're going to flood through and take those Pokemon off the board. However, this isn't a great setup for Justin. He's just energy passing, and we know what this deck is capable of. I mean, Ethan, this could just be game sometimes.
If you can have the nuts, you got it, right? Sometimes it works that way. You know, if you've got it, you've got it. In this case, you know, even just having something like Fan Rotom, you know, using Assault Landing could just be enough in this spot.
Honestly.
You've got a Stadium card. We see 1 is prized. There is 3 total in the deck. But with this Ditto coming up, there must not be a Stadium, since it feels like a lot of the times you might just want to go for that KO on the Dreepy because it guarantees you're going to be at a 2 prize lead before your opponent does anything.
All right, we see the transformative start in the hand. It was 2 energy. It looked like a boss's orders and not much else. If you want to use the, well, there was an Ultra Ball too. So if you want to use the Ultra Ball, thin down with Mew, really go for it all. There is a world where you find the perfect answer, but you typically don't get to the Sparkling Crystal on this opening turn. That would be something else, and maybe you don't need to be that greedy.
I don't think you need to be that guy in this spot. I 100% agree with you there, Kyle. But, you know, as simple as things are, this is as perfect as it just needs to be. You get the energy attachment down onto this Water Ogre Pond, and at the same time, you're going to be able to sob this active Dreepy and force a Dracloak out for this to move out of the active spot as well. Preemptively also just using this Ultra Ball. You are going to get rid of a couple resources, that boss's orders and this energy switch. You got to play around, but that monster will lock you up quick.
Yeah, it's just losing out on any resources that can get you through your deck.
Oh, come on.
This is risky business, mister.
If he can't even draw into it off 1 is the I don't think he has Crispin. I think he just wants to draw a card.
Maybe he has.
Let him draw a card.
Maybe he has Noctowl already. Okay. All right. Enjoy your card.
He already has Noctowl.
Okay.
It's already
You get 1 free card then. Enjoy.
Okay, it's another Water Pond. Okay. If you ripped the Crispin there, I would have been ready to lose it. So here we go. Action back on Justin's side. Does have Dracloak, so by evolving that Pokemon, it does break the Sob lock. So now this Pokemon can retreat. Energy onto the bench Streepy, and for as simple as things went turn 1, this is a pretty good follow-up on turn 2. Attachment to the bench, being able to retreat and go into Budu to item lock. It's always scary, though, when that Water Ogre Pawn, Wellspring Ogre Pawn has an energy on it, because you can threaten devastation on the following turn.
And you can see that Justin thought about that with his setup. He attached the Luminous Energy to the bench Dreepy, and he's going to split the fact that there is a Dracloak in the active and an energy on the Dreepy. So a decision has to be made. Rafal's not going to cash in all at once on both of those Pokemon here. He has to pick one or the other. What is left in his hand, though?
I think there may be a couple of searching cards for Pokemon, something like Buddy Poffin.
Okay.
Deciding to maybe wants more than 2 basic Pokemon, so is just going to use this Recon Directive first. But there's plenty of searching cards, so just choosing to maybe be a little bit meticulous about how the bench is constructed in this spot, it's got to be what it is.
Yeah, when you see Nest Ball and Buddy Poffin and Ultra Ball in the hand, and yet you're still drawing for basic Pokemon, it means you know that this is going to be a multiple turn excursion for you. You need to lose a few of these basic Pokemon in setting up. So maybe he feels comfortable giving up Pokemon like the Dreepy, like the Budu, whatever it may be, and then understands that this is going to be a game where you have to night stretcher these Pokemon back. Wow.
Just a couple supporters, nothing too crazy. Just 5 of the 6 prizes.
When did that happen?
In between game 1 and game 2.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good.
Look who's hiding out there again as well.
Yeah, poor Latios. Just wants to do fun things and let its friends skate around, but that's not the case. It's just a retreat here, losing the energy, but rightfully so, as Budu sneaks into the active and begins the Itchy Pollen for a pretty important 10 damage sometimes.
10 damage, 100% can be relevant, can be nice. It puts this into range of a Phantom Dive. However, Raphael's got a huge opportunity to just swing the game in his court. It's always scary when your opponent only has 2 Dracloak in play. If you can find Sparkling Crystal Energy Boss's Orders, you can wipe out any Phantom Dive potential for the following turn.
Yeah, double Dracloak KO here would be pretty great to see, and it's not that much to ask for if the Noctowl is present.
And the energy's already in hand. It's just there.
Yeah, he's got everything he needs. This is a quick search right now. Boss's Orders and Sparkling Crystal gets you where you need to go. Double KO on Dracloak is online. You remove all the energy from the board here too. And Justin is just thinking to himself, how did we get here? This is happening twice in a row now, where my opponent just always has it, and I'm just drawing utter garbage on my side of the board.
That Metal Energy Noctowl, the 2 cards left in hand after the end of the turn. Restart for 1, and here we go. Boss's Orders, using that restart to draw a card and taking out both Dracloak. Justin's got no response to this Water Ogre Pawn powered up, and there's still a Hoot on the bench. Crispin was the draw for turn last turn. It seems like Rafal is just unstoppable in this spot.
Yeah, he's got Sob too. He can just continue to tap in at the Budu, take a little bit of damage, chipped here, chipped there, and you'll eventually find the resources you need. And remember, this game, he does have access to Lily's Clefairy. There will be an answer to the inevitable Dragapult once it finally gets established.
So in this spot here, in terms of disruption, which Budu is great at cultivating, what does Justin need to do to prevent another Water Ogre Pawn Torrential Pump next turn?
Yeah, we saw this last game from him. It's once more about finding ways to slow your opponent down. There's not a lot of ways to do that, as your opponent's deck is streamlined with the Latios to move these Pokemon, throw energies around left and right. The only really way you can do that is disrupt their hand with the Iono and counter catch your Noctowl and force the energies to go in inopportune places.
So step 1 here for Justin is, of course, evolving into Dracloak, threatening Dragapult EX for the following turn. Quick peek at Rafal's hand, not much going on there. We'll get to his action a little bit later. Flip the script, still plenty to do, and does notably find that counter catcher as well as the Jamming Tower. Is this a spot where you maybe stay a bit conservative and wait to play that down, or do you just slam the Jamming Tower when you see it?
See, I think you might want to hold on to it in this situation. It has to be Crispin in combination with a card that doesn't exist, because Switch is the only other way to move this Noctowl. Maybe it'd have to be Turo, but you can't do both of those cards at the same time. So you know your opponent is going to telegraph an energy at some point in time, and when they do, you already have the answer built in. Dracloak has energy. It can KO this this crystalled Pokemon at any point in time as soon as it sees boss.
Recon Directive, number 1, the only one available for Justin this turn. Does look at the top 2, chooses one to the hand, one to the bottom. Does have the Dusknoir in hand as well. Another counter catcher for the following turn. If this Noctowl doesn't move, you're just going to want to use that again. And important to play the Jamming Tower. I understand what you say about holding on to it, but you've got to remember Air Balloon is always a potential threat, and that could definitely just be one Noctowl search away from losing this. So plays the Jamming Tower down. Crispin is the top deck for turn. So Rafal can accelerate some energy into play, but without a Stadium card and without a Noctowl, with there being no Pokemon to retrieve from the discard pile, is the play just to sob this active? It doesn't seem terrible.
I mean, we've seen crazier. We've seen Noctowl attack in situations like this. You can do whatever you want. And certainly, you could go that route. Rafal has shown us that he's not afraid to use any attack on his board.
We'll see 2 energy. Are we going to see the Speedwing come in here?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. You know.
Speedwing KO. Rafal understanding that some of these Dragapult decks do play that Professor Turo scenario, and if that did hit the board, it would essentially negate the entire turn and leave that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon susceptible to being KO'd. So Rafal's not taking any chances, wants to go to 3 prize cards and try and close things out with one more powerful attack.
All right, well, for Justin now, he's looking for an energy, I think. I think we saw the Luminous energy, but he does now have the basic Psychic to go along with this. He has the Dragapult ready to attack. He has the Counter Catcher to go along with this. A Hawlucha to target down the Hoot would be ideal, but he does have the bailout button of Dusknoir or Dusknoir as well.
Ultra Ball in the hand, so it is there if he so chooses.
It looks like you can clearly take a pretty commanding board state here. You can KO this Teal Mask or this Wellspring Ogerpon, the Hoot as well. The only problem is, do you feel comfortable leaving those energy on board?
Yeah.
You know energy switches can fly.
They could. I even wonder, you know, is this a spot where you just target Mew EX down and shut that off as a potential option and try and win the game in 2 turns that way?
True. Yeah, if you already think the Jamming Tower is going to stick, then you can look at that Crystal Pokemon as pretty useless here and target a Pokemon that is more realistically going to be a problem.
Yeah, and I think this is the idea here. Put that 10 damage on the Fan Rotom and set up 2 attacks to win this game. We'll see the boss's orders is actually going to choose to go after the Wellspring Mask, so prioritizing that over the Mew, but the idea is still the same. Phantom Dive, take 3, and then the following turn, Phantom Dive, take 3. And there's a Dusknoir as well, which is going to make that even easier if Rafal cannot take a knockout on Dragapult EX this turn, and it's going to be pretty difficult. We'll see what he can put together.
Of all Pokemon to promote, the only one without free retreat is in the active spot here in Noctowl. Of course, you can retreat, you can use Energy Switch, we could see Lily's Clefairy, and there could be a big KO here. And maybe that is what saves you here. If you can go down to 1 prize card remaining against a Dusknoir, then you don't see the Curse Blast this next turn.
So interesting choice, as you said, to promote that, but a big-time find. I'll flip the script, the Nest Ball for Lily's Clefairy, and found the Crispin, I believe, either off the top of the deck or it was in the hand the previous turn.
Okay.
So here we go. Lily's Clefairy, while it was hiding out on the bench supporting its team from the prizes in Game 1, it's making its star-studded debut here on the stream in this matchup. We'll see it come down. The Psychic Energy, I believe, is still in the deck. As long as there are 2 energy in the deck, that means Crispin can power this Pokemon up. And with how he's playing, I think this is going to be the case here.
Oh, I mean, there was almost a really great line. If you had the Energy Switch instead, maybe you could use the Professor Turo on a Pokemon like that Fan Rotom and save that last prize card from being taken from Justin. If you KO the Fan Rotom and the Clefairy this turn with Neo Upper Energy Dragapult, that is the game. We'll see if Justin is able to find that as he is staring down 3 prize cards in a dream with a Pheasantipity and Recon Directive.
Hilda can search that out immediately. That's just a guaranteed win if he can find the Hilda. Could search out those exact 2 cards, Dragapult EX and Neo Upper. First Recon Directive to no avail. Finds the Night Stretcher. We'll see the 3 cards from
We saw Dragapult, but maybe needs a little more help.
There is an Iono in the hand. There's a Lily as well, but then you shuffle back all these cards you drew. Of course, wanted to use those abilities because of Hilda being a guaranteed way. But with Justin only playing one Hilda in the deck, I wonder if you maybe were supposed to just play the Lily to start your turn off and then just draw a bunch of cards instead.
Yeah, we'll see how this works now as we have the Ultra Ball that you can go towards. This is one more thin that can happen, but it may just come down to drawing with those 6 cards and finding the perfect 2-card answer.
It's there.
Yep.
At minimum, Justin can still swing with the Blood Moon Ursaluna this turn. It is still available to clear out the Lily's Clefairy. Doesn't feel great, but it doesn't guarantee the game. Your opponent would still need to find energy bosses orders because let's not forget that Noctowl's still got the energy.
There's a Pheasantipity on board still. Like you're not. I don't think there's a world where your opponent doesn't find a way to KO Badoo next turn, but you can hedge your bets here and go with both Pokemon. I mean, if you can Night Stretcher, Dragapult, and just have both, so this is fine.
Gotta give yourself at least some opportunity. Leaving Lily's Clefairy active just sounds like a recipe for disaster here.
Yeah, it's
And Justin understands, I think his outs are better here by just playing this because he's not shuffling the hand back in. Let's see if he can find the Neo Upper. One more card. No, you'd slam it if you had it. It's not there. Rafal, put it 1 card, has the Mew EX to draw a little bit with restart, but we are coming down to the wire here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, think about what he needs at this point, though. It's not that much from Rafal. He's got a free retreater. He's got restart. He's got Fez. He has Fan Rotom. There's a stadium in play. He just needs a boss's orders and an energy to get the job done. Even Noctowl almost can take the knockout here, but he doesn't have the pieces yet.
And let's remember, he retreated the energy off the previous turn, so boss's orders would have just been the game if he brought Mew up instead.
He's going to hold on to the Pikachu, draw 1 card. He finds a Wellspring. That's not the piece, but maybe you could slow down and stall with this Pokemon. Drawing 3 now.
No, it's just the Nest Ball. He's got a Blood Moon Ursaluna of his own. You can promote that Pokemon and use the attack to hit 240 in.
I think you're using Wellspring and Crispin to sob.
And trap this Blood Moon. It feels like you have to. The bench can be expanded if there's an Area 0 later on. There may not be a better option than this. Use this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and this also threatens game next turn with a single energy and a Torrential Pump onto either Badoo or Hawlucha on the bench.
And Justin takes a quick note of his hand and peeks to see if Professor Turo's scenario is there, as this is one key way to get out of this mess.
And there is a very interesting dynamic here. If Justin wants to, he can force this game to sudden death.
Yep, I was thinking that too.
And I think he has to in this spot because he loses to a single energy card. Do you take that risk and assume your opponent doesn't have it?
You have to assume that your opponent will have that, and he could send it. He's grabbing the Dusknoir. We're going to go into
if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me here, Kyle. Are we going to the Shadow Realm?
It's looking like it. At least the Lost Zone. Yeah, there's not much else to do. This hand does not play. Fan Rotom, come join me. We're going down.
We're going to sudden death, but let's not forget, first prize wins, and Rafal is by far favored in this spot. How does Dragapult ever win a game in sudden death here, Kyle?
I don't think we thought that far ahead.
I mean, look, it's better than losing on the spot.
That's true.
Let's not get it twisted in this spot. Justin understands it's better than just conceding the game or, again, taking that risk that Rafal doesn't have energy. So you can't
Dragon Headbutt into Fan Rotom. We'll find something. Come on.
If you manifest the rare candy, can it become true?
No, we're attacking with Dracloak.
Oh, of course, of course. Some petty grudge action, 2 turns in a row.
Of course.
7 turns in a row, you'd have to use the bite instead to do a little bit more damage.
This would be the most iconic way to close out a day 1 on stream that we've seen. If you take them to sudden death and win the unwinnable 1 prize game.
So let's get confirmation on who's going first in this spot. So it looks like it's a flip. We'll make sure everything is in place. It will be the first prize card to take will be the winner. So these players are going to set up like a normal game.
What if he just keeps popping Dusknoirs?
It's possible, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen. So remember, these players are playing a tiebreaker to see who wins game number 2. The first player to take a prize card in this spot will win game number 2. So this is still technically game 2. Rafal's going to get things kicked off going first, which is exactly what you want since you're threatening a lot. However, as we look at these prize cards, the Sparkling Crystal is in the prizes. So this is step number 1 if you're on Team Justin for him to pull this game out, which seems almost improbable, especially with there being a solid start. Fan Rotom plus Ultra Ball yet again.
You just eye up any attacker at this point. How you get the job done here has to seemingly be the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. You have the Latias, you have free retreat, you can move this Pokemon around, and energy on Wellspring basically seals the deal if you bench Hoot Hoot in combination.
Looks like we're getting a confirmation here on a potential ruling.
I think there was he looked at the deck before he actually made the discard choices.
What?
But we'll get confirmation of that.
I don't know if I've heard that one before.
I think he's excited to play Sudden Death on stream. Do you blame him?
I'm excited here. I can't even blame it myself. So it looks like we're going to get confirmation just as things were heating up. There's a judge call. It's the story of my life, unfortunately. But look, this is the way things go sometimes. We'll make sure everything is...
And let's keep it PG. This is the tiebreaker game, I guess. We need to switch up the vernacular.
My mistake.
No, I mean, I was saying it too. I got excited.
Not sudden death.
Whoa. Hey, calm down.
I'm calm. Tiebreaker.
Yeah, there we go.
Appropriate lingo here for those watching at home.
Now, even if this were to be a double prize penalty.
Oh, it would just...
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
No, because you need to take a prize, right?
No, it doesn't work that way in the Pokemon TCG, Kyle.
Stop.
It's whoever is at less prize card. So it still works the same way, essentially.
But in a sudden death,
it's first
in a tiebreaker game.
Yes, it would be like if you're at 2 prize cards left and your opponent DPLs themselves.
No, but you're not. You're at 6 prize cards left, and you need to take 1 prize card to win.
So everybody's just immune to DPLs in a tiebreaker game?
Yeah, you should definitely use Ultra Ball and look through your deck first. I mean, it's gonna follow you to your other games, but yeah, I don't think that it works like that.
We're not experts here, so we'll leave the theory up to the professionals.
Tell us at home what you think.
Hashtag play Pokemon?
Yeah.
I like that hashtag. We're gonna get confirmation here. We were talking about how Justin could potentially win in a tiebreaker game. Step 1, prize Sparkling Crystal. Step 2, have the judge called on you, on your opponent?
Yes. Step 2 is definitely they Ultra Ball and just grab their deck because they're excited. It works out.
Things are getting crazy here in Vegas. We're only on day 1. What is this going to showcase for the rest of Phase 2?
This is what it's all about. 2 players hungry for a match win here, to a point where they will send us into more Pokemon TCG action, even in the most unlikely circumstances of victory.
We'll see how things play out. Of course, we'll make sure everybody is given an appropriate ruling. The situation is handled.
I'm excited.
I mean, look, to keep it plain, we're going to keep saying it's Rafal's game to lose. Like, I would put a 90% favorite for him to win, easily, with the multiple ways to take KOs and prizes.
I mean, we're in the right city to get somebody to take that bet.
Good odds?
Yeah, I think you could find some takers.
So we'll see what the conclusion is at this point, since, of course, there's the issue of deck knowledge and things being played. See, Rafal can't help but crack a smile in this spot, and we can't help ourselves either. This is not what you see on a normal Tuesday, that's for sure.
It is ridiculous, but awesome. Probably going to be a double prize penalty in this spot, but we'll see how it plays with the rules of the tiebreaker game. We seem to not understand how that works just yet.
No, we're learning just like you at home.
Yeah, this is a pretty wild experience. In game 2, setting up for the 3rd time, and likely after this we could even see more Pokemon. Who knows?
So make sure everything is cleared out. Everybody's got a good understanding. I mean, I'm kind of at a loss here, you know. We were just at the climax, the peak of what was happening in this match. Now we've got to slow things down a little bit. This happens, you know, it happens in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, you know, during this extra tiebreaker game, the clock is still running.
Yeah.
So it does mean that, you know, if Justin is somehow able to pull this game out for whatever circumstances become of this situation, we're probably going to only have a little bit under 20 minutes left to play this game or probably even less than that, essentially, to play this game number 3.
Yeah, that's a great point as well, is you only have so much time to play out your games, and taking us into this tiebreaker game, who knows if that was where we really needed to be, but we're here now. And what is going to happen here for Rafal? Looking for the explanation. Looks to see if we keep playing the game.
I mean, this is absolutely, you know, what things come down to sometimes. You feel like you've got it locked up, and that confidence kills sometimes. It's not really what you want to see, but, you know, this is the Pokemon TCG. Anything can happen. Stories and flips can script. Flips can script. Scripts can flip.
You know what? I think it's time to invite our good pal Chip Ritchie.
We got him on standby?
I sure hope so, because
is he always standing in that booth for us at our command at any point?
He just runs over quickly, frantically washing his hands.
Oh my!
Hello, Chip.
What?
Hey guys, how's it going?
He did it.
What's going on?
So yeah, I'm kind of getting caught up to speed on exactly what happened in this game. But when it comes to the tiebreaker game, seems like you guys have some questions about how that all works.
Yes, please.
So, but the situation it looks like is that both players were at 1 prize remaining. Justin used Curse Blast, took a prize of both players satisfying the same number of win conditions at the same time, right? Sending us to a tiebreaker game. Both players set up and set out 6 prize cards, and we're trying to resolve game number 2. And it's the first player to take a prize card wins game number 2. That's all that tiebreaker game is doing. It has nothing to do with like a third game or anything like that. It is its own separate thing, trying to resolve a game number 2. And what happened here with Rafael is that he attempted to use Ultra Ball without discarding any cards, picked up his deck, right, saw cards, and that's what we're getting into with the judge ruling here. And unfortunately, you know, I do believe he's been issued a double prize card penalty for that infraction, picking up his deck, doing an illegal deck search. And that would mean that Justin is effectively ahead on prize cards, right? He wins that tiebreaker game. So that means Justin is the winner of game number 2, and it looks like the players are now setting up for what will be the decisive game number 3.
That is why you get yourself a Chip Ritchie, everyone. Thank you, as we needed that help there to get across the finish line, and now we are ready to take this game into this match into game number 3, where it actually worked. Taking us into a tiebreaker game for Justin, got him a game win, and he gets to play one more game of Pokemon. Can you believe it?
I don't know what's happening right now. My head is spinning, but no matter what, we're playing Pokemon. We've got 10 minutes on the clock, and if there are cards and 2 players at our stream desk, we're going to see action.
Giddy up. Well, this is everything we'd love to see here. For Rafal, he's got the optimal setup, moving into that transformative start, throwing down the Wellspring. Does he have energy to go along with it? I think that's the only thing we're missing.
No energy. We'll be going first, so it's not as big of a deal as, you know, if you are going second in a certain spot to threaten that boss's orders KO. Is there nothing here?
I don't want to interrupt, but that's a turn. I think it's just bosses and counter catchers and night stretchers. Yeah.
And we're going to see the game end on this turn. It's guaranteed. Rafal's got a Nest Ball in hand. As long as there's a Latios here. Oh, no. Can we pull up the prize cards?
Yeah, wait. Yeah, that's not good.
It is still possible,
there's
though.
a world. Teal Mask can energy switch over. We could see all of the shenanigans. But do you even need all the shenanigans? Your opponent went boss Dreepy Pass.
I mean, if you got a chance to end the game right now, you got to end it.
All right.
So what is needed here? Energy onto the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. Energy switch Crispin. So how many can we just grab guaranteed pieces here?
And a way to move this Hoot Hoot.
Way to move as well. There is the Nest Ball in hand, and is that 4 copies of Crispin in the hand? Am I losing my mind?
I think he's ready for next turn.
I think he can accelerate energy, guys. Don't worry. So still deciding what we want off of this. And I think the pieces are here, essentially, as long as there's a way to search out.
Oh, he had Latias already.
Oh, the Latias is here.
Okay. I mean, no, well, he's just going to go fishing for the energy then. I think that's the one piece that's missing. He can go grass energy and the water energy. And then if he just switches over the energy, then he just needs to find one more. Well, is he trying to get it done with second Noctowl too? Maybe.
Well, the problem is you need an extra energy as well because you have to commit your energy you're searching from the deck.
Does he have a way to search out energy? There's one vessel in the deck.
Well, the biggest issue is we don't have another way to find Noctowl.
He's just going to rip Noctowl right now.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not there, but
that would have been cool.
Sob is still just more than good enough in this spot, no?
Yeah, this is still perfect. You still have the Crispin to fall back on here.
Finds Ultra Ball off the top, so there is life in this hand now.
Of all the cards to give him, this is one that's pretty hard to play. Loses both Dragapult, has a Night Stretcher, but it gives you one more card, and maybe it finds you a Lilies.
Yeah, and this Duskull was essentially trapped in the active spot. The only way it can move is if it evolves into Dusclops and uses that Cursed Blast ability, but it's not going to get a lot of value, and it's going to get Rafal one prize closer to closing this out. Justin's got to find something, though, off of this. If there is no Pokemon or way to draw cards from this Recon Directive, Rafal is sitting on game in hand. He's got Crispin for a water energy and any other basic type of energy, and that Torrential Pump can take the KO on both of these Pokemon. It's going to come down to this big 2 cards from Recon Directive if Justin wants to stay in this game.
Yeah, pretty devastating that it comes down to this at this point. He's worked tirelessly to get here. 2 cards, looking for a supporter. He does find the Lily's Determination.
Wow.
He will see a huge hand. However, you still need some help. I think that you don't feel comfortable unless this concludes with a Buddy Buddy Puffin and another energy. Because losing that Neo upper energy, losing that Dracloak, it's going to be difficult, but maybe if you're able to spread these energies around, set up a few more Pokemon, you can see a way to draw prize cards.
So here we go, 8 cards from the Lilies. I think we may have found 7 ways to search Pokemon out.
I don't think he needs 7 ways.
We're going to take a look at the hand.
But he could.
Oh my gosh, it's all Pokemon and an Ultra Ball plus an energy? Are you kidding me?
I mean, Latias Badu, you can... Well, you're saw blocked.
You're saw blocked. You're not going anywhere, buddy.
Just give him some hope.
No hope out here, unfortunately. Now, the question is, do you wait to play Ultra Ball this turn? You've already got every Pokemon you potentially want in your hand. Is considering getting rid of this Hawlucha. We saw how valuable that could have been in game number 2.
Yeah, it comes down to how much you need to set up this board with the width. If you can have multiple Pokemon down, then... Oh, wow, he's actually going to go Dusclops here. I'm nervous. This is... one more Noctowl means energy switch, boss's order, something that could lead to a Dracloak KO easily along with some other pieces. There's so many ways to move this Pokemon off the board. However, it is Badu moving to the active. Item lock will be established. He does not know that on the other side is a pile of Crispin.
Too many Crispin to count, that's for sure. Energy does come down onto the Dreeby, like you mentioned.
Oh my goodness, and there's no other benching here. If there is an Iron Bundle to go along with this, oh man, would this hurt.
There might be a Nest Ball in the hand, time will tell. Rafal playing this Crispin, finally putting the 3 energy in, is not even going to play anything else from the hand. Worried about the time left in the round, just taking 2 actions. Drawing for turn, using the Crispin and the effects of it, and then just using that Torrential Pump, taking 2 prize cards, as Justin is now left with just this Lily in the hand, not much else, and again, cannot threaten anything more than something like an Ichipal in this turn.
Yeah, he's really holding on to his last few decisions to make here. Uses Pheasantipity, has flipped the script, can counter the Stadium, which could move away Pokemon like that Fan Rotom if you're worried about the damage. But when you see pieces like Hawlucha already gone, maybe you just go for more of that consistency. And you will see 8 more cards now.
It's always nice to make Night Stretcher a potential Jewel Seeker option if you want to, so never bad to get rid of that. But yeah, getting rid of the damage would also not be bad. So flip the script being used. We're going to see 8 cards drawn. And I mean, look, you've got Buddy Puffin. You can find some Dreepy. You've already got 1 in the discard pile. So depending on how many are left in the deck, which there are 2 available, but the big question is going to be if Rafal can put together another torrential pump, how is Justin realistically winning this game? Can't only rely on that Blood Moon.
Right, and for Rafal, he's already down to 3 prize cards remaining, given that easy card handed over by the Dusclops. You're almost already at a checkmate spot. As soon as you open up the board with the Area 0 Underdepths, Lily's Clefairy can basically KO any EX from that point onward. There's a lot to look forward to for Rafal. However, it does take time. This is another easy KO, but this is kind of where you need to be as you're Justin. You have to slow things down to a snail's pace.
So once again, Itchy Pollen and the energy card going on to Dracloak. Just needs to buy 1 more turn of time here to get this Dracloak evolved into Dragapult, to get it out of torrential pump range.
All right, Area 0.
And so the bench will be opened back up thanks to Area 0. Vitality Band is here.
Oh my gosh, Vitality Sob goes crazy. What are we doing?
I've never seen a torrential pump, or rather a Sob hit this hard. This is ultra tears right here from this Wellspring Mask Ogre Pond. Sob and also accelerating the psychic energy onto the Lily's Clefairy means that Justin needs to not only find this Dragapult EX, but also the boss's orders or counter catcher to take it out as well. And let's not forget the energy too.
And I'm a little nervous about the discard here. It was a discard of a luminous energy and of an attachment of a fire. If there's a world where you see the wrong energy type here, it looks like he only plays the 1 fire, so it should be okay. But you get nervous that maybe some of these start to add up. Looks like he's still got this big Pokemon here ready to go. However, does need some help.
And does have Night Stretcher from that Recon Directive, and that's where Hawlucha could come back into play. Has to make a decision between either that or the Duskull, but because the Dusclops was already used and there's only the 1/1/1 line, it's got to be the Hawlucha targeting down the Hoot Hoot. That is a potential to be KO'd along with this Lily's Clefairy. And the question now, do you risk it and play the Iono to try and find counter catcher, or do you just guarantee the Gust with boss's orders here?
Feels like he has to risk it. He didn't see much in the hand from Rafal, but also it was just enough to get to where he needed to be. He took the big KO, threatens the Lily's Clefairy. There could certainly be an answer there. It's going to be a lot, though. Energy, counter catcher, some assistance from Dracloak and Pheasantipity. We could certainly see it here, and there is a counter catcher. Is the other piece there, at least an energy to go along with this?
Does have it.
Oh my goodness.
So everything here for Justin. The Iono paying dividends, disruption, plus the effect of, we've got to make sure we're being careful with what cards we're putting into our hand, but it looks like we're okay. You never want to make sure we make mistakes. We've made 1 already this set. Let's keep things clean for both of our competitors. Another Recon Directive. Does find Ultra Ball. That could always find Blood Moon or Ursaluna down the line. Now that Rafal is at 2 prize cards, it does become a very efficient and seasoned attacker in this spot. So now the question here for Justin, do you commit the Luminous energy? Do you keep the Psychic energy around? And more importantly, is this counter catcher's opportunity? And it absolutely is. Going after Lily's Clefairy, we're going to see a 3 prize turn, and Justin has somehow found himself back into this game to win in 2 turns.
And look at the timing on this. 10 seconds remaining. If Rafal does draw the card here, then that turn 1 as opposed to turn 0 situation for Justin could be pretty nice for him as far as getting that 1 point or 0. What's it going to be?
And I think with the judges looking over, this is going to be the last turn here. Time has been called on.
There's a Pheasantipity.
Oh my goodness. Pheasantipity plus Ultra Ball in the hand.
Yeah, Mew restart for 1. Ultra Ball could draw up, and then you see 3 more cards.
Iron Bundle.
It
might cut it here. If you have Blood Moon Ursaluna energy switch, it is a potential.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe why Rafal is going to hold on to this Ultra Ball before playing this. It is a consideration here.
Really tough to decide.
Yeah. Not an easy choice by any means. So we're going to see Ultra Ball be played. That Lily's Clefairy, though, is in the discard pile now, so they has to find, without any search from Jewel Seeker, the 1 copy of Night Stretcher to bring that back, plus Crispin actually needs the Super Rod as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, he would need to find all of it because he just doesn't have the pieces to close out.
does find Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Right.
So now we're looking for boss's orders plus energy switch. Needs a perfect 3 cards here.
I think you're supposed to use Iron Bundle first, and then depending on if it's single prize, you can go Wellspring, and if it's double prize, you go Blood Moon. Either way, time to draw some cards.
Things are happening here. Can we go perfect?
Noctowl.
There's still a dream. There's still a way. We've got a Teal Dance.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Does find the Iron Leaves. And that means neither player will be able to conclude this game. They're working out the specifics. Justin does show that counter catcher, however. We'll see things end in a draw. We'll figure out how these players will conclude. What a set that was, though,
That
Kyle.
was unbelievable. Look, what a crazy game that we had there. It looks like it will be a tie for these players as they move forward into the rest of Phase 2. But what a wild match that we had. We had a tiebreaker game. We had some judge calls. We had some huge knockouts and some crazy comebacks. And what an amazing display from Justin. I mean, he had to work to get to that point.
I'm a little out of breath, I'm not going to lie. That was a pretty crazy set. Let's take a look back and see what went down between both of these competitors. We got a very special 4 games of Pokemon, and it all started with domination from Teal Mask Ogerpon, or rather, Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Teal Mask was there, it was supporting from the sidelines, but it was just torrential Pump City. Blood Moon Ursaluna stuck in the active spot for a little bit too long, and with no Phantom Dives used, that was all she wrote for Game 1.
Yeah, Blood Moon Ursaluna just tried to make some magic happen. That was not the case. And what a crazy game we had here in game number 2. As Justin tried to make some magic happen, really had to lean on the back of Bidoof for a bit, and then found his opportunity, used that Dragapult, was instantly countered by that Lily's Clefairy, but he had enough pieces to try to make a game of this. Blood Moon Ursaluna, 1 prize each, and there's only one way to close this game out. You have to Curse Blast and take us into a tiebreaker, which was probably one of the more lackluster tiebreaker games I've ever heard of.
Yeah, it didn't even show it on the replay. It was so lackluster.
we DPL'd into game 3, as we see now, and this was, I mean, what a fun way to find some prize cards here for Rafal, just using that Vitality Band. He really used every tool in his arsenal to get the job done. Noctowl attacks, he did everything. But Justin, he fought back, and he saw a big window, used the Iono, was rewarded with the counter catcher, takes the KO, and he really was just a counter catcher away. That could have been 5 seconds, honestly.
The difference in the Pokemon TCG, 10 damage in 10 seconds. It can all make the difference. We saw it play out in that series. Both players still had a very solid representation going into day 2. They've both got more than 21 match points going in, so you're in a pretty solid spot. It is still looking like, you know, from first thoughts that it will probably be around that X2-1 for top cut. So, you know, you just got to go 11-2-1 in a spot like this. So,
yeah,
you know,
casual.
It's, you know, nothing too difficult, right? You know, just take 2 losses in one of the biggest, most difficult fields we've seen at the regional championship. But, you know, Pokemon, anything can happen, and that's the beauty of the game sometimes.
Yeah, no, we've seen a lot of different players on different decks. That was a really nice way to close out our day, as we've seen a ton of variety, and we finally got to feature a little bit of that Terra box and why it is pretty dominant in this field. It has a lot of great matchups. It's so aggressive at times, and I don't think we really got to see the best version of it from Rafal. He was falling short a little bit at some of those times. It wasn't drawing perfectly, but he still was able to give us a really great show, put on some pressure, but I mean, we've seen that deck really pop off sometimes, and it can get scarier.
A good forecast into what potential those decks have for day number 2, but we're wrapping up the first day of competition. Chip and friends are in the lounge to wrap it up, so let's go ahead and throw it down to Wancho, Emily, Jeremy, and Chip.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Wancho Saldana here, joined by Chip and friends. Chip, Jeremy, and Emily. And what a day. Las Vegas, day 1 in the books, phase 1, and one part of phase 2. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling good. Really, really fun day for sure. Super unique to get to see a tiebreaker game actually happen on stream. I don't know that that's ever actually happened before. So really, really cool that we actually got to see something like that happen.
Yeah, I really just love the variety of decks we had on stream as well. Being able to showcase some of the top meta decks is really cool to see. And honestly, there's just so many players in the Masters division. I can't wait to see how Phase 2 is going to shape up tomorrow.
I mean, you want to talk about the variety of decks. What about the variety of countries that we saw here at Las Vegas? And honestly, it's looking like a really healthy amount of different people from all over the world going into Phase 2, and I'm really excited to see how that plays out.
No, definitely a lot of fun was had here for day one of the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Again, so many decks, so many amazing plays. I remember just watching the Zoroark Absol match and just thinking, what are they going to do next? Well, pass. Yeah. Absolutely nothing, which was the correct play.
Absolutely nothing?
Yeah. Got me there, Chip. But yeah, a ton of fun. But you know what? Phase 2, of course, we're going to continue Phase 2 tomorrow at day 2. Make sure you guys stay tuned. Then we're going to show off, you know, the start time we have tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be at 1:30 p.m. Eastern or 10:30 a.m. Pacific. So a little bit early for the Pacific, but a nice lunch break for Eastern there. Definitely a lot of Pokemon action to be played, but of course, going to remind folks at home to check out our broadcast channel, Pokemon.com/broadcast, for all your Pokemon needs. If you want to, watch all the streams, this is where you find it. And of course, don't forget to follow the channels. Our Twitch, our YouTube. Watch along with everyone. Watch with the community. Make a little watch party out of it. So it's going to be /Pokemon for YouTube, /Pokemon TCG for Twitch. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, day 1 of the Las Vegas Regional Championships. We'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to the beautiful city of Las Vegas, Nevada.
It is going to be an amazing weekend.
And wow, Rowan just deciding to not play extra mind games.
Okay, this is definitely a hand. I can say that much.